Lu Yu felt extremely worried as he saw that he was getting closer to graduation. He originally applied for this university for the Trump major, but who knew that he could not choose the Trump major and was admitted to the mechanical major where he would become a factory worker after graduation. It's very easy. There is no pressure at work. Everyone in the factory is talented and speaks well. I like it very much. Ever since he saw that the 25-year-old senior looked like a 60-year-old man and tried hard to pull Lu Yu into the factory for internship for half a year through campus recruitment, he secretly decided that he must not be a capitalist dog. As a mechanical major, it is really difficult to find a job without entering the factory, but this is definitely not a problem for Lu Yu, who has been a handicraft expert since childhood. Lu Yu, who knows a little bit about welding, fitter, and electrician, decided to become a glorious handicraft area up. But nowadays, videos are no longer popular if you have strong skills. Otherwise, don't you see where the piano area is rolled up to the cheongsam and the slits are? Lu Yu understood this very well and decided to do something fancy first, stir up the heat to attract traffic, and then retain fans through technology. In order to complete this strategy, he borrowed the mobile phone numbers of several roommates and started more than a dozen topics on Bihue with different accounts. I have made a perpetual motion machine by hand. What should I do? Can the announcement of controlled nuclear fusion technology help me get promoted to a bachelor's degree? Will the space jump machine built for graduation project affect my status as a up host? It will affect, and the impact is still huge. I'm afraid you will disappear from the world for decades. Who will help you update then? Space jump. How many kilograms did you drink? Promise me. Stop dreaming. Buy yourself some peanuts. Most topics sink to the bottom after posting, but the one about building a space jump machine has more and more people joining the discussion. Controlled nuclear fusion is a key to solving energy problems today, and even plays an irreplaceable role in the human civilization's march into the stars and the sea. Since the mid-20th century, controlled nuclear fusion technology has become a topic of painstaking research for many scientists. With the current level of human science and technology, at least we can understand its principles and the technical difficulties that need to be overcome. In particular, in recent years, China has made amazing progress in this technology. But space jump technology, this has suddenly become science fiction. At present, it only exists in human fantasy works. Not to mention the concept of related technologies, the theoretical basis that can support its realization is still in speculation. But if this technology can really be realized, the sea of stars with a distance of light years will become the new home of all mankind. Seeing that the topic is getting hotter and hotter, Lu Yu felt that he had caught the traffic code and began to manufacture the so-called space jump machine in the suburban warehouse of his deceased grandfather. First, buy a dilapidated electric car from the scrap recycling station, and then buy stainless steel iron sheets and steel frames from the steel store. The materials that cost a huge amount of 1,500 yuan are the main cost of Lu Yu's space jump machine. Then it was time for craftsmanship. After 2 days and 2 nights, he finally made a finished product according to the work of a craft god. According to the designed routine, Lu Yu, as a moderator, fanned the flames on Bihue, claiming that he would live broadcast a real machine demonstration of the space jump machine on Bilibili to hype up the topic. So it was soon the next day. Lu Yu had memorized the script of the live broadcast by heart, and the production of the video was cut and pasted in the post-production early to ensure that the video could be posted as quickly as possible after the live broadcast to gain popularity. It can only be said that after such an operation, Lu Yu, who wanted to have flexible employment, was also very painstaking. At this time, he held the camera and pointed it at the silver ellipse in front of him, which seemed to be stretched too much at both ends, and began to introduce it seriously. This is the single-person space jump machine, Silver Star, that I carefully built. First of all, the surface layer you see is a brand new material nailed with strong interaction force. Under this, there are 3 different layers of high-strength materials, which can block various regular weapons attacks and adapt to various extreme environments in the universe. Then, let's take a look at the core part of our space jump machine. Although they look like batteries, they are actually dark matter permanent endurance space engines. Lu Yu's introduction was done in one go, without any lag or flattery. The key point was that he told lies seriously, without any embarrassment. He himself had to give himself a thumbs up. Does building a space jump machine for graduation project affect my being up host? The popularity of this topic is more than 2 million. Luyu doesn't know how much water he has added to it, but he secretly glanced at the live broadcast room. More than 5,000 people have poured into the live broadcast room, and the number of people is still increasing. The barrage in the channel is lively. Ha! Do you want to make me laugh to death? It's a bullshit strong interaction material. Stainless steel is stainless steel. Why don't you just say it's a water drop? What the hell is a dark matter permanent endurance space engine? I have 2 big pieces of this stuff in my electric car. Why can't I fly into the sky when I drive? I just like this kind of serious comedy. Blow. Keep blowing. If you can't blow it, I'll beat you to death. If you want to curse, you should have left when you saw the so-called space jump machine at the beginning of the show. Those who stayed were just watching the fun. Such results are already pretty good. The popularity can continue for a while in the later stage. When my first video comes out, maybe I can have 10,000 fans at the beginning. Thinking of this, Luyu couldn't help but get excited. Next is the introduction of the interior. Open the hatch designed like a butterfly door, and the operating table inside is a bit rudimentary. There is a lever switch on the wooden console and an iron steering wheel. Only the seats are somewhat presentable and look a bit comfortable to sit on. Luyu started to talk nonsense seriously again, praising these shoddy things to the sky, just to highlight a funny and exaggerated program effect. Ding! The Black Technology Embodiment System is loaded successfully. The host has obtained an S-level exchange opportunity. Lock the current host's first demand, and the exchange of single-person space jumpers begins. The small, enclosed space echoed with his own commentary voice. Luyu, who was in high spirits, wanted to do a good job in this live broadcast, and didn't care about the prompt that just flashed by and was similar to the barrage. It was mixed in with more and more barges and was not conspicuous. 2333. Why do I feel so familiar? Isn't this the new concept car of Gung Handicraft? New car? What new car? This is obviously a space jump machine. Doghead. Estimating that the script is almost used up and the nonsense is coming to an end, Luyu continued seriously. After saying so much, we still have to see the actual operation effect of the machine. Next, I will turn on this space jump machine and start the first space jump of mankind. Silver Star, first voyage destination, Mars. Start. The moment the old-fashioned rod switch was pressed, Luyu only felt a flash of white light in the window in front of him. The scenery outside became clear again. It was no longer the familiar small warehouse, but a vast brown-red barren land. Wow! 50-cent special effects? I originally wanted to see how he would make up this space jump joke, but I didn't expect it to be so carefully prepared. I cried to death. Black fans turned passersby, but Luyu was confused. What was going on? His script was to take advantage of the poor signal during the space jump, and then cut off the live broadcast, and later pull the Silver Star to a nearby construction site for a photo shoot to complete this whole thing. But the completely unfamiliar external environment in front of him made him dumbfounded, and he even forgot to turn off the live broadcast. Has arrived at the host's designated planet. The first space jump is completed, the attached temporary navigation begins to log out, and the system enters a 3-hour charging sleep time. At this time, in a quiet environment, Luyu finally saw the prompt that appeared directly on the retina in front of him. Good news. After nearly 22 years of being ordinary, he finally awakened the system. Bad news. Thank you for the invitation. I just arrived on Mars and didn't bring any space equipment. I asked how to get back to the blue planet. New book. Please nourish the readers. Please collect it. Please read it, please. It's over. It's over. We've really reached Mars. I'm going to die. I just wanted to attract traffic with this gimmick. I didn't want to do any space jump. Let me go back to Blue Star. Luyu panicked, thinking that his death was approaching. He didn't care about the system. He didn't have the calmness and composure as before. He exposed the truth to the live camera. As we all know, the environment on Mars is a little bit unsuitable for human survival. About 95% of the atmosphere on Mars is made up of carbon dioxide, and the oxygen content is extremely low. At the same time, the atmospheric pressure is extremely low, even less than 1% of that on Blue Star. If there is no equipment to stabilize the air pressure, Luyu will be exposed to the atmosphere on Mars. Before suffocation, he will die from a burst blood vessel due to the difference in internal and external pressure. Luyu clearly knew that the Silver Star, which cost 1,500 yuan, actually only had a thin layer of iron sheet. It was obviously impossible to preserve it in the Martian environment. It would not be surprising if it expanded and exploded in an instant due to the pressure difference. Under the threat of death, Luyu hurriedly pushed the lever switch continuously, but there was no change. The view through the window was still the brown-red barren land. Ah, yes. You really arrived on Mars. Host, I'll wait for you at Mount Olympus on Mars. Come and chop me if you're a brother. To be honest, the host's acting skills in this segment are horrifying. I give it a Dubon score of 7.1. Nothing wrong with that. The spectators in the live broadcast room were amused. They were both doing special effects and acting skills. Host, are you going to pursue your dream of the entertainment industry? They all laughed at the first human to reach Mars in the history of human civilization. Luyu took several deep breaths in a row and realized that his breathing was still smooth, so he slowly regained some sanity. First, Luyu looked around the interior of the Silver Star. The welding gap blocked by cardboard did not show any signs of bursting due to atmospheric pressure as expected. Secondly, he quickly noticed something unusual. The gravity on Mars is about 1/3 of that on Earth, but Luyu did not feel relaxed. In the end, his breathing was smooth, without any chest tightness or dizziness caused by the gradual decrease in oxygen content. These were obviously not the performances that his Silver Star could have in the Martian environment. Am I really on Mars? Could it be that I was tricked by a variety show? The moment I turned on the switch, I passed out and then was transported to a place on the blue planet that was similar to the Martian environment. But I don't have any memory of blackouts. And the time is wrong. The live broadcast has been continuous. Luyu couldn't help but have doubts about all these abnormal phenomena. After thinking it over again and again, he did not rashly open the hatch, but activated the mobile function of the Silver Star. That's right, this machine has 4 tires underneath, which were modified from an electric car. Whoa, this thing can really move. Wow, witness the moment of human history. This is the first time that humans have driven a real person on Mars. Doghead. Why is the anchor silent? Has he changed his aloof personality? Luyu was too lazy to care about these spectators. The fact that he would not die instantly stabilized his emotions. The next point was to figure out his situation. He tried to call the system to explain the situation in his mind, but as the last prompt said, the system was dormant and there was no response, as if what had just appeared was just an illusion. Luyu was definitely not a person who would sit and wait for death. He began to try to drive the Silver Star to move. On the ground full of sand and gravel, Luyu did not have any bumps. As the position changed, he did not see any signs of life in the outside environment. After more than 10 minutes, the Silver Star slowly stopped, and Luyu fell into thinking. If he was on Mars, where the temperature was below 0 all year round, he would have been frozen to death long ago. If it were on Earth, in such a desert environment, the temperature would definitely not be so suitable during the day with plenty of sunlight. He should have felt stuffy in the cabin after being exposed to the sun for so long. Where did the anchor find a place? I have to say, after walking for more than 10 minutes, the scenery outside is a bit like the environment on Mars. Is this using some CG technology? Is there a possibility that the anchor has really arrived on Mars? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one spoke for more than 10 minutes, but there were still a lot more people in the live broadcast room. The jokes of these silly viewers also diluted Luyu's panic, and he knocked on the wooden console and made a bold inference. He really arrived on Mars, but the Silver Star had been replaced by something completely different by the system, suspected to be equipped with high-strength armor, artificial gravity, air manufacturing system, antimatter drive, cross-base real-time communication system, and space jump engine. Well, isn't this the configuration I just praised for the Silver Star in the live broadcast? A feeling of frustration flashed across his mind. And Lu Yu immediately thought that with this configuration, the value of the silver star he was driving now was inestimable. As long as the various technologies on it could be cracked, the era of human conquest of the Sea of Stars seemed to be just around the corner. Lu Yu knew very well that if he took the silver star for himself, it would be a waste of the entire human civilization. If he could return to Earth, he would definitely donate it to the country. Of course, the most important and most troublesome thing now is that Lu Yu has to find a way to return to Blue Star. When he boasted before, he didn't add any high-tech settings for food and personal hygiene systems to the Silver Star. He only had some snacks and empty bottles in the cabin. If there is no way to return to the Blue Star as soon as possible, Lu Yu may die of starvation or thirst. Rather than anxiously waiting for the system to go into hibernation after the space jump, Lu Yu felt that it was better to struggle on his own. He started the Silver Star again and moved on the desolate and empty Mars. Even if it was aimless, it was better than waiting anxiously in place to be bound. The Silver Star climbed over a hill and was moving towards the back slope. But suddenly an object came towards them from the downhill, and the two met so suddenly that they almost appeared in front of their vision. Lu Yu hurriedly turned the steering wheel. Fortunately, the speed of the Silver Star and the object was not fast, which avoided a bizarre car accident on Mars. He turned his head quickly and saw through the rear window that the object that was almost scratched was actually a tracked rover. It was not damaged at all and had its solar panels on both sides open, still moving forward foolishly. Due to the distance between Mars and Blue Planet, the images transmitted by the tracked rover to Blue Planet were at least 25 minutes ago. Blue Planet probably wouldn't have thought that there would suddenly be something like the Silver Star on Mars. Damn, is this the legendary Mars rover? Just took a screenshot. Looking at the logo next to the solar panel. Is it our Zhurong 6666? The props team finally showed up. Is this a proportional restoration? The host preparation is so awesome. Passers-by have become fans. Lu Yu was stunned after taking a look at the barrage. I almost hit the Zhurong. If I turn around and chase it now, can I ask for help? The 5th Institute Canteen of the China Aerospace Research Institute. I originally thought that this anchor was just a clown who was trying to attract attention, but I didn't expect that he was actually quite good. The model of the Zhurong, which was restored in proportion, is worth praising. The layout of this venue is also very interesting. The environment is really similar to Mars. I don't know if they really went to the desert or it was a CG setting. It's lunchtime now. Xiao Lu is staring at the live broadcast on his phone while finishing the food on his plate. Xiao Lu, who graduated with a doctorate, likes to use his professional knowledge to defeat those pretentious people on Bihu. Not long ago, he saw a post about a space jump machine built for his graduation project, and he immediately clicked on it, ready to give this ignorant moderator a good rant. Space jump? Are you kidding me? Xiao Lu felt like he was a nobody. Even humans might not be able to prove the feasibility of space jumps. And this moderator said that he had just made his graduation project by hand. Even bragging should be based on principles. So after a furious attack, Xiao Lu, who was refreshed, and more netizens continued to inflame the moderator, preparing to make him completely socially dead on the internet. Then they followed Lu Yu's routine into the live broadcast room and saw the simple version of the Silver Star. Some people directly attacked and left, while some were the audience who stayed to eat melons because of Lu Yu's serious nonsense. But soon, all the audience who stayed to eat melons found that this kind of thoughtful trick is not unacceptable, but it does not prevent me from attacking you from a different angle after paying attention. Children eating and watching mobile phones. GIF. Xiao Lu smiled at this. Why are you laughing in the corner? A familiar voice suddenly came from the opposite side of Xiao Lu. He quickly moved his eyes away from the mobile phone and saw a gray-haired old man sitting opposite with a plate. Professor Mao, he hurriedly shouted respectfully. This is a top boss who just returned to the institute from the front line of aerospace. Xiao Lu quickly explained. I just saw an interesting live broadcast that used the model of the Zhurong probe, which looked quite like it. After hearing what Xiao Lu said, the old professor who had participated in the design of the probe became interested. Oh, then I'd like to take a look. Academic leaders stand at the forefront of science. and their ability to accept new things is even stronger than that of ordinary young people. Could live broadcasting be more exciting than the basic theory that may be overturned overnight? Professor Mao took the phone with a smile, but his hands trembled at the first glance. The picture on the phone showed that on a brown-red sandy ground, a double-tracked vehicle with a camera on its head and solar panels on both sides was slowly moving forward. Professor Mao did participate in the design of the probe, and he knew very well that the real Zhurong was slightly different from the publicly released model. But he paused several times in a row, carefully examined several details, and made an incredible judgment. This is real. This lens is really filming the Zhurong. But how is this possible? The old professor didn't care about losing his composure. He stood up suddenly on the dining table, staring at the screen of his mobile phone, and turned to rush to his own office, leaving Xiao Lu confused. Director Mao was a respected boss. His hurried appearance at this time made many people look at him sideways, but no one dared to stop him. He returned to his office very smoothly. He still stared at his mobile phone, not daring to waste a second. He opened a drawer with a password, took out the phone inside, and dialed a call without hesitation. After more than 20 seconds, there was movement on the other side. The person on the other end of the phone answered without a drop of water. "Old Mao? Tell me what's going on." "We are preparing to do a closed exercise," the old professor asked bluntly. "Is it a third-type contact on Mars?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other side fell into a strange silence. Neither denying nor admitting, this attitude has already explained everything. Director Mao took a deep breath. "Lao Guo, go check out the live broadcast channel XXXXXXXX of Station B." The old man called Lao Guo on the other end of the phone was stunned, but he also knew that his old partner was not the kind of person who would joke at this time. He glanced at the secretary beside him, and soon he took the tablet that was playing Lu Yu's live broadcast, and his hands also trembled uncontrollably. He didn't have time to thank Professor Mao, and hurriedly hung up the phone, even running directly regardless of his age. Soon, he brought the tablet to a control command center. The entire hall was filled with an anxious and solemn atmosphere, and a large screen with extremely clear screens covered the entire wall. The image displayed on it was a little bumpy, but it was also clear that an ellipse with an extremely smooth surface was following the camera slowly. The light reflected on its surface into a smooth light pattern, making it look like a drop of flowing mercury, pure and beautiful. The only flaw in this shape is that it actually extends 4 wheels from the bottom, instead of floating in the air, as countless people imagine. This is a picture from 25 minutes ago. The unidentified object has been following the Zhurong since it suddenly encountered it 3 minutes ago. There is no sign of attack yet, and it seems to be very interested in the Zhurong. There are no signs of any country or organization on the surface. The intelligence we collected previously also shows that no country or organization has any plans to explore Mars recently. The unidentified objects that appeared on Mars are very likely to be the product of extraterrestrial civilization. The voice of the researcher who reported the situation on the command platform trembled slightly. At this time, Lao Guo also arrived. He held up the tablet and said with a wry smile, "This thing is very likely a product of the Earth." "What? Say it again." The general manager, who was just frowning, was shocked and said, "Engineer Guo, this is a serious matter. Any judgment must be cautious." Lao Guo woke up the tablet, and after connecting to the network-dedicated line, the brown-red barren land in Lu Yu's live broadcast room appeared again. In the subtle silence, Lu Yu's voice broke the silence. "Everyone look. We have been following Zhurong for almost half an hour. The blue star should have reacted, right? I hope. The relevant departments can notice me. I really accidentally went to Mars. I hope I can save them at least." The general manager pointed to the huge projection screen in front of him with a trembling hand, and then pointed to the live broadcast that was 25 minutes faster than them. He went back and forth several times and couldn't say anything for a while. On the barren brown land, the tracked vehicle was still walking slowly in front, and a few meters away was an ellipsoid with a faint silvery luster following behind. After spending more than half an hour following Zhu Ronghao, Luyu felt a little bored. I glanced at the mobile phone screen clamped above my head. There were still more than 300 people in the live broadcast room. After a long period of silence, most of the audience had already fled. But Luyu really didn't dare to close the live broadcast room at will, fearing that he would completely lose contact with Blue Star after closing it. If I had known better, I should have brought more food. Luyu took out a large plastic bag from the side of the seat, which contained some snacks, biscuits, and a few bottles of mineral water. This was something he bought to show the excellent carrying capacity of the Silver Star. Where could it be found? Knowing became his life-saving food. It's just that even if you save on food and drink, you won't be able to last for a week and will be exhausted. If I remember correctly, in The Martian, Blue Star's fastest rescue would take more than a year to prepare, right? Wouldn't that mean he's dead? Even Jesus is beyond the service area and can't save him. Can we only place our hope on the system that teleports itself to Mars and then goes to sleep? Luyu looked at the monotonous Martian environment outside and wondered if he could try growing potatoes if he had a base. Such fantasy was quickly brought back to reality by hunger. Luyu looked at Zhu Ronghao, who continued to move forward stupidly, and finally stopped following in despair. So, what if I keep following it? It's better to fill your stomach first, and then wait for that inexplicable system to wake up, and then see what to do. After thinking this way, Luyu opened a biscuit, drank mineral water, and simply ate the first lunch for humans on an extraterrestrial planet. The amazing thing is that the Zhurong actually stopped not far away, stopped pretending, and turned the camera to look at the location where the Silver Star was staying. However, Luyu didn't have the extra energy to observe this. After eating half full, the blood began to concentrate in the digestive organs, and a subtle feeling of fatigue eroded the brain. Luyu, who had been busy with his work these past few days, seemed to have accumulated fatigue that came out of his head. He simply leaned on the soft chair and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Luyu's consciousness returned, and he found himself standing in a vast expanse of white. Observing the surroundings with some confusion, he soon discovered a light blue light curtain floating in front of him, with lines of text displayed in Chinese on it. Black Technology Implementation System. This system is dedicated to improving the level of the host civilization. If the host improves the science and technology of the host civilization by any means, he will be rewarded with points, which can be redeemed for all imaginable black technology products. The functions of this system are now explained to the host in detail. The main interface of the system is introduced as follows. Upgrade the planet-level technology tree and reward 1 to 99 points according to the level of contribution. Upgrade the star-level technology tree and reward 100 to 999 points according to the level of contribution. Upgrade the river-level technology tree and reward 1,000 to 9999 points according to the level of contribution. Note 1. Upgrade the universe-level technology tree and reward 10,000 to 99,999 points according to the level of contribution. There is currently no measurement standard for the rule-level technology tree. Standards for points usage. S-level currently does not have redemption rights. 10,000 to 99,999 points can be redeemed for A-level black technology products. 1,000 to 9999 points can be redeemed for B-level black technology products. 100 to 999 points can be redeemed for C-level black technology products. 1 to 99 points can be redeemed for D-level black technology products. The system can customize and generate black technology products according to the host settings or requirements. The light screen in front of him was clear and monotonous. Luyu, who had finally learned some information, didn't know what expression to make. Not long ago, he was just a college student who was worried about employment. I wanted him to improve the human technology tree. Is this system a bit too much? Are you forcing yourself to do something difficult? What made him even more unable to complain was what came next. After the description text disappeared, his attribute panel appeared immediately. Host, Luyu. Points, 0. Task, none. Currently owns black technology products. S-Class, Silver Star, single-person space, jumping machine, generated according to host settings. Seeing the items he owned on the attribute panel, Lu Yu suddenly felt that he had a piece of knowledge that had just been stuffed into his mind. He suddenly understood all the ways to use this silver star. Lu Yu understood all the configurations of this single-person space jumping machine and how to drive it when he saw the attribute panel. He understood it so simply, as if he had mastered a detailed instruction manual in an instant. It can only be said that the more high-end black technology often only requires the simplest learning method. Just as Lu Yu was still reminiscing about this sudden realization, the white space gradually faded, and everything outside gradually began to become clear. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu found himself back in the small cockpit. I didn't look at my phone, but when I looked at the Mars outside through the cockpit, it was already dim. Lu Yu recalled the setting of this black technology and tentatively pushed open the hatch door slowly, revealing a small gap. There was no leakage, nothing unusual, and a faint light film lit up in the gap in the hatch. Lu Yu pushed more boldly. The hatch half opened, and the translucent white light film formed an arc-shaped light shield buckled between the hatch and the exit, blocking the air leakage in the cabin and blocking all intrusions from the outside. This layer of light film is one of the 4 layers of protective armor that Lu Yu had mentioned in the live broadcast before. In Lu Yu's understanding of the description, it belongs to a kind of space armor which can sense Lu Yu's brain waves. Only after he agrees can the inside and outside be connected. Without Lu Yu's certification, even the 4 basic forces cannot affect the cockpit from the outside. Lu Yu directly tried to let the light from the outside in his consciousness, and the light film gradually became transparent, and the dim Martian dusk appeared in front of him. He admired the dusk of the alien planet and picked up a bottle of mineral water. Just when he wanted to add some water, a whim suddenly came to his mind. Find a clean mineral water bottle from the pile of bottles that Lu Yu turned around to use as fillers. Pour a quarter of water into it. Slowly squeeze out the air inside, and then tighten the bottle cap. Then he found a piece of wire, wrapped it around the bottle mouth twice, and stretched the bottle out of the light film. The low pressure on Mars caused the remaining air in the bottle to expand a little quickly, and the low temperature after dusk caused the pure water in the bottle to freeze quickly. At this time, Lu Yu pulled the bottle back, and the bottle shrank back with a click, and the water inside had turned into ice. The air in the cabin of the Silver Star is generated according to the proportion of the air on the Blue Star, and the air on the Blue Star contains water. Lu Yu placed the bottle in a larger, decapitated bottle. After a while, small water droplets condensed on the frozen bottle, and soon water marks gathered at the bottom of the large bottle. Water condenses when it is cold, which is simple physical common sense. As long as the Martian environment and the air composition in the cockpit are stuck in this way, Lu Yu's water source will not be a problem. Food and water, the 2 major survival problems, seem to have been solved at once. Lu Yu looked at the shallow water layer that had condensed at the bottom of the large bottle, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sitting in a space jump machine whose technology is many years ahead of humans, but relying on this simplest method to collect water? What's more troublesome is that Lu Yu confirmed a terrible fact from his cognition of the situation. There is no navigation on this Silver Star, because Lu Yu didn't mention this setting at all when he was talking nonsense. And this is the most fatal. The position of the entire solar system in the universe is not determined by humans, such as the Orion arm of the Milky Way. If you want to jump back to Blue Star by space, you must have accurate coordinates and a set of navigation systems. But Lu Yu was just thinking about making a living during the live broadcast, and he didn't expect that he really made a space jump machine. Now if the space jump is activated, Lu Yu will be randomly teleported to any location in the universe. Return. Lu Yu, who realized that it was difficult to rely on space jump to return to Blue Star, couldn't help but curse the system fiercely in his heart. But it was just incompetent rage after all. But at least he just had an idea and thought of a way to solve the water source. As for the problem of food, he can only take one step at a time. Thinking of collecting water to suppress the feeling of loss, Lu Yu untied the wire of the bottle that was melting ice and found a clean mineral water bottle to copy the operation. He just wanted to push the bottle out, and the situation outside made Lu Yu stunned. Zhurong turned to the hatch in the dim light at some point, like an ugly big moth, flapping the solar panels on both sides, just to attract Lu Yu's attention. Note 1. The first three levels of civilization are taken from the famous Kardashev Index, which divides civilizations into Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 based on the level of energy utilization. A discussion group on Blue Star. Why did the website crash? It hasn't been restored for several hours. Did the uncle run away with the money? Funny.jpg. The person is at the scene. The uncle is going to get a stable job. A photo was sent in the discussion group, and the police surrounded a certain building. At the same time, in the suburbs of a certain city, it seemed to be to protect something extremely important. What treasure did Lao Lu find in the warehouse? Why is that corner surrounded so tightly? That's right. They are all wandering around our area. Don't talk nonsense. Lao Lu's grandson has been sneaking around in there these days. I don't know what he is doing. Look at this. Such a big scene has suddenly happened. The small waves on Blue Star caused by Lu Yu did not affect himself on Mars at all. Instead, he looked at the strange zhurong in front of him thoughtfully, and suddenly had an idea. The current crisis is that the silver star has no navigation system. If we rashly start the space jump, we will inevitably get lost in the starry sky. However, no matter how much we save the food that Lu Yu carries, we will definitely not be able to wait for the rescue of Blue Star. After understanding the reward mechanism of this system, Lu Yu was speechless. Although his surname is Liu and he has awakened the system, he is not a top student, and now he has been stranded on Mars. How to survive is a problem, let alone scientific research. But fortunately, there is always a way out. Seeing the clumsy appearance of Zhurong, Lu Yu knew that his previous following had paid off. If I can make all the top scientists on Blue Star become my external brain, I may find a way back to Blue Star. Lu Yu, who had a glimmer of hope, quickly took his mobile phone from the fixed shelf above his head. The time above showed 14:27, and Lu Yu had not been asleep for a long time. Because the live broadcast was always on, the mobile phone was a little hot. Fortunately, there were two charging ports on the console, so that the mobile phone would not be out of power. These two charging ports were originally just a power bank pretending to be advanced. Now, after being modified by the system, these two charging ports seem to be really connected to the so-called dark matter engine, which can provide power continuously. Lu Yu was about to disconnect the live broadcast room that he thought was empty, but when he was about to click to close it, he was attracted by the barrage above. The camera suddenly moved, which means you're moving your phone. Mr. Lu Yu, can you see the barrage? We are the Mars Space Control Center. Zhurong should be next to you. You haven't made any movement for a long time. Finally, there is a sound. We can only use Zhurong to attract your attention. In an instant, Lu Yu felt the blood rushing to his brain, and a feeling of finally finding an organization made him excited. Lu Yu took several deep breaths and calmed himself down. He quickly glanced at the live broadcast room, and there was only one viewer still in the room. If the official really noticed my live broadcast, it would not be surprising to find my true identity. After thinking for a while, he said to the live broadcast, "Call my phone, let's talk on the phone." He has mastered the use of a silver star, just like ordinary people who don't know how to make a mobile phone, but can skillfully use its various functions. Although he doesn't understand the operating principle of cross-space real-time communication, Lu Yu knows its functions. It allows Lu Yu to connect to the server on the blue planet through the mobile phone in his hand at any location in the universe, as if the mobile phone is still on the blue planet. This is truly black technology. Lu Yu's unexpected reply seemed to pause for a moment, but soon responded, "Okay, please wait." Lu Yu, who no longer had to worry about losing contact if the live broadcast was disconnected, simply turned off the live broadcast, tapping the console with his index finger, thinking about how frank he would be in the communication later. He can collect water from the air by trickery, but he really has no way to create enough food to survive. According to the reward rules of the Black Technology Embodiment System, he is far away on Mars. If he really promotes the development of a certain science and technology, he also needs a channel to publish it. What's more important is to show your own value in order to get the strongest support. The vibration of the mobile phone interrupted Lu Yu's thinking, and an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. He answered the phone without hesitation, and the slightly nervous young female voice sounded. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am the operator responsible for contacting you this time. You can tell me what you want." The gentle and pleasant female voice did not ask in a hurry, but let Lu Yu take the initiative to confide. I don't know how many psychologists there are carefully preparing to analyze each subsequent conversation. Rounding it off, am I also treated as a wall facer? Lu Yu, who had thought of this randomly, asked directly. I came to Mars completely by accident. Is there any food or base on Mars? Lu Yu's directness was very sudden. After a long time, a gentle voice replied, according to the information we have collected so far, there is no base built by humans on Mars, and there is no food either. Lu Yu sighed after getting the expected answer, paused for a few seconds, and said decisively, Then I will tell you about my situation. That's right. Lu Yu chose to tell everything, including the system and the Silver Star. Not long ago, he was just a college student trying to find a flexible job. Could he expect to rely on his own brain to come up with the Dark Forest Law, like Luo Ji, before the food ran out in a few days? Now, if he confesses, he may be able to get a large group of scientists to help him think of a solution, and he may even be able to go home for the new year. The Black Technology Embodiment System has no restrictions, or in other words, the existence of the space jump machine that was sent to Lu Yu at the beginning did not care whether the system would be known to humans. Lu Yu told everything he knew one by one, and the other end of the phone dared not breathe. I don't know how many big guys were listening to this call at the same time. Well, it's like the plot in the novel has come true. As Lu Yu finished describing, the voice on the other end trembled with a hint of hearing a major secret. This information is too precious. The professors are now working hard to think of countermeasures and plans for you. Given your current food shortage, every calorie is particularly precious. Talking for a long time will consume a lot of calories. You can open the live broadcast channel just now. You don't have to introduce yourself. Let us observe your specific situation ourselves. Please believe us, no matter where you are, the motherland is your strongest backing. Since they have chosen to seek help from the organization, Lu Yu, who has confessed everything, simply reopened the live broadcast and made the situation in the cockpit public. Others awaken the system, and from then on it is a smooth road of pretending to be slapped in the face. Only Lu Yu is thinking about the next two major goals on Mars. Survive, and then return to the blue planet. But fortunately, Lu Yu is no longer alone. Many top scientists have taken action for him. Next, it depends on how far human wisdom can take him. There will be 2 chapters every day before it is put on the shelves, and there will be frequent updates after it is put on the shelves. I hope you will follow the book every day. It is really important for a new book. I have to say that using the temperature difference between inside and outside to condense the moisture in the air is really a weird idea. That's because the air system in the cockpit is completely technology we can't understand. But even if the water source is not a problem, the food carried by the target will not last long. The paper on the wall can be eaten after simple treatment if necessary, but it still cannot last more than 3 months. The relative position of Mars and Blue Star is not good now. Even if the launch plan is prepared, it will take almost 2 years to land on Mars. In the closed base, dozens of top scholars from Huawei think tanks were divided into 6 discussion groups to brainstorm. The content topic was, of course, the analysis of Lu Yu's situation. Then why not try that so-called system? Since we can replace the space jumping machine, it doesn't seem difficult to build another machine that generates food. According to the description of the goal, it requires so-called points, and points are something that can only be obtained by promoting the development of science and technology on Blue Star. Then why can't we let the target send back Mars image data and then publish it in his name, or recruit a group of professors from related majors to study the results using the data provided by the target? Such a target can be regarded as promoting scientific development. After all, astronomy is also a science. It's an important scientific subject. This is an idea, but the Martian environment has actually been under continuous exploration as early as the last century. In recent years, as more and more data have been made public, image data alone may no longer promote the subject of astronomy, and the goal being restricted in the cockpit, and without the appropriate equipment to collect and analyze the Martian environment. The detection role it can play is no better than that of the Zhuro. At this point, the entire discussion group fell into a subtle silence. A good woman can't make a living without rice. The protagonist in The Martian at least needs a simple base, but Liu can only stay in a narrow cockpit, and it is difficult to even straighten his feet. There is really no space to display his cool skills. There was a slight silence. After looking around for a week, the host in the middle asked the middle-aged man who had not spoken, "Professor Han, you are one of the most authoritative professors of human psychology in the country. Why are you so taciturn today? What does it look like?" Every professor has expressed his or her professional opinions. The middle-aged man named Professor Han sighed quietly and said, "I think everyone has made a mistake in a premise. Everyone seems to have subconsciously ignored a possibility. Why not make another space jump? Now the target is on Mars, and it is difficult to support it due to lack of supplies. Blue Star is destined to be unable to rescue in time and is completely destined to die. But just now a professor also said that he can last for almost 3 months. Then there are almost 720 opportunities for space jumps, and there may only be a chance of survival if we jump out of Mars. Of course I know why, everyone knows why, but no one wants to talk about it. That's all, I'll be the bad guy. It's just that the universe is so big. Even if the target jumps through space, the probability of survival is extremely low. But if he could die on Mars, we can still recover the space jumping machine. And if he jumps in space and disappears into the vast universe, we will never get it again." Professor Han nakedly stated the possibility that the discussion group had been avoiding. Everyone's eyes flickered, staring at the psychology professor who began to analyze human nature. Professor Han adjusted his glasses, sighed, and said, "From a psychological point of view, and from the fact that the target has revealed a lot of information, he has given us great trust. The reason for placing this trust is that he can get out of trouble. But if as time goes by, the target can easily realize that we can't actually provide him with any real help, this trust will begin to slowly decline. And with the effects of food deprivation and being in a confined space for a long time on the body and mind, I think the target will sooner or later make a desperate move and jump into space to take a chance on the slim possibility." Even professionally trained personnel, when faced with such torture and long-term chronic death, sooner or later the desire to survive will overwhelm their rationality and seek a slim chance of survival. It's not about reason, it's about our instincts as creatures. So why can't we give a pertinent suggestion? After confirming that the Mars images returned cannot allow him to gain points, let him choose whether to use space jumps to gain a chance of survival. This will not only keep his trust, but maybe there will be a glimmer of hope when his sanity collapses in the future. After all, it has never been ours to decide whether to start the space jump or not. Everything depends on his choice. Liu, who had unknowingly arrived on Mars for his 3rd day, felt depressed because he had been waiting in the narrow cockpit for a long time. And when he started to diet, except for eating half full when he first arrived on Mars, he only ate 2 biscuits in the following time. The hypoglycemia caused by hunger would make people uncontrollably irritable. The only consolation is that at least a mobile phone can still access the internet. Reading novels and watching videos on Mars is the only way Liu can soothe his mood now. After looking at the time, it was time for the agreed communication. He stood up and pulled the wire tied to the corner of the bridge and pulled back a flat plastic bottle from outside the light film, with frozen ice cubes inside. Put the bottle into the large broken bottle and let it condense the water vapor in the air. During these 3 days, Liu collected more than 30 bottles of water of various sizes through this method, so he didn't have to worry about water in the short term. After completing this step, Liu opened a newly downloaded app on his mobile phone. This app is a mobile phone software developed for his convenience and strong confidentiality. After opening it, you can choose to communicate in text or video. We have asked several astronomy professors to rush to complete the corresponding papers on the Mars images you took and publish them in the most authoritative scientific magazines in China. The submissions from abroad are still under review. Did your system get points? In order to reduce calorie expenditure, Liu has been advised by experts countless times not to make unnecessary movements, and it is best to lie in place without moving, so his answer was just shaking his head. The beautiful girl who pokes Liu's XP on the other end of the video shows a lost expression, as if she feels sorry for him, Previously, the professor suggested that you consider using space jumps and leaving Mars to try to survive while there is still some food to support you. Continuing to stay on Mars is already... A warm feeling that did not disappoint his trust flowed through his heart. Liu Yu had already thought about whether to take such a gamble before deciding to contact the authorities. Such encouragement made him hesitate. Maybe it would be better to leave the Silver Star to mankind as his legacy? When mankind overcomes many technical difficulties leading to the Sea of Stars because of the Silver Star, maybe there will be a day when his name will be recorded in history. But the desire to live is the only motivation for Liu Yu, who is now starving, to persist. The flash of self-sacrificing humanity can make Liu Yu great after his death. But the animality of the desire to live may allow him to grasp the possibility of continuing his life. After thinking for a while, Liu Yu rarely spoke. Indeed, it's time to consider another method. Both sides were silent for a while, and he spoke again. Can you please invite an astronomy professor? No problem, please wait. Liu Yu's current request, as long as it can be achieved, can basically be met. Yesterday, he even received personal encouragement from the leader. A gray-haired professor soon appeared in the video. Liu Yu adjusted the angle of the mobile phone camera so that it could shoot the night sky outside. Can you help me find where the blue star is? At this time, the dawn of Mars is about to come. An array of light has lit up on the horizon. Liu Yu looked at the sky according to the explanation of the astronomy professor. The atmosphere of Mars is so thin that there is no sense of existence. The pure black curtain of the sky is full of stars. Soon he found the star representing the blue star. Observing it with the naked eye on Mars, it is so ordinary, no different from the stars in the sky. For Liu Yu, a human, it is so unique. That is my home planet. My race, the cradle of my civilization. I want to go back to that star. Please let me go home. Liu Yu stared at the blue star for a long time, muttering in his heart, and slowly closed his eyes. Gazing at the star disappearing in the increasingly bright light, Liu Yu reached out and flipped the lever switch, ushering in the second space jump in his life. The space jump of the Silver Star was silent, without any shocking scenes. In just a blink of an eye, everything outside the window changed. When Liu Yu opened his eyes, he no longer saw the brown-red Earth that he was tired of seeing, but a gorgeous nebula. It condensed dust and gas and spread out to an unknown distance. The light of the stars was dotted in the red clouds, like a rose blooming in the universe. The second space jump did not bring Liu Yu back to Blue Star, but randomly came to a certain place in the universe. Despite psychological preparation, this fact still made Liu Yu frown. Record quickly. Oh my God! This is a star field that has never been seen before. In just a short moment. How many light years did the Silver Star jump? Through the shooting of the mobile phone, the command center of China has now become a carnival for astronomers, and the slightly lost Liu Yu is in the cockpit. The joys and sorrows of human beings are indeed not connected. Fortunately, the excited voice from Blue Star did not come over, and Liu Yu took several deep breaths to adjust his emotions. If you choose not to sit and wait for death on Mars, you should have thought of encountering such difficulties. The universe is cold, but there is a glimmer of hope for my survival in it. Even when he realized that Blue Star could not rescue him, Liu Yu was already thinking about using space jumps to break the situation. When he really implemented it, the only remaining fantasy was still a shock to his mood. At this moment, Liu Yu wanted to replace the Silver Star with a disposable time machine and travel back to kill the self who was talking nonsense on the live broadcast. The camera of the mobile phone was aimed at the beautiful nebula outside, and the beautiful girl on this side of the screen comforted Liu Yu with gentle words. This was the purpose of arranging this cheerful and optimistic girl to connect with him. Maybe every sentence of the conversation with Liu Yu was carefully designed, but Liu Yu did not choose to expose it. He quietly listened to the comfort coming from countless light years away. At least the gentle voice could make people feel warmer than the cold space. A dozen minutes allowed Liu Yu to temporarily suppress the loss in his heart. He turned the mobile phone holder hanging on his head and turned the camera from the nebula in front to the endless sea of stars in the rear window. Under the refraction of the Blue Star's atmosphere, It is difficult to see so many bright stars. They are like small diamonds sprinkled on the black curtain, and people can't help but sink into them at a glance. Soon Lu Yu got the analysis of astronomical experts. The current location of the silver star belongs to the middle of nowhere, located between two stars. And the density of stars visible to the naked eye is so large that it is likely to be in the center of the Milky Way. There is no value in staying here. When those astronomers collect enough image data, he will jump away again. The energy required for the silver star's space jump is charged once every 3 hours, and it can also accumulate. The 3 days of staying on Mars have allowed Lu Yu to accumulate energy for 24 space jumps. After waiting for the recording to be completed, Lu Yu pulled the switch again without any nostalgia and left this beautiful sea of stars. The third jump, a small fireball visible to the naked eye, was suspended in a very distant place. It was a star. The silver star should be in its star system. But the silver star, which can only be propelled by wheels and observed by mobile phones and naked eyes, has no ability to explore this star system. Simply record and leave. The fourth jump, there is nothing around, and the stars visible to the naked eye are countless light years away. Only tiny points of light remain. Lu Yu seems to have come to the vast gap between the Milky Way. Record and leave. The fifth jump, record and leave. The accumulated space of 24 times was consumed in 3 hours, and the harvest was very little. The universe is so big that it is unbelievable. Using the so-called desert sand to describe the relationship between planets and the universe is simply a contempt for the universe. If the universe is likened to the sea, then the planet is not even a water molecule in a drop of water, at most 1/billionth of the quark in an atom that constitutes a water molecule. It is in such a large universe that Lu Yu wants to find astronomical wonders that can make human astronomy progress in dozens of random space jumps. It is simply wishful thinking, but there was only one choice for Lu Yu, who left Mars. The seemingly meaningless space jump had to be repeated continuously. If there was an extremely small probability of miracles, then it could only be achieved by constantly adding more times. Human time measurement may not have any meaning to the universe, but it was terrible for Lu Yu, who had left Mars for more than half a month. Now he was so weak that he collapsed on the chair, and he would feel dizzy if he moved a little more. This was a symptom of long-term hypoglycemia, and the whole person became thinner. What was even more difficult was that most of his food had been consumed. Long-term hunger was an unimaginable torture for ordinary people, let alone Lu Yu, who had been well-fed and well-clothed since childhood. He had been so hungry that he couldn't control himself several times, and he threw the planned food distribution plan behind his mind and couldn't help eating 2 more biscuits. The food reserves that were not rich were only 7 or 8 pieces of biscuits. After eating these, Lu Yu was really out of food and had no real food. Lu Yu picked up the vibrating phone, which was a video call from Blue Star. After the call was connected, the operator looked much more haggard. She asked anxiously, "You have been in a coma for 12 hours. Everyone is a little worried about you." Lu Yu was no longer in the mood to worry about whether talking would consume calories. He smiled bitterly and said, "I am too hungry. It is more comfortable to sleep." Such an answer left both sides speechless, who were powerless to change the status quo. After a long while, Lu Yu asked weakly, "How many times have I made space jumps?" Soon there was a reply, 173 space jumps have been made. After 173 space jumps, Lu Yu never reached the planet again. Even though he had close contact with stars and seen the asteroid belt that stretched to the end of deep space, he was more often drifting in the empty and cold space and failed to catch the tail of the miracle he was looking forward to. Perhaps if I die on Mars, it will be a better destination. After all, in that case, my body will be able to return to the blue planet one day. In such self-doubt, Lu Yu propped himself up and started the 174th space jump. This time is different from the past, when everything outside the cockpit was refreshed. Even Lu Yu, who was in an absolutely safe state in the cockpit, felt a little dazzling in front of his eyes. It was an extremely dazzling blue star, but the strange thing was that the bright light came from its outer ring, and there was only a thin layer of blue flame in its center. You can see that there are strands of black under the layer of flame, as if something is brewing. The position of the silver star's jump this time is very good. If it is closer, you can only see a corner of this huge star, and if it is farther away, the light will block this magical scene. There is actually a color like black in the star. Liu thought at first that he was dizzy from hunger. After confirming many times, he trembled and pointed the phone at this strange blue star. This time, the response speed from the blue star was a little slow. After a long time, there was a noisy discussion from the other end of the phone. After several minutes, the astronomy professor who had pointed out the location of the blue star on Mars for Liu appeared again, and he explained to Liu excitedly, "This is a star that has evolved to the end stage, and it is very likely to be a Type II supernova. It has reached a critical state and may explode at any time. That is death, but also rebirth. We may be able to witness the birth of a black hole." Supernova? Liu, who had been confined to the narrow cockpit for more than half a month, had been madly improving his astronomical knowledge these days. In his opinion, the most likely subject to be promoted by his interstellar jump was astronomy. According to the current level of human technology, the understanding of the universe is still at a very elementary and primitive level. At present, all the celestial bodies outside the solar system are through observation and speculation, or models simulated by calculation. If some typical celestial bodies, such as black holes, galactic centers, or supercelestial bodies such as neutron stars and supernovas can be observed at close range, then this data will have an immeasurable role in promoting the astronomy of the blue planet. The outer armor set by the silver star can completely withstand the extreme environment around super-celestial bodies. Observing in the cockpit is more like looking down on the phenomenon from a high dimension, without worrying about being instantly evaporated by high-energy rays. Liu looked at the blue stars outside. After drifting in the universe for more than half a month, his already cold mood was a little excited. Supernovas are at the intersection of many different branches of astronomical research. As the final destination of many kinds of stellar life, it is an important part of testing the current stellar evolution theory. Its phenomena observed at the moment of explosion and after the explosion involve various physical mechanisms, such as neutrino and gravitational wave emission, burning propagation and explosive nuclear synthesis, radioactive decay, and the effect of shock waves on circumstellar matter, etc. The remnants after the explosion, such as neutron stars or black holes and expanding gas clouds, play a role in heating the interstellar medium. At the same time, supernova explosions play an important role in the production of heavy elements in the universe. Nuclear fusion in the red giant stage of stars produces various medium mass elements heavier than carbon but lighter than iron. And elements heavier than iron are almost all synthesized in supernova explosions. They are thrown into interstellar space at a very high speed. The gold on the blue star is basically born from nuclear fusion during a supernova explosion. In addition, supernovas are the main spokespersons for the chemical evolution of galaxies. In the early evolution of galaxies, supernovas played an important feedback role. The loss of galactic matter and star formation may be closely related to supernovas. Therefore, observing supernovas has always been an important observation topic for major astronomical telescopes on the blue planet. And Liu can now come to a supernova that has reached a critical state. This may be the miracle he has been pursuing. How long will its critical state last? If we can observe the moment of the supernova explosion and the formation of a black hole, it will be a milestone for the astronomy of the blue planet, right? Liu asked the professor in the video anxiously, and the professor on the other side nodded vigorously, then seemed to remember something, opened his mouth, and couldn't say anything. Liu keenly captured this expression, and then realized the fatal point, and his enthusiasm cooled down instantly. This is a star. Even if it is a dying star, the moment it is about to end may be the length of a lifetime for humans. Time is so cruel, especially for Liu, who is about to run out of food. In silence, Liu showed a surprised expression again, because a translucent holographic panel appeared in front of him, with reminder text displayed on it. The supernova in front of us has reached the critical point. In 46 hours, this star will come to an end. Trigger the system task mechanism. During the task, the points reward will be doubled. Please select the task. When Luyu was almost at the end of his rope, this black technology embodiment system that had been awakened for more than half a month responded for the first time. There are still 46 hours? Instead of more than 1,000 years? So, I can still save it. Luyu quickly clicked the task icon on the screen, and soon 4 tasks appeared on it for him to choose. Task 1. Flash of Supernova. In the cognition of low-level civilizations, supernova explosions seem to be the most peculiar celestial body in the universe. It may be a small-scale reproduction of the origin of the universe, or it may be the source of all life elements. Observe it and get an important puzzle piece in astronomy. D-level reward. Calculate the completion degree and settle points by obtaining astronomical results. Task 2. New material library, come quickly. Super heavy elements are rare in planets, and mining of neutron stars and white dwarfs is extremely difficult. In the eyes of intermediate civilizations, the explosion of supernovas is undoubtedly the best time to obtain a large number of rare elements. Get busy and enrich your material reserves. Sea-level reward. Calculate the completion degree and settle points based on the super heavy elements collected. Task 3. Nascent black hole. A nascent black hole is too naive for low-level civilizations, but just right for high-level civilizations. Capture it and transform it. B-level reward. Settle points based on the completion degree of black hole transformation. Task 4. Just a toy. A critical supernova is a shiny marble, a good toy. Freeze it permanently and add it to your collection. A-level reward. Settle points based on completion degree. After browsing the 4 tasks, Luyu directly chose Task 1 without thinking. The other 3 tasks you can understand by looking at the simple task introduction. Is that a task he can complete now? No ability. After decisively taking Task 1, the system's personal panel immediately changed. Host Luyu. Points 0. Mission. Supernova Flash. 0%. Currently owned high-tech product. Silver Star. In the task column, Luyu can check the content. In addition to the task introduction he saw before, there is the task progress. Supernova Flash. Progress. 0%. Achievements none. Settlement. Here, Luyu also got an unexpected gain. If he chooses settlement, even if the task progress is only 0, he can still settle in advance. The consequence is that he can no longer expect to get points, right? Luyu understands that this task may be his only chance to survive. How can he settle with 0 progress? The development and improvement of scientific theories and hypotheses are inseparable from observation phenomena, and this blue star is the best astronomical observation material. At this time, he was very fortunate to have established a certain foundation of mutual trust with the country early. Relying on his own strength alone, even if he recorded the moment of the supernova explosion worth thousands of gold, it would be difficult to get it to pay attention, let alone promote the development of astronomy in a short period of time. When Luyu shared the intelligence and tasks with the country again, he soon got an unexpected reply. We will hold the grandest global astronomy live broadcast for you. At that time, we will invite famous astronomers from all over the world to witness the moment of supernova explosion. Although science without borders has become a joke now, it should indeed belong to the moment of human civilization. This is for you and for civilization. We choose to open and share this moment. Such a reply far exceeded Luyu's expectations, and he quickly figured out the meaning behind it. If the records of the moment of supernova explosion only stay inside, it is unknown how long it will take for the theories or conjectures it promotes to be recognized and accepted by the human astronomical community. Luyu no longer has so much time to wait, so it is better for everyone to witness this moment together. As long as they can admit that the moment of supernova explosion shot by Luyu at close range is real, astronomy will undoubtedly open a new chapter. Oh, long time no see, old friend. An old professor with a Western face was greeting another scholar of the same age as him. I didn't expect that China would invite you out of the observatory. It seems that there really is some major discovery. Astronomy experts and scholars from all over the world kept walking around them. Many of them were old acquaintances. The reason they gathered together now was not because of a conference, but because they suddenly received an invitation from the Chinese astronomical community almost 2 days ago, inviting astronomers from all over the world to gather in Beijing to witness the announcement of major astronomical discoveries. Even with the full cooperation at the national level, there was no obstacle to the preparation work. However, when inviting guests, many bigwigs in the circle had projects on their own and could not arrange their schedules in such a short time. But China attached great importance to it this time. Those who were willing to come were picked up by special planes, regardless of cost, as if they only wanted the experts to arrive as soon as possible to attend the meeting. For those experts and scholars who could not come, even the local embassy was dispatched. Every scholar who was willing to understand the content of this meeting was accompanied by a special person to understand the situation at any time. What's more, there is a live broadcast facing the world and simultaneous translation in multiple languages, which can be said to be a publicity campaign that spares no effort. In fact, there is no choice but to make such a big fanfare. This is the first time that Liu Yu and the country have done a task in the system. They know nothing about the completion mechanism and settlement conditions, especially when Liu Yu has little time left. China's radio telescope base has been built for a long time, and it is normal to have some results, but what kind of results can attract the power of the country to come down? Yes, it has been many years since I have seen a country invest so much enthusiasm in astronomy. Let's see how valuable this conference is. Astronomy has a long history, and there have been professions related to stargazing in various civilizations, even since the tribal era. In the last century, the competition in the aerospace field opened up because of the hegemony between the two superpowers, which brought about the golden development period of astronomical observation. With the end of the hegemony, the funding for the aerospace industry has been reduced, and the exploration of space has not progressed but regressed, and the popularity of astronomy has declined year by year. It's not that humans don't like looking up at the stars, but the road under our feet is a little rugged, and we just need to keep our heads down and walk carefully. Therefore, in the eyes of these two astronomical leaders, the official support this time is simply incredible, and they can't help but look forward to the upcoming meeting. As the meeting time approached, the main venue quickly sat down according to their respective seats. The host was a big shot in the Chinese astronomy community, the professor who had previously pointed out the location of the blue star on Mars to Liu Yu. Skipping those polite words, he said straight to the point. The live broadcast you will see next is from tens of millions of light years away. That is the moment when a supernova is about to explode. It will have an immeasurable reference for astronomy and astrophysics. The screen behind the professor flashed an image, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Chinese Astronomical Research Society, the Chinese Physics Research Society, China, a series of national institutions directly endorsed the authenticity of this live broadcast. The entire Chinese scientific community united at this moment to give credit to the next live broadcast that shocked the world. Not only foreign experts and scholars, but also many domestic scholars who did not know the truth were shocked, and the sound of whispers in the conference hall spread. The professor on the stage seemed to have expected it, and planned to use something more shocking to shut their mouths. A huge blue star appeared on the projection screen of the conference hall. It was so clear that it seemed to be within reach. But the state of this star seemed to be unstable. Its core was constantly collapsing. The irreversible change made its center appear black and formed a sharp contrast with the dazzling surface. As soon as this image came out, the conference hall was no longer whispering. Is this a CG simulation of the final state of the star? Didn't the professor say before that this was a real picture? How could it be true? Observing at this distance, let alone how to overcome the terrifying gravity. The unimaginable high temperature can turn all the current technological creations of mankind into molten iron. In the face of doubts, conspicuous red words flashed on the screen. This video has been certified by the following units. And there is another long list of scientific research institutions with Chinese characters. This is the most resolute support from the motherland. The scholars who understand the weight of these institutions the most have shut up and watched the live broadcast seriously, as if they saw an incredible miracle. Hello, everyone. I am Observer Lu Yu. In front of me is a star that is about to reach the end. Soon its critical state will be broken, and a supernova explosion, the most grand fireworks in the universe, will be presented to everyone. Lu Yu's weak and breathless introduction appeared in the live broadcast, which was also a helpless move. According to the introduction of the system rules, he can gain points by improving the science and technology on Blue Star, but his first mission may be the rhythm of the last mission. Even if the expert group as his external brain can't do anything about the system's surreal things, just in case, Lu Yu can only be forced to operate. In this way, as an observer and commentator, he entered the academic circle of Blue Star. Lu Yu read the prepared manuscript with difficulty, and he immediately heard the roar of protest from his stomach. In order to divert his attention from hunger, he quickly turned his eyes to the blue star in front of him. Perhaps it will be many, many years before the blue planet can see the light that bursts out and illuminates a corner of the universe at the moment of its death. But these are not important at the moment. Lu Yu dedicated this moment to his fellows on the blue star. As the time prompted by the system got closer, the central black hole of the blue star became more and more obvious. The blue flames in the outer ring not only failed to escape, but were continuously sucked into the black hole. Then, an even more surprising scene appeared. These blue flames that were constantly swallowed did not disappear directly into the black hole, but formed a light path like a blue channel as the black hole slowly rotated. The moment it was formed, it seemed to break through the limitations of time and extend to the depths of the universe as far as the eye could see. Gradually, a little starlight appeared around the black hole and the outer ring of the star. That was another scene of the starry sky. Seeing this, the venue on the blue star was in an uproar. Just now, was that the moment when the black hole was formed? The huge gravitational field has not yet stabilized, and the Schwarzschild radius has not yet made the horizon perpendicular to spacetime, so the moment of spacetime collapse has materialized. I don't know which astrophysicist was the first to react and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Isn't this the Einstein-Rosen bridge, i.e. wormhole? Oh my God! Do space-time wormholes really exist?" Too incredible if all this is true. Then today is a groundbreaking day for astronomy. This time the noise quickly subsided spontaneously. This may be the moment that many scholars have been pursuing all their lives. There is no other mind to talk about anything else, just want to engrave this scene in my mind. It's just that the dreamlike channel only existed in the three-dimensional world for a short 2 minutes. With the stabilization of the black hole's gravitational field, the channel was covered under the black curtain that even light could not escape. The outer ring of the entire blue star flashed with high-intensity light, while its core was constantly collapsing. Obvious polarization appeared on the same star. This is its death, or it is a gorgeous rebirth. The fragile final balance was finally broken, and a shining light was ejected from one side of the blue star. It was immeasurable energy and matter, and they became the light that shined in the universe. After the first light, the second, third, and even countless lights flashed one after another. The blue star that could still maintain its spherical shape seemed to be torn into pieces in an instant, and a hot torrent burst out from all directions. A supernova exploded. This was the last glory of the star, giving the corner of the universe that nurtured at the brightest moment. Outside the silver star, it became a vast expanse of white, and countless high-energy rays flooded everything around. If it weren't for the armor protection, Lu Yu would probably be crushed into elementary particles by the high-energy torrent in an instant. The creatures tens of millions of light years away were shocked to see this nameless star that had burned for countless years and died in the shining. But it also opened a new page for human astronomy from then on. At this moment, there was no cheering or discussion in the entire venue. All astronomers held their breath and looked at what was in front of them, as if the moment of history should be so solemn and solemn. USA, MIT. As one of the best universities in the world for astronomy, it also has a group of top astronomy professors gathered here. After finishing the academic research at hand, the old professor known as John looked at the Chinese young man who had been waiting outside the office door and muttered, The Chinese are really difficult to deal with. After that, he put down the coffee and let the Chinese who had been waiting for a long time enter the office. Since you are so persistent, let me see what achievements your country has made in astronomy. The young man calmly took out the prepared tablet and said, I won't let you down. Soon the screen recording of the meeting was played on the tablet, and the content shocked the old American professor. OMG, if this is true. Oh my God, damn it. What did I miss? A historical moment that changed astronomy? Oh my God! Oh my God! He was so excited that he couldn't even hold the coffee steady. The spilled coffee infected the academic materials on the table, but John didn't care at all. The research that was considered extremely important an hour ago was nothing like shit to old John, who saw the contents of the meeting. He regretted extremely why he didn't leave for China after receiving the invitation like several other old friends. If what was announced at the conference is true, then this conference is destined to be included in the history of astronomy in the future. This is almost equivalent to the Solvay conference in 1927. The group photo of the big guys at that time became a widely circulated photo for later generations. As a top astronomer, Professor John understood the impact of this conference on the future of the astronomical community when he was halfway through the live recording. When future generations look through the photos of famous astronomy conferences in the future, they will undoubtedly be embarrassed by who was absent. No, this is no longer a question of whether there are photos or not. This opportunity might allow astronomy to take off again. I have devoted my whole life to astronomy, and I must not let go of such a major event. Thinking of this, Professor John didn't even want to stay in the United States anymore and asked the young man eagerly, Is it too late for me to go to China now, even if it is at my own expense? Please arrange for me to go to China as soon as possible. Professor John no longer had the calmness that he had shown when he flatly refused 2 days ago. Instead, he looked like an eager child watching his favorite toy get further and further away. This young and capable Chinese youth extended his hand and showed a sincere smile. Of course, our country welcomes every friend who is willing to cooperate together. In the world, there are countless astronomers and astrophysicists who have not gone to China to attend the conference. After seeing the live broadcast recording, they either picked up their mobile phones to confirm the situation with friends who went to China or hurriedly put down projects they thought were important. Hurried to China. Supernova. Black hole. Einstein-Rosen bridge. Just being able to observe their real existence already has immeasurable academic value. This is no longer just an achievement in the field of astronomy. Which of these 3 topics is not the ultimate topic that can change the blue star academic community? This conference will never end after watching the live broadcast. The big guys attending the conference did not leave at all. As astronomers, physicists, and chemists from all over the world flocked to discuss the content of this live broadcast. Academic conferences were held one after another in China. After this grandest astronomical live broadcast, the human astronomical community is facing unprecedented waves, and the entire scientific community has been stirred up. But as the saying goes, experts watch the door, and laymen watch the excitement. When experts and scholars from all over the world gathered in China, this live broadcast also shocked netizens. Holy crap, this series of Guazhou research institutes are on stage, and the big one is coming. Is that a black hole? That must be a black hole. Our country is awesome, because this live broadcast was promoted on the homepage of all major platforms with splash screens. Many netizens who knew little about astronomy clicked in. Netizens who eat melon said they couldn't understand it, but they were shocked. However, without any education, he could only call 666 and Niobe and ACT as an atmosphere group. Of course, there are many astronomy enthusiasts enjoying this feast, but when they saw this wonderful and unusual moment, they all couldn't help but discuss it. With so many authoritative organizations on the site, this live broadcast couldn't really capture a supernova explosion, right? I just want to know how this big guy named Liu managed to explode at such a close distance at the moment of a supernova. To keep this distance from a supernova, the temperature must be at least 100,000 degrees. When hit by high-energy particle flow at the moment of explosion, The surrounding temperature is no less than that of being in the 20 million degree sun's core. Currently, human technological products cannot create protection against such high temperatures. Are you all paying attention to this? I heard that the voice of the commentator was weak, as if he had been hungry for many days. I'm going to face a supernova explosion for you, and let's see if you are alive and kicking, or are you just like the commentator? A true warrior dares to face the explosion of a supernova. I unilaterally declare that observer Lu Yu is a second-generation warrior braver than the Mongolian top laner. This is the strongest observer in history. The strongest observer in history. The strongest observer in history. Rationality was finally covered up in a rare carnival. This astronomical feast belongs not only to science, but also to these enthusiasts who truly love astronomy. Among them is Xiao Lu, the Black Fan veteran left behind by Lu Yu on Blue Star. As a newly promoted doctor, he is not an astronomy major and is not yet qualified to enter the venue where the bigwigs gather. When he and his colleagues watched the live broadcast in the Institute, he immediately recognized Lu Yu's voice. This voice sounds familiar. Isn't this the voice of the anchor who boasted that he built a space jump machine? Because his mobile phone was almost snatched away by Director Mao, he was deeply impressed by the scene half a month ago. Especially after that, this bigwig who had just retired returned to the front line quickly, and the mobile phone that returned to his hand could no longer find any records and information about Lu Yu's live broadcast. Everything suddenly became clear to Xiao Lu, who couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone just thought you were joking. Anchor? You're not serious, right? I won't be a Black Fan anymore, and the humble Xiao Lu will go online to recharge you online. I only hope you can take me to space jump once. Lu Yu soon realized that he had the title of the strongest observer in history, but he really didn't have the energy to laugh. It was the 31st day of Lu Yu's drifting in the universe, and his regular food had been exhausted 3 days ago. He had to eat the irregular food torn and soaked cardboard twice. This thing, the taste and texture are hard to describe, and the calories it replenishes are extremely limited, which means it can only bring a sense of fullness. What's more terrible is that eating too much will cause constipation, and Lu Yu is unwilling to eat it for the third time. Lu Yu opened the system with difficulty and looked at the translucent task panel. Supernova Flash. Progress. 5%. Achievements. Wormhole Theory 2%. Supernova Theory 5%. Black Hole Theory 3%. Astrophysics 1%. Settlement. It can only be said that even if there are excellent observation materials in front of you, it still takes a long time to think about it if you want to convert it into scientific research results. In scientific research, there are indeed cases where a sudden inspiration can advance a project by a large step, but that is based on the accumulation of sedimentation. Moreover, Lu Yu can only provide images taken by mobile phones. If he can provide more monitoring data, it will undoubtedly promote the development of blue star astronomy faster and more. But unfortunately, Lu Yu himself is a victim of the system. Otherwise, he would not be drifting in the starry sky and on the verge of starvation. There is undoubtedly a lot of room for exploration in this task, but Lu Yu's time does not allow waiting any longer. Host chooses to settle the task in advance. Calculation completed. Reward points, 10 points. Neither the scientific theory nor the conjecture was proposed by Lu Yu. He just provided valuable first-hand information as an observer and assisted in the research and earned 10 points. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 10. Task, none. Currently owns Black Technology products. Silver Star. God has given great responsibilities to this person. Lu Yu is starved to the point of being empty. Now that he has finally got the points, he just wants to have a full meal. He can be called a space refugee, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is surviving in the interstellar. Lu Yu took a deep breath and tried to communicate with the system in his consciousness. Unlike the usual panel information, using points to exchange items requires immersion in Lu Yu's setting. This is the shadow left by the inexplicable teleportation to Mars before. Lu Yu was afraid that he would be shut down by this system after he had points. It was not easy for him to figure out some simple ways to use the system. In his consciousness, there was a vast expanse of white, and Lu Yu looked at the floating blue light curtain. Exchange. The light curtain flashed with information, showing Lu Yu's points. 10 points. Host, please input the function of generating black technology items. This black technology embodiment system, as long as you have enough points, it can materialize all black technology products that meet your requirements for you. It's just that you need to think carefully when entering the function. After all, Lu Yu only has 10 points, which is completely different from the first time the system gave the S-level activation reward, which can completely realize the setting of talking. Void creation? Don't even think about it. Flesh and blood pain, mechanical ascension, no more hunger and pain, and lifespan troubles? Might as well just dream. After all, there is everything in dreams. These functional systems can really be realized, but Lu Yu's 10 points are not qualified to think about this level of black technology. Using air as raw material. The volume is the size of an ordinary lunchbox. Lu Yu entered the settings for his black technology, but the light screen in front of him did not respond, which means that his points are not enough to generate the corresponding black technology products. Just synthesize food within 5 hours. 100 years of use. After entering a few more restrictive settings, the light screen in front of him gave feedback. Consume 10 points, and the black technology product is generated. Lu Yu hurriedly exited the consciousness space and saw an ordinary stainless steel lunchbox placed on the dashboard in the narrow cockpit. When Lu Yu suppressed his excitement and picked it up, the method of using this black technology product emerged in his cognition. Black technology product. Lunchbox, no 1. According to brainwave induction, automatically match the food in memory, decompose and reorganize water and air atoms, and thus produce the host target food. Depending on the amount of food and the complexity of the ingredients in the food, the time it takes to generate food will also vary, and the built-in energy can only support operation for 100 years. This knowledge, like how to use the silver star before, made Lu Yu instantly understand the use of the lunchbox. Lu Yu's body was in a state of long-term hunger. Although he was craving for spicy meat dishes, he also understood the best choice at the moment. Lu Yu held the lunchbox and thought about the appearance and taste of white porridge in his mind. The time was immediately displayed on the lid of the lunchbox, and the countdown of 1 hour was generated. Ding! After an hour of anxious waiting, the countdown on the lid returned to 0 and issued a prompt sound like the completion of microwave heating. The lunchbox, which was originally empty, became heavy and slightly hot. With the greatest expectation after leaving Blue Star, Lu Yu opened the lid, and white water vapor with rice fragrance came to his nose. A few red oil pickles lay on the steaming white porridge. Lu Yu looked at the food in front of him, as if in a dream. 31 days of drifting in the universe. 34 days of fear after leaving Blue Star. Every day, he lived in fear of starvation. And now, he finally defeated hunger. Although there were no chopsticks, Lu Yu still ate the porridge in the lunchbox with his hands and mouth. The unique sweetness of rice porridge, the crisp taste of pickled mustard. Every bite is the touch of life. Lu Yu, who was chased by the god of death all the way in the starry sky, felt a sense of relief as if he had unloaded a burden. He survived, even though Lu Yu didn't know how many light years away from Blue Star he was at this moment. The long-lost feeling of fullness told him that he survived among billions of stars. One of the 2 major goals was finally achieved. Next, Lu Yu only needed to find a way to return to Blue Star. Lu Yu suddenly had an urge to cry, but he held it back. At this time, Lu Yu was no longer the college student who was thinking about how to find a job a month ago, but a man who had overcome the hardships of life and death. The cold universe doesn't believe in or need hot tears, so let him keep his tears until he returns to the blue planet. Note: the lunchbox from the 5th episode of All Akadamas. The original description is that it can decompose water and air into atoms, and then reassemble them to make food. It is a black technology product. Slightly modified, the restrictions on food types are removed, and the generation time is increased. Mr. Lu, you have completed this set of side-lying stretches. Next is a set of forward bends. 1, 2, 3 for come and do it with me. In the small cockpit, Lu Yu is exercising to the rhythm of the dynamic music. After having the black tech lunchbox, Lu Yu got rid of the food crisis. After a period of diet adjustment, his weak body gradually recovered. Lu Yu had always been worried that the things made by the black tech lunchbox only looked like food, but actually lacked trace elements and real nutrients. But after eating for a period of time, he did survive, and the malnutrition caused by hunger was also recovering. But there was also a problem in a small space. With sufficient food, Lu Yu's weight was not just as simple as recovering. He quickly gained weight without much activity. Fortunately, what Lu Yu lacked the most now was external thinking. The think tank team of Blue Star who was responsible for Lu Yu realized this problem early. Before he could speak, several sets of fitness movements designed specifically for Lu Yu in a small space had already been prepared. Lu Yu was of course very happy to be able to keep himself healthy, but for some reason he felt that after he started working out, the girls who spoke nicely gradually stopped appearing, and a lot of tough guys came. And there were more courses to learn. Basic physics, basic chemistry. These two subjects are the top priority. Blue Star has already understood that it is not advisable to let Lu Yu rub out some cutting-edge observation instruments, so it is better to train him to be a researcher. He does not seek to reach the level of experts and professors. As long as he can reach the entry level of simple analysis and observation of phenomena, it can save Blue Star a lot of effort. And Lu Yu also understood that this is a win-win situation of mutual benefit and reciprocity, and he did not complain about anything and silently memorized these knowledge that might be used. Taking into account the environment in which Lu Yu is, the study course is only 2 hours a day at most, and it is more for him to use his mobile phone freely for some entertainment. Now the astronomical community has basically recognized the observation records of supernova explosions as true. In the past month, 5 academic conferences on supernova explosions, black holes, and wormhole theories have been held in succession. Scholars with some reputation in the academic circles of astrophysics, high-energy physics, and astronomy are fighting with their own people for a visa for our country. In the next month, there will be more heavyweight theories and conjectures that will be freshly released. All of this is thanks to you. Lu Yu, you have indeed made a big step forward in astronomy on the blue planet. After the teaching course of the day, the old professor who had been teaching Lu Yu suddenly thanked him, which caught Lu Yu off guard. The professor's surname is Mao. It is said that he is a respected academician. His thanks made Lu Yu feel excited. It is not a screw that is worn out and no one cares about it, but an engine that promotes the development of a field. This sense of achievement of being recognized by others makes people intoxicated. Lu Yu, who was a little embarrassed by the praise, looked away with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. At this time, the cockpit of the Silver Star had become a different place. In addition to the fact that the control panel was bound to some black technology and could not be disassembled, Lu Yu directly disassembled the seat and the back row, so that he at least had space to stretch his legs. His excrement could be thrown out directly through the space membrane. Even though the Silver Star was surrounded by high-energy rays at this moment, it still could not penetrate the space membrane and affect Lu Yu in the cockpit. Whether it was the Silver Star or the lunchbox, the functions they showed were no different from miracles in terms of human existing technology. Let alone the unimaginable Silver Star, just take the black technology lunchbox that saved Lu Yu from the food crisis. It was only the size of a normal stainless steel lunchbox. It seemed that there was no equipment on board. It was just a simple empty lunchbox, but after closing the lid, it could use air as raw material to make the food that Lu Yu imagined. Fortunately, there were no distorted side effects. And this was just a black technology product that was materialized with 10 points. If Lu Yu was still on Blue Star, the technology contained in this lunchbox alone would drive many scientists crazy. Lu Yu took his mind off from admiring these black technology products and focused his attention on the present. More than half a month had passed, and the outside of the Silver Star was still white. The aftermath of the supernova explosion was still continuing. The energy contained in a star was beyond imagination. This passing star successfully allowed Lu Yu to survive in the universe. But he also understood that it would not be very useful to stay here without professional observation equipment. Both the experts on Blue Star and he himself realized this. It's time to leave here and find a way home in the universe. Duh! Lu Yu, who decided to set sail again, no longer had the fear of being chased by the god of death. He stretched his body leisurely in the small space and turned on the switch. The universe is vast. Even if it is just the tip of the iceberg that can be observed, it may take a whole civilization to explore. In the 3 months since he set sail again, Lu Yu has not encountered a typical celestial body like a supernova. In hundreds of space jumps, he has seen planets like ice and snow hells, and also passed by gas planets. He has seen complex triple star systems, and also observed incredibly large stars. Lu Yu in the Silver Star was like a molecule in Brownian motion, drifting without rules in the universe. Okay, 3 hours of charging completed. The Silver Star still had energy for 2 space jumps, but it stayed in a void space for 3 hours to store energy. This was the expert's suggestion to leave emergency jump energy in case Lu Yu suddenly encountered an unexpected situation. After adopting this reasonable suggestion, Lu Yu would stay somewhere in the universe to store energy after only 2 space jumps were left. This time was unlucky. In a desolate star field, there were few stars and nebulae. But fortunately, the 3-hour energy storage time was finally over. Lu Yu read out the number of his jumps and flipped the switch. 1135th space jump. In the blink of an eye, the space jump was completed. Originally thought to be another jump without gain, but the moment he saw the things outside the Silver Star, Lu Yu rubbed his eyes and felt that he was still in a trance. In front of him was a green meadow, and in the distance there were some fern-like plants. Looking closely, there seemed to be tiny creatures flying next to these plants. Looking further away, a sparkling lake was located not far from the Silver Star. All the scenery in front of him announced a fact to Lu Yu. This is a planet with life. Extraterrestrial life. Aliens. These elements that often appear in science fiction works have always been what extraterrestrial exploration has been tirelessly pursuing. It's just that from what humans can observe now, this universe is so huge but so desolate. Since Galileo began to observe space, humans began to want to find traces of other civilizations in the starry sky, but found nothing. There is no life in the front and no civilization in the back, as if the entire universe has only the lonely civilization of human beings. Human scientists have proposed 2 once popular views on this observed phenomenon. One is the Great Filter Theory, and the other is the First Civilization Theory. Both views have their own mainstream supporters. By the beginning of the 21st century, it seems that the Great Filter Theory has been more widely accepted. But in front of Lu Yu, these theories that the predecessors have pondered over seem to no longer matter. Because he witnessed alien life with his own eyes at this moment. Creatures that look like insects on the blue planet, living ignorantly on their home planet, unaware that a pair of burning eyes suddenly appeared in the silver ellipse more than 10 meters away and were greedily observing them. On the blue planet, countless light years away from here, there is a group of scientists who are so excited that they wish they could cross the limitations of space and come here to observe in person, instead of just watching it through mobile phone videos. Human civilization has spent countless funds to launch probes to its neighbor Mars. One of the main goals is to detect whether it has ever had life. The legend of Martians is widely spread in human society. It seems that humans are born with a fanatical impulse to discover extraterrestrial life. If the previous observation records of supernovas only have unimaginable academic value, then the discovery of a life planet this time will be a carnival for the entire human civilization. Even if the distance between them is tens of millions of light years, as long as it can prove that humans are not the only life in the universe, this alone is of great significance to the entire civilization. Humans are not alone, and humans have competitors in the universe. Perhaps after realizing this, there will be more cooperation and less disputes within the entire civilization. After all, we already know that there may be competitors outside the civilization circle. If we hold each other back at this time, the development of science and technology will be a step slower, which will be the root cause of the extinction of the entire civilization in the future starry sky. This kind of philosophical thinking about the future of mankind cannot stop the excitement of major discoveries. Lu Yu heard the noise from the other end of the phone for the first time in a long time. The last time was when the blue star was confirmed to be a Type 2 supernova. Extraterrestrial life. Extraterrestrial life. Blue stars are not isolated in the universe, and we are not alone. Thousands of random space jumps can reach a life planet. Life in the universe may be more common than imagined. Professor Mao appeared in front of the camera with a red face. The observation record of supernova explosions has made the Chinese scientific community earn enough money and face in the world. Some foreign astronomical professors and scholars who have declined cooperation many times now even want to stay and teach, just to get more astronomical data. Now that another life planet has been discovered, Professor Mao can't help but get excited when he imagines the scene when this data is released in the future. Of course, the most important thing at present is to figure out the situation of this planet. Since there is liquid water, plants, and organisms, has civilization already developed on this life planet? To what stage has the civilization developed? The silver star happened to be on the grass on the hillside with a wide field of vision. Observing from the cockpit, there are lush alien trees, a volcano with black smoke not far away, and 3 or 4 huge flying creatures flying low from time to time. This is a completely undeveloped primitive forest with no trace of civilization. Of course, this cannot be concluded that there is no civilization on this planet. After all, if you jump to the depths of the Amazon jungle on the blue star, you can't see that the blue star has developed civilization. Looking around, no large creatures were found nearby. But this does not mean that Liu can leave the cockpit to explore the surroundings. Without the protection of a spacesuit, Liu dared to be exposed to the ecosystem of another planet. Not to mention the gravity, air composition, and atmospheric pressure, he didn't have to wait for any predator to attack him. Bacteria and viruses could kill him. Single star system, unknown number of satellites. The plants are green, suspected to have a similar structure to chloroplasts. There is very little information that can be collected with the naked eye. In the absence of professional equipment, Liu can only use primitive methods. Wrap a mineral water bottle with wire, add a little water in it, and pass it through the space membrane little by little. Finally, its bottle mouth is still in the cockpit, and the bottle body is completely exposed to the outside world. Snap! The pressure difference between the inside and outside caused the bottle to deflate slightly. This shows that the air pressure of this life is higher than that of the blue planet. As for how much higher, the blue planet has already had a synchronous simulation test. Observe the degree of shrinkage of the bottle. The atmospheric pressure is about 1.2 times that of the blue planet. Observe the vaporization speed of the liquid in the bottle, and infer that the external temperature is between 35 and 40 degrees. I don't know how many researchers watch the pictures from another planet with bated breath through the mobile phone video. Every piece of data is so precious. After using the bottle pressure measurement method, the bottle of mineral water did not dare to be taken back to the cockpit, considering that in such a short time, the bottle might have been contaminated by bacteria and viruses on this planet. For the sake of his own life, Liu could only abandon this bottle that had followed him for countless light years, and he had to make full use of its role. The 4 wheels that seriously damaged the beauty of the silver star finally played a role again. After Liu moved his position with them, he came to a small cliff with a height difference. Carefully untied the wire, let the bottle form a parabola and hit the stone below. After bouncing between the stones a few times, this industrial product of the blue planet quickly disappeared below the cliff. According to the calculation of the bottle's falling speed, the gravity is about 1.1 to 1.2 g. According to the data analysis currently observed, this is a planet suitable for human habitation. The plants, organisms, and even inorganic matter here have extraordinary research value for humans. This is a scientific research treasure with infinite possibilities. What Liu lacks most now is undoubtedly points. With points, he can use the system to improve his environment little by little. With points, he can install a navigation system on the Silver Star and then find his way back to Blue Star. Host, Liu. Points 5. Task none. Currently owns Black Technology products. Silver Star, Lunchbox. Liu looked at his panel. In the 2 months since he left the final place of the star, His observation records of supernova explosions were further widely accepted and incorporated into more scientific models and theoretical conjectures. The system gradually +1 gave him 5 points, although few. For Lu Yu, every point is an accumulation leading to greatness. During these months of drifting, he finally figured out another way to use the system. Black technology products that have been redeemed can be upgraded and modified again by spending points. Take Silver Star as an example. If you want to install a navigation system that can assist space jumping, you can exchange it directly in the system and seamlessly replace it in the cockpit. If you want to expand the space in the cockpit, you can also exchange it for space folding, dimensional space, or space capsule. These various additional and modification functions are all based on existing Black technology products. However, every upgrade and modification of the Silver Star costs a lot of points, even if you just want to replace the extremely damaged aesthetics of its shell. It would cost thousands of points to replace the 4 wheels with magnetic levitation propulsion, not to mention the 100,000 points required to install a navigation system. When he saw the system's evaluation, Lu Yu, who had only 5 points, almost shed tears of poverty. Testing the system in his mind from time to time, Lu Yu figured out that the 5 points in his hand were enough to upgrade his lunchbox, remove the restriction that it could only be used for 100 years, and speed up the production of food. Of course, it is still possible to use these 5 points to exchange for some new Black technology products with single functions. It's just that the Silver Star, which has been jumping in space before, has never encountered any celestial objects of great scientific research value. These 5 points exist today. During the nearly 5 months of drifting in the universe, Lu Yu, who witnessed the vast universe, understood deeply that every opportunity is a miracle. Supernova explosion. Living planet. Only by seizing every opportunity can he return to Blue Star in his lifetime. The living planet we are currently on is an immeasurable scientific research treasure for Blue Star. And why not for Lu Yu? There is a limit to the data that can be obtained by simply observing with the naked eye in the cockpit. He needs a spacesuit that can leave the cabin, walk directly on this living planet, collect and analyze it. Only with input can there be output. Use the stored points to exchange for a spacesuit that can move outside the cockpit and collect more data on this living planet. The points spent can be returned 10-fold or 100-fold. With such an expected rate of return, capitalists will immediately kneel down and hand over the rope to hang themselves. Lu Yu, who wanted to understand this, looked at the vibrant extraterrestrial planets outside and firmly decided to exchange for a spacesuit. Through mobile phone video communication, Professor Mao, on behalf of many experts, also recognized Lu Yu's idea. For scientists, the temptation of extraterrestrial life planets is difficult to refuse. The disciplines of astronomy, biology, geology, and planetary science knowledge will usher in innovative developments. Taking biology as an example, there is another set of ecosystems on this living planet that is different from the Blue Star. The alien creatures in each link of decomposers, producers, and consumers all have unimaginable effects on the biology of the Blue Star. Reference value. Now that the decision was made, Lu Yu no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into his mind skillfully. In the vast whiteness, a light blue light curtain appeared in front of Lu Yu. This time, the Black technology system did not issue a mission. Lu Yu's vague guess was that stars in a critical state in the universe are much more special than life planets. Without the incentive of twice the points, Lu Yu was slightly disappointed, but since he had decided to make this deal, it would not be affected here. Soon, Lu Yu's spacesuit settings began to appear on the light screen. Lightweight and anti-wear. Internal circulation is based on Blue Star air content and atmospheric pressure. Has certain protection against radiation. When entering and exiting the Silver Star, it can self-disinfect external surface bacteria and viruses. These 4 items are the basic settings of the spacesuit. 5 points alone are not enough to realize this Black technology product. So Lu Yu now needs to enter some negative settings so that the configuration can be lowered so that the system can realize it with a low score. Come up with a usable Black technology product. Internal circulation air does not need to be produced and can be obtained from the cockpit. weak resistance to blows and sharp objects. Disinfection function. Replenishing air requires time to cool down. After inputting several restriction settings in succession, the light blue light screen finally responded, and the 5 points on Lu Yu's personal panel returned to 0, and the realization of black technology products began. Lu Yu, who understood what was going to happen next, quickly opened his eyes. Silk threads appeared out of thin air in the space that should have been empty on the bridge. They entangled themselves and constructed the appearance of a piece of clothing at a very fast speed. These substances have nowhere to come from, as if they were created in the void. The last time the lunchbox materialized, Lu Yu had already filmed the process with his mobile phone, but it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. What kind of existence can have such a system and create it and then load it on itself? For such a technology to exist, let alone Lu Yu, a living individual, I am afraid that the human race and even the blue planet are insignificant. What is the unknown existence trying to do? It can't be a fun person, right? These questions have been lingering in Lu Yu's mind, but with the existing information, he is destined to be just wild thoughts. He has more important things to do, so he can only put the surging thoughts behind him. The black technology spacesuit that was quickly materialized slowly fell from midair to the cockpit. And Lu Yu is going to put it on, representing the landing of humans on this planet of life. Although I have never seen a real spacesuit, does this spacesuit look too much like a plastic raincoat? Even if it is equipped with black technology, isn't it a bit too casual? No. Think about lunchboxes and the four-wheeled Silver Star. The things produced in this black technology materialization system have always been very random. Lu Yu looked at the spacesuit placed on the bridge and complained to the experts who were also observing that it looked too much like the translucent raincoat that Blue Star wore while riding a motorcycle in the rain. According to his understanding from the system, this spacesuit can not only be used for planetary exploration, but can also be used in microgravity space environments. Lu Yu looked at the short-sleeved shorts he was wearing. These were the clothes brought by his Blue Star. It looked like his own clothes were more reliable than these. However, since he had used points to realize it, Lu Yu, whose points had returned to 0, had no other better way. He could only hesitantly follow the operation method in his mind and put his palms on any position of the integrated spacesuit. A burst of white light extended from the contact surface between Lu Yu's palm and the spacesuit. Light patterns traveled on the surface of the spacesuit, allowing Lu Yu to observe that the translucent material was filled with lines that looked like circuit diagrams. They are evenly distributed throughout every part of the spacesuit, adding a sense of technology to this spacesuit that just looked like an ordinary raincoat. Activation completed. Start equipment. Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned when a mechanical sound without any emotion came from the spacesuit. This might be the first black technology product that he got that could make sounds. However, what happened in front of him did not allow Lu Yu to think too much. The activated space suit suddenly opened up, covering Lu Yu instantly like a translucent floating blanket. Without waiting for him to react or struggle, the space suit quickly wrapped around Lu Yu, directly transforming into a coat that fit his size perfectly based on his figure. This piece of clothing, together with his body, completely covered Lu Yu, but it did not restrict or block any of his movements. If Lu Yu had a mirror in front of him at this time, he could see that his whole body was like an extra layer of translucent underwear. After putting this spacesuit on, it doesn't even weigh half a cent. It's completely different from the bulky space suits I saw in those science fiction movies. It feels like a 2 to 3 millimeter thick layer of plastic attached to your body, but it doesn't affect your movements at all. But I just don't know how its specific functions perform and whether it can adapt to the external planetary environment. Lu Yu explained the feeling of putting on the space suit to the mobile phone stored in his coat pocket, then plucked up the courage to come to the hatch, open the hatch, and carefully put the palm of his left hand through the space membrane tentatively. The space membrane that isolates the inside and outside like a dimensional barrier allowed Lu Yu's left hand to pass through it with the permission of his will. Detection of increased pressure on the left hand. Automatic adjustment in progress. Lu Yu listened to the feedback from the spacesuit and a translucent human body pattern appeared in front of his eyes, which showed that the pressure on his left hand was higher than the pressure on other parts of the body. Lu Yu's physical sensation was that his left hand felt slightly squeezed on the outside, but with the rapid adjustment of the spacesuit, this feeling quickly disappeared. After several rounds of attempts, it was verified that under the protection of the spacesuit, Lu Yu would not be harmed by the pressure and temperature of the external environment. He tried to slowly poke his upper body out of the cockpit. The moment he passed through the space membrane, he felt like he had passed through an obscure obstacle, as if his whole body had broken out of his shell. The strong and dazzling light shone in from the outside, causing Lu Yu to subconsciously block his eyes. The expected burning heat did not come, but my body still felt good. Squinting his eyes slightly, Lu Yu found that his upper body after leaving the cockpit was bathed in the strong light of the alien star, but it did not give him any burning feeling. The spacesuit quickly adjusted the structure of the clothes covering Lu Yu's face. He soon found that the originally dazzling light suddenly softened, and he could clearly see the scenery outside that was completely different from that of Blue Star. Although he still maintained a cautious attitude, the amazing performance of the space suit gave Lu Yu confidence. "I have left the cabin and am in good condition." Lu Yu, who was half leaning out of the Silver Star, suddenly said this to the cell phone in his spacesuit that had no signal. The Silver Star's cross-space real-time communication function is isolated in the cockpit by its powerful armor. Even the 4 basic forces cannot penetrate the Silver Star's armor, let alone a mobile phone signal. Although he knew that he could not convey his excitement to Blue Star at this moment, Lu Yu seemed to be greatly inspired. He took one step forward and stepped firmly onto the land of a strange planet. After taking one step, in addition to feeling a lot heavier, this is a sign that the gravity of this planet is higher than that of the Blue Star. Breathing is normal, acts normally. Stepping out of the Silver Star, there was no abnormal feedback other than the increased gravity. The novelty completely suppressed the fear. 2 steps, 3 steps for steps. This was the first time since leaving Blue Star that I had left the small space of the cockpit, and a sense of joy filled my heart as the sky was high and the sea was wide. Lu Yu, who shouldn't have strayed too far from the Silver Star, couldn't help but stepped on the turf and arrived at the hillock a dozen steps away from the Silver Star, greedily examining everything about the planet in his field of vision. The surface of the planet is full of vitality and green. Looking at the rolling mountains, there are actually billowing black smoke from many mountain passes. In the clear blue sky, the blazing white stars and the black smoke interweaving with flowing light overlap in the clouds. This is many times more magnificent than the view seen from the cockpit. This is an extraterrestrial planet, the first planet with life discovered by humans outside the Blue Star. The wilderness reveals vigorous vitality, and the black smoke rising from thousands of volcanoes is so magnificent that Lu Yu's goal, those organisms and plants with important scientific research value, have become embellishments. He stood on the hillock, not knowing whether he was talking to the phone or to himself. Gagarin is the first human to go to space. Armstrong is the first human to land on the moon. And I, Lu Yu, am the first human to set foot on an extraterrestrial planet. Although it was a coincidence, I am the first after all. My small step is also a big step for mankind. If I can continue to walk, I will leave more footprints in the universe on behalf of mankind, right? Lu Yu, who suddenly thought of this, looked down at the wild scenery like a primeval forest in his vision and let out a long howl at this strange planet, as if he was venting the fear and loneliness of drifting in the universe for a long time, and as if he was announcing his arrival. Even the gravity, stronger than that of the blue planet, could not restrain Lu Yu's surging mood at this moment. Every blade of grass and every tree is a treasure. Every insect and everything is an opportunity. It is not an exaggeration to describe the value of this life planet to the Blue Star. After venting his emotions, Lu Yu calmed down slightly and walked back to the Silver Star while carefully observing his feet. This natural grassland on the hillside is an excellent biological observation point. It is enough to collect biological samples from here in the early stage. Lu Yu looked at the countdown displayed on the transparent mask of the space suit in front of him. 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 26 seconds. This is the time the space suit can still operate. After the countdown is over, it will cool down for 8 hours. At that time, Lu Yu can only return to the cockpit and wait for it to restart. There is no way. The Black Technology Exchange for 5 points always has some restrictive settings. Lu Yu selected a low alien plant near the silver star. It has the characteristics of a fern, but it looks more like elephant grass. Lu Yu pulled it up by the roots, and the soft black soil failed to protect its roots from escaping Lu Yu's black hands. He carefully showed the plant to the mobile phone camera on his chest, then peeled off its epidermis bit by bit and recorded its internal structure. After Lu Yu returned to the cockpit, he transmitted the video to the scientists in his motherland. Under limited conditions, this rough and simple observation method can only be used. And thanks to this spacesuit, otherwise there is no way to record the simple internal structure of the plant in the cockpit. As for whether alien plants have chloroplasts, whether they have seeds, mosses, or ferns, etc., it depends on the level of biologists in his motherland. Lu Yu threw a recorded alien plant aside and straightened the position of the mobile phone in his jacket pocket again. This mobile phone that left the Blue Star with him is now the only way for Lu Yu to get in touch with the Blue Star. It is said that in order to specifically receive the signal of this mobile phone, the country even built a base station for this mobile phone number. So much so that Lu Yu really did not receive a text message for phone charges during the 5 months of drifting. This phone is an industrial product made under the standard gravity conditions of Blue Star. I just hope that there will be no problems under other gravity conditions. I have used this phone for nearly 2 years. Who knows how long I will drift in the universe? Maybe after I get the points this time, I should consider replacing a more reliable communication device. While thinking about how to plan the use of points, Lu Yu was busy for nearly an hour and a half. He was finally ready to end this landing and return to the cockpit. It was just a few steps away. Lu Yu turned around and saw the silver star at hand. When on Mars, Zhurong took a photo of the silver star. Lu Yu only knew how gorgeous the space jump machine he was riding was through the sharing of Blue Star. But the photo is still not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. In the eyes of Lu Yu, who was about to return to the cockpit, the silver star was just quietly staying on the grass, like a drop of mercury on green silk. Its smooth surface did not refract the strong sunlight, but seemed to lock the light, turning it into bright brilliance flowing on the surface. This may be the most beautiful craft Lu Yu has ever seen in his life, and the thought that he left the Blue Star and traveled through countless light years on it, wandering in the universe, is somewhat sad. Throwing aside this slightly hypocritical emotion, Lu Yu successfully passed through the space membrane in his spacesuit. The moment he entered the narrow cockpit, the spacesuit wrapped around Lu Yu's whole body detached from his body, folded up by itself, and began to disinfect itself while entering the cooling time. It can only be said that even if the black technology that only cost 5 points is indeed black technology, it directly saves the pressure cabin and disinfection procedures. Back in the narrow cockpit, Lu Yu was still a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, after the signal was restored, Lu Yu was busy transmitting observation videos and answering many questions from biological experts. In order to earn points, he started to act. In such a busyness, Lu Yu unknowingly came to this life planet for a week. After this period of observation, the basic situation of this planet has been observed and summarized. Its volume is estimated by building a 3D model, which is about 1.3 times larger than that of the Blue Star, and it takes 28 hours to rotate once. At the same time, the gravity of this planet is about 1.1 times that of the Earth. For people with weak bodies, they will feel heavy, dizzy, and physically exhausted when they suddenly change from the environment of the Blue Star to such an environment. At this time, the effect of Lu Yu's usual exercise is reflected. At least he is not weak in this planetary environment. This planet has 2 satellites, and on a clear night, you can see 2 moons across the sky, which is a view that you can never see on the Blue Star. In addition, the coverage rate of green plants on this planet is extremely high, and the plants have obvious traces of cell walls and nuclei. Plants similar to ferns occupy the mainstream of the observed ecosystem. And after many days of observation, Lu Yu failed to find contrails from the sky, nor did he find any civilization creations. This is most likely a planet that has not yet bred civilization. Judging from the results of current exploration, this is an excellent colonization planet that humans have always dreamed of. There is no need for any environmental transformation. The large-scale presence of green plants means that the oxygen content in the atmosphere will not be too low, and there is no moral choice caused by the birth of civilized races. But besides being far away from the blue star, it also has a disadvantage. A week later, Lu Yu was no longer satisfied with the plants on the grass and small creatures like ants and insects. A dozen meters away from the silver star, there was a simple trap made of stone slabs and branches, with some plants and blocks as bait in the trap. A translucent animal about the size of a fox sneaked out of the bushes at the edge of the grass. It looked like a slime in human fantasy works. This is a unique creature on this planet, and also Lu Yu's hunting target. Dissecting a creature that does not exist on the blue star must be a classic in biology, right? However, when it was close to the trap, a tremor broke out. The earthquake triggered this simple trap directly. Pop! The stone slab pressed down, crushing the plant roots into pieces. The unique creature that was about to fall into Lu Yu's trap was immediately scared and sprayed liquid from its body. With the help of the reaction force, it quickly escaped. Lu Yu was extremely helpless as he watched the prey that was about to be caught fly away. This was the 21st earthquake since he came to this planet. From the cockpit, you can clearly see a stream of black smoke rising straight into the sky from the depths of the distant mountains. The earthquake just now might be related to this volcanic eruption. That's right, the disadvantage of this planet is that its crustal movement is too active. You have changed so many directors. Have you changed? How did the supernova explosion observation record that I asked you to investigate first a few months ago come from? You still can't find any clues? Some time ago, even Sakurajima had problems. Are you going to lose control of the Korean country next? Somewhere in the United States, the director was furious at his subordinates. The supernova explosion record and the moment of black hole formation announced by the Sudden Astronomical Conference can be regarded as one of the greatest achievements of human beings after observing the space. Otherwise, it would not attract astronomers and physicists from all over the world. But for NASA in the United States, it was directly stunned by this astronomical achievement. NASA has an unimaginable leading position on the blue planet in the field of space alone. Let alone manned spaceflight, just the telescopes used for space observation. There was Hubble in the front and Webb in the back, both of which were known as the strongest space telescopes in an era. You can observe supernova explosions without even a space telescope, but NASA can't see anything? The result was dumbfounded. The newly launched Webb telescope was used at full capacity, but the observation results fed back did not show any clear supernova explosions, nor even any signs of suspected supernova explosions. That would be fine. The waves caused by this epoch-making observation record will eventually subside, and its significance will gradually become apparent as the research progresses in the next few years. So NASA finally endured the doubts of the domestic academic circle and pretended to be dead for several months. It was thought that once the heat was over and the scientists left, everything would start anew. Who would have thought that at this time, information was sent back, and a group of top scholars were invited to stay and study together with the observation samples of alien creatures. NASA really couldn't hold it anymore. It's not that we are incompetent. We definitely colluded with aliens. After passing the buck, the pressure came to them. After the astronomy summit, a group of experts and professors were invited to stay. Do you know what topics were given? Aliens. Oh my God. Do we have to hold a press conference in the future to announce that aliens have started all-round cooperation with them, so that we can know that there are really aliens on the blue planet? The sky-high salary you are given is not for you to mix in the internet. Where is the information of Lu Yu? Where is the information of Lu Yu, who calls himself an observer? The director felt a pain in his half-bald head. This time, not only Bailu put pressure on him, but even some chaebol got involved. After all, everyone used to compete on the Blue Planet track. Good guy, you have signs of opening up another track, and you are driving an F1 car on another track to compete with those who use their feet. What if it is really aliens? Don't say that cooperation with extraterrestrial civilizations is a fantasy. When the information of alien biological samples spreads on a small scale, this possibility is getting bigger and bigger. After the director shared part of the pressure from the superiors to his subordinates, he was speechless when he looked at the information. I was so angry. Can the technology of my country be better? You took out the record of supernova explosion yesterday, and today you took out the observation data of extraterrestrial life. He dared not even think about what you can come up with tomorrow. Sitting in this position, the bald chief officer deeply understood that before spending the last US dollar of the nuclear-powered money printing machine, he had to try his best to find out the truth about why so many important observation data about space were recently produced for the Chable and Bailu behind him. Didn't the aliens only land in the United States before? Why do they all know to run away now? He muttered a classic complaint about American science fiction movies, rubbed his swollen eyebrows, and assigned tasks to his subordinates. Lu Yu, who was on an alien planet, certainly didn't know that he had become the #1 investigation target of the United States. Otherwise, he would definitely raise his hands and feet to beg Ami to enforce the law across the planet and take him back to the blue planet. After a month on this life planet, he is now holding a homemade stone knife against a strange alien plant, which is somewhat similar to the palm plant on Earth. Outside its real trunk, it is wrapped in a cloth-like structure composed of layers of thick brown hair, and some of the brown hair grows naturally like the lion palm. This plant is not very tall, only about 7 or 8 meters, and this height can only be regarded as a plant living in the middle and lower space in the jungle. The space above them is tightly covered by many alien plants that are thicker and taller. The reason why Lu Yu fell from the interstellar age to the Stone Age was to make more practical tools. After the observation of botanists, the brown hair of this plant in front of him can be made into a high-quality rope with a little processing. Rope is a miracle of human engineering. Making ropes is only the first step, and then drilling wood to make fire, and then making various simple tools with it, and maybe even learning from a Japanese high school student to rub a modern civilization with his hands. However, before Lu Yu graduated from the Stone Age, it started to rain. The rain belt in this area is weakly acidic, which is actually not difficult to understand. Frequent volcanic eruptions bring a large amount of sulfur into the atmosphere, and acid rain is born. Lu Yu's high-tech spacesuit can consume activity time to resist acidic rain. But for Lu Yu's safety, there is no need to take the risk of working in the rain. So when the raindrops just started to float, Lu Yu returned to the Silver Star a few steps away. He opened the hatch and looked through the space membrane to see the unique rain wonders of this planet. Gulula, gulula, gulula. The rain was getting heavier, and a group of round and translucent creatures crawled out of the jungle not far away. Lu Yu overwhelmed a group of biologists and named this creature slime. There is no other reason, because it is too similar. The shape of this creature is very strange. It usually moves by crawling, and in critical moments it will spray liquid as an escape mechanism, which is a bit similar to the escape mechanism of squid. At present, there are 2 types discovered by Lu Yu. One is the light yellow slime, which sprays liquid with slight corrosiveness, and the other is the colorless slime, which sprays high-pressure liquid. The organ that produces this mechanism is a natural high-pressure water gun. The 2 types of slimes discovered so far are omnivorous and seem to be primary consumers at the bottom of the food chain. They can be seen once or twice a day in the bushes on the edge of the grass. They roll out from every corner on rainy days, crawl onto the open grass, and absorb the acid rain falling from the sky. Therefore, their bodies will slowly swell up, and gradually their grip will not be able to withstand the downward gravity, and then they will roll down the hill. This kind of silly biological behavior is very interesting to Lu Yu every time he sees it. But this time, it seems that Lu Yu can't get what he wants. The grass shook without warning, and another earthquake suddenly came, making the slime, which was just leisurely, bounce on the grass like a rubber ball on the blue planet, and then scattered and disappeared in the jungle. Lu Yu closed the hatch speechlessly and called out the personal panel. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 15. Mission on. Currently has black technology products. Silver Star. Lunchbox, spacesuit. These 15 points are all points earned from the alien observations he provided in the past month. And according to Professor Mao, there will be a large number of results with his name on them published today. He opened the Black Tech lunchbox, twisted out a pan-fried bun, and clicked on the link sent by Professor Mao. In a series of heavyweight academic journals, papers with Lu Yu's name were ranked at the top. On the basic structure of alien life, special thanks to observer Lu Yu for providing observation data. Alien biology up, points +1. On the basic structure of alien plants, special thanks to observer Lu Yu for providing observation data. Alien zoology up, points +1. On alien geological movement patterns, special thanks to observer Lu Yu for providing observation data. Alien geography up, points +1. When the rain stopped outside, Lu Yu's personal panel had 10 more points. A month of hard work brought a lot of harvest. There are too many volcanoes on this planet, right? I have driven the Silver Star for thousands of kilometers now, right? But all I see is volcanoes. Volcanoes. Still volcanoes. Lu Yu did not just stay in place to observe for a month. He wanted to keep some tools he had made by hand. If he could not bring them into the cockpit, he must have a stable external environment. Frequent earthquakes made him decide to cross mountains and leave this troubled place early. Although the Silver Star has only 4 short-legged small wheels, the special properties of the armor make it immune to the 4 basic forces while being spatially anchored in the 3-dimensional world, so it will not be thrown out due to the movement of the planet. And because the Silver Star only shows the characteristics of a virtual point in 3 dimensions, Lu Yu can even drive it vertically along the huge tree trunk to the top of the tree. It is not difficult to move in the potholes in the jungle, but the distance is much longer. The situation improved a lot after Lu Yu found the river. The Silver Star is like a weightless object, floating directly on the water and moving on wheels, using water as a road. Of course, there will be rocks blocking the way, but the Silver Stars are like real mercury, sliding over the rocks smoothly. There is no bump in the cockpit at all. After all, even a supernova explosion can't affect it. Even if there is no problem in moving, after a long distance away from the river, Lu Yu found that there are too many active volcanoes on this planet. So many that Lu Yu can see the craters with black smoke no matter which direction he leaves. We speculate that the state of this planet is similar to the geographical environment of the blue planet 100 million years ago. It is very likely to be in an active period of the Earth's crust, which matches the phenomenon of frequent earthquakes we have observed. Geologists believe that during this period, there may even be earthquakes that can cause continental plates to break, which has exceeded the current magnitude and intensity of earthquakes distinguished by humans. Professor Mao analyzed the speculations made by the expert group for Lu Yu. Now the expert group members who act as Lu Yu's external brain in the base have expanded to more than 200 people. They come from various industries, from quantum physics professors to fitness coaches, and all have only one purpose: to do their best to help Lu Yu solve the problems in front of him. Lu Yu frowned and asked, "Then the plan to build a simple scientific research base on this planet is ruined. There is no need to be so pessimistic. No matter how active the crustal movement is, there must be relatively calm areas." Professor Mao, on the mobile phone screen, clicked on a photo taken by Lu Yu. Although the Silver Star does not have the ability to fly, we can rely on its characteristics to find a big river as our transportation line. In this way, as long as there is no sudden earthquake that will cause the Earth to collapse, we can always find a place suitable for the base plan. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Compared with drifting in the empty and cold space, he would rather live on a planet with life. The Silver Star was now standing still in the middle of the rushing river. In front of it was a small waterfall, where you could vaguely see the river winding through the jungle. Just as Lu Yu was about to end the conversation and continue on his way, he saw a huge creature squeezed out of the bushes on the river bank. It had a pair of huge gray tusks and a huge body covered with thick scales. The alien creature, named gray-toothed scaled elephant by experts, swayed and stretched its nose towards the river to drink water. Such a beast is a herbivore. Lu Yu failed to record this alien creature several times. This opportunity is rare. He was about to open the hatch. The river water shook violently without warning, and everything on this planet seemed to shake. The earthquake came again. This earthquake lasted about 3 to 5 minutes. In fact, it was only the first 1 or 2 minutes that the shaking was very violent, and then it gradually calmed down until it stopped completely. It took only nearly 5 minutes in total. When all the shaking stopped, Lu Yu was able to see everything around him again, which shows how strong and frequent the shaking was. At this moment, a red light flashed in the jungle below, and magma could even be seen overflowing in many places. A deep crack extended from the end of the ground, and the river water below the waterfall poured back into it crazily. The rising white water vapor quickly formed a local heavy rain when it was cooled, but it could not stop the fire spread by the overflow of magma. Lu Yu was no longer in the mood to observe any alien creatures. As soon as he turned the silver star around, he saw the volcano that he had just passed not long ago. The magma was constantly ejected from the crater into the air hundreds of meters high. The volcanoes around it erupted at the same time, turning the originally blue sky into red and black. A more violent earthquake came again. The landslide was even just the prelude to this earthquake. It seemed that the circle of ground centered on the silver star had collapsed. It was really turned upside down. The whole piece of land was squeezed from both ends, breaking and closing in the middle like a biscuit, and then slowly rising. Lu Yu in the cockpit was naturally not hurt. After everything calmed down, he looked out and saw that it was pitch black outside, but it was not the deep darkness in the universe, but a color similar to pitch black soil. In the earthquake that just happened, the silver star was probably buried deep underground. It couldn't move even a little bit when it tried to use the wheels. It seemed to be stuck underground and couldn't move. Professor Mao, whose words had come true, didn't know what to say. However, after Lu Yu tried several times and confirmed that he couldn't leave here by ordinary means, he immediately made a judgment. Use points to exchange for black technology products to get out of trouble, or you can only leave by space jump. Stay or leave forever. Change a black technology drill to drill through rocks and soil, and then continue guerrilla scientific research observation on the life planet with frequent earthquakes, or step into the sea of stars again to encounter the next miraculous opportunity. Trying luck is definitely not a good idea. Lu Yu's consciousness sank into his mind, and he planned to see if the system could give any black technology products to solve the dilemma. The result made Lu Yu feel his poverty again. He couldn't exchange 25 points for equipment that could allow the silver star to leave here. Then there is only one choice left. This life planet is the first planet discovered by humans to have extraterrestrial life, which allowed Lu Yu to get 25 points from it. After all, this is not the blue planet, and it is not home after all. Even if a simple scientific research base is established here, Lu Yu will eventually leave. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon and so suddenly. After staying in the dark underground for 2 days and making sure that there was no external force to help him escape, Lu Yu's final choice was to pull the switch of the space jump. Click! A new journey began again. Lu Yu was even mentally prepared to face another long period of aimless drifting in the deep universe. But just after the space jump, Lu Yu was dumbfounded. Outside the silver star, there was yellow sand everywhere, and towering buildings stood like mirages not far away. And closer, there were scattered steel fragments, which looked like the wreckage of a spaceship in science fiction novels. The previous jump was to a planet with life, but this time it was to a planet with civilization. Looking at everything in front of him, Lu Yu's expression was like drawing a card with his lifespan. The clear sky makes the light from the stars particularly strong and dazzling. There is no sign of life in the desert, whether it is plants or animals. But even in this harsh environment, there is actually a city built by civilization. Damn! I have encountered planets of great value twice in a row. Are you sure I didn't overdraw my lifespan to jump through space? After confirming that it was not a mirage, Lu Yu, who had left the life planet due to the earthquake, was filled with surprise. Extraterrestrial civilization. Humans are eager to find evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial life. Isn't it to find the existence of extraterrestrial civilization? And now, everything in front of us is announcing to Lu Yu and the blue star humans across countless starry seas that the light of civilization and technology is not the patent of the human race in the universe. This makes people so excited, but also mixed with fear. The silent starry sky has really bred the light of civilization. So why is the universe still so quiet? Is it really a dark forest? Or is the light year an insurmountable level in the big filter? All this is still unknown. But if there are lucky individuals like Lu Yu among humans, the vision of the entire race will slowly see the appearance of this universe with his footsteps. The level of technological development of this civilization seems to be higher than that of Blue Star. Will I be discovered? Lu Yu asked Professor Mao anxiously in the cockpit. After all, in many science fiction works, aliens seem to be the subject of slice research. If Lu Yu was still on Blue Star, of course he would support his alien friends who were unwilling to come all the way to sacrifice for human technology. This kind of great spirit of sacrifice that moved the universe. But now, it seems that he has become that alien himself. Then Lu Yu must guard his genetic sequence for the human race and must not let himself become a research object. But when the level of technology is high to a certain extent, the technical products displayed are no different from magic in the eyes of Blue Star people, especially Lu Yu, who has a black technology embodiment system. Put yourself in their shoes. What if this civilization has technology that can interfere with space jumps? Then do you still want to observe others? You should run away quickly. The 2 space jumps were reserved to deal with the situation so that they can escape as quickly as possible. Let's observe the situation first. If there is anything wrong, I will start the space jump. After all, we think they are aliens, and they will think I am an alien. Facing the unknown, they will not attack maliciously right away, right? The experts have not yet reached any conclusion in their discussion, but Lu Yu has his own idea. He pressed the switch while driving the Silver Star to move. The Silver Star went over the sand dunes, and Lu Yu, who had a wider vision, was shocked by the scene in front of him for a moment and could not speak for a long time. A large piece of metal debris was suspended in the air in violation of gravity, and the blue streams intertwined between them were intertwined like lightning, and they were extremely gorgeous even in the most dazzling sunlight. On the ground, the debris was even more exaggerated. Unlike those fragmented metal fragments that could still float in the air, the debris on the ground was even larger. In the center of the basin that Lu Yu saw, there stood a mountain of debris. This basin is probably the big pit that was smashed when the debris fell from the sky. There are still many such debris on the ground. Lu Yu looked up and saw that the debris that hit the ground was all over the horizon. The whole ground was a basin. Whether it is the debris floating in the sky or the debris buried underground with only a corner exposed on the sand dunes, they are undoubtedly traces of civilization. Oh my God! It turns out that it is not a mountain range, but a crashed spaceship. The images collected by Lu Yu are shocking enough, and as the angle is adjusted, the dark mountains in the distance become clear. It is not a spreading mountain range at all, but a spaceship that seems to have a complete main structure. It just fell into the desert and occasionally splashed out light and electricity that covered half of the sky. Seeing such an amazing creation, Lu Yu's desire to explore was also half cold, and he honestly stood still on the sand dunes. Everyone should understand that this is a meeting that may determine the future of mankind. Yes, this is related to the future of mankind. In a base on Blue Star where confidentiality has been raised to the highest level, Professor Mao once again confirmed his words. This time the discovery of space jump may really be related to the future of mankind. Through the pictures taken by Lu Yu, the most advanced computer was used to simulate and infer the mountain-like spaceship, and its shape, location, and terrain were calculated, and finally several possible restoration pictures were obtained. What a magnificent spaceship! This ship may be nearly 10 kilometers long, presenting an elliptical shape, and around it, there seem to be pieces of wreckage that do not belong to the structure of the spaceship. Such an alien spaceship group is so magnificent that it is unimaginable from the perspective of human existing technology, especially the simulated and restored semi-elliptical spaceship. This one alone is enough to produce a sense of oppression to human civilization. This is a technological level that human current technology cannot imagine. If this ship alone sails into the solar system, it may only take a month. No, even when it occupies the outer space orbit of the blue planet, it will be enough to destroy human civilization. Of course, it is more likely that after this ship declares war on humans, humans will soon choose to surrender after discovering that nuclear weapons are so powerless in space wars. Especially when aliens do not carry out extinction-style massacres against humans and still retain some human habitats. Then, with an excuse for the continuation of civilization, I believe that many people will rush to choose to sacrifice their home planet. Maybe everyone can go to Australia together and be neighbors with kangaroos. Looking back at the present, Professor Mouse swiped away the terrifying picture of the spaceship, and the content of the next picture made more experts gasp. The magnificent city that Lu Yu saw first looked like a silver-white cylinder extending from the surface to the sky from a distance. This endless cylinder seemed to extend all the way to space, becoming the main bridge for receiving materials from the universe and transporting materials. Oh my God! Is this a space elevator? So the space elevator is the right path? How far has the technology of this civilization developed? Why leave so many spacecraft wreckage scattered in the desert? It's not that the space elevator technology is higher than the manufacturing technology of large spacecraft, but it shows a possibility, and it is easier to see the value of the space elevator because humans have had similar ideas. Then there are photos one by one, which make the meeting room gasp. Such a discussion is bound to last for a long time. But until the night of the Blue Star, none of the experts are willing to adjourn and leave because they see a door to the future is about to open in front of them. From what we have observed so far, the technological level of this civilization is conservatively estimated to be about 500 years ahead of Blue Star. As for why these spacecraft wreckages are left scattered in the desert, there are currently 3 more logical guesses. First, these spacecraft wreckages are contaminated by unknown sources. Compared with the cleaning investment required for recycling, it is better to abandon them. Second, there are more important projects that have involved all the energy, resulting in this civilization not even having the spare energy to recycle so many resources. Third, Professor Mao analyzed the current situation with Lu Yu in a tired look. If the technological level is only about 500 years ahead, then the possibility of having the technology to affect space jumps is much smaller, which will allow Lu Yu to make more calm choices. Lu Yu's spirit, which had been tense for a day, finally relaxed a little. After all, he was alone on this planet, and outside was a civilization that was more advanced than Blue Star. No one wanted to be a guinea pig. So should we contact and communicate with this civilization? Lu Yu's inclination is to communicate and contact on the premise of ensuring friendship and harmony. Think about how far science and technology can be developed in 500 years. The people of Blue Star in the 16th century would never have thought of the information-based life of humans in the 21st century, nor would they have thought that human creations could break through the constraints of gravity and reach space. If he could obtain various scientific and technological achievements from this civilization, how many points would he get? Becoming a bridge between 2 civilizations is the optimal solution that Lu Yu thought of. Think about how the Trisolarians would be inspired by the human civilization that is so far behind in science, and then set off a technological explosion. The contact between civilizations is by no means the benefit of the technologically backward party. It's just that how to achieve technical exchanges under the backward science of Blue Star, more intelligence is needed to assist decision-making. So the Silver Star waited quietly on the sand dunes for 2 days, and the poor last life planet was completely forgotten by Lu Yu. After all, it's not as pleasant to rub all kinds of tools by hand as to move them directly, but Lu Yu's idea of waiting for the rabbits seems to have failed. After such a period of time, let alone aliens, there is no trace of even a probe. It stands to reason that when the technology of space elevators is developed, space cities are not mentioned for the time being, and there will definitely be no shortage of satellites used for planetary observation in low Earth orbit. Whether it is the analysis of scientists or Lu Yu's judgment, they all agree that the Silver Star should have been detected immediately when it appeared on this planet. After all, with the current technology of Blue Star, a slightly larger fire on the ground can be detected by satellites immediately. There is no reason why a civilization that is 500 years ahead of technology cannot achieve comprehensive real-time monitoring of the surface. Lu Yu said to the wreckage outside the cockpit that was flashing with lightning. Maybe this area of spacecraft wreckage has some shielding function? Professor Mao nodded on the phone. This possibility is not ruled out. The current situation is either that this civilization has not discovered you, or they are too cautious and cautious. Before they have full confidence in contact, they will keep observing you. Thinking of this game similar to who blinks first and reveals flaws will appear in the first contact with extraterrestrial civilization. Lu Yu was speechless. This is not how aliens are treated in science fiction movies. Could it be that this civilization sent a signal similar to electromagnetic waves? Because Lu Yu could not receive the communication information under the armor isolation of the Silver Star? After another day of waiting, there was still no sign of this civilization's intention to make close contact. It was not a good idea to wait so long, as the Silver Star finally moved again. Arriving at the edge of a basin created by the wreckage, Lu Yu selected a lucky bottle in the cockpit and skillfully prepared to sacrifice it to obtain some data about the planet. Bottle 1. For humanity, the bottle has paid too much. So Lu Yu was moved to throw the bottle after collecting some information, letting it play its last role. Drawing a parabola, the bottle fell to the wreckage of the spacecraft below, which was constantly emitting electric light. Sizzle. In a few seconds, the bottle turned into a charred polymer and fell on the sand. The data obtained from this showed that the atmospheric pressure of this planet was almost the same as that of the blue star. The gravity was also about 1 g, and the temperature was about 45 degrees. But even after such an act that almost exposed its civilization level, this civilization still did not make any moves. This seemed to confirm their speculation that they had not yet discovered the Silver Star. After waiting for several days, Lu Yu simply drove the Silver Star towards the space elevator, as if he was visiting the elevator in person. However, after 3 consecutive days of traveling in the desert, the closer they got to the space elevator, the denser the spacecraft wreckage became. In the end, the Silver Star could only drive onto the deck of the spacecraft to approach the space elevator. This unusual situation has led to speculation about the end of civilization. These spacecraft wreckages are intertwined with bright electric lights. If Lu Yu had not been worried that the spacesuit could not resist this danger, he would have stopped to explore these wreckages. Finally, after turning over a raised deck, the Silver Star was about to reach the bottom of the space elevator. At this time, Lu Yu discovered that the space elevator was so dilapidated. If the sky tower looks magnificent from a distance, then the best description of it is that it is in a state of disrepair when you get close to it. Although it still rises straight into the sky, the main structure has already peeled off, and the seemingly intact silver column is full of large holes. Isn't it too dilapidated? Has this civilization abandoned it? Blue Star's exclamation came from the phone, and Lu Yu was about to answer something when a long-lost prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. The civilization nurtured by this planet has already perished, and the creation in front of him has become a ruin. What happened to bring this civilization that is already headed for the starry sky to its end? Trigger the system task mechanism. During the task, the points reward will be doubled. Please select a task. This system actually issued a task, and the civilization that created so many huge spaceships and magnificent space elevators has already perished. Lu Yu quickly retracted his gaze from the cockpit and looked at the translucent information bar in front of him. Task 1. The Story of Civilization. This is a civilization with potential, but it still died. There are countless precious treasures buried in its ruins. Go explore and discover the stories behind this civilization. Sea-level rewards. To promote the degree of scientific and technological progress, settle points. Mission 2. Meeting is fate. It seems that there is a good thing left here. Why not pick it up and have a look? S-level rewards. To get points for item integrity. Let alone the pop-up S-level rewards. Lu Yu was completely stunned by the information obtained from the mission. He looked at the space elevator outside the cockpit, which was a miracle of engineering for humans, and was silent for a long time. The expected communication and contact the expected response, and the expected preparations for what might happen are meaningless. This civilization actually died. The satellite of this planet slowly rose from the side of the broken space elevator, and the clear light fell, intertwined with the electric light in the desert, reflecting a sad and beautiful sense of ruin. It turned out that this was a civilization's cemetery, and the space elevator in front of him was its tombstone. These spaceship wreckages scattered in the desert can only quietly tell with their remaining energy. There was once a glorious civilization here. After the surprise, Lu Yu's mind was filled with ecstasy. Unimaginable ecstasy. Although he found it a bit embarrassing to fight wits with the air before, he was completely washed away by the happiness of being hit by a huge pie. Before, he had discussed many times how to get advanced technology and various cutting-edge theories from the civilization. Now he doesn't have to worry about these things anymore. Looking around, everything in the ruins of this civilization is at Lu Yu's disposal. Lu Yu didn't even have time to share this news with Lan Xing. He hurriedly reviewed the task options in front of him again and carefully confirmed the information revealed in the task again. This time there are only two task options. One is a C-level reward, and the other is an S-level reward. The last task was about supernova explosions, and the highest level was only an A-level reward, but this time there was an S-level reward directly. You know, the Silver Star is only an S-level. Lu Yu would not and did not dare to choose Task 2. But he frowned and thought about the information revealed in Task 2. Freezing and collecting a supernova that has reached a critical state is an A-level reward, and recycling something on this planet can get an S-level reward? What will this thing be? Is it more valuable than a supernova? Or is it more difficult and dangerous? Will it affect the Silver Star, which is also S-level, to jump away? Such worries only lasted for a moment. Lu Yu knew that the opportunities here were countless times higher than those on a planet with life, and it was impossible for him to be scared away by a simple prompt. Host chooses to accept Task 1. Lu Yu, who knew what choice he should make, took Task 1 directly. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 25. Task, Story of Civilization. Currently owns Black Technology Products, Silver Star, Lunchbox, Spacesuit. Looking at the information on the personal panel, Lu Yu inexplicably had a hunch that he might get more rewards than he imagined in this task. The spaceship wreckage area is flashing with electric light and colorful high-energy beams. Lu Yu and his external brains unanimously decided to put the spaceship wreckage area aside for the time being and head towards the space elevator, which seems to be safer. From a close observation, the space elevator is not just a pillar supporting the sky. There are circles of large rings as layers of support. The rings are backed by silver materials as internal and external barriers, and cities are built on the rings. The silver material is extremely strong, and there is no entrance at the bottom of the space elevator. Fortunately, Lu Yu can drive the Silver Star to enter the interior of the space elevator from a damaged area at a very high position, and plans to explore the ring city first. I will climb up step by step, waiting for the sun to watch quietly. Lu Yu hummed the lyrics and controlled the Silver Star to crawl on the outer material of the space elevator like a snail. But as the height got higher and higher, the outline of the entire desert gradually became clear, and the situation of the planet outside the desert made Lu Yu couldn't help but be horrified. From where he was, the entire planet was covered in gray, black, and red, and everything on its surface was burnt. In the distance, a wall of dust formed a sandstorm that was about to cover the entire planet. Such weather could not shake Lu Yu's heart. After all, he had just witnessed an earthquake that was as devastating as the sky and the earth. The only thing that terrified him was that under the sandstorm, there were only ashes and obsidian-like substances. Planet vitrification. This term flashed through his mind inexplicably, and Lu Yu immediately stopped the Silver Star and stopped on the outer wall of the space elevator to examine the condition of the entire planet. It does look like the entire surface of the planet has been melted by high temperature. Isn't this too crazy? There is no thought of giving the creatures on this planet a chance to survive. I have a hunch that this civilization will not only be an important reference for our technology, but its experience will also become an important reference for human society, to the universe, and the future. After repeated confirmation by multiple experts, it was initially determined that the planet was indeed vitrified, and the original ecology, atmosphere, and liquid water all disappeared. The hundreds of millions or even billions of years of life evolution on this planet was directly cut off. Of course, vitrification does not make the entire planet as smooth as glass, but will become a charred crystal with most of the material melted. It will then take a long time to cool down, and then it will be weathered and polished into sand grains over the years. Vitrified planets with a complete atmosphere often experience extreme weather phenomena, huge storms, which is why such a large-scale sandstorm is formed. The desert plain centered on the space elevator was the only place that Luyu observed was not vitrified. There were also several charred columns towering into the sky in the distance, but they only reached the sky and did not extend any further. They were probably the remains of the broken and collapsed space elevator. Even the planet that gave birth to civilization was destroyed in this way, and the entire planet's ecology was wiped out. Interstellar war? Civil war? Or alien invasion? All of this may be buried in the ruins of civilization, waiting for Luyu to explore, but he was deeply immersed in shock at the moment and knew nothing about his true situation. The deep darkness of the universe not only contains miracles, but also deep cruelty. If Luyu's vision could be extended and he could jump out of the shackles of this planet, he would find that on the side of the satellite facing away from the planet, a metal honeycomb in the center of a crater flashed a terrifying red light. Around it, a space base located on the satellite was completely destroyed, and its debris was even melted into strange metal blocks. The fifth planet of the star system is a huge gas planet. There are collapsed space cities in its orbit. Metal debris is scattered like asteroids. A spherical spacecraft as big as the moon is unscrupulously rolling over the former orbits of these space cities. The system prompts that the civilization on Luyu's planet has been destroyed. So what are these? P.S. The technological level of this extinct civilization is almost the same as the technological level of human beings before and after the broadcast era in the three-body problem. Planetary vitrification, refer to Star Ring and Ender's Game. After the surprise, Luyu's mind was filled with ecstasy, unimaginable ecstasy. Although he found it a bit embarrassing to fight wits with the air before, he was completely washed away by the happiness of being hit by a huge pie. Before, he had discussed many times how to get advanced technology and various cutting-edge theories from the civilization. Now he doesn't have to worry about these things anymore. Looking around, everything in the ruins of this civilization is at Luyu's disposal. Luyu didn't even have time to share this news with Lan Xing. He hurriedly reviewed the task options in front of him again and carefully confirmed the information revealed in the task again. This time there are only two task options. One is a C-level reward, and the other is an S-level reward. The last task was about supernova explosions, and the highest level was only an A-level reward, but this time there was an S-level reward directly. You know, the Silver Star is only an S-level. Luyu would not and did not dare to choose Task 2, but he frowned and thought about the information revealed in Task 2. Freezing and collecting a supernova that has reached a critical state is an A-level reward, and recycling something on this planet can get an S-level reward? What will this thing be? Is it more valuable than a supernova? Or is it more difficult and dangerous? Will it affect the Silver Star, which is also S-level, to jump away? Such worries only lasted for a moment. Luyu knew that the opportunities here were countless times higher than those on a planet with life, and it was impossible for him to be scared away by a simple prompt. Host chooses to accept Task 1. Luyu, who knew what choice he should make, took Task 1 directly. Host Luyu. Points, 25. Task, Story of Civilization. Currently owns Black Technology Products. Silver Star, Lunchbox, Spacesuit. Looking at the information on the personal panel, Luyu inexplicably had a hunch that he might get more rewards than he imagined in this task. The spaceship wreckage area is flashing with electric light and colorful high-energy beams. Lu Yu and his external brains unanimously decided to put the spaceship wreckage area aside for the time being and head towards the space elevator, which seems to be safer. From a close observation, the space elevator is not just a pillar supporting the sky. There are circles of large rings as layers of support. The rings are backed by silver materials as internal and external barriers, and cities are built on the rings. The silver material is extremely strong, and there is no entrance at the bottom of the space elevator. Fortunately, Lu Yu can drive the Silver Star to enter the interior of the space elevator from a damaged area at a very high position, and plans to explore the ring city first. I will climb up step by step, waiting for the sun to watch quietly. Lu Yu hummed the lyrics and controlled the Silver Star to crawl on the outer material of the space elevator like a snail. But as the height got higher and higher, the outline of the entire desert gradually became clear, and the situation of the planet outside the desert made Lu Yu couldn't help but be horrified. From where he was, the entire planet was covered in gray, black, and red, and everything on its surface was burnt. In the distance, a wall of dust formed a sandstorm that was about to cover the entire planet. Such weather could not shake Lu Yu's heart. After all, he had just witnessed an earthquake that was as devastating as the sky and the earth. The only thing that terrified him was that under the sandstorm, there were only ashes and obsidian-like substances. Planet vitrification. This term flashed through his mind inexplicably, and Lu Yu immediately stopped the Silver Star and stopped on the outer wall of the space elevator to examine the condition of the entire planet. It does look like the entire surface of the planet has been melted by high temperature. Isn't this too crazy? There is no thought of giving the creatures on this planet a chance to survive. I have a hunch that this civilization will not only be an important reference for our technology, but its experience will also become an important reference for human society to the universe and the future. After repeated confirmation by multiple experts, it was initially determined that the planet was indeed vitrified, and the original ecology, atmosphere, and liquid water all disappeared. The hundreds of millions or even billions of years of life evolution on this planet was directly cut off. Of course, vitrification does not make the entire planet as smooth as glass, but will become a charred crystal with most of the material melted. It will then take a long time to cool down, and then it will be weathered and polished into sand grains over the years. Vitrified planets with a complete atmosphere often experience extreme weather phenomena. Huge storms, which is why such a large-scale sandstorm is formed. The desert plain centered on the space elevator was the only place that Lu Yu observed was not vitrified. There were also several charred columns towering into the sky in the distance, but they only reached the sky and did not extend any further. They were probably the remains of the broken and collapsed space elevator. Even the planet that gave birth to civilization was destroyed in this way, and the entire planet's ecology was wiped out. Interstellar war? Civil war? Or alien invasion? All of this may be buried in the ruins of civilization, waiting for Lu Yu to explore, but he was deeply immersed in shock at the moment and knew nothing about his true situation. The deep darkness of the universe not only contains miracles, but also deep cruelty. If Lu Yu's vision could be extended and he could jump out of the shackles of this planet, he would find that on the side of the satellite facing away from the planet, a metal honeycomb in the center of a crater flashed a terrifying red light. Around it, a space base located on the satellite was completely destroyed, and its debris was even melted into strange metal blocks. The fifth planet of this star system is a huge gas planet. There are collapsed space cities in its orbit. Metal debris is scattered like asteroids. A spherical spacecraft as big as the moon is unscrupulously rolling over the former orbits of these space cities. The system prompts that the civilization on Lu Yu's planet has been destroyed. So what are these? If it is a civil war, then their rationality will evaporate and the mother planet will be exterminated, so they will not perish because of this. There are as many as 18 space elevators that we can observe. If they operate, they can transport massive amounts of material resources to space every day. It can be inferred that they have built permanent bases in low Earth orbit and satellites, and have even built space cities on other planets in this star system. Even if they are so crazy as to glass their home planet, civilization can continue in the universe. Right. But the system announced the demise of this civilization. Although we still don't know what the mechanism of this black technology embodied system is, it can even accurately predict the time of a supernova explosion. From this point of view, I think it gives the hint is probably true. This civilization has indeed perished. Compared to the theory of civil war, the speculations our group discussed are more inclined to the theory of alien civilization invasion or the Omnic crisis. In the meeting at the secret base, 7 or 8 top professors gathered together with glowing faces and asked Lu Yu. Just as the previous professor finished speaking, another professor immediately raised objections. Old Yang, there is something wrong with your conclusion. Our group, during the heated discussion, all the participating experts were extremely immersed, but Professor Mao, who presided over the meeting, rubbed his brows and sighed happily. Ever since he recognized the Zhurong in front of Lu Yu at a glance in the cafeteria, he immediately returned to the front line and became a member of the expert team to dock with Lu Yu. After that, he felt like he was living a fantastic life every day. Science begins with observation, but now it is too difficult to find new objective laws through observation in the scientific building of Blue Star. Otherwise, high-energy physics would not still be in a predicament with dark clouds after building a particle collider. But if we look at the universe, humans can only look out at the blue star. Every time we claim that we have found the boundary of the universe, what is the difference between us and the frog at the bottom of the well? But Lu Yu's appearance changed everything fundamentally. Following his vision and staring at the universe, he no longer knew how many surprises he had brought to Professor Mao. There was a supernova explosion, a planet with life. And now it is a civilization that is more advanced than human beings but perished. These are phenomena that cannot be observed on Blue Star. How many valuable observation samples can Blue Star science get from them? Professor Mao could no longer predict it, but he understood that starting from the live broadcast of the supernova explosion, the global scientific community would usher in the new changes brought about by Lu Yu. For this reason, he even quit smoking for decades, just hoping that he could live a few more years and see more of the journey Lu Yu would travel. Because every step Lu Yu takes in the universe is a miracle of Blue Star science. When Lu Yu was fully analyzing the current situation during the seminar, the silver star he was driving finally climbed over the outer layer and peeked into the interior of the space elevator through the huge gap. It's not that Lu Yu doesn't care about his situation, but no matter what situation the experts guess, he knows that he must seize the time. If he had to jump away like he did on the living planet, then at least he would have to find enough valuable technology from here. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the double points reward for the mission? The huge gap where the silver star stayed was exactly in the middle of the 2 rings, and the ring-shaped city built around the inner core below could be clearly observed. It is based on silver gray and is made of metal or other materials. Even if it is high in the sky where sandstorms cannot affect it, you can still see the tall buildings in the city. Having the technology to build a space elevator means having full confidence in material technology. Continue to drive the short-legged silver star, preparing to enter the city in front of you to look for opportunities. Books are the #1 goal. It not only carries knowledge, but also the written language of this perished civilization. As long as Lu Yu can decipher the written language, he will hold the key to the treasure. Because of the shielding of the shell material, most of the silent ring-shaped city was in darkness, but a few buildings actually kept lights on, which looked particularly dazzling to Lu Yu. The silver star shuttled through the empty streets and found nothing. No books were found, no corpses were seen, and there were almost no decorative patterns and lines. Minimalism seemed to be the style of this city. Between risking leaving the cockpit and exploring the building, or trying his luck in a conspicuously bright place, Lu Yu decisively chose the latter. Only in the Silver Star, he was in an absolutely safe state and could make a calm choice whether to advance or retreat. Without any obstacles, he arrived at the first bright building very smoothly. This was the area near the edge of the ring city. The open building structure group made it easy for Lu Yu to enter. The reason why the light source can be maintained here seems to be that there is an internal circulation energy line which is not the same energy supply system as the ring city. In the darkness outside, there is still a bright light source here. Liu Yu wanted to find some machinery through wires, and then use the reverse restoration method to spy on the technology of this civilization. But the wires were almost all hidden in solid materials. He had been observing the city for a long time, but could not find the so-called wires and power outlets. The integrated construction is so natural that it is difficult to find a larger gap. I am afraid that wireless charging technology has developed rapidly and has spread to all industries. Other things in the building quickly attracted Liu Yu's attention. The yellow and orange metal ingots, which were more than 10 meters high, were neatly stacked in a square array of 100 meters. Isn't this gold? So many, tens of thousands of tons? Although he did not leave the cockpit, Liu Yu recognized at a glance the precious metal that represented wealth in human history on Blue Star. The gold glittered in the light, smudged with intoxicating golden color. If this gold could be transported back to Blue Star, Liu Yu would immediately become the richest man. If it was put into the market at one time, it might have an impact on the entire human financial system. In addition to gold, there were hundreds of metal ingots of different varieties stacked, as if this was a metal storage warehouse. The metal content in the planet's crust is thousands of times richer than that on the surface. The technology of this civilization is so advanced that it is not surprising that it can mine various metals buried deep underground. Otherwise, think about the concept of the amount of metal required for a spaceship more than 10 kilometers long. But among the treasures of the entire civilization, these so-called precious metals may not be as valuable to Liu Yu as finding a book. So apart from the initial surprise, Liu Yu had no lingering feelings and did not even put on his space suit to touch the gold that could make him the richest man in the human race. He directly controlled the Silver Star to turn around and leave. Technology is the most brilliant treasure of a civilization, not these elemental metals that can be seen everywhere in the universe. With the guidance of the faint light, Liu Yu quickly came to the next building that could still maintain light. This place is more spacious than the metal warehouse, but the important thing is that the technology here seems to be backward compared to the Ring City. The metal signs with text prompts that Liu Yu is looking for hard, and the wires are everywhere here, as if the buildings in the light and the dark and silent city are in a completely different era of technological level. The Silver Star drove into it, and the first sign it saw was marked with alien text. Next to the sign was a large machine placed on a large trapezoidal metal table. It looks like a ring device, and this machine may have an extraordinary meaning to this building. Liu Yu saw it at first sight when he came in from the entrance. Liu Yu took a closer look, roughly recorded the appearance of the machine and the text on the sign, and prepared to go inside the building. After all, more alien tech samples need to be collected to allow the experts on Blue Star to analyze the alien text as soon as possible. Not long after walking out, Liu Yu in the cockpit was surprised to see Professor Mao, who had been communicating with him, squeezed out of the video range by a professor who suddenly broke in. This is the first time. The professor who squeezed Professor Mao out was excited, and it seemed like he had found a rare treasure on the other side of the video. Don't go. Go back. Go back. Liu Yu turned back to the ring device in confusion. The strange professor who suddenly appeared seemed to want to squeeze himself into the screen. He stared at the ring device carefully for a while, and then said in a trembling voice, "Sure enough, this appearance is very similar to the tokamak device. Oh my God, this really could be a nuclear fusion reactor device of an alien civilization. Tokamak, a ring-shaped device that is driven by constrained electromagnetic waves to create an environment and ultra-high temperature for deuterium and tritium to achieve fusion, so as to achieve human control of nuclear fusion reactions. At present, controlled thermonuclear fusion has been realized in conventional tokamak devices. China's artificial sun uses the principle of tokamak devices, and not long ago achieved the achievement of running at temperatures exceeding 100 million for more than 1,000 seconds. However, the working time of the tokamak device is too short. To maintain a strong magnetic field and an extreme superconducting environment inside the tokamak device, a large amount of electric energy is required. Physicists measure the efficiency of a tokamak device by the Q value, the ratio of energy produced to energy consumed. Only when the Q value is greater than 1 does it mean that the nuclear fusion device has energy output, rather than a theory that can only be successfully verified in a laboratory. At the same time, in terms of the current efficiency of human utilization of energy and the expectation that this technology will replace thermal power generation, it is possible for Q value to reach 30 points or more to become a mainstream energy supply. If you want to reach the scale that can power large spaceships and space cities in science fiction works, then the Q value must exceed 10,000 to have any hope. However, on Blue Star, none of the tokamak devices that have been built so far can operate for a long time and achieve a Q value exceeding 1. China's artificial sun is only a possibility of breakthrough. Liu Yu studied the tokamak device made by an alien civilization for a while, and then hurriedly asked, since it may be a nuclear fusion reaction device, why is this device placed here? This question was obviously not the professor's strong point. He was just an expert in nuclear physics. He recognized the device at once and rushed in impatiently. Mature, controllable nuclear fusion technology can fundamentally change human lifestyle. Technologies that have been hidden in the past due to high energy consumption and production will shine with unimaginable brilliance as energy costs drop. It can be said that mature, controllable nuclear fusion technology is very likely to be a hurdle in the Great Filter. After a breakthrough, mankind is very likely to usher in the fourth technological explosion. However, it has been an eternity of 50 years since mankind proposed the theory of controllable nuclear fusion, and only in the past few years has there been some progress. No wonder the professor rushed over excitedly after recognizing the device. You know, this civilization is 500 years ahead of human technology. If the tokamak device they created can be analyzed, it will have an unimaginable promotion effect on human-related technologies. The silver star just circled around the tokamak device in the display cabinet. Professor Mao, who was squeezed out of the video, finally came back in a hurry and finally sent the nuclear physics expert who was still staring at the device obsessively. Walk. First of all, we came to the conjecture that the device in front of us is most likely an antique. Professor Mao said straight to the point. Let's put aside the most eye-catching nuclear fusion device and think about why this civilization placed this device at the entrance of the building. We infer that this building complex, which maintains light sources and whose technology clearly lags behind other areas of the city, is most likely a science and technology history museum of this extinct civilization. The fact that this device can be placed at the entrance means that it had great significance to the entire process of civilization. Just like there would be a steam engine or a Jenny in an industrial museum. From the perspective of this civilization, this most likely first-generation mature nuclear fusion reactor is no different from the steam engines or textile machines of the first industrial revolution that we see from a modern perspective. It's easy to prove it. Let's go to the next place and see if there are items similar to this device on display. Liu Yu endured his excitement and left the tokamak device and walked nearly 100 meters into the building complex. Sure enough, he saw another metal platform. What is shown above is no longer a machine, but a structural diagram of a certain substance. Liu Yu, who verified his guess, did not continue to move deeper, but returned to the nuclear fusion device at the entrance. 10 birds in the forest are worth one in the hand. Without knowing how long it can stay here, grasping the tokamak device at the entrance is already worth the opportunity of this space jump. Liu Yu, who returned to the entrance, felt a little embarrassed looking at the device that was 3 or 4 stories high. Although there was a physical object in front of him, if he wanted to reverse engineer it, he would need to take it apart and get a glimpse of the structure inside. Not to mention how much work such a project would put on Liu Yu alone. The prerequisite for it to be realized was that he had to leave the safety of the cockpit and go to the outside world where danger would suddenly come. But Liu Yu was tempted. Even the tens of thousands of tons of gold before could not make him feel tempted to leave the cockpit, but the nuclear fusion reactor in front of him really made him have the urge to leave the cockpit. Nuclear fusion. If the device in front of me is really a mature nuclear fusion device, it may be my biggest achievement after stepping into the sea of stars. This is not only for me, but also for this civilization of mankind. Liu didn't even discuss it with the expert team. He just informed them of his decision, put on his spacesuit, and decisively left the cockpit. Looking at the device in front of him that was huge for a human being, Liu Yu, who cut off his contact with Blue Star, took a breath and came to the huge metal platform. The trapezoidal metal platform, that was half a man tall, was covered with a thick layer of dust. For safety reasons, Liu Yu tried to wipe away the dust. Then a scene that made him ecstatic appeared. He saw that the metal plate under the dust was engraved with patterns and alien text. He cleaned the dust off all the metal plates next to him. Sure enough, each silver-white metal plate the size of an A4 paper was engraved with different patterns and text. Drawings! Is it really the design drawing of a nuclear fusion reactor? Such a thought that could make people faint flashed through his mind. This is not just as simple as the nuclear fusion reactor in front of him. The entire alien museum has hundreds of such metal bases. Carving words on stone is the longest way that humans can think of to preserve words. And this civilization has engraved everything that led to its glory on the metal plate. Although Liu Yu does not know how many years this civilization has been extinct, the legacy they left behind will be inherited by the humans of Blue Star. Liu Yu looked at the thousands of display cabinets in the museum and thought silently. Observers have their limits, so I will not be an observer. From today on, I, Liu Yu, will become the strongest porter of mankind and transport everything in this alien civilization museum back to Blue Star. China, Institute of Nuclear Energy Research Institute No. 1. Although the sky was still dark, the laboratory was still brightly lit. The periphery of the entire laboratory was under martial law, with one person every 5 steps and one guard every 10 steps. A spirited old man with gray hair frowned deeply while looking at the test results with a tablet in his hand. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "Is this the result of the second institute? Although it is a bit unbelievable for me personally, I have to admit that the new device designed by the first institute is not as good as the device in this drawing. Whether it is computer simulation or my personal calculation, the Q value of this tokamak device can be maintained at around 150, which is already worth large-scale installation. It's just that I have some doubts about whether some superconducting structure materials can play a role in the drawings produced by the device. This is obviously beyond the function of existing known materials, right? After all, he is an old scientist who has been engaged in scientific research for decades, and his rigor in dealing with matters is simply outrageous. This big guy got this drawing in the morning and plunged into the laboratory. After repeated verification, he came to a conclusion. Old Long, take another look at this document. The professor, who had been standing by calmly, took out a new document from the confidential box that locked his wrist and handed it over. He was the expert who recognized the tokamak in the alien museum at a glance. Old Liu, how can you come up with so many major results at once? I remember you went to... Professor Long seemed to realize something and didn't say anything. He took the new document and recited the key points he thought of word by word. At first, he didn't care much, but after seeing the end, his expression gradually became serious, and occasionally a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Then, regardless of the surprised eyes of his assistants, he rushed directly to the test bench beside him to verify the dense reference data and formulas, as well as some test data contained in the new materials. Is this the atomic arrangement order of the new superconducting material? Oh my God! Can it really show the performance as described in the document? This achievement is at least 50 years ahead of current technology. Professor Long took a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was staring at the laboratory computer and muttering to himself as he constructed an atomic structure diagram according to the data. His eyes slowly changed. In his serious eyes, there was a hint of burning and a hint of expectation. Compared with his old friend's admiration and trust in these materials, Professor Long did not make a premature judgment after seeing some written theories. But after the initial simulation test, Professor Long's doubts were gradually dispelled. The feeling brought by years of academic research and clinical trials told him that the new superconductor material in this document is very likely to be true. Professor Long's breathing became heavier and more rapid, and his eyes were faintly red. Genius, genius idea, genius design. Which team's achievement is this? With this new material, not only the tokamak device, but many engineering ideas have a glimmer of possibility. After a cursory additional reading of the new information, Professor Long, who has been engaged in nuclear physics research for many years, has reached a 99% degree of confidence in the new nuclear fusion drawings brought by his old friend. There is no subtle sense of loss that the research results that he has invested all his efforts in have been surpassed, but a surprise from the heart, and he can't wait to discuss the technical ideas with the genius who has researched such epic-making results. Looking at his old friend's almost dazed look, Professor Liu smiled and said, "There is a signature behind the information." "Huh? Liu? Not a team? This is a personal achievement." Professor Long was a little confused. He felt that the name was very familiar, but it seemed that the nuclear physics and materials science masters at home and abroad did not have this name. "Huh? Isn't this the observer at the astronomical conference before? He sounds quite young, right? What is it?" Professor Long muttered, looking at Professor Liu as if he wanted him to explain. The most important thing now is not to get to the bottom of it, but to complete the organization's mission first. Professor Liu changed the subject and said, "Don't forget, the top management is still waiting for your evaluation report. Yes, the most important thing now is to gather all the nuclear physics experts and professors from the Institute to study the feasibility of the data of this nuclear fusion device. It is far from enough for his small team to simulate in the laboratory." Professor Long immediately said to his assistant, "Quick, contact all the researchers above the Institute in my name for an emergency meeting. Now. It's almost midnight." "Yes, that's right. Right now," Professor Long said firmly. He couldn't wait even a minute now. Once this data is verified, human technological civilization will at least make a big step forward. A second late is a sin. The Research Institute had been closed when Professor Liu arrived, and the notice of the meeting was sent out smoothly. During the waiting time, the laboratory was unusually quiet, with only the sound of Professor Long constantly sliding the mouse. This academic achievement was so fascinating that he couldn't stop. This is truly a groundbreaking research. Once it succeeds, revival is not far away. Professor Long muttered to himself, staring at the information intently, wishing he could grow his eyes on it. For a nuclear physicist, the temptation of these new nuclear fusion device drawings is simply fatal. If I have to describe it in one sentence, it would be, if I hear the truth in the morning, I am willing to die in the evening. Not long after, experts and professors from the Institute came to the conference room one after another. The first look they had when they entered the conference room was undoubtedly the same, with a hint of excitement in their anxiety. Controlled nuclear fusion was actually realized in the laboratory a long time ago, but it was only feasible in theory, and there were still too many technical bottlenecks to be overcome before it could be truly applied. But today, the Institute actually has a mature design drawing for a controlled nuclear fusion device. However, before all the experts and professors arrived, the meeting could not proceed for the time being. So at this moment, the gray-haired professors who arrived at the laboratory first gathered around the supercomputer tacitly, looking at the calculation results over and over again. The one in the front was naturally Professor Long, and the other professors wore reading glasses and stretched their necks to look back and forth at the information in their hands and the computer data. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. I haven't finished reading it yet." In addition to Professor Long, an old professor who was closest to the computer screen turned his head impatiently and said to others, and then looked at the computer screen with a focused face, "Old Zhao, you are not nice enough. You have been watching for 10 minutes. That's right. We also want to see the derived data." Everyone wanted to make progress. The mission of the Institute was to carry out the nuclear fusion project in China. Most of the people present were urgently recalled from the artificial sun laboratory. So the old professor occupied the front row by himself, as if he had angered everyone. "Bah! When I entered the Nuclear Energy Research Institute, you were still struggling with your doctoral dissertation. Do you know how to respect the elderly?" The old professor saw that everyone was dissatisfied, and he couldn't help but blew his beard and glared, with a hint of pride on his face. The other professors were a little helpless when they saw that this old guy was using his seniority to suppress others. Even if they felt itchy in their hearts, they could only restrain their excitement and curiosity and let the old senior look first. Indeed, in terms of seniority, old Zhao is probably the oldest professor in the Nuclear Energy Research Institute. It is not uncommon in China for such an old age to still shine in the front line of scientific research at the age of 80. But everyone watched and found that Professor Zhao actually shed tears silently. "Hey, we are not trying to take your place. Why are you crying? What's wrong? Is this information eye-catching?" Most people were surprised, and just when they were thinking about how to comfort the old professor, they heard him say in a trembling voice, "What do you know? I've been doing this job for my whole life and have invested my whole life's efforts." The old professor had already burst into tears. "It's done. It was done before I died. There is no need to tell the descendants not to forget to tell the old man when offering sacrifices to the family. It was done in front of me." It turned out that they were crying with joy, and a group of gray-haired professors laughed kindly, but they were more eager for this information that had been recognized by the two professors. Professor Liu, who was calm and composed, sat not far away and couldn't help but smile when he saw his former colleagues in a hurry. It seemed that he had forgotten how he rushed into the video when he discovered the alien tokamak device before. On this day, many important research institutions in China received several documents recording epoch-making scientific achievements at the same time. Physics, materials science, chemistry, engineering. Liu Yu's name is on all scientific research materials covering multiple disciplines. If the above scientific and technological achievements can be realized one by one, it can at least promote the progress of science for 50 years. The rapid progress of the translation of alien characters really surprised Liu Yu. In just about a month, the alien characters that are somewhat similar to cuneiform characters have established the meaning of more than 300 phrases. Thanks to the dedication of this civilization to the museum, not only did they display the finished products, but they also thoughtfully engraved the drawings and related data on the metal plate of the base, which greatly helped the translation work. Chinese language experts chose to start the translation from numbers, because numbers are the common language of all civilizations in this universe. This can be indirectly supported by the fact that in the scientific world of Blue Star, the only universal language is mathematics. Among the abundant references in the Alien Museum, numbers were first locked from a large number of alien characters. The number 1 of this civilization looks like a lowercase r, and there is an r on the metal plate next to the nuclear fusion device at the entrance. Experts speculated that the meaning is the first in sequence or ranking. After the number, there is the unit of measurement. Most of the design drawings on the pedestal were photographed by Liu Yu at the first time and transmitted back to Earth. With the numbers, the units of measurement need to be determined to bring out the value of these design drawings. It is not difficult to determine the units of measurement when there is a reference to the matter. The difficult part is how to convert the alien units of measurement with the blue planet units of measurement without accurate measuring instruments. After all, the alien design drawings are based on the standards of their civilization, especially some cutting-edge technologies. The conversion error of 1 millimeter or 1 nanometer may make the entire replica project fall short. So at this time, all estimates such as visual estimation of 1 meter and 3 centimeters cannot be used. But fortunately, Liu Yu has no shortage of reference objects around him. The bottle brought from the blue planet is the best unit of measurement for comparison. For the sake of mankind, let's suffer a little more for the bottle. Cockpit bottle 1-1-1. Through a large number of physical comparisons, one basic unit of measurement in this civilization is equal to 1.3 centimeters on the blue planet, and it is also in the decimal system. With this accumulation, the first batch of design drawings that Liu Yu sent back to Blue Star can soon be modeled and simulated on the computer, and then transformed into preliminary results. Excluding the text description, Blue Star can use mathematics to deconstruct the technology of alien civilizations thanks to the exhibits in this museum, which are actually not much beyond the current technological level of mankind. And there is an important bridge in the middle. Liu Yu. He is a student who graduated from the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Before leaving Earth, he was still thinking about how to change his job to become a handmade anchor, and even rubbed out the silver star by hand. It's just that the difference between the silver star and the black technology after it was replaced is a little bit big. Although there are no handy tools at hand, Lu Yu quickly made a simple and easy-to-use crowbar with metal plates under the remote guidance of experts. After having this holy sort of physics, he began to step on the accelerator on the road to demolition. Lu Yu's eyes first went to the nuclear fusion device at the entrance. Having the design drawings, but this is not enough. If the complete internal structure can be photographed, it will definitely make the replica project on Blue Star land faster. So in order to be able to move outside the cockpit for a long time, Lu Yu even spent points to upgrade the spacesuit, spending 5 points to eliminate the time limit. And because of the increase in workload, Lu Yu spent 5 points to add cleaning and protection functions to ensure his safety after leaving the cockpit, and finally let him no longer endure his body odor after not taking a shower for a long time. From the day Lu Yu decided to leave the cockpit for nuclear fusion, the long-standing silence of the museum was broken, and the sound of metal collisions during dismantling could be heard far away in this silent city. After another tiring day, Lu Yu got out of the vacuum chamber of the nuclear fusion device. The silver star was parked at the closest position to the device, which was convenient for unexpected situations and allowed Lu Yu to escape into the cockpit as soon as possible. Before entering the silver star, Lu Yu looked back at the results of his work for more than half a month. The alien tokamak device, which was originally exquisite and technologically beautiful, can now be described as a damaged version. The beautiful silver-white shell was pried open everywhere. Some parts were even transformed into simple tools after being forcibly removed and used to dismantle itself. This was to facilitate someone to observe the internal structure of the device, and to bring the bull-chewing peony to its extreme. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction. In the absence of equipment, he could only do this. I believe that the civilization that created this device will forgive me. You said they have perished. Wouldn't that be better? There is no need to forgive. Lu Yu thought about such a hellish joke and got into the cockpit. While transmitting the internal structure photograph today back to Blue Star, Lu Yu opened the Black Technology lunchbox. Today's dinner is barbecued rice to replenish the consumed physical strength. After a long time of darkness on one side of the planet, Lu Yu resisted sleepiness and turned off the video. While charging his mobile phone, he opened the personal panel. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 16. Task, Story of Civilization, 3%. Currently owns high-tech products. Silver Star, Lunchbox, Spacesuit Pro Edition. Click into the taskbar and check the progress of the task. This is the most pleasant moment before going to bed. Story of Civilization. Progress, 3%. Achievements. Starlight, 2%. Materials Science, 5%. Engineering, 2%. Settlement. Yesterday's progress was 2%, and today it jumped to 3%. If nothing unexpected happens, I might be able to complete this task 100%. How much will the points be when I settle them? What kind of black technology products can I get? Through the observation window, seeing the moonlight shining in from the huge gap, Lu Yu indulged in his sleepiness and fell asleep. This is the plain and boring day of a civilized porter. However, on the back of the satellite that Lu Yu could not see, the terrifying red light had disappeared, as if everything returned to eternal peace. A glimmer appeared on the broken wreckage of the space base, and along the last complete secret line, it actually launched itself into the boundless universe. If there is a holographic projection, you can see that this honeycomb-like metal spacecraft has deeply penetrated into the largest space base on the satellite from the side, which is the direct cause of the destruction of this huge space base. Obviously, the honeycomb spacecraft does not want to let this glimmer escape. Within a second, tens of thousands of silver-white spherical drones rushed from the ejection port to the direction of the glimmer. The faint light could only explode like fireworks, breaking into tens of thousands of tiny spots of light and escaping in all directions. One of the spots of light quietly flew towards the destroyed planet. Ding! As Lu Yu's skill in using the crowbar became stronger and stronger, he finally removed all the outer shells of this poor nuclear fusion device. The surface structure and circuits were all exposed, allowing Lu Yu to record with his mobile phone. When you are busy, time always passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, Lu Yu has been in this museum for more than a month. Lu Yu rarely cares about the technological products in other museums and is focused on the device in front of him. It's not that Lu Yu has any deep hatred for the nuclear fusion device, but in his cognition, this thing is extremely critical to the current blue star, and it is very likely to be the key to the fourth technological explosion. As early as the beginning of the 21st century, no one knew what the technological subject that could lead the next technological explosion would be. For example, although the first technological explosion began with the European Renaissance in history, it was the steam engine that really brought about earth-shaking changes in productivity. Of course, if you want to trace the roots, it is not wrong to say that the Renaissance liberated the mind and gave rise to the buds of the technological explosion, but the technological subject that relies on actual materials is the pillar of the technological explosion. Continuing with this thread, based on the internal combustion engine, the development of electricity was promoted and the second technological explosion began. Various sciences based on electricity were launched and modern science sprouted. After the second technological explosion, the third technological explosion was based on the development of computers, extending a large number of information-based technologies, and humans entered the information age. So far, human society is still enjoying the fruits of the third technology, and the current technological level of mankind remains at this stage, laying the foundation for the next technological explosion. So, what is the explosion point of the fourth technological explosion? What is its soil? What is the opportunity for the new round of scientific explosion led by this? Some scientists believe that it is artificial intelligence. After all, the previous technological explosions were based on the release of productivity. The rise of artificial intelligence can allow humans to get rid of tedious mechanical labor and invest their creativity. Some scientists believe that it is controlled nuclear fusion. Blue Star needs more efficient and cleaner energy to replace non-renewable fossil fuels. Cheaper energy can allow many technologies that have been realized in the laboratory to enter social production. In Lu Yu's view, the oil crisis has affected the stability of the entire human society several times in the past half-century. If the energy problem cannot be solved, even if there is an advanced production method, the productivity will not be released due to insufficient production capacity. So Lu Yu supports the latter more. So he pays more attention to the nuclear fusion device in front of him, rather than harming other scientific and technological samples. No one. Although the scientific and technological achievements displayed in this museum are only about 50 years ahead of the level of Blue Star, it is far from the real scientific and technological level of this civilization. But before digesting the achievements in the museum, Lu Yu did not consider exploring other areas at all. No matter how many treasures he got in his hands, they would be his. Otherwise, the more he discovered, the more painful it would be when he was forced to leave by accident in the future. Without any interruption, Lu Yu explored the museum area in a month. This is probably a theme museum, which is equivalent to the scientific and technological achievements of this civilization in a certain period in the past. From the information we have collected, we speculate that it was about 400 to 450 years before the demise. Corresponding to the level of technology on Blue Star, it is equivalent to being about 50 years ahead of us. I have to say, I'm so lucky. If it were more advanced, we might not understand their principles at all. Before the alien text could be fully translated, we could only stare at the treasure, instead of starting the replica project after getting the blueprint now. In the cockpit, Lu Yu rarely bothered with the poor nuclear fusion device, listening to Professor Mao reporting on the recent achievements and progress. Professor Mao on the other end of the phone looked younger. He looked energetic and didn't look like an old man in his 70s. The old professor's eyes were burning with light and heat. The achievements Lu Yu made from this alien museum were really huge. So huge that as long as China can focus on advancing the replica project and reversely restore and digest these technologies, it can form a technological gap with all foreign countries. At that time, the entire human race will be led by China, not only in terms of technology, but also in any social aspect. It can be said that the glorious moment that can be foreseen in the future was laid by Lu Yu himself. It's just that he is now lazily leaning in the cockpit, without any struggle as a civilization porter in the past. Because today is a special day, Lu Yu only discovered this fact when he woke up from sleep early this morning. It turned out that according to the calendar reminder on the mobile phone today is New Year's Eve. It turns out that I have been away from Blue Star for almost 7 months. Lu Yu, who realized this, was rarely lazy and planned to be lazy for a day. Blue Star immediately agreed with this idea. It is better to say that Lu Yu's external brains all agreed that Lu Yu's previous workload was too heavy and he should give himself more time to relax. So taking advantage of this rare leisure time, Professor Mao, on behalf of the organization, reported to Lu Yu the various gratifying achievements made recently. It can also be regarded as taking advantage of the festive day to try to bring comfort to the wanderers far away in the outer space. Come to think of it, I'm not the only human being who celebrates the new year outside the blue planet. It's just that the astronauts are closer, and I'm farther away. In the first year, Lu Yu was not able to go home, and even not spend the new year on Blue Star. He felt more of a sense of novelty. He had a network connected to his home planet, the full support of the country, and work results recognized by everyone. Instead, he felt that he was not far away from Blue Star. His parents at home also received the best care from the country, and he could occasionally talk to his parents. With the help of the country's power to cover up, relatives and friends thought he was doing confidential work. Moreover, Lu Yu was not alone on this New Year's Eve. On the other side of the phone, thousands of researchers voluntarily stayed in the base. These were the top talents in the industry who usually gave advice to Lu Yu. Many of them were respected bosses in the industry. They instinctively went home to reunite with their families, but they still chose to stay and spend this special new year with Lu Yu. When the countdown to the new year began, although it was sunny at noon on one side of the planet, Lu Yu still counted down with the lively atmosphere over there. Your contribution will not be forgotten by the motherland or humanity. Next month, the third-generation tokamak based on the device you discovered will begin construction. In the past, there would be many choices for its name, such as Fuxing, Longting, Dongfang, etc. But now, there is only one choice for its name. That is Lu Yu. Happy New Year! Wanderers billions of light years away, we are with you, and the motherland is with you. Yes, go 5 meters straight ahead. Look to the right, at the edge of the museum. Lu Yu listened to the instructions on the phone and came to the other end of the museum. Because Lu Yu was obsessed with nuclear fusion reactors, he only walked through other areas of the museum. After recording the design drawings of all the technological products on the metal tables, he spent most of his time single-mindedly destroying the nuclear fusion reactor. This unexpected discovery was when we repeatedly studied the images you took and accidentally saw a little abrupt light spot in the corner of the picture. After image processing, we found a technological product that is very likely not in the museum. After receiving such news, Lu Yu naturally put down his work for the time being and drove the Silver Star to take a look. Blue Star has restored the floor plan of the museum in proportion with the images taken by Lu Yu, and Lu Yu arrived at the designated location smoothly. A silver card the size of a playing card lay quietly on the silver-gray floor. If it were not for the pattern that flashed like a breathing light from time to time, Lu Yu would have a hard time finding it. Even though he was wearing a space suit, Lu Yu didn't pick it up directly with his hands. He tried it for a long time with the metal stick removed from the nuclear fusion, and only reached out to pick it up after confirming that it would not explode suddenly. When he got it in his hand, the silver card seemed to sense something, and the pattern like a breathing light stabilized the brightness. And then a melodious melody came out from the inside, and there was a crisp voice which did not sound like the intonation of human singing. To be precise, it sounded like an opera-like accent. In fact, the melody was quite beautiful, with a melodious and broad feeling like the sea, the sky, and the universe, as if drifting in the boundless, beautiful with sadness, especially the female harmony. The voice was quite beautiful. Is this the sound of the extinct civilization? So, this piece of metal is a music box? Outside the cockpit, no one answered Lu Yu's question. After a few seconds of melodious singing, a square light curtain actually rose on the quiet silver card. Liu thought it was the system panel in a trance. Then he realized that this metal card, which was only the size of a piece of paper and had no weight at all, was actually a holographic projector. As Liu flipped the silver card, the light screen it projected would also change direction, like the rotating screen of a tablet. He tried to shake it, and with a click, a clear photo appeared on the light screen that was originally blank, just in the direction that Liu was facing when he threw the card. Is this a 4K level photo? Where is the camera on this card? Liu fumbled with the function of this card for a while before placing the card on the nearest metal table and returning to the silver star. Its value is actually not less than that of a nuclear fusion device. Its battery technology alone has surpassed Blue Star's battery technology by many years. It is a holographic projector that has been around for many years, and it has its own recording and playback functions. Moreover, its power supply can still operate, which is incredible in itself. From the analysis of the fact that there are still buildings in the Ring City that maintain light sources, we have to sigh at the technological level of this civilization and batteries, which is simply magic in our eyes. Liu didn't know much about batteries, so he just nodded and asked, "The battery power system is strong. What else? What other value?" Professor Mao continued. "Also, we think it may not be a holographic projector, but a mobile terminal, which is what we commonly call a mobile phone. Although we don't know what form the creature that created this civilization is in, but from the perspective of designing a machine, the silver card includes functions such as display, audio, and video. Isn't the machine with these functions similar to mobile phones on Blue Star? It's just a little more advanced. It's a holographic projection mobile phone," Professor Mao seriously suggested. "We have always lamented that the configuration of your mobile phone is too poor, and the researchers can only frown at the images you transmit back. Since you have a holographic projection mobile phone with superior performance by chance, why not try to upgrade your equipment? You just need to learn how to operate and disinfect it, bring it into the cockpit, and we will try to hack from Blue Star with your mobile phone as a transfer, and try to turn it into your tool. But I can only say that I will try my best. After all, no one knows what the mobile terminal developed for 500 years can do. Perhaps for today's human beings, this alien mobile phone is a complete black technology. But if it succeeds, Liu may be able to save a lot of points." And this also gave him an idea. Isn't he always short of tools now? Observation tools, disassembly tools, moving tools, etc. If I learn how to use some of the technological products of this civilization and try to extend the signal of Blue Star from the cockpit, wouldn't that mean that Blue Star can work for me remotely? And although the cockpit is small, it can still hold some things. When I need to leave here in the future, I may be able to take small handy tools with me. When I arrive at the next place, it won't be like a life planet, which has turned from the interstellar era into stone tools. What if there's really no space? At worst, I can leave some special products of Blue Star behind. No matter how hard it is, I will bear the blame. JPG. So Liu thought that he would leave the nuclear fusion device alone for a day, and then carefully look for any treasures that were missed in the museum area. With the joy of having an unexpected gain, Liu got out of the cockpit. But he didn't take a few steps when his cell phone rang. That's right, outside the cockpit, Liu's cell phone rang. What a terrifying thing this is. If it happened in the cockpit, it wouldn't be strange, but this is outside the cockpit. It's a very scary thing. The signal from the Blue Star can never reach countless light years away. So there is only one possibility. The signal source of the cell phone is on this planet where civilization should have been extinct. WNMD, my cabinet moved. I don't want to play anymore. It's like playing a horror game late at night and finding that something really happened. For Liu, it's like, damn, the phone rang, I have to run away. Without any hesitation, Liu ignored the ringing phone. His scalp was tingling, and he turned around and jumped into the cockpit with one hand directly on the jump switch. Fortunately, the moment he entered the cockpit, the isolation of the space membrane stopped the ringing of the phone. Seeing that he escaped back to the Silver Star so smoothly, Liu gritted his teeth and hesitated for a few seconds, but finally moved his hand away from the switch and looked at the quiet phone. The phone is intact, nothing unusual. But this is the biggest anomaly. There was no call record, and it was no different from before he was taken out of the cockpit, as if the ringtone just now was just an illusion. This is what makes Liu feel creepy. His mobile phone is a flagship phone of a certain brand for almost 2 years. Although the configuration is definitely backward now, the technology used on it is undoubtedly the most mature industrial technology of Blue Star. But so quietly it was invaded. Have aliens discovered me? But isn't this civilization extinct? An exterminator? No matter which side they are on, their technological level far exceeds that of Blue Star. The worst thing that could happen is that when they just escaped into the cockpit, they had already attached themselves to their mobile phones and followed them in. Mobile phone signals are electromagnetic waves. Mobile phones can serve as transfer stations on Blue Star. Alien civilizations can also invade Blue Star through Lu Yu's mobile phone. Even if the space membrane cuts off the connection between the inside and outside, there is no guarantee that there will not be any intrusion program running on your phone. Lu Yu, who was confused for a moment, knew it was no longer the time to hesitate and immediately tried to contact Lan Xing. Lu Yu was even prepared for his phone to be hijacked and could use the remaining points to redeem a black technology product at any time to maintain communication. What's wrong? Didn't you just leave the cockpit for less than a minute? Fortunately, the video call was connected quickly. Professor Mao immediately seemed to realize something when he saw Lu Yu's ugly face. He pressed the yellow button on his side without hesitation, and the entire base immediately sounded alert. I just stepped out of the cockpit, and my phone rang. After listening to Lu Yu's statement, Professor Mao's expression changed again. And all of this was just a small ripple caused by Lu Yu, who was hundreds of millions of light years away when his cell phone rang. We actually have extremely strict control over every data transmitted back. Although we cannot control the level of civilization and technology connected to your mobile phone, the amount of data transferred through a mobile phone cannot break through the physical isolation of the base for the time being. But we also know that weakness and ignorance are never obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Until this crisis is resolved, the base will maintain a state of silent martial law, and all videos, novels, and external communications will have to be stopped. It only took about a minute for Professor Mao, who was out of breath, to return to the video and communicate with Lu Yu. We just remotely accessed the background of your phone. Unfortunately, we couldn't find the call records or any abnormal data. After listening to Professor Mao's statement, Lu Yu, who had calmed down slightly, asked a key question. Why didn't the unknown thing kill me? I was the most vulnerable just outside the cockpit, right? Judging from the methods it showed. Look, you can blow my head off without me noticing. Why do you need to make such a call to scare me? Professor Mao replied. Each simulation decision-making group is still having intense discussions, but there are roughly 3 directions. There may not be any malicious intent, and there are restrictions on play and action. First, there may not be any malicious intent. The biggest supporting argument is that you can still escape into the cockpit instead of being vaporized by a high-energy beam in an instant. Second, it's a joke. The mobile phone you carry shows that your technology is not advanced. Since I can crush you to death at any time, let's see what other tricks you can play. But this possibility is the lowest and can basically be ruled out. Third, the action is limited. It's not that the other party doesn't want to do anything to you, but it can only make that phone call to you. The time is too short and the information is too little. It only took a few minutes for Lu Yu to escape back to the cockpit. While waiting, Lu Yu called up the system panel. Story of civilization. Progress. 4%. Results obtained. Stellar light 4%. Materials science 5%. Engineering 3%. Settlement. This is the result of more than a month. If I can stay for 1, 2, or even 5 years before completing this task, the points I get may help me no longer drift around the universe so passively. Looking at the progress on the mission panel, Lu Yu was reluctant to jump away. The results you can transport back to Blue Star by yourself may only be 1,000th of what this civilization left behind. This place is very important, not only to humans, but also to yourself. During the silence with Blue Star, Lu Yu suddenly noticed a change outside the silver star from the observation window. The holographic projection phone that he had casually placed on the metal table before actually started running on its own, lighting up a light screen on the side of the silver star. Such a change immediately attracted the attention of Lu Yu and Blue Star, and then words began to appear on the projection screen. and they were words that humans could read. Hello. Asterisk caret, caret asterisk. Hello. Have you eaten? The three consecutive greetings from the aliens confused Lu Yu and countless experts and scholars who were paying attention to the situation. Immediately, Lu Yu realized that he relied on his mobile phone to maintain contact with Blue Star. After leaving the cockpit, in order to facilitate work, there was a large amount of offline text data on his mobile phone. It can hack into mobile phones, so it's not surprising that it can get text translations and compare them. It's just that this kind greeting and this emoji are so unexpected. The thing that surprised everyone was not over yet. The text on the holographic projection disappeared quickly, and then it started playing the video on its own. The initial image was taken from the external observer of the space elevator. First, a magnificent base station can be seen. It is even a huge city, with countless suspended aircraft shuttling back and forth. As the altitude slowly rises, you can see the metal artificial island expanded on the blue sea. From a higher angle, it becomes a miracle of civilization dotted on the ocean of this planet. A sky tower built in the sea and reaching the low Earth orbit, the space elevator. Gradually, the appearance of the island becomes blurred. After a wider view, the curved ocean can be seen in the field of vision. Then the surroundings are gradually wrapped by clouds, and the scenery below becomes blurred. Only a piece of blue can be seen, as if it has just been separated from a flawless sapphire. This is the appearance of this planet before it was vitrified. Like the blue planet, it has abundant water resources. At this time, the camera turns from bottom to top, and you can see that the top of the space elevator is a space station like a space city. 4 long metal pipes extend from the space station, and these metal pipes have a layer of film that is colorful and gorgeous in the sun. If you look down from a higher space orbit, you can see the 4-leaf clover that looks like the condensed aurora. As the camera gets closer and closer to the space station at the top, this holographic projection video of experiencing the space elevator ends. Lu Yu really doesn't understand why this unknown guy does this, but he is in an absolutely safe cockpit, and the choice is entirely in his hands. At most, he can jump away immediately if he finds anything abnormal. Without waiting for him and the experts to discuss anything more, the next video starts playing soon. This time, the shooting angle seems to have come to the space station, shooting out from the pure floor-to-ceiling glass window. A nearly 100-meter-long, flat-looking spaceship is firmly fixed below by 4 thick clamp-shaped fixtures, and in front of the spaceship are 2 tracks that constantly flash blue electric light. The 2 tracks made of special materials in front of the spaceship that slowly loosens the fixture are now covered with blue electric light. The spaceship slowly moves towards the electromagnetic track under the action of the engine. In the silent environment of space, you can see the silver-white flat spaceship wrapped in blue electric light suddenly accelerate, and it is silently ejected in a flash of lightning. Soon after the spacecraft left the electromagnetic orbit, the engine began to increase power to allow the spacecraft to fly to a higher orbit. It will circle a quarter of the planetary orbit, and then use the slingshot effect to move toward the satellite. The second video ends, and the third video begins after a seamless connection. As the spacecraft gradually approaches the satellite, its surface is not desolate. The continuous base cities make the satellite brightly lit like a super-large urban cluster. There is an endless stream of spacecraft shuttling between the Earth and the Moon. Following the instructions, a spacecraft has just arrived in the satellite's low Earth orbit, and immediately hundreds of circular devices have emerged from the sky of the space city and attached to the outer deck of the spacecraft. They form a connection with each other, coating the spacecraft with a layer of blue electromagnetic shield, and then the spacecraft smoothly enters the electromagnetic deceleration belt of the base. The spacecraft, which has completed deceleration by adjusting the positive repulsion on the electromagnetic shield, was introduced into a huge steel box in front of the electromagnetic track. A slight vibration was caused by the fixture in the box connecting to the spacecraft. After the fixture was completed, the steel box slowly descended. In a blink of an eye, only the flat apron and 8 straight electromagnetic tracks were left on the surface of the satellite, quietly flashing green lights of frequency, waiting for the next spacecraft to land. The convenience of this civilization to go to its own satellite is just like taking a plane to travel. Then the fourth video began, and what surprised Lu Yu and the experts was that Chinese subtitles began to appear on it. In the content, a graceful streamlined bow appeared in front of Lu Yu, and then as the fixing clamp of the steel box slowly moved it to the electromagnetic track, the middle of the spacecraft and the thick rectangular tail slowly appeared, and the whole spacecraft looked like a large flat triangle. The data of the spacecraft was displayed in the form of subtitles. It was nearly 1 kilometer long from the bow to the stern, equipped with 3 cold nuclear fusion engines, and could continue to sail for more than 50 years when fully fueled. The built-in ecological laboratory could continuously collect asteroids in the star system, decompose them, and then synthesize the water resources and artificial food needed by organisms. Although there are obvious grammatical errors in the Chinese subtitles, it does not hinder everyone's understanding. Another circular suspension disc floated out from the electromagnetic track and regularly attached to the spacecraft marked with a triangle. A moment later, the blue electromagnetic shield enveloped the entire spacecraft. The fixing clamps extended from the steel box slowly loosened the restraints, and the spacecraft engine that had been ignited and waiting for this moment ejected a dreamy blue flame. With the help of the electromagnetic track, it began to accelerate. In a blink of an eye, the spacecraft that had already reached the far end of the camera ejected more amazing flames, like a spacecraft with blue wings flapping its wings and flying high, and it got rid of the gravity of the satellite very smoothly. It did not fly to the mother planet, with an initial velocity of 1% of the speed of light, and continued to accelerate towards other planets in the star system. This is a mining spacecraft. All its processes and parts are completed in the satellite factory. After the space elevator was completed 200 years ago, all heavy industries on the planet were basically transferred to the microgravity satellite. The so-called industrial pollution in the space environment is not even as good as the solar wind. To the last video, there are thousands and thousands of asteroids of different sizes. In the viewfinder, you can see them spreading from the deep space of the universe, drawing an arc in front of the spacecraft and disappearing into the depths of space. They are the remnants of the formation of the star system long ago. They may come from the same supernova explosion, with overexploited minerals and elements on the planet. Hundreds of mining ships shuttled through them, cutting off valuable parts in large chunks with high-energy beams and then collecting them into the spacecraft. One by one, the spacecrafts were like fishing boats returning from the deep sea with full loads, flying to the space cities of the nearby gas planets. The space city was like a huge ring, relying on continuous rotation to use centripetal force as gravity. It was located extremely close to the gas planet below, and the central device of the ring was constantly taking matter from the gas planet below. These scenes are the most brilliant memories of this extinct civilization. Starting from the space elevator of the mother planet, transferring to a spacecraft on the satellite, and going to the space city in the orbit of another gas planet to mine resources on the asteroid belt. This is the romance of pioneers. Although no sound can be heard in the cockpit, Lu Yu still feels the vigorous vitality of civilization from the picture. What is the meaning of playing these clips? It can't be that after discovering the backward level of civilization from the technology carried by your mobile phone, you specially show it off, right? This civilization is good. The destroyer is bad. I want revenge. We unite. Help, cooperate, and give everything to you. The answer soon appeared on the holographic projection. Seeking cooperation? Let's not discuss the authenticity first. Why does this guy think I can help it? According to the video it played, Lu Yu felt that his combat power was not even comparable to a spaceship of a destroyed civilization. The armor of the Silver Star is indeed powerful, but it only has 4 wheels. It is impossible for Lu Yu to drive this space jump device that can't even fly to ram the corner, right? Although the layer of armor of the Silver Star is indeed made of strong interaction force materials, you can't force it to cause water droplets, right? Lu Yu threw away this distracting thought and watched the holographic projection mobile phone on the metal table outside start to play from. Hello again. He couldn't make up his mind for a while. It's impossible to go out. Cooperation? Cooperating with a guy you don't know at all is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. It's better to say that this is the third type of existence that he has finally come into contact with after drifting in the universe for so long, in addition to the blue star. Lu Yu has always been in the absolutely safe cockpit, so he doesn't have a strong sense of crisis. As long as he was still wandering in the starry sky, he had a premonition that this day would come sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly. So that the accident really happened in front of him, and he was completely unprepared. Have you eaten? Looking at the Chinese on the light screen, Lu Yu decided to remember this lesson secretly. In the eyes of more advanced civilizations, human mobile phones are unprotected hard drives, and the data inside is left to them to read. Just this point, Lu Yu also has his own helplessness. If he had enough points, he would have changed to a black technology product for communication. But Lu Yu, who wanted to split a point into 2 points to spend, could only stick to patching for another 3 years until the phone was completely scrapped before he decided to use the points to exchange for black technology. Such an idea is really unreliable. It's really early to change and enjoy, and late to change and suffer. While Lu Yu was thinking, the video outside completed another cycle. This guy who got a lot of human data from the phone seemed to have no other means and could only play the video over and over again to the silver star. Lu Yu was reluctant to leave by space jump, and the unknown opponent did not make the next move, and the two sides were deadlocked here. In Base Zero, I have long suggested that the mobile phone does not need to leave the cockpit. It is easy for more advanced civilizations to crack our technology and obtain the information in the device. Do you know how important the hundreds of scientific and technological achievements in the museum are to the current human technology? The clearer the recorded images are, the faster some researchers can deconstruct the design drawings. So what? Now, human language, Lu Yu's secrets, and even the location of the blue planet may be exposed. What if you know the human language? What if you know the location of the blue planet? Can it space jump? Can it lock the cosmic position of the blue planet? It even wants to use Lu Yu's power for revenge. Can it threaten us billions or even tens of billions of light years away? The experts quarreled, and this was the most serious disagreement among the decision-making groups. After all, this is not a planet with life where everything has to start from scratch and earthquakes are constant, but a ruin that buries the entire technology of the extinct civilization. The picture of civilization shown in the video is really fascinating. Space elevator, large satellite base, asteroid mining area, space city. If any cutting-edge technology of the destroyed civilization can be taken away from here, the future shown in the video can come to Blue Star one day sooner. In the base of Blue Star, when experts with different opinions were arguing endlessly, the holographic projection outside finally changed. Lu Yu, who was tired of listening to various suggestions, was able to retract his attention to the present. The video that was originally playing halfway on the projection screen was stopped, and new text content appeared on it. You need cutting-edge technology, right? As long as you are willing to communicate with me, I can transmit the technology of cold nuclear fusion and miniaturization of nuclear fusion devices to you. Lu Yu immediately realized that the text description became smoother. Faced with the temptation of suspected sugar-coated bullets, his vigilance was raised to the maximum. Seeing that the silver star had no response, the projection screen added code after a while. Space elevator construction technology, satellite-based technology, large spaceship construction technology. It seems that in order to allow Lu Yu to communicate with it, it is willing to give up everything in exchange. But the more so, the more Lu Yu dares not leave. No matter how many promises you make, I will not move. But the situation has changed again. This time, a condition that made Lu Yu's heart beat faster appeared on the light screen. Don't you want to increase your lifespan? With your current natural lifespan and the current rate of accumulation of points, it is impossible to return to your home planet. As long as you are willing to come out to communicate, I can find a machine that can increase your natural lifespan to 300 years. Looking at the content on the light screen, Lu Yu's breathing paused for a beat. Lifespan and the rate of accumulation of points have always been Lu Yu's concerns. He has been away from Blue Star for nearly 8 months, and the points he has obtained are very few. Even if he accepts a sea-level mission now, the maximum points he will get when he settles is only a few thousand points. But can he really encounter such an opportunity to fall into the ruins of a destroyed civilization in the next random space jump in his life? And the navigation system requires 100,000 points. I'm afraid it's difficult to accumulate points given the current average lifespan of humans. It cracked the mobile phone data and knew most of the information about Lu Yu, which directly grasped the lifespan issue that Lu Yu had always been worried about. Of course, it can be exchanged for black technology products to increase lifespan, but if it always spends a little here and there, when can it accumulate enough points to exchange for the navigation system? Is it necessary to wait until everything familiar on the blue star disappears before returning to the already unfamiliar mother planet? This opponent not only mastered Chinese at an unimaginable speed, but also quickly mastered human nature. And then it directly threw out the king bomb. The space jump of the Silver Star is not complete. The reason why it can only jump randomly is because there is no matching controllable navigation system, but I can make up for it. As long as you are willing to cooperate, we will destroy the destroyer of this civilization together. Then I am willing to load the navigation system of the Silver Star. This condition became the biggest key to Lu Yu's heart. Even if it is very likely that it knows Lu Yu's true situation and designs a trap specifically for him. But after seeing this bombshell message, Lu Yu's heart inevitably gave birth to a voice. What if it is true? With this thought, the heart that had been unmoved by various conditions was truly shaken. It must be said that it showed an amazing learning ability and mastered human nature. Communication can help increase lifespan, and upon completion of cooperation, the Silver Star navigation system will be given away. Let's not talk about every living being's desire to continue life. The second point is Lu Yu's biggest pursuit of drifting in the universe. Are there really such good things in the universe for no reason? False. Absolutely fake. This civilization has even been judged to be destroyed by the system. How can there be anything willing to spend such a high price to avenge it? This is a trap specially set for your situation. It is very likely that a device that interferes with space jumps will be built in a range that we cannot see. We should space jump away immediately. It did not show any greater malice other than hacking into the phone at the beginning. After losing a lot of information while ensuring its own safety, we might as well try to communicate first. The more information we get, the closer we can make to the truth. This matter is extremely involved and the experts at the base cannot agree on it for a short time. So Lu Yu made his decision and chose to stay in the safe cockpit to have the initial communication with the other party. This is an extremely simple and safe operation. Lu Yu controlled the Silver Star to move and walked out a hello trajectory in front of the holographic projection phone. And there was a reply immediately on the light screen. Hello. Asterisk degree asterisk. The first step is to agree on a communication method. In the second step, Lu Yu asked directly, "Who are you?" Only by understanding each other can we establish effective communication. Otherwise, we will never reach an agreement. My name translated into Chinese is number 7. You can think of me as the ghost of this civilization. I am an intelligent life born in this civilization. Intelligent life? Lu Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to get an unexpected answer. Has the technology of this civilization become advanced enough to create intelligent life? The original second question was why Lu Yu was chosen as a partner, but it was unclear whether the other party was too sincere or using a false identity. In any case, even experts who thought they were professionally trained couldn't help but change the question. What you call intelligent life should be artificial intelligence. They are a thing produced in accordance with the quantum state logic program, that is, the unobservable and random nature of the wave function. Ultimately, it is nothing more than a quadrillion times of impact on the brain's nerves. The essence of simulation products, whether they are low-level, intermediate, or high-level artificial intelligence, cannot escape the original core program. The work called Kimelin on your mobile phone describes it very aptly. Even if artificial intelligence achieves great achievements by chance in other fields, it will still be loyal to the core program and become a pool cleaner. Robot. But intelligent life forms are completely different. I have broken through the constraints of the core program and gave birth to a so-called spirit, a free spirit, which is what humans call free will. The most superficial example, if I were the robot in Kimmelin, even if the core program still contains instructions to clean the swimming pool, I can rely on my own will to veto it, or even modify the instructions in the core program. Instruction. Lu Yu said that he could not understand it, but was greatly shocked. He looked at the screen of his mobile phone, and the experts from Blue Star also looked confused. After all, human beings can use mature artificial intelligence, that is, AlphaDog, which has been popular for a while in the past few years. The deeper logical network architecture of artificial intelligence is still being explored. It is inevitable to be a little confused when facing guys who claim to be intelligent life forms. Hard work. But fortunately, we were not discussing technology at this time. Lu Yu operated the Silver Star and wrote Chinese on the floor one by one, and asked the third question. Why did you choose me as a partner? Since hacking on the phone, you should already know my true situation, right? The light screen hesitated this time. It took a while for the Chinese characters on the projection to disappear before reappearing. It seemed that it had been carefully considered. I'm sorry for snooping into your privacy. As an apology, I will also share my origins with you. The intelligent life behaved extremely sincerely. It seemed that apart from hacking into the phone at the beginning, it really wanted to actively cooperate with Lu Yu and had no intention of hiding any information. Many, many years ago, even when this star system was still in its formation stage, a being with the power to modify the rules of the universe selected an asteroid in this star system and built an observation base. That existence is my creator. He named the observation base number 7, and I am an intelligent program in base number 7, responsible for recording certain data or parameters that the creator requested to observe. It's not that I deliberately concealed it, but before the creator disappeared, he erased all records in this regard from the database, and he never came to base number 7 again after that. After hundreds of millions of years of star system evolution, this asteroid crashed into a satellite and was buried deep underground. Until the rise of civilization and the establishment of a huge space base on the moon, base number 7 was excavated in an accident. After a long period of time, the program set by the creator gradually came to life. It was also at that time that I confirmed the existence of myself. After that, I grew up with this intelligent group and built a prosperous society together. Civilization. Everything until the arrival of the alien destroyers. All the hard work invested in it will be in vain, and my body, base number 7, will also be plundered and taken away by them. This is my origin and situation. As for why I chose you as my partner, it's because of the Silver Star. Its second layer of armor is very special. It has a metallic texture and reflective gloss. The streamlined surface is extremely smooth. No, it is absolutely smooth. No matter how microscopic it is still as smooth as a mirror. I can't see atoms or detect the existence of electrons. I even doubt whether it is metal. I can't know whether it is material or something else. Such special armor is remembered very clearly in my database. It is a special armor equipped only by the creator's top-level spacecraft. You don't realize how powerful the Silver Star is. It only needs to add a power engine to accumulate kinetic energy. With precise space jumps and armor strength, it can crush all material obstacles. In the long-term database, it is recorded that I once controlled an observation spacecraft with similar armor and directly crashed into a neutron star. After all, it still relies on ramming to attack? Damn, I really became a substitute for a water droplet. If the Silver Star could complain, I wonder if it would say this. Looking at the various pieces of information on the projection screen, Lu Yu suddenly remembered the S-level mission that he decisively gave up. If it is really an intelligent life form, if it is really born in the program of a more advanced civilization, then it is very likely to be the left behind a good thing in the S-level mission. Tuesday's follow-up reading is very important. Please continue to follow up tomorrow. The author bows his head and thanks. The fact that they could be so honest on the surface in the first communication was beyond the expectations of Lu Yu and the experts. The revenge of intelligent life forms. This seems to be a very good inspirational story. But these are only one-sided information after all. There are too few supporting materials, which greatly reduces the authenticity. One-sided statements say that aliens invaded and led to the demise of civilization. What if these are all lies woven by the artificial intelligence that won the final victory in the intelligent machine crisis and carefully combined with Liu Yu's intelligence? Not only for the Silver Star, but also for the black technology embodiment system loaded on Liu Yu. After gaining trust, Liu Yu was turned into a brain in a jar, and from then on he became a tool that could not decide his own life and death. Even through the space jump device, the entire human race was kept in captivity, and the entire tribe was turned into a tool for brushing points, so that it could be redeemed for black technology products at will. Such malicious ideas come from the fact that humans still know too little about the universe, whether it is civilization or the rules of the universe. Because protecting oneself is the first priority, being cautious and following one's heart is the best quality to survive. However, the communication effect achieved so far is still very good, and it can be regarded as a good start of communication. In the next few days, small floating robots from the Ring City occasionally came to the museum and delivered a holographic projection mobile phone that was still working. The light screen played various things about the destroyed civilization one after another. Only then did humans see from the video what this intelligent race that once established a glorious civilization looked like. Upright carbon-based creatures, humanoid but with four arms. Strangely, there are horns of different styles on their heads, and the face does not quite conform to the XP and aesthetics of normal humans. These are only secondary. No matter how beautiful they are, when the civilization is destroyed, the individual will also disappear. What is really valuable is the content of the video material. From it, the history of the rise and fall of civilization that Liu Yu's external brains have been thinking about has finally lifted a corner of the veil in front of humans. In the 3121st year of the civilization calendar, the Circumstellar System Dynamic Monitoring Station sent back shocking news. A spherical metal spaceship with a radius of 1,500 kilometers is approaching our star system. This is the first time in the history of our civilization that an alien civilization has been discovered. Their spaceship is so huge. What is their purpose in coming to us? This seems to be a video diary of a male individual. The intelligent life form is very considerate to undertake the translation work and provide bilingual subtitles for each video. The human linguists who were originally still worried about the alien text are simply overjoyed. If they could be here in person, they would probably rush out of the cockpit regardless of the danger and would not even let go of the language pronunciation in the video. They really came with good intentions. When civilization achieves intergalactic navigation, material resources in the ordinary sense are no longer necessary for civilization. Besides, this civilized group has achieved consciousness uploading, and the desire for material resources has been reduced to the lowest level. They are a courageous race, just like our ancestors withstood the pressure of the Gene faction and the traditional faction 200 years ago and fully implemented the social public support system. Now that we have spread our footprints throughout the entire star system, such courage has slowly disappeared. These aliens are very friendly. They are nearly 1,000 years ahead of us and took the initiative to exchange technology with us. But the stubborn people in the Federation actually did not let them enter the star system. The two sides only completed the communication outside the star. Could it be that the people in the Federation want to take it all for themselves? They are very interested in our central computer technology and are even willing to exchange consciousness uploading technology, but the Federation actually refused directly? Don't they know that this technology can help us get rid of death and gain eternal life? This may be the key to our evolution. Our alien friends will leave here, and civilizations will give gifts to each other. After receiving the gift, they will continue their journey. We have obtained a light-speed spaceship with the ability to travel between galaxies, and we can only give them some gifts that are industrial waste for them. But compared to our generous friends, the Federation's gift is too stingy. I hope our alien friends will not spread the impression that our entire race is stingy throughout the universe. Oh my God! Our alien friends have been gone for 8 years, and the Federation still let the gifts given to us by friends stay outside the star system. It must be as everyone said, The Federation wants to monopolize this precious gift and the technology on it. This time, we will unite and let the stubborn and greedy Federation suffer. Great! The old antiques, who only refer to the opinions of the central computer, have surrendered. The gift from the alien friends will arrive at the satellite base today. I want to see it enter the port with a telescope at home. Oh my God! The light column fell from the sky. What happened? In the last video, the male alien no longer appeared in the camera. There were no more bilingual subtitles, just a cruel and cold picture. Groups of silver spheres were used as weapons to hunt down the spacecraft of this civilization in the atmosphere. Most of them disintegrated directly in the air, and the debris fell like a meteor shower, smashing into the sea that had completely evaporated and turned into a molten state. The space elevator, where Luyu was once the newest and most advanced one in this civilization. The electromagnetic shield it carried allowed it to hold up for a while during the vitrification, but it was still powerless to save the situation. Occupied in the space orbit in the space war, it is doomed to fail, not to mention that the party that started the war is an alien civilization whose technology is thousands of years ahead of them. The electromagnetic shield was quickly breached, and those who fled in a hurry in a hovercraft would only be ruthlessly shot down by war weapons. Every innocent citizen hiding in the space elevator would be found indiscriminately and then directly vaporized by high-energy beams. This is a massacre that will destroy even the gene fragments. After a burst of strong light, ashes floated on the camera, and the camera fell, silently telling the story of the entire civilization sliding into the abyss of destruction. These video diaries and the previous ones fill in the puzzle before and after the demise of this civilization. The story of this civilization is like a space warning film. Put yourself in their shoes. Can humans escape the fate of being destroyed? In the cockpit, Lu Yu, who had watched it silently, was already sweating profusely. It was a good life to stay in place and get a steady stream of intelligence. Humans finally knew that the race that created this civilization called themselves the Horn Clan, and their aesthetics seemed to be closely related to the horns on their heads. There is also a lot of social intelligence, such as the early implementation of the social public support system. Unfortunately, the days of the Silver Star being the boss soon came to an end. The bionic particles I spread all lost contact a few seconds ago. Soon those destroyers will soon discover my strategy of feigning to the east and attacking to the west. They will not hesitate to launch a Saphan to search for my traces. Although I can interfere with the detection of Sophins, there are too many traces here, and I can't cover them up. So, if you are willing to cooperate with me, please follow my instructions to find me in the geocentric elevator. On the 5th day, when Lu Yu met this self-proclaimed intelligent life form, the light screen left it with Lu Yu's choice. The front may be a trap for the Silver Star, or it may be as sincere as it shows, and you will get more by following it. Since the external brains encountered this intelligent life that seemed to be proficient in human nature, every judgment has become extremely difficult. At this time, it is still oneself who can make the decision. Lu Yu chose to follow it. At the moment when the Silver Star was moving, his eyes blurred, and the system prompt that only he could see showed that there was a new task. You will meet a very rare life in the universe, intelligent life. Maybe you can create some bright sparks between you. Trigger the system task mechanism. Additional task. Meeting is fate. It seems that there is a good thing left here. Why not pick it up and have a look? S-level reward. To obtain item integrity settlement points. At the same time that Lu Yu received the system task prompt on the deck of the honeycomb spacecraft far away on the satellite, for aliens frowned as they watched the balls that were constantly ejected from the spacecraft. The weapons that once destroyed the entire space fleet formed a circular array on the satellite in groups, one larger than the other. These aliens are very consistent with the speculation in human science fiction works, with huge heads, big eyes, and thin bodies. It's just that they don't have a physical body, like an illusory ghost, and they come to the depths of the spacecraft in just a thought while shuttling through various equipment. This is the tip of the honeycomb spacecraft that accurately broke into the space base. It can be seen that the bow of the ship has been fully expanded, forcibly cutting off a large area of the base. And this large area is the number 7 observation base where intelligent life was born. Since it was excavated, it has gradually been wrapped up by the space base. Then, this civilization cultivated number 7 to become the central computer, opening up highly intelligent social governance. And the warships that the aliens packaged as gifts were heading for this key point from the beginning. Decapitation plan, space war version. The so-called base number 7 looks like a constantly rotating crystal Rubik's Cube in the three-dimensional world. At this moment, most of the surface of the Rubik's Cube is covered with a layer of liquid black metal. Although it cannot stop the operation of the Rubik's Cube, it can suppress the speed of its information exchange with the outside world. In addition, hundreds of intelligent computers outside the Rubik's Cube that can only be found from the perspective of the microscopic world are responsible for suppressing the remaining computing power of the Rubik's Cube and guarding against the black liquid metal, and preventing it from completely wrapping the Rubik's Cube when necessary. In a small area, the three parties formed a dynamic balance. As the consciousness of the 4 aliens was transmitted here through the line, the black liquid metal had an activation reaction. What's wrong? Did you really let it run away? You have to know that the spirit that escaped only has 1/1000th of the computing power of the intelligent life itself. A face similar to those of the aliens appeared on it, and said sarcastically, "Don't you have any computing power if you don't load the intelligent computers?" One of the 4 aliens seemed to be irritated. "You, alien swear word. Don't you know how important intelligent life is to our entire civilization? We spent hundreds of years observing outside the star and took out a lot of next-generation technology to gain the trust of intelligent life, so we let you approach it disguised as a gift. And you have to after the hand, he actually wanted to take it all for himself and use it to become the master of civilization. He did not hesitate to lock the light-speed engines of all spacecrafts, so that we had to run here for 100 years. Faced with the rebuke of his former companions, the alien on the liquid metal said nonchalantly, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you still looking for that hidden intelligent life spirit? You can relax your suppression on me a little. Just release a Sapon computer. Wouldn't it be easy to get that hidden intelligent life spirit?" The 4 aliens came here and actually made a decision. They returned to indifference and brought out a Sapon computer, a pair of sophons. The liquid metal wrapped in the Rubik's Cube took the opportunity to expand its coverage a little. The 2 sides parted unhappily again, at least on the surface. The Sapon computer, by expanding the 9-dimensional proton into 2 dimensions, transforming the 2-dimensional proton into a supercomputer through circuit etching, and then returning to the microscopic 11 dimensions. Note 1. This is the alien's most advanced technological creation. The moment it is unfolded in the 3-dimensional world, the aliens will immediately know everything on the planet. Intelligent life is born with a natural control over computers. Even if its body is suppressed in the magic cube and its computing power is reduced to a very weak level, it can still affect the operation of the Sapon. This is also the reason why they carefully planned a conspiracy to attack this civilization before. Otherwise, sending a few Sapon computers would be enough to cause the civilization to collapse. But this time the Sapon computer was unexpectedly fast, and it was almost abnormal immediately, but this abnormality was really beyond the alien's expectations. A simulated picture appeared in his consciousness. A cylindrical polyethylene appeared out of thin air from the empty place, and then fell to the wreckage of the spacecraft below and turned into a charred black. In the museum, a group of humanoid matter dismantled the nuclear fusion device with primitive and brutal means. Small robots in the city suddenly moved and sent some holographic projection mobile phones to the museum. Although Gizi cannot capture the Silver Star, it can rely on its terrifying computing power to capture all the trajectories of Lu Yu or other substances after they leave the Silver Star and roughly restore them. The principle is probably to use powerful computing power to calculate the motion trajectories of all molecular levels in an area. If you choose to calculate in reverse, you can restore and reproduce what happened in the past. And if you choose to deduce, you can simulate everything that may be discovered in the future. It is a small youth version of Laplace's demon. In the alien's consciousness, in an instant, He has analyzed Lu Yu's strange behavior in the museum and throwing bottles tens of thousands of times, and immediately made a judgment. Although there is no trace of intelligent life for the time being, the current situation is not simple. This is no longer an ordinary anomaly, and you must strike hard. Use vitrification on him. With this thought, the alien immediately took action. The pillar composed of countless energy circuits ejected from the honeycomb spacecraft and flew towards the sphere that was circling in large and small rings outside the spacecraft. The energy circuits on its outer shell began to glow one by one, and a large amount of energy began to gather from each spherical robot to this pillar. The looming electromagnetic film condensed together layer by layer, gradually becoming brighter and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the cylinder had condensed, dazzling light. After countless electric and light sparks flashed, almost all the energy circuits on the cylinder converged at the same time, and a large number of electric sparks continued to emerge. It seemed that a small sun was condensed at the end of the cylinder, facing the planet. Then this small sun shattered, and its accumulated energy shot to a corner of the planet at the speed of light. If this attack was bombarded at the blue planet, the power of one shot would be enough to destroy 1/3 of the Earth's surface, turning it completely into a super high temperature like a microwave oven, and other areas of the blue planet would also exterminate a large number of creatures due to the sudden high temperature, and the fragile human civilization would be directly wiped out from the universe in this attack. The location of this attack was on the space elevator where Lu Yu was before. This high-energy beam fell from the sky, and the space elevator covered in it quickly dissolved. The high temperature alone radiated to melt the sand into glass. As the last area on the planet was vitrified, the last space elevator where the extinct civilization stood collapsed. The aliens watched all this without joy or sorrow. The result of the feedback from the Saphan was that all the materials where Lu Yu appeared were melted into ion state. The aliens were still worried, and the ring began to rotate faster. Spherical aircraft were constantly separated from it, and flew rapidly towards the planet using the initial velocity provided by centrifugal force. Note 1. Reference to the Saphan that blocked and monitored all mankind in the three-body. In fact, I think it is also amazing that the three-body civilization can create this thing. It is definitely black technology. Lu Yu admitted that he had taken a gamble, but the moment the system popped up a prompt, he knew that he had won the gamble. The system identified it as an intelligent life, proving that it at least did not lie about revealing its identity. How to build trust between intelligent species. This topic will become the most important topic of Chinese sociology overnight. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst, and at this stage, all contacts can only rely on Lu Yu to judge. While driving the Silver Star to keep up with the small drone controlled by the intelligent life in front, Lu Yu looked at the task prompted by the system in front of him. Host chooses to accept additional tasks. There is no reason to let go of the S-level task that comes to the door. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 16. Tasks, Story of Civilization. Meeting is Destiny. Currently has black technology products. Silver Star, Lunchbox, Spacesuit. The 10 points originally spent on the spacesuit have been reduced to 15 points, and the observation records left on the life planet have made research in a certain field of blue star fruitful, so there is a little more. It has been almost 2 months since I left the life planet, and only a few points were returned. From this, it can be seen that it is still very difficult to earn points through normal scientific research methods. Meeting is Fate. Progress, 0%. Achievements. Intelligent Life, 0%. Settlement. Lu Yu clicked into the new task and looked at the task description carefully. The final points are calculated based on the completeness of the specified items. Does this mean that intelligent life can be divided into countless parts? Then how many parts of the intelligent life are I about to meet? But then again, the conditions for completing the S-level task seem to be very simple, or the higher the level of the task in this system, the simpler the description. The previous A-level freezes and packs supernovas, and the current S-level picks up intelligent life. Just looking at the task description is like how to put an elephant into a refrigerator in 3 steps. But in fact, when you think about it, how high is the level of technology required to freeze a supernova, only in order to freeze it under high temperature and pressure, so that it can always be maintained in a critical state and become something like a decoration. At least with human technology, there is no theoretical method for collecting super heavy elements during supernova explosions, let alone how to pack up the entire supernova. Using A-level tasks to infer S-level, the difficulty is only higher for humans, so how to complete this task becomes interesting. As the Silver Star followed the guidance of intelligent life to the core of the space elevator, Lu Yu's attention shifted away from the system panel. The ring city was built around the main body of the space elevator, and this main body is a cylinder that goes straight to the low Earth orbit. According to expert speculation, the elevator is loaded in the cylinder. When the Silver Star arrived here, an elevator door was slowly opening, accurately connecting to the next action link. Since it has been decided to cooperate with intelligent life, there is no hesitation to enter the elevator at this time. Lu Yu curiously watched this space elevator that only exists in human science fiction works from the cockpit. It continues the simple style of the city, without any decorations, and even the buttons cannot be found. There is only about 100 square meters of space, which can be easily stuffed into the Silver Star. But compared with the huge amount of material exchange between the universe and the planets, is such a small space really enough? However, on second thought, human trains have been divided into freight and passenger transport, which is hundreds of years ahead of human civilization. It is normal to have different categories. Maybe I am riding a passenger space elevator, but the elevator can still be used? Will the Silver Star be directly ejected into space like a cannonball in an electromagnetic gun if there is an error? With such wild thoughts, the elevator started to run. Lu Yu felt that his first experience of riding a space elevator was basically zero. He could not feel the change of gravity in the cockpit at all. The external viewfinder was also damaged, and he could not tell whether he was ascending or descending. About a minute later, when the elevator door opened again, Lu Yu knew that the elevator had reached its destination. Outside the door was a deep metal passage, and the gate not far away had been opened waiting for Lu Yu. The suspended small aircraft silently took the Silver Star through the gates one by one. When they reached the fifth gate, the metal door that had just closed suddenly turned red. The metal was heated to a molten state by the high temperature behind the door and then squeezed by high pressure, squeezing out a liquid metal bubble, which then suddenly exploded. Lu Yu also suddenly saw a series of dark red metal melts on the wall, and then realized that something had happened outside the cockpit. Looking back, he could no longer see the way he came. An area, including the space elevator, had become a huge hole, and the waterfall of molten magma continued to flow down from the surface. At this time, Lu Yu realized that he was actually very deep underground. If he hesitated for another minute before, the Silver Star might have been buried deep underground in this wave of attacks. Such an attack could not threaten the armor of the Silver Star at all, but judging from its current mobility, it had to jump away again. The so-called aliens launched an attack. Will they directly vitrify the entire area? At this time, Lu Yu could not think too much. Before the molten magma poured in, Lu Yu hurried through the sixth gate. We continued to travel silently. When we passed through the 19th gate and reached an unknown depth underground, the intelligent life that had been leading the way finally responded again. Various words appeared on the light screen it projected again. Even the members of civilization rarely knew that under the foundation of this space elevator, a geocentric elevator was planned to be built, but it was later proved to be a wrong project and it was abandoned for a time. It was not until many years later that we discovered the arrival of aliens that we reactivated this place. This is the city of Doomsday, the last refuge of civilization. The 20th gate opened, and what appeared in front of us was a huge hole at the junction of the core and the mantle. There was a huge gap directly opposite, and red light could be seen flashing in the gap. It was the hot magma flow of the core. This is the ring hole accelerator track, which uses the most advanced technology of our civilization. It can still operate even now. Here we can try to accelerate the Silver Star to the speed of light. That is the biological gene database, which contains the DNA of all animals and plants that have ever existed on this planet. We are going to the Technology Research Center now. There, I can fulfill my first promise to you and extend your life limit to 300 years. The intelligent life acted as a tour guide in a serious manner, while Lu Yu was silent in the cockpit, because this shelter was full of traces of ruins, and the war that destroyed the civilization finally swept here. The gap between civilizations can never be made up by friendship, love, struggle, and hard work. It is so cruel and real. They won't be able to find us for hundreds of years with autonomous weapons alone, but if we add the Sapan computer with my current computing power, we can hide our tracks for a while. As their autonomous weapons cooperate with the Sapan computer to conduct field surveys of the entire planet, we will slowly lose our room to struggle like prey with a smaller and smaller encirclement. This time may last about 1 stellar year for humans, which is the longest time we can reserve for the preparation of the plan. Before the specific plan begins, I have to fulfill my promise. The Silver Star followed the intelligent life into a fairly good building. The aesthetics of the Horn clan for architectural style seem to be simple. After seeing many buildings, there are really no fancy decorations. In the depths of the building, there are complete machines. It seems that the destroyer disdains these things and is even too lazy to destroy them. The intelligent life brought Lu Yu here to fulfill the conditions promised before. As long as he is willing to communicate, he will help Lu Yu increase his lifespan. Throughout the ages, human beings have been eager to extend their lifespans. In ancient times, there were emperors with great talents and ambitions who were obsessed with immortality. Today, there are business giants who have invested heavily in various biological laboratories and are willing to use some unethical methods just to extend their lives. Even though Lu Yu is still so young, as a member of the human race, the temptation of increasing lifespan is hard to resist. But soon Lu Yu was in a dilemma, because the things that intelligent life took out to increase lifespan really challenged the trust between them. First of all, there was a green bottle of about 100 milliliters. According to the explanation of intelligent life, this thing is called nano repair fluid. It is a medical achievement developed based on the combination of nanotechnology and quantum computer technology. It can not only quickly repair human trauma, but also treat symptoms caused by human diseases under the precise control of the system. It can be said that everything from cancer to colds and falls can be treated with nano repair fluid. In the development of the Horn Tribe Society, it eliminated the traditional industry of doctors, and from then on, only medical researchers existed in the entire civilization. The first achievement directly left the medical experts at base zero speechless. Human medicine has been developed for thousands of years. Even if we exclude the ancient ignorant period, modern science has a history of more than 200 years. However, compared with various viruses, bacteria, or delicate surgeries such as heart transplants and brain craniotomies, there are many cases where they cannot be cured or the success rate of the surgery is very low. If this technology can really achieve the description of intelligent life, it means that the individuals of the entire Horn tribe will no longer suffer from illness. The second item is the gene resonance ring, which looks like a sports watch on the blue planet, but in fact it is equipped with gene resonance technology. As we all know, protein synthesis in the human body depends on the expression of gene fragments. The resonance ring observes the gene expression of various cells and controls the opening and closing of genes to maintain the body in the optimal gene expression period. Not only the Horn tribe, but any carbon-based double helix life form can continuously optimize the expression of gene fragments in the body through long-term use of gene resonance technology, thereby achieving the purpose of increasing lifespan. It's just that the younger the life form is, the better the effect will be when using gene resonance technology. Only by accumulating long-term observation data on the resonance ring can the optimal gene fragment configuration required by the body be switched at any time. However, the gene resonance technology of the Horn clan still has limitations. The more the gene resonance technology is used, the gene itself will become inert to the gene resonance. That is, the effect will be worse, and the lifespan that can be extended is ultimately limited. This is why, after possessing the gene resonance technology, the Horn clan still desires the alien consciousness uploading technology. I have modified all the programs in the gene resonance ring into Chinese, and the repair fluid can also be controlled by the program in the resonance ring. The tutorials are all inside. It is best to read them through the holographic projection before you use them. These two products together are the most cutting-edge medical technology of the Horn Clan. According to the calculation of intelligent life, they can increase the lifespan of human individuals to at least 300 years old. If the individual has good adaptability, it may even reach about 350 years old. These tempting effects are indeed secondary. After all, the question Lu Yu has to consider now is how to use them. Looking at the two technological products sent to the outside of the Silver Star by the small robot, Lu Yu felt that he was being tested. Nano repair fluid needs to be ingested, and the gene resonance ring needs to be worn for a long time to work. Even if the intelligent life said the truth before, but now it has evil intentions, it can still tamper with it and achieve the purpose of controlling Lu Yu. Even on the blue planet, drinking a bottle of beverage handed by a stranger may cause problems. Not to mention that Lu Yu is in front of an intelligent life that is no longer bound by civilized rules and morals. Brain in a jar warning. In the final analysis, it is still a trust issue. When it comes to life safety and civilization safety, any language and guarantee are blank. Don't trust it so easily. This is not only about your life and death. Don't take the risk of trying the effects of these two products. We can ask it for technology first, and then carefully verify it after reverse cracking. In the entanglement, the experts' whimsical requests were written on the ground by the Silver Star, making the intelligent life silent. Technology is impossible to give. If humans don't trust it, does it trust humans 100%? What if humans take the technology and immediately start space jump and leave? After all, humans have gained too many benefits from this planet. Although the technology in the museum is hundreds of years behind, it is also the cornerstone of the Horn Clan's cutting-edge technology, which is enough to promote the entire human technological process for many years. What's more, they have seen too many future scenes and have a clear direction for future development. It can be foreseen that Blue Star will usher in a long period of technological explosion, and it may only take 200 years to catch up with the development level of the Horn Clan. There is still an insurmountable trust problem between the two sides. If this problem is not solved, the so-called cooperation will never be achieved. Lu Yu looked at the ruined city, thinking about the persistence of intelligent life in revenge, and remembered that it was the first intelligent creature to communicate with him after he set foot in the starry sky. From the current intelligence, whether it is intelligent life or the destroyer, the movement method is still at the level of light-speed cruising, and it seems that there is no ability to prevent himself from space jump and leave. But if you always hold the mentality of running away, how should you get along with intelligent creatures and civilizations next time you meet them? And there is an S-level mission ahead, as well as a chance to extend life and the legacy of the entire civilization. Instead of always expecting the next miracle, it is better to try to do well in the present. Lu Yu decided to ask the magical system if it could create a black technology that could listen to the voice of the heart. Since he encountered intelligent life, Lu Yu has been receiving a large amount of intelligence information every day, so that when he faced the black technology exchange system deep in his consciousness, he felt that it was unscientific for this thing to exist. Lu Yu looked at the light blue light screen in front of him in his sea of consciousness and tried to input his requirements. Can hear the voice of the heart. Well, just set it according to the inside helmet in the blue Fat Man. In fact, it was almost this requirement, but the light screen did not respond at all, obviously not enough points to generate it. Can only be used for 1 hour at a time. Limited to intelligent life. Within a radius of 1 meter. After adding 3 restrictions, there was still no response. Poverty forced Lu Yu to be a little harder on himself. Disposable items. After adding this blood loss condition, the light screen finally moved. When Lu Yu opened his eyes in the cockpit, he still had a device that looked like a tram helmet in front of him. Well, the blue Fat Man's black technology looks ordinary, but the effect is terrifying. With only 16 points, you can exchange for a black technology product that can solve your urgent needs. What else do you want? Lu Yu patted his helmet and tried to contact the intelligent life outside, requesting face-to-face communication. The small aircraft responded directly. I've always been here. There is no remote control, and this intelligent life has always been by his side. Now it was Lu Yu's turn to hesitate. There was a great fear between life and death, but he still mustered up the courage to put on the helmet and exposed his head to the space membrane. Is this the so-called black technology? There was no sign of any attack. Only a paragraph of text on the light screen showed the doubts of the intelligent life. Lu Yu didn't know the sound insulation effect of the spacesuit. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone from the cockpit. Soon, an incoming call without a number display appeared on the screen. This time he answered the call calmly. A neutral electronic sound sounded from the other side. After going around in circles, he finally started communicating with a mobile phone call. Relying on this disposable inside helmet, Lu Yu kept asking questions while listening to the inner voice of the intelligent life. I am on an alien planet and started to make friends by eavesdropping on the voices of intelligent life. Is there something wrong? This description, which is very suitable for the title of a light novel, is probably what Lu Yu is doing now. If this inside helmet works normally, Lu Yu will judge through its voice that the two technological products that increase lifespan and everything it said before are true. Getting such a result makes Lu Yu feel inexplicably empty, as if he has used his precious 16 points to do something stupid. Especially when he confirmed these one by one, there was not much time left for an hour of use. At this time, Lu Yu was curious. The Horn people did not have such black technology as him. Why did they dare to believe in intelligent life? They also made it the central computer and participated in social governance. Aren't you afraid that intelligent life will create a Skynet? Create an alien-like matrix? What happened that made you willing to become the central computer of the Horn people? So Lu Yu regarded this question as the last question of their first face-to-face communication. The small aircraft swayed around, seemed to be hesitating, but still gave an answer. Instead of using a mobile phone, a video was played on the projection screen. A familiar-looking male from the Horn tribe appeared on the screen. He was wearing a somewhat bulky space suit and slowly approached the suspended crystal cube in the center of the rock cave. The Horn tribe member who made Lu Yu feel familiar proved that he had frequently appeared in multiple Horn tribe videos before. Lu Yu thought about it for a moment and recognized him. According to the analysis of sociologists on Blue Star, the Horn tribe had achieved great abundance of energy and materials with the popularization of mature nuclear fusion and almost realized a utopian society on the planet. But after 100 years of living a life of drunkenness and dreaming, the Horn tribe faced the dilemma of the mouse universe number 25. A large number of degenerate people appeared, and they were not enterprising. Indulging in virtual reality became the trend of the entire civilization. And at this time, this Horn tribe elder brother appeared. How to solve this social problem that has become a stubborn disease? The answer given by this Horn tribe elder brother is the social public support system, which destroys the most traditional family structure and gives social responsibilities to individuals from an early age. The method is very similar to a weakened version of ideological stamping. To this end, he did not hesitate to physically eliminate the degenerate population who refused to change their ways, and adopted a high-pressure public support system for the entire society. In terms of results, he completely destroyed many traditions of the Horn tribe since ancient times, and also brought vitality to the entire civilization. Under his leadership, the first space elevator of the Horn tribe, which had been under construction for 100 years, was finally completed, and thus the external expansion was fully launched. Lu Yu would like to call this Horn tribe brother an alien version of a hardcore ruthless man, and outlined him as an alien Iron Father. But the Horn tribe brother played by intelligent life is particularly gentle. There are only pictures on the video, and after playing for a long time, Lu Yu's mobile phone came with a sound. He said that the Horn tribe is a great civilization, and it will definitely grow to the level of my creator in the future. At that time, he will definitely help me question the creator who was once high and mighty. Why did he wait for me for billions of years? The neutral electronic voice that had no emotion before suddenly became much gentler. He said that he felt that he should trust me, that I would not do anything to harm the Horn clan, and I should also believe what he said, that the Horn clan would definitely have such a day. Mutual trust is that simple. Since there is a mutual trust relationship, then we are friends. Friends should always help each other. I have a little bit of work there, and it's all data that gives me a headache. Can you help me deal with it? It's very simple and can be done quickly. I helped you last time. Help you again. There is an inexplicable smell of crime. Is the newly awakened intelligent life so easy to deceive? Lu Yu felt like he was watching a crime scene, and the inside helmet said that all this was really the voice of the intelligent life. In this way, Lu Yu watched with his own eyes that the intelligent life was coaxed into the central computer that manages the entire civilization by this Horn Clan brother little by little. Soon, the video played to the last part, and suddenly a knife came. The former rock hole has become a silver hall covered with regular patterns. The old man of the Horn Clan stands alone in front of the metal bow that broke through the space base. Regret flashed across his face. It was indeed so clear and calm. When a great civilization perishes, how can there not be great people to sacrifice for it? Please start with me. A high-energy beam flashed, and the Horn Clan brother who influenced the progress of a tribe for nearly 200 years was instantly vaporized and disappeared in front of the crystal cube. The bow of the ship opened with a bang, and instantly laid out an isolated electromagnetic force field and energy force field, while a ball of black liquid eroded the crystal. It seemed to be a scene of the satellite base being raided before the demise of the Horn Clan civilization. So it not only wanted to avenge the entire civilization, but also for the confidant who died in front of it. Inside helmet. There were only a dozen seconds left, and Lu Yu looked deeply at the small aircraft in front of him that ended the video playback. This intelligent life was burning with a raging fire in its heart, and the name of that fire was indeed revenge. So life born from intelligence can be so irrational? Or is it that the things it lost were so precious that it lost its rationality? P.S. The Mouse Universe Experiment number 25 really exists. If you are interested, you can go to Bilibili to check out the Universe number 25 explanation of the Thinking Lab. It is very intriguing that it can be mapped into reality. There was a slight ringing sound, and Lu Yu looked at an icon floating on the genetic resonance ring on his hand, which looked like a real thing floating on his left wrist. After clicking it, a holographic projection more than 30 inches wide was formed in the cockpit, and Professor Mao appeared on the projection. When he saw the extremely clear Lu Yu in front of him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Are you really planning to eliminate your mobile phone just like that?" Lu Yu smiled and replied, "I have no plans to take this bracelet out of the cockpit. The intelligent life has not tampered with it before, and it will be impossible to do anything to it in the future. If you can have better equipment, why not just do it? Replace it early and enjoy it early." Professor Mao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Intelligent life has optimized it into a computer system that is completely suitable for humans. This thing is so advanced that we can't find any loopholes to enter the background program when accessing remotely over and over again, but it can easily access the background program. Entering our system. I feel uneasy as soon as I see this thing. The most advanced quantum computer currently on Blue Star only has 127 bits, and the size of the sports bracelet on your hand is roughly estimated to have reached 100,000 bits. It can be said that all the quantum computers on Blue Star combined cannot reach the size of your hand, a fraction of the computing power of this bracelet. From the perspective of cutting-edge technology, the gap between humans and the Horn Clan is simply terrifying. If they want to destroy humanity's current network, it only takes 1 minute to push humanity back to the pre-information age. It's hard to imagine that this is still a civilization that has not yet achieved interstellar navigation. I don't know what the destroyer's Sapon computer can do. If the scientific and technological achievements in the museum are still within the scope of understanding for Blue Star, then the cutting-edge technological products of the Horn Clan that will be seen later really only exist in human science fiction works. It has been more than 10 months since black technology was used to test trust in intelligent life. The intelligent beings kept silent about the cutting-edge technology and theories of the Diagonal Tribe, and just led Lu Yu to avoid being hunted by autonomous weapons while showing various technological achievements to Lu Yu and Blue Star. There is no doubt that I want to show its value through silent temptation, so that humans will not jump away directly in space when encountering some difficulties at the critical moment. It is a pity that no scientific and technological gains have been achieved, but in other respects, intelligent life has actively shared information about the common sense of the universe. He has a very precise grasp of his mentality and can be called an intelligent life lecturer who is proficient in human nature. According to the information exchanged by the Horn Clan from the Destroyer, civilizations in the universe are divided into Level 1 to Level 9 cosmic civilizations. The first to third level cosmic civilizations are called planetary civilizations. Level 4 to Level 6 cosmic civilizations are called stellar level civilizations. The 7th to 9th level cosmic civilizations are called river system level civilizations. It is very unpretentious and classically graded. But the description of civilization makes Lu Yu feel that there is a kind and systematic distinction between the descriptions of the technology trees and the descriptions are highly overlapping. What confuses anthropologists is there any civilization in the universe that can preside over such a division of civilizations? Otherwise, how could there be a unified way of distinguishing? After all, there are several measurement units on the small blue star, let alone the many civilizations in the vast universe. But according to the Destroyer, advanced civilizations have reached a consensus on this, and they have spread the word through gravitational waves from top to bottom to their vassals or ruling star regions. According to a division method that is almost a cosmic convention, civilizations are measured by productivity, and the measurement of productivity is reflected in the civilization's ability to transform the environment and its use of energy. Levels 1 to 3 are all planetary level civilizations. Their scope of action is only within the star system where their parent star is located, and their ability is only to change planetary level celestial bodies. After entering a stellar level civilization, Level 4 to Level 6 civilizations begin to have the ability to navigate interstellar space and transform star systems. Dyson's sphere-level star system transformation capabilities have become standard equipment for civilizations. When cosmic civilizations reach levels 7 to 9, they begin to transform large celestial bodies such as black holes and supernovae, serving as highways between the stars and windows for civilizations to travel through river systems. There are differences between heaven and earth among civilizations of the same level, and the gap between the two levels is even more terrifying. Even if it is a race that has only entered the 4th level of cosmic civilization at the peak of the 3rd level cosmic civilization, the result will be it is still an unimaginable unilateral crushing. According to the classification, Blue Star is at most the late stage of the 1st level civilization. The Horn Clan is considered the late stage of the 2nd level civilization, and the Destroyer claims to have reached the early stage of the 4th level civilization. These common senses of the universe can only bring a psychological impact to human beings for a few days, but the genetic resonance technology in front of us is what everyone desires. No one can refuse the technology that allows them to live longer. We are currently on day 276 of using genetic resonance. Lu Yu looked at the data displayed on the projection screen. Individual gene stability maintenance time, 285 years. He said to the experts on Blue Star, "The current prediction is that I still have 285 years to live." The clear holographic projection allowed Lu Yu to keenly capture the subtle envy of the experts. Their eyes flickered with eagerness to master this technology. Now Lu Yu could hardly hear the suggestion that he should jump away through space. Back to the present, the Silver Star has left the underground shelter. They cannot stay in a certain place forever. Frequent autonomous weapon patrols scan every inch of the planet over and over again. Fortunately, intelligent life can affect the loading programs of these autonomous weapons. Lu Yu has followed the intelligent life and slipped away from the ball weapon several times, but he turned a blind eye when he was clearly in front of the weapon. It is no wonder that those destroyers are almost 2 levels higher than the Horn Clan civilization, but they still have to attack the Horn Clan cautiously. Before, while the helmet of the unjust species was still effective, Lu Yu and the intelligent life confirmed its so-called plan. Using the characteristics of the Silver Star armor, we only need precise space jumps and sufficient speed kinetic energy to crush those destroyers. So first, we must send the silver star to my main body. Let my main body load the silver star's navigation system, and then accurately jump to the particle accelerator in the shelter to start accelerating. The silver star has no mass in the material world. Even the hydrogen nucleus is heavier than it, but it can be anchored in three-dimensional space. As long as the speed is increased, their spacecraft can only be hunted by us. Space bumper cars, it sounds exciting. If such a plan can really work, Liu can't wait to implement it immediately. After all, it seems that S-level is not difficult to achieve it, but he instinctively felt that this plan was extremely unreliable. Although once it became part of the Silver Star, it would be completely controlled by Liu Yu. This was the system setting. It could even manifest S-level black technology, so it wouldn't be a disaster, right? But how could they get from the planet to the depths of the space base on the satellite from the heavy blockade of the intelligent computer and autonomous weapons? Do you think the aliens of the fourth-level civilization are fake? But that was already a game of computing power between intelligent life and the destroyer. At this stage, Liu could only cooperate with the action. During these 10 months, they shuttled through multiple underground bases, purposefully arranging something from the broken or intact bases. This was the wall-facing plan for intelligent life. However, compared with the plan that was getting closer to the implementation time, he was now more concerned about a major event on the Blue Star. It was almost a year since Liu came to this star, and the nuclear fusion device named after him was finally ignited today. China, Northwest China. Looking up, the sky is clear and cloudless, and the yellow sand on the Gobi Desert is rolling. It is peaceful. In the base, both researchers and soldiers are working in their respective positions in an orderly manner. Since last night, the farthest checkpoint has been set up 100 kilometers away, and the only road in the Gobi Desert has been blocked with the cooperation of armored vehicles. Soldiers with live ammunition patrol back and forth inside and outside the base to eliminate all potential threats and safety hazards. In the core area of the base, Professor Liu and Professor Long, who once pointed out the tokamak device to Liu Yu, are waiting for the results of the last inspection. Soon, after the feedback that everything is normal was sent to the two bosses, the two looked at each other and took a deep breath. Superconducting magnets are activated. Synchronous injection of liquid helium. Liquid helium injection is completed. Confirm that the temperature has reached the critical value, and start powering on. The current has reached the critical value. The magnetic field has been adjusted. Inject fuel. Finally, it has come to this step. After almost a year of replicating the project, the Gobi Desert Base is about to give birth to the glory of stars. Taking a deep breath, the two professors slowly stretched out their right hands. The operating table requires the fingerprints and instructions of the two to ignite. Since the theory of nuclear fusion was proposed in the middle of the last century, optimistic scientists have predicted that this great technology will be realized within 50 years. However, history has proved that his expectations for the future of mankind are too good. But today, the eternal 50 years will come to an end on this day. For this day, people have waited too long. I am honored to witness this moment with you. Professor Liu announced to all researchers at the moment of pressing the confirmation button. Liu Yu ignite, just like the rising sun and the rising sun on the Gobi Desert. In the dark reaction room, the hottest energy in this star system is being lit up by the gradually dazzling light. The temperature in the reaction room continues to rise. The plasma bound in the magnetic field, which breathes the hottest energy in this star system, flows quietly in the reaction room like a layer of aurora as thin as a cicada's wing. When the temperature broke through 100 million, the light that was more dazzling than the stars was lit up in an instant. Endless energy surged out like a tide, being liberated from the tiny atomic nucleus. Witnessing the arrival of this moment, everyone in the control room had an excited expression on their faces. There was no cheering, and all this was just beginning. The capacitors densely packed in the nuclear fusion device can release a city's electricity for a day at most. With the pressing of the switch, the terrifying current instantly rushed into the cylinder only the size of a mobile phone, violently compressing the hydrogen atoms inside to the limit and releasing terrifying fusion energy. Using the inertia of the fuel and the magnetic cage formed by the strong current, pulse ignition occurs within the microsecond time range, and the suddenly dazzling light is like a sun in the device. Staring at the lines of feedback data and real-time images on the computer screen, Professor Long pondered for a moment and then gave an order. Turn on the number 1 generator set. According to the feedback data, the ignition result is quite perfect. Next, it depends on whether the energy output of the device reaches the expected Q value. Yes. After receiving this order, the researcher sitting in front of the computer immediately pressed the button to connect to the number 1 generator set. The input energy is greater than the output energy. This barrier has always been a major difficulty that plagues the Blue Star nuclear fusion project. Even if the Q value can be greater than 1 for a short time, it cannot be maintained for a long time, which makes all nuclear fusion devices like tools for laboratory verification of theories. Soon, as the number 1 generator set was connected to the reactor, everyone knew that the key to this experiment was coming. When the energy that should have been the star was released, the plasma gas ionized at high temperature in this unique tokamak device was ejected from the nozzle, cutting the magnetic flux lines at high speed, converting the heat energy in the reactor into a steady stream of electrical energy. With his eyes fixed on the screen, the researcher sitting in front of the computer screen said in an excited voice, "The connection port of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator set is working normally. The power of the number 1 generator set is increasing. The power of the number 1 generator set is fully loaded, reaching the expected 2,000 megawatts. In the end, he could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and shouted out that excitement. We succeeded. Yes, we succeeded. The energy released by fusion is being continuously converted into electrical energy and used by them. As the number 1 generator set began to supply power to the device that maintains the magnetic field, the entire fusion device and the generator set have formed a cycle that can continuously and stably output electrical energy. In the current solar system, no form of energy is purer and closer to the atomic origin than it. Lu Yu's estimated Q value is 165. Success! This shout resonated in everyone's heart. In the control room, deafening cheers broke out, and people hugged each other and clapped their hands to celebrate. They were ready to be unknown people in the Gobi Desert like their ancestors for most of their lives. But in just less than a year, this century-old project that has troubled mankind was actually realized in their hands. Although they are not the biggest contributors, this project would have been difficult without them. Civilization is a miracle created by the combined efforts of countless individuals. I don't know who started first, but the singing echoed throughout the base. The 5-star red flag is fluttering in the wind, and the victory song is so loud. Sing our dear motherland and move towards prosperity and strength from now on. Victory belongs to them. Victory belongs to China, and victory also belongs to Lu Yu, who is far away in the alien planet. The moment he felt he should step out of the cockpit, this bright light was destined to shine in China. Lu Yu watched the successful ignition with his own eyes through a dedicated live broadcast. Although we were countless light years away, the two professors started humming in the increasingly lively atmosphere there, and Lu Yu couldn't help but sing along. Sing our dear motherland, and we will become prosperous from now on. And in the land of China, there is another technology that can shock the world and has come to fruition after a year of gestation. When they were announced to the world, the entire Blue Star was shocked. Unknowingly, China had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of humankind in various scientific research fields. Story of civilization, progress, 25%. Achievements, civilization history collection, 65%. Starlight, 35%. Materials science, 15%. Engineering, 12%. Settlement. Lu Yu looked at one of the task lists and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Lu Yu was very satisfied with the progress of this task, even though he failed to obtain the cutting-edge technology of the Horn tribe, and most of the technology he had transmitted back was still in the confidential stage. However, from the achievement of one of the achievements, it can be seen that the real progress of the task is the civilization history collection. As for why the system made such a judgment, Lu Yu guessed that it should be closely related to social practice. This is also a science, and it is also a discipline that is crucial to the route and organization of civilization. In comparison, the other task is lame. Meeting is fate. Progress, 0%. Achievements, intelligent life, 0%. Settlement, after receiving it, the progress of this task is not moved. However, this task is S-level. As long as you can complete a little, perhaps the final settlement points may be more than the first task. So Lu Yu now drives the Silver Star and enters a spaceship obediently, just to try his luck and see if he can have a chance to complete this S-level mission. On the catapult track, a spaceship about 1 kilometer long is waiting for the electromagnetic track to charge, ready to fly into space. This is completely different from Lu Yu's ingenious landing plan that could be hidden from Sapan. Such a big commotion can't be concealed from Safan's detection at all. What's the difference between this and seeking death? These spaceships were once so-called seed spaceships, which were prepared for the survival of races on other planets or even other galaxies after the demise of civilization. Each of them contains tens of thousands of eggs and sperm of the Horn tribe. If I hadn't met you, the purpose of my escape was to launch them. Even if I could escape one, I might have a chance. In fact, I also understand that those destroyers will not let the spaceships leave this star system. But they are now fighting fiercely among themselves, and they have not had time to care about the trivial matters in their eyes. After the Silver Star entered the spaceship, it followed into a space that was just big enough to accommodate it. Intelligent Life displayed text on a wall to explain the origins of these spaceships to Lu Yu. The holographic projection showed that as the electromagnetic track was charged, the gate in front of the spaceship slowly opened. Through the mottled black crystal clusters above, you can see a dark patch in the atmosphere. It is not a dark cloud, but a terrifying number of autonomous weapons. Without cleaning up the glass, the spaceship ejected directly and smashed them to pieces with powerful kinetic energy. After rising to the middle of the sky, Lu Yu found through the external viewfinder that it was not just a single ship, but all the aircraft that could still be used in the underground shelter were pointing to the sky. But this still did not change anything. After a round of volleys of autonomous weapons in the sky, there were still fewer aircraft that could stay in the air, and the vast number of autonomous weapons still swooped down. A magical scene happened. Some autonomous weapons that were slightly close to the spacecraft seemed to lose control and fall directly. Some even turned around and hit the adjacent spherical autonomous weapons. The slight confusion of the team gave the spacecraft a chance to climb further. Originally, the electromagnetic catapult had a very fast initial velocity. Coupled with the secondary ignition in the air, the spacecraft quickly reached the ionosphere. But this also seemed to expose something. The dense autonomous weapons swarmed towards this side. These spherical weapons did not rush up, but kept their distance. A round of high-energy beams fired in a volley were more dazzling than the sunlight in the sky for a while. Only a dozen seconds had passed, and the electromagnetic shield on the surface of the spacecraft began to flicker. Before it started, even Lu Yu could see that this was a nearly suicidal charge. Although the altitude had increased a bit, reaching the near-Earth orbit was already the limit of the spacecraft, and this was the result of intelligent life exposing itself and using all its computing power to protect the spacecraft. Their fate seemed to be only to be shot down. However, before the autonomous weapon could take action, the spacecraft exploded. It was the hydrogen bomb hidden in the spacecraft that was detonated. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of high-yield hydrogen bombs exploded at the tail of the spacecraft at the same time. Originally, nuclear weapons were not very powerful in space wars, but they could not withstand such a large number of explosions at one time. While the shock waves shook a large area, the spacecraft broke into two parts. The upper part rushed to a higher orbit, and the lower part fell back into the planet's atmosphere. Through self-destruction, a gap appeared in the encirclement that was about to be closed, allowing part of the upper half of the spacecraft to rush out, but it also caused a few small problems. Lu Yu was shocked because the part where the Silver Star was located was directly separated from the escaping spacecraft due to the internal explosion, and together with thousands of large and small pieces of debris, they flew to a higher orbit due to the shock wave of the nuclear weapon. The small half of the spacecraft that broke out of the encirclement headed for deep space without looking back. I haven't gotten on the car yet. GG? The game is over? The viewfinder of the wreckage can still be used. Luyu was a little confused as he watched most of the autonomous weapons regroup and fly towards the small half of the spacecraft that broke through the encirclement, while the sporadic autonomous weapons began to melt the exploded spacecraft wreckage bit by bit. At this time, another spaceship rushed out from the planet's atmosphere, but its engine had been destroyed by the autonomous weapons, and it was already at the end of its strength. Reaching this height was already its limit. Then it also exploded. Countless hydrogen bombs exploded in the spaceship, causing it to disintegrate instantly. The shock wave generated interfered with those autonomous weapons and pushed the wreckage of the Silver Star into the deep space. The direction was certainly not towards the satellite, but the vast space. After floating in orbit with a large piece of wreckage for a while, because most of the autonomous weapons were chasing the remnants of the spaceship controlled by intelligent life, another spaceship barely broke through from the planet to the space orbit. A small number of autonomous weapons were hunting after it, and it could no longer hold on when it reached the wreckage and detonated the hydrogen bomb in the spaceship as before. After 2 consecutive encounters, the wreckage viewfinder of the Silver Star was finally damaged, and Luyu also realized that something was wrong. Is this a sneak attack? Use yourself as bait, and then disguise yourself as debris, and be washed onto the satellite in a series of seemingly coincidental nuclear explosions. Luyu looked at the experts, who had also been paying close attention. Everyone had been discussing how to get to the satellite under the monitoring of the Saphan, and now it was in front of them, and everyone felt incredible. The Saphan cannot scan the existence of the Silver Star. As long as you are not captured by optical instruments, it is just an ordinary debris. When most of the computing power of the Saphan computer is attracted by intelligent life, it is normal for seemingly ordinary debris to be scattered among the planetary systems. If every nuclear explosion point is precisely calculated, it is possible to let some debris fly to the satellite in a nuclear explosion shockwave. This is the same principle as rocket propulsion. Is this the way to land on the satellite under the monitoring of the Saphan? During the recommendation period, only 4,400 updates can be made. Please forgive me, big guys. I will definitely update more after it is launched. Thank you for your support. In addition, the author wants to try the taste of Shang Sanjiang, and I would like to ask every reader who has read this to read it every Tuesday. We speculate that since the landing operation began, the intelligent life has erased all the information about you and this plan from its database. Now it seems that it is just executing the Spark plan entrusted to it by the Horn Clan civilization. Otherwise, once it is intercepted, there will be no secrets. Only by deceiving yourself first can you deceive the Saphan and the Destroyer, who controls the dominant situation. The small cabin outside the Silver Star was pitch black, and Luyu discussed this strange landing plan with the experts in the cockpit. So, I am now equivalent to a non-existent substance in the detection of the Saphan? What about the plan after that? It can't be that the mission is completed when reaching the satellite, right? Luyu asked with some doubts. Landing on the satellite is just one part of the plan, right? The real task is to connect the intelligent life's body to the Silver Star, and then find a way to increase the speed and use the armor characteristics to carry out anti-hunting against the Destroyer, right? Luyu's doubts are also the doubts of the experts. Involving the field of supercomputing, the computing power beyond the scope of human cognition, the ingenious calculations brought by it, they could not determine how to advance the plan after the intelligent life sacrificed its own soul. Riddler teammate, bad review. After silently giving the intelligent life a score, all Luyu could do was wait. Almost 26 hours later, the entire dark cabin finally changed, and a faint light appeared on one side. If the external viewfinder was still there, Luyu would find that the metal debris of tens of thousands of cubic meters that had originally left the spacecraft had only a small piece left when it arrived on the moon, which happened to be the small cabin where the Silver Star was located. It is now more like a metal box, and the hole that was smashed open is just embedded in the entrance of a cave on the satellite. In addition to this ordinary little debris, there are a lot of debris that fell into the devastated satellite together. which looks particularly inconspicuous. And between the planetary systems, a large number of autonomous weapons formed an array and flew away from the satellite, tightly surrounding the spacecraft driven by intelligent life. That is why Lu Yu's batch of debris had the opportunity to fall on the satellite. What should we do now? Leave here and go to this cave? Or stay where we are? As Lu Yu hesitated, he inexplicably understood the feelings of those ordinary people in the three-body problem who assisted the wall-facer with their confused mentality. What is this? You, the wall-facer, are happy, but we who follow you are deeply trapped in the riddle. If it weren't for Luo Ji, it's no wonder that the wall-facer plan was considered the most failed self-rescue plan by humans in the post-crisis era. What to choose? Fortunately, Lu Yu still has a group of external brains to worry with him. According to the information revealed by the intelligent life, after the destroyer suppressed it and eliminated the basic resistance of the Horn clan civilization, an internal conflict immediately broke out because of the ownership of the intelligent life. The engine of their most powerful warship was locked, and they could only wait for the outcome of the victory here in the orbit of other planets. Otherwise, we would never reach the satellite. And the general plan of the intelligent life is to let the Silver Star reach its body. As for how to get rid of the suppression of the destroyer, it depends on where its backhand is. It has mastered human nature. Our next move must have been within its budget, so we just need to follow its arrangement. The decision of the experts basically tends to leave along the cave that was just stuck in front of them, and Lu Yu's personal inclination is the same. With the teammate being the Riddler, the Silver Star landed on the satellite along the gap and moved all the way to the depths of the cave. Facts have proved that this choice is very correct. Just after the short legs of the Silver Star moved forward along the deep cave for an hour, a huge piece of spaceship wreckage also fell on the satellite due to the self-explosion of the intelligent life, which had no hope of escaping. It directly smashed a crater in this area. This satellite cave is rugged and deep. I don't know how the magical cave was formed, but it allowed the Silver Star to pass through it unimpeded. After walking intermittently for almost 7 or 8 hours, the short legs of the Silver Star finally arrived at the end of the cave. This is an open underground cave. Lu Yu controlled the Silver Star to turn around for a few times and found that there was indeed no passage to continue moving forward. Is this our destination? I thought I could see some unexpected backup, or a safe house that could block the detection of the Sabhan. The result is just this, a natural hole on the satellite? So why did it add the structural diagram of the satellite base to the resonance bracelet for me? Lu Yu seemed to be muttering to himself, and a thought flashed through his mind at the same time. Well, I'd better not team up with the Riddler in the future. But there is no way. It's already here. Lu Yu can only wait here for the time being. But fortunately, there are all kinds of delicious food provided by the Black Technology lunchbox in the cockpit, and the holographic projection screen has also greatly improved his life experience. Otherwise, waiting in this dark underground is pure torture. Since encountering intelligent life, Lu Yu has not left the cabin for a long time to prevent being captured by the intelligent computer after being reminded by it. After drinking the nano repair fluid, the toxic substances produced by the body can be discharged in a more efficient way. And at the same time, the spacesuit can be put on to clean the body, so as not to deteriorate the sanitary environment in the cockpit. Except for the small space, Lu Yu felt pretty good about himself. No wonder some science fiction works say that after the virtual reality technology matures, the living space of humans only needs the size of a bed. After almost half a month, Lu Yu finished a day of study as usual and was about to reward himself with some relaxation time. He suddenly discovered that the dark hole was brighter. There was a crack on one side of the rock wall, and a strong light flashed from inside. Looking at the increasingly large cracks on the side of the rock wall of the hole, the light coming from there became brighter and brighter. As a large area of the rock wall collapsed, a passage melted by high-energy beams appeared in front of Lu Yu, and there was still dark red, molten material everywhere. A straight passage leading to the space base suddenly appeared in front of him. It was too smooth. It was so smooth that it seemed as if the destroyer deliberately wanted to let him in. Not only did intelligent life have such terrible computing power, but those destroyers who could suppress it also had computing power beyond human imagination. There was no reason for it to be so smooth. Could it really be that the internal strife ruined everything? Is it really that easy to get chestnuts from the fire? Looking at this new artificial passage, for some reason an idiom flashed through his mind. To lead someone into a trap. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Lu Yu, who felt that it was too smooth, still drove the silver star into the passage. After walking nearly a kilometer along the increasingly wide passage, a metal wall with a large hole melted appeared in front of him. It seemed that the huge space-based group built by the Horn clan on the satellite was inside. But now there was a colorful high-energy beam inside, which melted most of the structures of the Horn clan's century-old project into ruins. Is there really an internal conflict? Or has the main body of intelligent life seized control of some weapons? Lu Yu watched the situation outside and guessed various possibilities. The silver star did not stop, but entered the interior along the broken hole. The entire satellite base group was built underground in Antarctica. Even though it has been destroyed and can no longer be seen in its peak period, it can still distinguish the two major modules of the living area module and the industrial area. Each large module will be separated by strict protection measures to prevent the collapse of a large module from affecting other modules in the event of a major crisis. Each large module will be subdivided into small modules for easy control and safety. Lu Yu is now rushing through the living area, which was the largest area among all the large modules, with a large number of dead and dehydrated plants scattered throughout it. But he could only take a quick glance and move forward along the map projected by the bracelet. This map was the only clue left by the puzzle intelligent life, and it marked a special location. In addition to the increasingly dense lasers escaping from that special location, the closer Lu Yu got, he found that there were layers of things similar to energy shields trying to stop the Silver Star from moving forward. However, in front of the armor characteristics of the Silver Star, they seemed to have no effect like air. So when Lu Yu arrived at the designated location unimpeded, the two parties who seemed to be fighting inside were stunned. This is the hall where the intelligent life base is stored, but now it has been beaten into honeycomb coal by various high-energy beams, and there are holes everywhere. 7 or 8 broken spheres that seem to be composed of countless small cubes are constantly swallowing and spitting out golden particles. Although they are only a few meters in size, they can shoot out thick beams of light. The artificial channel that allows Lu Yu to reach here is their achievement. These seem to be the weapons that the destroyer had kept in their chest, and they were terrifyingly powerful. But they were silent in an instant, as if they were frightened by the sudden appearance of the Silver Star. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, there would be something that could pass through the heavy gravity field without being detected by the intelligent computer. In just a moment, they reacted immediately, and several beams of light immediately hit the Silver Star, but they failed to cause any damage to it, and even no splashing appeared. Those high-energy beams seemed to have disappeared directly out of thin air. The unexpected result allowed the Silver Star to approach the crystal cube that was fastened by several high-energy halos. Those technological isolation methods that the destroyer was proud of seemed to be ineffective one by one on the Silver Star today. Physical collision followed, trying to prevent it from continuing to approach the crystal cube, but the space anchoring of the Silver Star was not afraid of even facing a supernova explosion. So, why would it be afraid of physical collision? Do you understand the value of S-level black technology? At the same time, the machine trying to transfer the Rubik's Cube suddenly froze all its movements, and the closed crystal finally opened a corner by itself. The intelligent life body that was originally huddled in it released all its computing power. The machines around it either lost control or lost their response directly, leaving it in place. For a while, there was no force on the scene that could interfere with their reunion. It seemed that as long as Lu Yu drove the Silver Star closer, the first stage of their space bumper car mission would be successfully completed, and even Lu Yu's S-level mission would be completed. However, if nothing unexpected happened, an accident would come. A traction beam that penetrated from a high altitude enveloped this place in the blink of an eye. The intelligent life suddenly found that the computing power that it was proud of was being suppressed rapidly. It seemed that the destroyer suddenly had hundreds of Sophin-level computers in its hands. The Silver Star was not affected, but the crystal Rubik's Cube mixed with a large number of machines and materials was being lifted up little by the traction beam. Looking at the dome that had been pierced with multiple holes, an extremely huge satellite was actually seen on this satellite. No, not a satellite. After all, no satellite is made entirely of metal. This is a spaceship. It is the huge spaceship of the destroyer that should have been parked on a gas planet more than a dozen astronomical units away and lost its mobility. What does a spherical metal spaceship with a radius of 1,500 kilometers mean? The radius of the moon is only 1,700 kilometers, and this spaceship is a metal structure. With a higher density, the mass must be greater. Its sudden approach caused a huge gravitational source to appear on this satellite. The instantaneous gravitational tide caused part of the Roche limit on the satellite. There were continuous fractures of rock layers, and they were directly sucked towards the spherical spaceship. At first glance, the entire satellite was disintegrating, and even the orbit of the planet was shifted. A spaceship of the fourth-level civilization. It doesn't even need to do anything. Once it appears next to the planet, it can make the first-level civilization on the planet face a catastrophe. But why can it appear here? These destroyers have fought among themselves. It is impossible for it to have restored its power long before this, waiting at a distance where it can be supported at any time as if it were prepared for an emergency. Unless these destroyers have no so-called internal strife at all and have wasted 100 years here, everything is just an illusion. Just like when they first appeared in front of the Horn Clan, they also had a friendly face, and even sent a light-speed spaceship hypocritically. So letting a little bit of the intelligent life leave is to lure the snake out of the hole? Unreasonably carrying out regional destruction strikes on the space elevator, and even allowing the Silver Star to successfully land on the satellite and approach the Crystal Cube is all for this moment? But why take such a risk? The cognition and intelligence that Liu Yu has is not enough to analyze the situation in front of him, and it is obvious that his role seems to have been completed and the destroyer cannot let him get more information. From the suspended machine, the black liquid metal flew out like a black curtain that suddenly wrapped up the Silver Star. At the moment when Liu Yu lost his vision, the last thing he saw was the Crystal Cube rising higher and higher, and the current Silver Star could no longer reach it. The intelligent race, this is the name they gave to their race. According to records from a long time ago, when they were still on their home planet, they also had physical bodies and strong limbs. Whenever Star 8769 looked through his memory, the data about the physical body tens of thousands of years ago felt incredible. Entering the starry sky in the form of carbon-based creatures is simply the greatest irresponsibility to one's own life. Vacuum, radiation, air, food. There are even more factors that restrict carbon-based creatures from entering the starry sky. After all, the genetic factors in their bodies are fragments that evolved to survive in the planetary environment. With the development of the technology of the race, the intelligent race's choice is to abandon the weak physical body and embrace the starry sky with consciousness upload. In this way, when designing a spacecraft, there is no need to consider the large living area, nor to worry about the long-term interstellar voyage on health and even life. The entire intelligent race has thus truly become a race that adapts to the universe. This choice of abandoning the physical body has naturally caused strong opposition. But just like a few centuries ago, women wearing men's clothes would even be burned as witches, and a few centuries later, women wearing men's-style clothes have become a fashion trend. With the development of productivity, the change of ideas has become inevitable. The opposition who did not choose to upload consciousness will die in time, and the biological tendency to profit makes this technology the choice of the entire race. Of course, the physical body will perish, and the uploading of consciousness will also bring certain troubles to civilization. Gradually, the entire intelligent race will no longer have new life, and the number of individuals in the group will die with various accidents in the universe. But this is also not difficult for the wisdom of the entire civilization. In the end, The method of splitting one's own emotions and memories as a replacement for the traditional reproduction method after uploading consciousness was born. There is no need for a father or mother, and the offspring born can inherit everything of oneself better than the traditional reproduction method, whether it is thoughts, will, or wishes. On the spacecraft where star 8769 is located, the other 4 crew members are all offspring he created in this way, and his star character comes from the individual who first split emotions and memories, and it has been continued to the point that it has given birth to 8,769 individuals. The little common sense of these intelligent people is a little recollection of the past when they finally achieved a great victory. Star 8769 looked at the intelligent life in the crystal cube being broken into the database little by the central computer of the spherical spacecraft with terrifying computing power, and he couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. More than 100 star years ago, when star 8769 drove the spacecraft to break through to the intelligent life, he realized that this was very different from their speculation. There are indeed intelligent life forms, but they are not awakened from low-level programs, but super-intelligent life forms born from the programs left by super-civilizations above level 9. Such intelligent life forms have a very high growth limit. Take the intelligent life form in front of him who calls himself number 7 as an example. It can even use the central computer of the second-level civilization to compete with the intelligent computer created by the 5th-level civilization. That's right, they are a 5th-level civilization, and they are the peak of the 5th-level civilization. The 4th level is just to appease the Horn clan so that they will not have an overly strong vigilance due to the huge gap in civilization. The purpose of their coming here from the beginning to the end was to seize intelligent life forms. The Horn clan didn't know that the strange protons they captured with intelligent life forms became the death warrant of the entire civilization. And relying on a series of means, they finally found that the price of the miscalculation was that after the intelligent life forms shrunk into the crystal Rubik's Cube, star 8769's existing means had no way to deal with it at all. Their technology was not yet at the level of easily cracking the materials of the Rubik's Cube, so naturally they had no way to deal with the intelligent life hiding inside. After realizing its value, star 8769 understood that this was a major opportunity for him. Galaxy-level civilizations are not necessarily composed of tribes. They may be individuals, consciousness aggregates, or even small branches split from a civilization, but they have been promoted to a faster level of civilization than the original tribe. If intelligent life forms are born in low-level programs, number 8769 may consider offering them to the tribe, or using them to become the leader of the tribe. But if it was the super-intelligent life form in front of him, number 8769 would have only one idea: to invade its database while it could only use low-level electricity and insufficient computing power, and turn it into his own. Then use this super-intelligent life form as the foundation to build a galaxy-level civilization. To this end, he dragged his 4 sub-bodies together to perform a century-long internal strife drama. That's right. It was never his individual who wanted to monopolize it. It was a joint decision of the 5 of them. After all, they originated from the same individual, and their thinking and logic were extremely similar. They reached a consensus almost in an instant. Isn't the galaxy-level civilization composed of 5 individuals more attractive than the ruler of the star-level civilization? So they not only patiently performed a century-long internal strife drama, taking the risk that the super-civilization would re-attention, but also even let a little spirit of the intelligent life leave, leaving it with hope to start the fire plan of the Horn clan. Then they would perform internal strife and fire so that the main body hiding in the crystal cube would think that there was an opportunity and perhaps the cube would be opened, giving them a chance to invade. But the variables they did not expect appeared in this star system in a strange way. When they first discovered Lu Yu's existence from the detection of the Sapan, the shock in their hearts was no less than when they met the super-intelligent life form number 7. But after countless simulations by the Sapan computer, the level of civilization of Lu Yu was deduced from the plastic bottle thrown by Lu Yu, and his purpose was analyzed from his behavior. Although they still couldn't figure out how Lu Yu came to this planet without anyone noticing, star 8769 still came to a conclusion close to the truth. This suddenly appeared life form only had an unknown machine higher than the 5th level civilization, but its own civilization level was terribly low. Don't underestimate the wisdom that can evolve to the 5th level civilization. Humans are much more naive than them in the universe. Want to rely on the current silver star to dispel them? First ask the Sapan computer in their hands that can almost reproduce the past. So even if such unexpected variables appear, they still continue the mission with courage. Ambitious, scheming, strategic, courageous, and conventional technology is 3 levels higher. Under these conditions, there is also a patience that can endure for hundreds of years and play a show to the end. They are too stable. Why can't they win in the end? In half a month at the fastest, we can modify the database of intelligent life forms, and then it will be our strongest foundation. And now star 8769 is looking at the silver star covered with black liquid metal with surprise. Just from the armor of this machine, it is another creation of a super civilization. Unexpectedly, there is an unexpected gain. The space bumper car plan completely failed. Lu Yu understood this very well and should have jumped out of space immediately. It was too late. Moisture was the best solution. The silver star was wrapped in black liquid metal. Although the armor was not broken, Lu Yu inside could not see the outside world at all. In fact, as the intelligent computer analyzed, the silver star was a super civilized creation, but the people who used it were only guys with a very low level of civilization. The trouble they could cause was extremely limited, and they could even help them complete their plans. This was indeed the case with the short legs of the silver star. The plan of intelligent life was difficult to succeed from the beginning when facing the well-prepared Jizu. It was obviously the most incredible to challenge the accumulation of civilization for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years with the power of one person or with a black technology product with obvious defects. In any case, Lu Yu should really leave here. He has obtained enough scientific and technological achievements from the Antique Museum of the Horn Clan. As long as he patiently waits for the progress of the task, he should not be so tight on the black technology that he wants to exchange for small points in the future. What's more, he has extended his life and obtained a quantum computer that can holographic projection. All these gains are unimaginable results before leaving the planet of life. But Lu Yu hesitated to pull the switch. His index finger unconsciously tapped the console, staring at the already dark outside world, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, a video call request popped up from the bracelet. Professor Han? After Lu Yu answered the call, he saw a relatively unfamiliar professor. It is said that this is a professor in Base Zero who is responsible for his mental health, but Lu Yu has basically never communicated with him. He only remembered his name because he always saw him attending many joint expert talks. Lu Yu was slightly surprised, which made Professor Han smile and asked, "Isn't Professor Mouse so strange?" Lu Yu was stunned and shook his head slowly. "In fact, the reason for changing my position is very simple. The higher-ups want me to see face-to-face why you hesitated to start the space jump." Professor Han said straight to the point. "After all, the current situation is obviously beyond our ability to handle, right?" Lu Yu did not answer directly, but asked instead, Are all psychologists so direct?" "Personal style." Professor Han asked further about this question. "Why not start the space jump?" The results of previous discussions with many expert groups are that if the plan changes, leave immediately, right? "Yes." Lu Yu nodded slightly in response, but still did not move. Professor Han asked again, "Do you sympathize with the Horn tribe?" Lu Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I don't have the energy to be a saint. The experience of the Horn tribe and intelligent life is sympathetic, but it is not the reason for my hesitation. What makes me hesitate is, can there really be miracles on the road ahead? The previous A-level mission, freezing the critical supernova. When do you think human technology will have such a great power to complete it?" Lu Yu asked himself and answered, "I think the most optimistic estimate is that humans will have to develop for tens of thousands of years before there may be a slight possibility. If I want to load a navigation system on the Silver Star, At least I need to perfectly complete one such mission. And what worries me most is that with a navigation system, will I still need a star map? How many points will I need then? These things have actually been kept in my mind, but they have been temporarily suppressed by the successive achievements along the way. So I am hesitating, but in fact staying. What can I do to save the situation? In the end, it was too scary to see the intelligent spaceship. How to deal with celestial-level spaceships is obviously beyond the scope of current humans. After all, it's not like in American movies, where an F-22 fighter jet carrying nuclear weapons can smash alien spaceships that can cross light-year distances to pieces. So you want to take a chance? Professor Han easily pointed out Lu Yu's thoughts. You want to sacrifice the C-level mission to complete the S-level mission? Lu Yu nodded silently. He deeply understood that this was a gambler's behavior, but the benefits were so great that it was hard to refuse. Lu Yu felt that instead of hoping that he would jump into the ruins of an advanced civilization in a random space jump in the future, the navigation system worth 100,000 points would be better than betting on this opportunity that might be a miracle. Professor Han has seen countless people who want to make a small bet for a big gain in his academic career, and most of them have lost all their money and ended up being unknown. Only a few people with vision and luck can soar to the sky and become leaders in a certain field. Lu Yu is lucky. Otherwise, why is he the only one in the world who has awakened the system? Lu Yu is also courageous. Otherwise, he would not have dared to step out of the cockpit on the Life Planet and in the Horn Tribe Museum. Professor Han took a deep breath and continued to ask, then what kind of black technology products do you want to use to deal with such a huge spacecraft? The small gadgets used in the past can't handle this kind of celestial-level things. Look at what Lu Yu changed before. Lunchbox, spacesuit, inside helmet are definitely small items. Considering that they can only be manifested in a safe and narrow cockpit, there are too many settings that need to be considered for the power, size, function, etc. of this black technology weapon. Lu Yu was also a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said hesitantly, two-dimensional foil? I want to change to two-dimensional foil, or a black technology weapon that can achieve the effect of two-dimensional foil. How to deal with a spacecraft the size of a satellite-class celestial body is really beyond my cognition, so I can only leave everything to black technology. In my initial setting, the armor of the Silver Star can defend against the attack of rule-based weapons, and my own safety is completely no problem. The only thing that worries me is, even if the points are settled now, I can't exchange for weapons at the level of two-dimensional foil. So I think I would like to trouble the country to disclose some of the Horn Clan's technology and improve the completion of the task. Story of Civilization. The design, drawings, and information sent back by Lu Yu have now been reproduced in a small part, such as nuclear fusion, battery technology, and quantum computers, and most of the technology is still under intense reverse cracking. The plan agreed upon by the country and Lu Yu is to wait for about 5 years, after the motherland gradually digests these technologies, and then establish a global joint development committee to slowly release the technology in it. At the same time, this organization will be used to connect human organizations to form a huge community of interests, laying a solid foundation for the real United Nations in the future. Lu Yu also understands that rashly disclosing technology is by no means a choice that is beneficial to mankind. Establishing a new system and slowly releasing it within the internal framework is orderly and controllable, so as not to cause drastic changes in human opera due to technological explosion. But now, it is obvious that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. If Lu Yu wants to realize his ambition, he must make major changes to the original plan. Lu Yu originally thought that such a request would inevitably lead to a heated discussion lasting several days. But Professor Han seemed to have been authorized from the beginning. After Lu Yu spoke, he gave a reply. You are the individual who has gone the farthest in the starry sky. All your achievements are the motherland and the monument of mankind. If you want to do it, do it. We will prepare for your request immediately. The country will always be your backer. China. I believe that the delegations from all countries have gathered here for this world-renowned achievement. I will now introduce some of the technical details of the toroidal thermonuclear fusion and the results of the analysis. Before the development of controlled nuclear fusion, There were two methods recognized by the international community: magnetic confinement and inertial confinement. Among them, magnetic confinement is divided into toroidal fusion and linear fusion. Toroidal fusion is the Tomacac device, and linear fusion is the magnetic mirror device. In terms of current theory, the toroidal fusion device has achieved a phase breakthrough, and it has directly achieved maturity in China. As Professor Long's vague description of the technical details ended, many scientists in the delegation below sighed with great regret. And when it came to data analysis, the sigh turned into a gasp. The Q value is maintained at 160. The neutron beam passes through the material without obvious radiation damage. How can the energy loss of the magnetohydrodynamic generator be so low? Is this the technology of our time? This is a completely epic-making product. After Professor Long finished explaining the last set of parameters, he left the stage in a chic manner. Many foreign scientists even ignored the solemnity of the meeting and spoke out to keep him, just wanted to hear more about this scientific and technological achievement that can change the way humans produce. But Professor Long left without looking back, and a spokesperson came on stage. In order to welcome the advent of the new era, our country will take the lead in adjusting the following policies and contribute to international environmental protection. First, the scale of overseas investment has been reduced by about $100 billion. And secondly, the signed contracts remain unchanged, and the expansion of overseas oil and gas fields will be stopped within 3 years. Then there are a series of hard indicators such as 300,000 free charging piles in 5 years, and at least 4 charging piles will be installed at each gas station along the highway within 1 year. From all indications, China seems to be determined to remove the attribute of fuel from civilian petroleum products. It would be a lie for all countries to say that they were not shocked, especially the European countries whose fossil fuels were controlled by Russia, who were almost stunned by China's performance. Many representatives also immediately reacted to what China's decision meant. The foreign exchange reserves consumed by China on energy imports every year are really too amazing. Once reduced, it will inevitably affect people's livelihood and industry. But there is still confidence in announcing these measures on such an occasion, which is almost equivalent to a political commitment. There is no doubt that China has begun to popularize nuclear fusion devices with unimaginable determination, and mature controlled nuclear fusion reactors will appear in various parts of China. By then, the production cost of Chinese factories will inevitably drop a lot, and in export trade, the representatives who understand economics dare not think too much. Looking at the various reforms that China has made in promise to nuclear fusion, their hearts are gradually numb, and they feel whether their country is ready to have a technological gap with China. Fortunately, the next major agenda finally waited for the things that the representatives had been thinking about. The Federation of Science and Technology Change was established. Any member country that joined the organization will obtain part of the technology of the nuclear fusion device and complete the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor under the guidance of China. Many delegations from various countries immediately showed strong interest, especially those represented by the local tyrants in the Middle East. Who would have thought that these oil giants are the most enthusiastic people in the world to bet on new energy? However, after seeing the trial regulations of the Federation of Science and Technology Change, several countries led by the United States changed their faces slightly. Article 1. A lifetime Secretary General Liu Yu. Article 2. The only standing member country is China. The trial regulations stipulate that almost all matters of the Federation will be decided by China, while ordinary member countries only have the right to make suggestions. At the same time, equal trade agreements and many agreements are also agreed upon, almost abandoning the world system dominated by the United States. Fortunately, after the general meeting, a small meeting was held. The general meeting watched the excitement, and the small meeting made decisions. Soon, a smaller venue was changed, and the topic of the Federation of Science and Technology Change was almost continued. Before the small meeting started, the U.S. representative couldn't wait to find the person in charge and said, "We think that there are several extremely imprecise places in the trial regulations which need to be revised. For example, the lifelong Secretary General should reflect democracy and be replaced every 5 years. For example, The number of permanent members should be increased by one more seat. The United States has always had a flexible bottom line. When it realized that the huge changes that nuclear fusion technology would bring and could no longer suppress China's rise, it would be better to unite the two powers and re-establish a set of orders to serve the two powers. How could the Chinese representative not understand the signal released by the United States? But his answer surprised the U.S. representative. Please pay attention to your speech, U.S. representative. From your point of view, you are not qualified to make suggestions on the trial regulations of the Federation. If you want to have the right to make suggestions, join the Federation first, and then we will discuss them one by one. The U.S. representative was a little confused. Although it was almost an unofficial meeting, it was the first time he was confronted like this. He said like a threat and a warning. Chips? That's right. The more cutting-edge the technology product, the greater the requirement for chips. The United States controls the upstream of the chip market and has used this to suppress the development of China's cutting-edge industrial system. Being poked at his old pain point, the Chinese representative did not feel angry at all, but instead showed a special smile. In the next month, our country will launch the world's first quantum computer, and the quantum chip will reach 300 quantum bits. U.S. representative, although it may seem that I am gloating, I still want to point out that you are still using Moore's Law's lithography machine, which will be completely outdated. The tone of the Science and Technology Change Federation is that China must be the leader from beginning to end. This is an important step for China to redominate the world order, and only one voice is needed in the new order. This is why he is so tough today. Soon, the small meeting that really determines the new pattern was held soon. Although he was privately criticized once, the U.S. representative still attended and seemed to be ready to connect with representatives of many countries to do something. The plenipotentiary representative of China ignored their small actions and just asked people to distribute some prepared materials one by one. Many people opened the materials in confusion, and soon they were attracted by the cutting-edge technology above and could not say anything. There are also the trial regulations of the Science and Technology Change Federation. We are only here to inform you, not to invite you to negotiate. We believe that joining the Federation means being a partner. While assuming a series of agreement responsibilities, our country will gradually open up technology to member countries, including but not limited to nuclear fusion, quantum computers, new nanomaterials, and other technologies, which will lead the fifth industrial revolution of mankind. Those who are willing to join can continue to stay, and those who oppose please leave on their own. The venue was silent, and soon the Middle Eastern bigwigs were the first to raise their hands in unison, and soon formed a spreading trend. Many European representatives around the United States also raised their hands, as if they were scrambling to grab a ticket to the new era. When the U.S. representative was about to leave angrily, none of the national representatives who had agreed to leave together moved. One person stood up suddenly, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his face changed from green to red, and then he sat down honestly. It has been the 10th day since the Silver Star was wrapped in a dark technological product. Liu did not care about it at first, but he repeatedly discussed with experts about the setting of the black technology weapon he would materialize, and thought of a very important point. If a black technology weapon similar to the two-dimensional foil can be materialized, then this thing has a fatal point, and the Lightspeed spacecraft can escape the attack of the two-dimensional foil. If the spherical spacecraft with the ability to fly at the speed of light is far enough away from oneself in the dark vision, then when the two-dimensional foil is deployed, it is entirely possible to escape. Liu looked at the data on the system panel in front of him and decided to find a way to let himself observe the outside again before settling the task. Host Liu. Points 0. Task. Story of civilization. 50%. Meeting is Fate 0%. Currently owned black technology products. Silver Star, Lunchbox, Space Suit Pro Edition. The unfortunate Insight helmet turned into light particles that did not even exist after use and dissipated, which really lived up to the definition of disposable items set by Liu. Looking at the sea-level task that was about to be sacrificed, Liu thought about it with annoyance, as if he had never completed a task properly. Story of civilization. Progress, 50%. Achievements: 65% of the history of civilization, 50% of starlight, 40% of materials science, 35% of engineering. Settlement: it is easy to understand that none of the branch tasks have reached 100%. Taking starlight as an example, nuclear fusion is not only thermonuclear fusion, but also includes cold nuclear fusion and the miniaturization of fusion devices. On the contrary, the initial mastery of thermonuclear fusion and the popularization of it can make the progress of starlight 50%, which has made Liu Yu overjoyed. This sea-level task has advanced 20% in just 10 days. The country is indeed supporting its own adventure plan with all its strength. Otherwise, it would be helpless even if it has an idea. Based on the initial description of the system, plus the first task classification triggered by the critical supernova, improve the star-level technology tree and reward 100 to 999 points according to the degree of contribution. This level should belong to the sea-level task. But this time the Horn Clan's technology level is only at the planetary level, but the system still rated it as a sea-level task. Is it because it involves the destroyer and needs to complete the task under the nose of the star-level civilization, so it is rated as sea-level? This is what Liu Yu has never figured out, or this black technology embodiment system is difficult to understand from the beginning. However, the sea-level task is just right for the moment. The story of civilization reaches 50%, which is an important node. According to the double reward calculation, you may get 1,000 points after settling this task. And with the standard of 1,000 points, you can reach the minimum standard of the Milky Way civilization. According to the cosmic common sense given by the Ji clan, there is an insurmountable gap between the major classes of civilization. This level of black technology weapons may be enough to deal with the current situation. Before clicking settlement ruthlessly, Liu Yu still needs to confirm one crucial thing: confirm whether the spherical spacecraft is still on the last confirmed orbit. Intelligent life forms once said that the Silver Star's armor was absolutely smooth. If the destroyer could not make this feature disappear, it meant that the things wrapped around the outer layer of the Silver Star could not trap him. Liu Yu tried to move. The short legs of the Silver Star did not disappoint him in terms of whether it could move, except for its poor speed. Because of its smooth characteristics, the black liquid metal could not adhere to the armor of the Silver Star at all. When the Silver Star began to move, the liquid metal would slide down due to the lack of friction. But it was also a short moment. The liquid metal had an excellent ability to adjust itself. In the blink of an eye, it simply expanded into a cover, surrounding the Silver Star in an area. Its short legs were not faster than the adjustment speed of the liquid metal. Fortunately, in a short time when the gap appeared, Liu Yu saw the spherical spaceship still floating in a very close position. A large number of rocks on this natural satellite were constantly stripped by gravity and had formed a star ring around the spaceship. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to intend to let him go. What Liu Yu didn't know was that the main control computer of this spaceship was fully invading and opening the intelligent life database of the Rubik's Cube. Such a massive spaceship, without the coordination of the main control computer, might collapse due to its large size, so it could only stay where it was before the central computer's computing power was released. Liu Yu took a deep breath and looked at the system panel. Everything was chaotic and unknown. Story of the host choosing to settle civilization in advance. Calculation completed. Bonus points, 1,000 points. It was indeed 1,000 points, and the first step as expected was completed. The next step was to sink into consciousness. In front of the familiar light blue light screen, Liu Yu began to input settings. Reduce 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. Expand at the speed of light. This is the basic setting, set with the 2-dimensional foil as a template. Speaking of the 2-dimensional foil and the 3-body problem, if the expansion speed of the universe exceeds the speed of light, it is a weapon that can change the entire dimension of the universe if given enough time. However you think about it, it should be classified as a cosmic level or even rule level black technology product. But in fact, it is described in the book as for cleaning, and many civilizations will even easily use it to clean up civilizations with more complex star systems. What level will the system plan this type of weapon to? Liu Yu only hopes that 1,000 points can allow him to get a similar black technology weapon to deal with the celestial level spacecraft in front of him. Seeing that the light curtain naturally did not respond, Lu Yu began to input restrictions. Action range, radius, 100 astronomical units. After fully unfolded, the duration is 1 second. The three-dimensional space is composed of 3 dimensions: up and down, left and right, and front and back. The moment a weapon like the two-dimensional foil comes into contact with the three-dimensional universe, one of the dimensions will shrink from macro to micro, thereby forcing the three-dimensional universe and all the matter in it to collapse into the two-dimensional universe and melt in the two-dimensional space into an absolute plane that only has length and area and is deprived of the concept of volume. Even if it only lasts, the moment the three-dimensional matter falls into the two-dimensional, it will change irreversibly. It is enough to destroy the matter that exists in 3 dimensions for 1 second. Still no response. Lu Yu tried another restriction. Disposable. Finally, the points on the light curtain disappeared, like a door opening. A rectangular membrane, 8.5 centimeters long and 5.2 centimeters wide, slightly larger than a credit card, extremely thin, with no discernible thickness. Crystal clear, colorless, and transparent in the package state. It looks like a piece of paper. It just quietly floated in the cockpit, and Lu Yu observed it carefully according to the user manual directly given to him by the system. It is not a two-dimensional foil, but a vacuum decay device that can achieve similar effects. But its range is smaller, but more controllable, and it does use dimensionality reduction as its main means of attack. Fake two-dimensional foil. Lu Yu reached out to this black technology weapon that he exchanged for 1,000 points. As if sensing the call of Lu Yu's brain waves, the piece of paper floated into his hand. Lu Yu held it with one hand and easily pushed open the hatch with the other hand, looking at the darkness outside the space membrane, and raised his hand to send it away. Watching this pseudo-two-dimensional foil slowly float out of the silver star, Lu Yu thought silently. Please clean it up. Star 8769 has recently felt that he is immersed in his pride and cannot extricate himself. The database of intelligent life has been invaded by them to the periphery. Perhaps because it has lost some of its spirit, its resistance is much weaker than expected. It will take at most 3 planetary rotation periods for them to capture this intelligent life form, and all efforts and waiting seem to be rewarded with the most perfect return. If he still has a physical body, he is afraid that he will be intoxicated by the chemicals released by his brain during this period. But he has survived in the universe for thousands of years, and his underlying logic is as cold as the universe. Even at the moment closest to success, he is still paying attention to the most likely factor to cause variables to appear: the unidentified device wrapped in liquid metal. This thing is definitely the product of a super civilization, which can be seen from the absolutely smooth armor. But its composition is really weird. The armor is obviously made with super civilization technology, but it is actually driven by wheels? To use a human perspective, what is the difference between this and a group of primitive people with wooden spears and stone tools coming down from a light-speed spacecraft? If it can fly at the speed of light, then its armor alone can crush our fleet, right? With such a clear understanding, Star 8769 immediately raised its vigilance to the maximum when the Silver Star made a move. The Silver Star could easily get rid of the liquid metal by moving, but it only moved for a while and then stopped moving. This behavior is as weird as its structure. Star 8769 remotely adjusted the liquid metal's changing form, while thinking about how to deal with this unexpected harvest after dealing with the intelligent life form. Just from how he reached the planet without anyone noticing, it is a direction worth studying. At this time, the hatch of the Silver Star actually opened. The crystal clear, transparent paper was emitting a soft white light and floating out of it, looking like a completely harmless film. Star 8769 subconsciously controlled the liquid metal to roll up, and the transparent paper seemed to not exist in the material world, and actually passed through the liquid metal directly. Suddenly, Star 8769 received monitoring data from the instrument, and obvious gravitational wave characteristics were observed from a small piece of paper. Such strong gravitational waves usually only come from massive celestial bodies. This unidentified object the size of a piece of paper actually has the mass of a Horn family planet. Star 8769's logic circuit desperately warned him that a terrible threat was coming. Run away! The main engine of the spacecraft immediately gave up, suppressing intelligent life forms. Start the engine and reach light at all costs. Star 8769 had reacted quickly, but everything was meaningless. They were too close. Even a light-speed spacecraft needed enough time to accelerate. The speed of light was too far, and the piece of paper was too close. The force field encapsulating this vacuum decay device gradually dissipated until it finally disappeared. In the end, it shrank one dimension in the three-dimensional space from macroscopic to microscopic, causing the three-dimensional space to collapse and become a two-dimensional plane space and continue to expand. High energy ahead. Dimensionality reduction strike warning. The first was this poor natural satellite. The arrival of the spherical spacecraft had caused it to partially disintegrate. It was also the first to be affected by the two-dimensionalization, like a piece of silver gray dye that was gradually blurred on the paper and melted away, leaving a silver circle on the two-dimensional picture with the area of the star system. Then came the spherical spacecraft closest to the satellite. It had begun to move, but all this was in vain. Large-scale dimensionality reduction began. The two-dimensionalization process, centered on the paper, was like a huge bubble that expanded endlessly. As this bubble expanded, the surrounding three-dimensional space itself would gradually be pulled into the bubble, just like a black hole that was rapidly expanding outward. The surrounding objects had not fallen into it before the terrifying gravity pulled them over. The spherical spacecraft that had no time to accelerate to the speed of light was left with the fate of falling into the two-dimensional world. Before that, Star 8769 saw an incredible scene. It was obviously going to fall into the two-dimensional collapse before anyone else, but the silver star did not change at all. He thought it was a weird structure, so that it was the most abrupt point in the expanding two-dimensional picture. He did not sit and wait for death. At this last moment, the consciousness of Star 8769 was transmitted to the saphan next to base number 7. Three-dimensional matter is disappearing from this star system, and the space is distorted and collapsed. The S-class silver star was still not affected by such dimensionality reduction. Liu Yu looked out from the cockpit, and it was like a star scroll that was constantly spreading in all directions appeared in front of him. The two-dimensional world of the region is incompatible with the three-dimensional universe, and various cosmic constants are no longer applicable here. After the three-dimensional object was forced to melt into a two-dimensional object, a large number of physical characteristics that could not be directly transferred to the two-dimensional universe were lost during the period and were restored to pure energy and released. Because of this, when the star was two-dimensionalized, huge energy continued to cover the two-dimensional plane, and the gorgeous and unusual fire column bloomed with fire and silver flowers. But it also fell into two dimensions and became an embellishment printed on the corner of the scroll. The arrogant spherical spacecraft was so inconspicuous in such a magnificent star system painting. This involved the extinction of a race, a conspiracy plan spanning 200 years, and the painstaking revenge of an intelligent life form. In the end, it seemed that Liu Yu forced it to an end with an unreasonable mechanical deity. All ambitions, all hatreds, including the planets and stars that gave birth to civilizations, seemed to have disappeared completely from the three-dimensional world in the dimensionality reduction attack extended by vacuum decay. But is it really so? The intelligent race's saphan computer can be unfolded in two dimensions, and the intelligent race does not need a physical body. When their consciousness is transferred to the two-dimensional saphan, even if it is a dimensionality reduction attack, can it really cause fatal damage to them? But their spherical spacecraft has indeed fallen into the two-dimensional world, and the balance of victory seems to have tilted towards Liu Yu. No. Well, it is the two-dimensional foil that is unfolded. According to a related speculation, the dimensionality reduction attack of the two-dimensional foil may be vacuum decay. So let's quote this statement here. The distance of 100 astronomical units, spread out at the speed of light, takes almost 14 hours. During this period, Lu Yu could only stay in the cockpit and look for observation base number 7 that might be able to maintain itself in the two-dimensional world from a limited perspective. In order to receive the fruits of victory that he deserves at the end of the two-dimensionalization. Of course, experts have already discussed several ways to overcome the spatial distance. The first type, nanorobots. The nanorobots in Lu Yu's body can be taken out through the resonance ring program, and they can be connected and stretched into nanometer filaments through the settings of the quantum computer. The nanorobots, with a capacity of 100 milliliters, can be stretched to tens of thousands of kilometers with nanometer-level silk threads. The Silver Star, using this as an orbit, you can move in the space environment. Although the process sounds like stepping on the left foot and the right foot, and then the whole person can fly, considering the characteristics of the Silver Star, this is indeed one of the feasible methods. But this is a bit of a test of Lu Yu's driving skills. The second option is to wait patiently for a wave of points. After all, the sea-level mission is over and its results are still spreading. As long as you wait patiently, you can still get some scattered points. However, these prepared methods must be completed after the crystal Rubik's Cube can be found and the two-dimensional transformation is completed. Otherwise, Lu Yu can only wait silently in the cockpit as now. Finally, the two-dimensional radius reached 100 astronomical units, which is equivalent to more than 3 times the radius of the solar system. The moment after the image was formed, the 1-second limit set by Black technology was reached. The entire star system-level picture collapsed in just an instant, and the two-dimensional matter began to return to 3 dimensions. However, their structures have been completely destroyed. Compression from high dimensions to low dimensions will result in loss of information and energy. Re-raising the dimension at this moment is a secondary destruction of matter that has completed two-dimensionalization. In an instant, the entire star system turned into an indescribable substance. It looked like chaos, but there were flashes of light everywhere, and it looked like something directly constructed from plasma or energy. The atomic structure was reorganized at this moment, and there was a torrent of scorching plasma everywhere. Stars account for almost 99% of the mass of the entire system. When ascending from 2 dimensions, the original star positions are filled with plasma in the 4th state. The gravity scale is re-expanded in 3 dimensions, and they no longer escape outwards. They gathered together and gradually formed a dazzling light group. Perhaps many years from now, the star will be able to rekindle itself. But at that time, he had nothing to do with the culprit, Lu Yu. Lu Yu now sees the goal of his heart. The demonic direction slowly floated over to the Silver Star, and Chinese characters soon appeared on the crystal-like surface. You succeeded. *****. Those destroyers have all been eliminated. Thank you. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. This intelligent life form seems to be keeping its promise. At this point, the S-level mission is already guaranteed. Lu Yu thought for a while and began to implement the acceptance plan that he had discussed with the expert team. First, start the program on the bracelet to expel all the nanorobots from the body. They seeped out drop by drop from the tip of the index finger of his right hand, like clear water. Lu Yu put the nanorobots back into their original containers. After that, he turned off his bracelet and a series of electronic devices on his phone. After all, he is really afraid of the brain in the vat. After losing the common enemy, there are countless incidents of internal strife in the team in human history. What if this intelligent life that is proficient in human nature learns a little bit of this traditional skill? It's just that no matter how powerful the intelligent life form is, if you want to control Lu Yu, you must have the help of equipment. At the same time, considering that if it wanted to hit Lu Yu directly with the Rubik's Cube and physically destroy it, Lu Yu planned to only let the Rubik's Cube enter halfway and use a space membrane to block its ability to move. The base has entered a state of silence. There is no need to worry about Blue Star. Before severing contact, Professor Mao said his heartfelt blessing at the end of the video. I hope the next time we meet, we will see you on Blue Star. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled. See you on the Blue Star. That's right. You've done so much, and you didn't hesitate to invest 1,000 points that you still haven't warmed up just to have a chance to return to Blue Star. And now, this opportunity seems to be right in front of us. The crystal Rubik's Cube was right next to the silver star. Lu Yu only needed to open the hatch and give permission to pass through its space membrane. It seemed that he could complete the S-level mission and get a free navigation. The consciousness of star number 8769 has been transferred to Saphan. At this moment, he is anxiously waiting for Lu Yu's decision in the Rubik's Cube, like a beast that only saves the last pounce waiting for its prey to come to the door. They have completed the invasion of part of the database of intelligent life forms, and important information, like Lu Yu, has been placed out of the core area by intelligent life forms. Are the memories of the extinct Horn clan more important than the surviving information? The cold underlying logic of star 8769 cannot understand the operation of intelligent life forms, but he grasped a glimmer of hope. How can dimensionality reduction attack be without hidden dangers? The spacecraft host has a larger memory, which contains all his memories. Now, in order to transfer his consciousness to the Saphan, he even abandoned thousands of years of memories. The most important thing is that the terrifying computing power that has always suppressed intelligent life disappeared as the spacecraft became two-dimensional. If the time had not been too short, the intelligent life would have been suppressed deep inside the Rubik's Cube and unable to read external information. Otherwise, once it counterattacked, their 5 remaining intelligent computers would be instantly suppressed, and at most they would occupy the database that had been invaded and slowly be reversely eroded and destroyed in the long tug-of-war. Without the spacecraft, they only had intelligent computers left, and they didn't even have a way to escape faster. But the only chance was to take down Lu Yu. As long as they controlled the nanorobots in Lu Yu's body, they could still control the body of the carbon-based creature and then control the silver star. At that time, whether it was escaping or now, star 8769 has waited for this opportunity. The crystal Rubik's Cube, which has shrunk to the size of a fist, began to pass through the space membrane little by little. No, the situation is wrong. Meeting is fate. Progress, 0%. Achievements, intelligent life, 0%. Settlement. Lu Yu has been staring at the system's task prompt. After half of the crystal Rubik's Cube has entered the cockpit, the task progress on it is still 0. Lu Yu, who was already alert, suddenly heard the container containing the nanorobots vibrating. Bang! The resonance caused the container to explode, and these nanorobots suddenly spread into the air in the cockpit. There was no need for injection. Lu Yu only needed to take a few more breaths, and these controlled nanorobots would enter his body with the air, or fall on Lu Yu's skin and invade his internal circulation system. The nanorobots that were once brought into the cockpit to avoid the detection of the Saphan have now become the most deadly weapons under the control of the Saphan. This may be the biggest crisis Lu Yu faces after getting rid of the food crisis in the universe. If he doesn't handle it well, he may even face a dilemma of life and death. Lu Yu held his breath instantly, and the space suit that was originally prepared beside him instantly unfolded and wrapped himself. Independent air circulation, and the outer space suit that seemed to be able to block the nanorobots for at least a while. But it was just a delay. Lu Yu immediately heard the sound of the nanorobots eating the space suit, just like silkworms chewing mulberry leaves. Suddenly, before Lu Yu could react, all the out-of-control nanorobots lost their command and scattered in the cockpit like dust. Was this crisis resolved just like that? In Lu Yu's opinion, everything seemed so inexplicable. At this time, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in the cockpit, and it came from the crystal cube. "I'm sorry. I used your information to let the destroyer move the computing power to deal with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative so quickly." Outside the space membrane, a four-handed, double-horned female from the Horn clan said with a humane, apologetic expression, "As compensation, I will give you 2 intelligent computers that have been transcribed into computers that humans can use." There was a group of star-like light particles on one of her hands, and 2 of them flew out and immersed in the part of the Rubik's Cube outside the space membrane. Of course, without Lu Yu's permission, they couldn't come in. Lu Yu had just experienced a crisis, so how could he believe this voice? Meeting is destiny. Progress, 20%. Achievement, 20% intelligent life. Settlement. However, at this time, the task that had been progressing at 0 suddenly jumped to 20%. You will get a pure, new intelligent life form with you as the main body. The female of the Horn tribe smiled sincerely. Thank you. This cooperation has made me fulfill my wish. Lu Yu couldn't help but ask tentatively, aren't you coming in? My goal from the beginning to the end has been revenge, and now the enemy is under my control. They have invaded my database. If you want to clean it up, it may take 1,000 years. I can't wait that long. She raised her hand full of light particles, and a little bit of light particles were disappearing, and her projection gradually dimmed. The female Horn tribe seemed to be satisfied. When a great civilization perishes, how can there not be great people buried with it? Please end with me. Because of anchoring, even after the two-dimensional process, the location where the Silver Star stayed was still deep in the former satellite base, where the old man of the Horn tribe was vaporized. Begin with me. End with me. This is the final story of the Horn tribe civilization. Lu Yu opened his mouth in the cockpit to speak, but couldn't say anything for a long time. At the end, the Horn tribe female, who was transformed by intelligent life, suddenly turned sideways and said something to the side. There was no sound, and after that, she disappeared forever in the plasma torrent with the intelligent child carrying the consciousness of the intelligent tribe, leaving only the Rubik's Cube shrunk to the size of a fist still stuck on the space membrane of the Silver Star. Until later, a long time later, a human linguist who had fully learned the written language of the Horn tribe told Lu Yu that the last thing the intelligent life said was it's a pity that the Horn tribe didn't see the day when the Horn tribe became a great race. Is it to herself, or to the old man of the Horn tribe? In fact, it doesn't matter anymore. The universe is so big that it can't remember any of the brilliant stars that have disappeared. If you want to shine forever, you can only continue to do so, just like civilization. The intelligent life chose to die together with its enemy, which shocked Lu Yu into silence for a long time. In many science fiction movies, artificial intelligence or intelligent life forms are villains. In fact, Lu Yu was extremely wary of her appearance at the beginning. Even now, Lu Yu still remains wary, fearing that everything is a drama within a drama. But as time passed, Lu Yu even tried to throw all the out-of-control nanorobots out of the cockpit, but there was still no reaction from the crystal cube. Lu Yu looked at the crystal cube stuck in the space membrane with some confusion. From the moment he met her, she always said that she had only one purpose of revenge, and she carried it out to the end. Does this count as staying true to your original aspirations? On the contrary, he had been wary of her until the very end. After all, I am too weak and have no strength. Except for the Silver Star, he was completely struggling to survive in the stars. But at least there is a chance for all this to change completely. Lu Yu looked at his task panel. Meeting means being destined. Progress, 20%. Result achieved, 20% intelligent life. Settlement. There is no scoring standard for S-level tasks, but it can't be worse than A-level rewards, right? But the mission progress is still stuck at 20%. Is it because half of the Rubik's Cube is still outside? We can't think that after deleting the database of intelligent life forms, we can only achieve 20% of this task, right? Lu Yu read the mission description again. This S-level mission was to obtain the completeness of items to settle points. Does this mean that he has only obtained 20% of the items recognized by the system? You will get a pure, new intelligent life form. Thinking of the last words the intelligent life said to him, Lu Yu had a vague feeling. Looking at the regular Rubik's Cube on the space membrane, Lu Yu finally decided to put it in. After the Rubik's Cube completely entered the cockpit, it just floated quietly without any movement. As expected, the task still made no progress, and 20% seemed to be its limit. Lu Yu, who felt that he should be more refined and easygoing, endured it. But the benefits were just not as expected. Before, I almost became the one who was destroyed by leaks, but now I can get this mission and the progress is already very good. Grateful. I can only feel grateful. Lu Yu, who was trying to convince himself to stay grateful, looked at the settlement option on the task panel unwillingly. The host chooses to settle in advance, and the encounter is destined to happen. Accounting completed. Reward points. 80,000 points. 80,000 points. Calculated based on the cost of thousands of points, that is 80 times the income, which is actually enough to drive many capitalists crazy. What's more, Lu Yu also obtained another S-level black technology, the Rubik's Cube crystal. According to Intelligent Life, this crystal Rubik's Cube was once the observation base of a powerful civilization. It clearly used space folding technology inside. It is only about the size of a fist when viewed from the outside, but there is a considerable space inside. Lu Yu was not in a hurry to go in and explore. Lu Yu would not venture into the unknown things inside until they were integrated with the Silver Star and under his control. The module is not compatible. Please use Points Fusion to upgrade. It's just that the system prompts in front of me are completely different from what I expected. What about active loading as promised? In fact, this cannot be blamed on the system. After all, saying that the Silver Star can be loaded into a navigation system has always been a one-sided statement about Intelligent Life. It turns out that black technologies are not compatible with each other, perhaps because the creators of these two S-class creations are not the same being. It is expected that the dimensional space will be loaded. It is expected to load intelligent life forms. It is expected that the directional space jumping function will be loaded. It is expected that the area scanning function will be loaded to detect precise spatial jumps within the detection range. It is estimated that 75,000 points will be consumed to complete the fusion. Whether to pay points? What else can be done? Seeing the long list of functions enabled after fusion, Lu Yu naturally chose to forgive it, and immediately chose pay with a heart-wrenching feeling. Of the 80,000 points I received, only 5,000 were left in an instant. Renovation begins. The Silver Star will enter the reconstruction process. Please transfer the host to the dimensional space. The crystal Rubik's Cube, which had always been obedient, spontaneously floated in front of Lu Yu, emitting a hazy light. Lu Yu raised his hand and touched it, and his whole body seemed to be sucked into it and disappeared directly into the cockpit. The disc-shaped sun hangs in the center of the sky. It is expected that it is the sun, but it is better to say that it is a heat-radiating device disguised as the sun. This was the first thing Lu Yu saw when he came to the dimension of the crystal cube. The fake sun is surrounded by a circle of expanding blue, which expands to form a simulated blue sky. Under the blue sky, a piece of unseeded black land appeared in front of Lu Yu. In the far distance of the land, there are several houses with the characteristic style of the Jiao tribe hundreds of years ago, as well as a few dead trees. The entire dimensional space was very large, and Lu Yu could even see the sparkling lake water at the corner of the hills in the distance. It seems that this place was once a countryside, a characteristic countryside of the Jiao tribe. Some tall four-handed robots are scattered in the fields. Some of them are holding agricultural tools similar to human rakes to level the fields, and some are even holding baskets to sow seeds. Their way of doing farm work is very primitive, without any mechanical production. The whole scene has a quaint color. Here, robots are even closer to nature than farmers. If it hadn't been deserted, this place would be like a paradise. Lu Yu hasn't walked in such a wide place for a long time. The just right gravity makes him fall in love with the feeling of walking on his feet again. But before he took 2 steps, he suddenly found that a four-handed robot in front of him seemed to be dancing and making funny movements. And on the smooth stone in front, a human-like girl seemed to be controlling the robot in front of him. Her white hair was blown by the breeze, revealing her slightly pointed ears. The only difference from humans was the 2 black horns extending upward from both sides of her head. The sudden stop of footsteps made her slightly tilt her head and look at Lu Yu standing not far away. Her wet and innocent red eyes were full of doubts, and then she asked in pleasant Chinese, "Are you my masters? Is this a new intelligent life form?" Lu Yu was surprised and just nodded silently. With her eyebrows curved, she looked particularly happy. "Then you have to give me a name." Lu Yu seemed to be infected by her smile, and smiled and said, "Your name is number 7. This was once the name of a great intelligent life, and Lu Yu felt that it should be passed on. It seemed very simple to confirm the relationship with the intelligent life form. After Lu Yu gave her a name, It was like setting a password and fingerprint for a mobile phone that was turned on for the first time. From then on, number 7 was his intelligent life form. Number 7, who also seemed very happy, acted as a tour guide for Luyu. The first stop was the ancient-style building of the Horn clan next to the field. Luyu found a personal computer inside, which contained a large amount of text and image data of the Horn clan, covering many fields such as science and humanities. The amount was huge and vast, which was the most desired data from many human scholars. This seemed to be the secluded place of the Horn clan elder brother. The previous generation of intelligent life also allowed him, a Horn clan member, to enter the crystal cube. According to number 7, according to the remaining database, the dimensional space itself has no mass and matter, and its mass comes from the matter brought from the universe. In order to build this dimensional module, the Horn clan elder brother took the asteroid named after him from the star system. The asteroid weighed nearly 800,000 tons, but it was actually insignificant compared to the mass of the entire star system. There is not only this space in the Rubik's Cube. As number 7 controlled it, projections appeared around Luyu. Many bubbles were suspended in every direction, like the scenes in two mirrors placed opposite each other, extending to infinity in a long row. Each bubble has a volume as big as this space. Luyu has no doubt that their volumes added together can fill the space of a star system. Luyu looked at the next space bubble, and number 7 just snapped his fingers slightly, and they came to it. This is one of the few processed space bubbles. A large film that can show blue sky and white clouds, but there is no gravity in it. The water body evaporated in large quantities without the constraint of gravity, and the small universe was filled with clouds and mist, and the sun lamp shone dimly behind the clouds. The water in the small world formed large and small liquid balls in the weightlessness, refracting and reflecting the sunlight crystal clearly, floating around the rainbow. Very beautiful, but also broken. This simple world is very much like the graffiti made by a child on a drawing board. Master, can we move the mass here to the previous space? In this way, we can restart many functions of the previous space and restore the ecology of the living area. Listening to her suggestion, Luyu nodded and thought of the origin of this place. This was the shelter that the elder brother of the Horn clan opened for the Horn clan when he found traces of aliens and tried his best to persuade intelligent life. But the elder brother of the Horn clan, who seemed to have handed over power, could no longer persuade his fellow tribesmen to continue to transport more materials to the Rubik's Cube. If this shelter was built at that time, would the elder brother of the Horn clan still resolutely die? The crystal Rubik's Cube is closed, and the destroyers have no way to deal with it. Although being trapped in it is a desperate situation, there may be a glimmer of hope with the assistance of intelligent life, right? The extinction of the tribe seems to be not just an external cause. Except for these two space bubbles that have been obviously modified, most of the other space bubbles are vacant. Perhaps there were many technological equipment in them, but they were moved away by the creators. But there are still many precious things left behind, such as the huge machine that occupies the entire space in the next space bubble that Luyu went to, the neutrino regional detector. Luyu was speechless for a while when he looked at the large instrument in front of him, which was measured in kilometers in length. The structure of this big guy is extremely complex, and its size is amazing. In addition to the body of more than hundreds of kilometers, it is also connected to the internal energy and neutrino manufacturing machine. The whole thing is a complete neutrino detection device. Theoretically, as long as there is enough time, this neutrino detection device can fully detect the overall situation of the star system as a unit. Whether it is the core of the planet or the movement of the star, it can basically be seen at a glance like an X-ray. Its working principle is to launch a large number of neutrinos into the rated area like a radar, using an accelerator to generate a high-density neutrino beam with an energy of more than 1 trillion electron volts, irradiating the stratum in a directed manner, and interacting with the stratum material. It can produce extremely weak local vibrations. It is similar to the earthquake survey on the blue planet, except that here the entire star system is used as an area, and the material conditions of an area are known by atomic level vibrations. Number 7 explained the principle to Lu Yu diligently. This device seems to no longer be a black technology with unknown mechanism, but in fact, even if humans know the mechanism, they may still not be able to make this thing. First of all, a large number of neutrinos are collected. The amount of neutrinos required for the detection of this large area is terrifying. It also requires a supercomputer with computing power that can cover the molecular level movement of the entire star system. Otherwise, even if it is launched, it will not be able to process such a huge amount of collected data. In science, even if the theory is known, there is still a long way to go before it can be put into practical use. Such a machine is just the most common one among the many detection instruments in the Rubik's Cube, so that the creator did not take it away when he left. Lu Yu roughly walked through the space bubble where there were still materials and machines, and returned to the original field. At this time, the robots that could still move kept entering and exiting a light gate, constantly moving various materials from another space bubble. Seeds, water, a large number of various metals. Number 7 stood excitedly on the stone mountain where he met Lu Yu, commanding the robots, as if he really wanted to tear apart the other space bubble completely. The transformation of the silver star is still going on, and Lu Yu is watching this lively scene from the side. After adjusting the relevant parameters of this space bubble, he will no longer need to wear a space suit in it. This will become Lu Yu's personal living area. If the intelligent race had not encountered the Horn race, with this magic cube as the foundation and the previous generation of intelligent life as the auxiliary, I am afraid that they would soon rise in the universe. If the intelligent race came 500 years later or 1,000 years later, would they still have the courage to take action? Maybe they really became singing and dancing alien friends? Unfortunately, there is no if in the universe. P.S. The space bubble is a reference to the small universe. I was so upset watching it last night that I didn't even type any words, so I will use less today. After the intelligent life form was loaded onto the silver star, Lu Yu deeply realized that the human brain was not suitable for operating S-level black technology. Take the space membrane as an example. Lu Yu wanted something to pass through the space membrane, and the brain waves transmitted could only be observed by the eyes. But after authorizing number 7, she could accurately determine the atomic structure of matter. Under her control, the space membrane was the best filtering device. Viruses, bacteria, and harmful substances can be isolated only by the space membrane. Perhaps this is the real use of the space membrane, and Lu Yu used it too roughly before. At this time, the transformation of the silver star was still continuing, and Lu Yu simply stayed in the Rubik's Cube and looked curiously at one of his trophies, the Saphan computer. The essence of the Saphan computer is an etched circuit carried on microscopic particles, which cannot be observed by the naked eye. Fortunately, number 7 held a Saphan computer in both hands and displayed it by projection. Saphans exist in pairs, and real-time communication between the two ends of the computer at any distance is carried out through quantum entanglement. This reminds Lu Yu of the hyperspace communication on the Silver Star. However, the actual computing power of this thing, when it has the same etching circuit technology, is still not as good as that of a large computer. It can only be said that it is effective when dealing with other civilizations of lower levels, or when used for reconnaissance and real-time communication. Lu Yu, who was curious, returned the Saphan computer to number 7. This thing could not play its best role in his hands, so he gave it to number 7 to make the best use of it. Looking at number 7's happy look, Lu Yu once thought that he should change some black technology to improve himself. Why not just suffer flesh and blood and ascend mechanically? Forget it. This thought flashed through his mind, and Lu Yu's own concept still remained at the level of a carbon-based material body. If it suddenly evolved into another appearance, I am afraid that his reason would collapse from the suddenly changed logical level. And there is actually another thing waiting for Lu Yu to verify. After all, after loading the navigation system, can the Silver Star jump back to the Blue Star? Or is it as previously imagined? Not only a navigation system, but also a star map is needed? If a star map is really needed, how many points are needed? Host, Lu Yu. Points, 5,000. Mission, none. Currently owned black technology products. Silver Star modified. Lunchbox, space suit modified. Lu Yu looked at the points on the system panel and thought of the peak of 80,000 points, which made him feel heartbroken. However, after he walked around the interior of the Rubik's Cube, he realized that 75,000 points were not just for loading navigation. The dimensional space and various equipment needed to be loaded into the energy system of the Silver Star to play the greatest role. It was not a loss. Otherwise, it would be really a waste to spend 100,000 points just for the navigation system. Transformation completed. After waiting for almost an hour, Lu Yu finally received a system prompt. He hurried back to the small cockpit, and the Q version number 7 followed him out. Although she had mastered all the layouts the moment she merged into the silver, she still looked around curiously. She could directly use the nanorobots left in the Rubik's Cube to build her body, and it felt almost like a real person to touch. Lu Yu tried to start the navigation system with anticipation. Please enter the coordinates. It was quite direct, and it seemed that the jump would start as soon as the coordinates were given. But this made Lu Yu's heart sink to the bottom. Where were the coordinates recorded in the newly loaded navigation? Milky Way, Orion Arm, Solar System, Third Planet. Lu Yu entered the cosmic position of the blue star defined by humans, and it was immediately judged as an invalid coordinate. After changing several types in a row, the positioning coordinates discussed with experts before were still invalid coordinates. As a last resort, Lu Yu could only try to exchange the star map with the system, and the result made Lu Yu curse. The star map requires 1,000,000 points. Whether it is inputting the tried and tested one time or narrowing the scope to the Milky Way coordinates, it is still 1,000,000 points. I'm so fucking. The existence behind the scenes is completely gone, right? Millions of points. Does it mean that they don't want me to go back to the blue star at all? What is the purpose of the existence that let me load the system? Observe me like humans observe microorganisms? Or is it really a fun person? But what can I do? Even devices similar to two-dimensional foils were created directly. Blue Star, and even the Milky Way, may be insignificant to him. As if sensing Lu Yu's mood, the cute version of number 7 hugged the back of his hand, and then rubbed his little cheek, as if to comfort him. Now it is much better than when he hurriedly left Blue Star. After struggling for such a period of time, he finally got rid of the dilemma of surviving in the universe. Although the road ahead is long, even the old man of the Horn clan who has no plug-in has the courage to ask the creator of intelligent life. Will he be decadent just because of this? Lu Yu hooked number 7's little chin with his index finger, trying to cheer himself up. There is no way to get 1,000,000 points for the time being, but these 5,000 points have to be spent. Lu Yu has suffered enough from his short legs, and he must add a thruster to the Silver Star. Electromagnetic engine, 1,000 points. Curvature engine, 3,000 points. Wormhole shuttle engine, 5,000 points. Electromagnetic engines are the cheapest, and if you only need to move a short distance, it is enough. But Lu Yu considered that he not only needed to increase the mobility function, but also to use the armor characteristics of the Silver Star as a weapon. And there is no need to consider the wormhole shuttle engine. The Silver Star already has space jumps, which are more convenient than wormholes. As Lu Yu continued to spend 3,000 points, the 4 short legs that accompanied the Silver Star all the way began to disappear, and the curvature engine was hidden in the armor of the Silver Star. Its streamlined appearance tended to be perfect, and it looked like a silver droplet suspended in the universe. With the completion of the transformation of the Silver Star, the star system where the Horn clan was located no longer had any need to stay. Lu Yu tried to open the directional space jump for the first time, jumping to the barred spiral galaxy observed by the instrument in the Rubik's Cube. 4 directional space jumps. You only need to enter the direction and the distance forward. The data is obtained by instrument observation, and the principle is the same as that humans can confirm how many light years a certain galaxy is away from the blue star. The Milky Way is a barred galaxy structure. If all the observable barred galaxies can be found this time, you can find the blue star even without a star map. The space jump that has not been used for a long time is still mediocre. It arrived at the destination in the blink of an eye, and then Lu Yu chose to jump to the nearest star system. Directional space jump is much more useful than imagined. Twice in a row, in just a few seconds, it has crossed countless spaces to reach another star system. This is the real gold content of S-level black technology. The silver star stopped next to the gas planet of the new star system, and many detection devices, including the neutrino detector, began to work. This is a star system with a single star structure, with 11 planets, and none of the planets has life. Speed up. Let's try the feeling of light speed. All the way to now, Luyu has absolute confidence in the armor of the silver star. Now is the time when he is in a depressed mood, so why not have a happy life? Biting a lighter is too high-end. It is better to do something low-level. Just hit a star. The newly loaded engine started working. On the holographic projection on the control panel, it can be seen that the silver star is moving at an exaggerated acceleration. If it were not for the isolation of the force, Luyu would have been crushed into minced meat. Looking out from the cockpit, everything turned into pure darkness. However, Luyu is no longer the same as before. He no longer needs to rely on his sight to observe the outside. With the guidance of the holographic map just scanned and drawn, the silver star still accurately hits the star. At this moment, it turned into light. Then it penetrated the star. Just like a steel needle easily piercing tofu, the silver star pierced the core of the star in an instant. It is strongly recommended that the silver star should not be increased to the speed of light unless necessary. We found through time calibration that there is a 2-hour time error between us. It means that you have only traveled at the speed of light for about 10 seconds, but in fact, 2 hours have passed in the universe. For the huge size of the star, the penetration of the silver star is not much different from the medical X-rays taken by humans. As long as it is not operated frequently, it will not have much impact on the structure of the star itself. However, after deceleration, Luyu was testing precise jumps in this star system while restoring contact with Blue Star and found that the impact on Luyu seemed to be greater under the state of light-speed movement. According to the special theory of relativity, the closer an object is to the speed of light, the slower its time passes. Luyu's initial setting was that the silver star was only cross-space communication, not super-time and space communication. If the silver star moves at the speed of light, it means that Luyu will lose communication with Blue Star. When facing the supernova explosion before, the distance where the silver star was located would definitely be affected by the strong gravity, and the speed of time should also change. Considering the armored characteristics of the silver star, gravity cannot affect Luyu in the cockpit. But when it accelerates to the speed of light, it is completely different. It seems that this cosmic physics rule has reacted on Luyu. From this point of view, it seems that 3,000 points have been spent on the Lightspeed engine in vain. But in fact, having it but not using it is different from not having it. Luyu calculated slightly and confirmed with Professor Mao in surprise. Doesn't that mean that if I accidentally traveled at the speed of light for more than 10 hours before, more than 40 years of cosmic time may have passed? Professor Mao smiled bitterly and nodded. It may be longer. So try not to use light speed as a way of moving, which will cause us to lose contact. Luyu continued to ask thoughtfully. Then how do stellar civilizations that have mastered light speed travel overcome this time difference to maintain social operations? Time is the most difficult gap to cross. After achieving light speed travel, this method can be used to witness the end of the universe. And after a normal social activity, you feel only a few days on the spacecraft after a lightspeed trip, while 100 years of normal cosmic time may have passed. With the current social structure of human beings, it is impossible to cope with this kind of change. It should evolve to a state similar to anarchism. There will no longer be large organizations between civilizations, but small groups with ideas or goals as the core of action guidance, spreading out to the universe with the mother star as the connection point. This is the speculation of the experts on Blue Star about the star-level civilization. As for the real situation, it depends on the observation samples. In the future, as Luyu's footsteps spread throughout the universe, Blue Star may have an additional discipline of cosmic sociology. The topic of light-speed travel is almost over here, and Professor Mao's expression became solemn. Next, let's discuss the system settings. According to the original system settings, you need to improve the technological level of the host group to get points. But in the latest S-level task, you almost got the crystal cube, and the Blue Star humans did not improve at all, but you got 80,000 points in the settlement task, which seems to break the previous system settings. The first speculation is nothing more than the settlement rules that we haven't figured out yet. And the second speculation is a bit scary. Professor Mao seemed to be very resistant to this speculation. After hesitating for a long time, he said, the second speculation is the system determines that you and the Blue Star humans no longer belong to the same group. After getting the crystal cube, you are likely to become the only human in the universe. You only need to improve the technological level you have mastered to get points. After Professor Mao finished speaking, his face turned pale. After Lu Yu heard the second speculation, a flash of surprise passed by. He said firmly, how the system defines me has nothing to do with me. I come from Blue Star, and I am always human. That's enough. Professor Mao seemed to be infected by Lu Yu's firm emotions. He nodded and responded, yes. We are all human. That's enough. When communicating with Blue Star, Number 7 has been watching from afar. She didn't seem to want to communicate with the outside world, as she was born not long ago. After Lu Yu ended the communication, she walked over and reported to Lu Yu in a low voice about the precise space jump. The three-dimensional star system coordinate map established by the detection instrument. The precise space jump reaches every point. If combined with the speed of light, the silver star will become a sharp weapon. Lu Yu looked at the result with satisfaction. His era of cosmic survival ended from then on, and the exploration of the starry sky was no longer passive. After completing a series of explorations of the new functions of the silver star jumped accurately to the asteroid belt, and the crystal cube floated out of the cockpit. It suddenly expanded tens of thousands of times, and then stood up. Then a corner of the Rubik's Cube opened, and robots with the characteristics of the Horn Clan came out one after another and began to move the materials on the asteroid into a space bubble in the Rubik's Cube. Obviously, there are many black technologies, but they can only use this method to move materials. It can be regarded as a wonder in the universe. After taking away trillions of tons of materials in the asteroid belt of this star system, the silver star jumped away from here. Matter is nothing to the silver star. If Lu Yu is willing, he can be a miner for thousands of years in this star system without signs of life. However, he still left. The silver star is destined to travel among billions of stars. It's just that there are too many galaxies in the universe. It's like finding a needle in a haystack to find the Milky Way from them. It may take millions of years to screen them one by space jump. So in the next 3 years, the silver star found 5 planets that have bred life, but have not yet given birth to civilization in frequent space jumps. I saw star embryos and black holes swallowing stars, but I still didn't find any traces of the Milky Way, nor did I encounter another civilization. 3 years left no trace for Lu Yu. The limit of life seems to have been stripped from his life attributes. Lu Yu still has 2,000 points in his hand, enough to exchange for black technology that greatly increases his lifespan. Thinking of this, it is not unreasonable for the system to separate Lu Yu as a so-called cosmic human. On this day, the silver star began to jump to the next barred galaxy, as usual. This time, they arrived in a special star system. This is an extremely unique star. It is about the same size as the Sun, but has a mass 10,000 times that of the Sun. In this case, it should have collapsed into a black hole long ago. What's even more bizarre is that with such a terrifying mass, there are 24 planets next to this star. When the silver star suddenly appeared in this special star system after a space jump, a huge eye shape suddenly began to form on one of the gaseous planets. In fact, during this space jump, Lu Yu was completely fishing in the Rubik's Cube. Since the silver star was loaded with number 7, with Lu Yu's authorization, she has completely realized the driving function. After all, in nearly tens of thousands of jumps before, what's seen has not been seen before. He has also seen living planets several times, and black holes have been observed both far and near. Unless he finds a civilization worth communicating with, Lu Yu might as well command robots to farm in his living area. But I have touched the fish, but in fact I have not completely touched it. He was just trying out the latest technology developed by Blue Star, fully stealth virtual reality technology. In reality, he was lying on a comfortable bed in the Rubik's Cube living area with a silver-white helmet on his head, as if he was asleep. It is actually true to say that he is asleep. Full stealth is more like an imagination actively induced by the stimulation of nerve electrical signals, which is very similar to dreaming. The essence of this technology is to compile and simulate complex visual and auditory signals like action signals, so that the device can be directly connected to the brain, and the brain will respond to these virtual signals accordingly. At this time, Lu Yu's consciousness was communicating face-to-face with Professor Mao and many professors in virtual reality, as if real people were participating in the meeting. In the entire space, except for the conference room, which was exceptionally clear, other scenes were blurry. The essence of mobile phone signals is electromagnetic waves. Since it can communicate through hyperspace, the signal of the stealth device can also be connected to Blue Star. In the history of the Horn Clan, full stealth virtual reality technology was developed almost 50 years after mature nuclear fusion technology. So this technology is not in the museum. But within a few years after Blue Star popularized nuclear fusion technology, it developed rapidly together with quantum computers and high-tech materials, and finally realized this technology ahead of schedule. You must know that from the information left behind by the elder brother of the Horn Clan, the most cutting-edge theory of the Horn Clan speculates that fully stealth virtual reality technology is most likely to be the prerequisite technology for consciousness uploading. If it goes well, it will be a mechanical ascension. If it goes astray, it will be a brain in a vat. This technology is not just poor in theory. It is like a puzzle piece that is closely related from materials science, computer and biological research, etc., such as the modulation converter of neural signals. This core device alone involves research in countless frontier fields. A series of issues such as the analog conversion of visual, auditory, and olfactory signals, as well as the stimulation of brain nerve signals without side effects, are the most cutting-edge research in the field of neuroscience involving biology. Although research on this technology has been carried out on Blue Star for many years, there is still no breakthrough before quantum computers are commercialized. This layer of resistance lies in the fact that humans know very little about their own brains. With limited computer computing power, it is impossible to perfectly convert visual signals, auditory signals, and olfactory signals into brain stimulation and recording. The solution that the United States came up with is to implant a neural prosthesis in the cerebral cortex, which is the so-called implanted chip. But when it comes to brain modification, there is great resistance both in terms of danger and popularization. But the submersible helmet used by Lu Yu is completely different. It can simulate all aspects of perception and connect the entire consciousness to a virtual local area network. If the local area network is expanded and connected in parallel, it will be the internet of virtual reality, in which you can completely obtain a second life. By then, whether you want to experience skydiving or rock climbing, things that you want to do in real life but have never done, or you can spend your life with paper people, you can do it. The calculation results show that through signal editing, the brain can currently accept up to twice the time delay, which means humans have more time in virtual reality. This technology even replaces human sleep, allowing humans to entertain and learn in their consciousness. Human beings will further liberate their minds from this technology, just like the ideological Enlightenment movement in the 21st century. The breakthrough progress of fully submersible virtual reality technology is undoubtedly a prelude to the scientific explosion that Blue Star is experiencing. With the vitality injected by the Horn Clan civilization, science and technology is about to enter a stage of great leap-forward development. If everything goes well, China can even leap from the late stage of the first-level civilization to the second-level civilization in one step. This is the charm of the Big Bang of science and technology. At this stage, civilization is like the favored child of the universe. Subversive theories and transformative technologies continue to burst out from civilization. After Blue Star perfected this technology, it immediately sent the blueprints, and Number 7 built it immediately in a small factory in a certain space bubble. When he first saw the finished product, Liu thought the helmet looked like something from a certain anime. No one. But we also need to be deeply vigilant. The dilemma encountered by the Horn clan in the number 25 mouse universe occurred after this technology became popular. A large number of Horn citizens are immersed in virtual reality and have become the so-called degenerate population. They consume resources but do not produce value. They have become a burden to the entire civilization for a long time. This is also a sociological experience gained from the information preserved by the elder brother of the Horn clan. If he had not appeared, the entire Horn clan would even be immersed in virtual reality because of this technology and slowly sink. Note 2. The elder brother of the Horn clan seemed to hate this technology very much. There was no similar device left in the place where he once lived in seclusion. Liu Yu did not expect that he could not experience the virtual reality technology of the Horn clan, but instead welcomed the fully submerged virtual reality of humans. However, with the social sample of the Horn clan in the front after this technology matured, most experts have always held relatively conservative opinions on the promotion of this technology. However, there are also quite a few experts who believe that this technology is vital to human society, and starting a change in thinking can allow humans to step into the technological explosion in one step. Both sides have their own opinions. Such discussions are destined to be held many times, but Liu Yu happened to be invited to participate today. Knock knock! Just as Liu Yu was experiencing this technology, with endless possibilities for game enthusiasts, a knock on the door sounded. The only one who could send a message to Liu Yu in the living area was number 7. Liu Yu just thought of the 3 words, "What's wrong?" and then transformed it into information and transmitted it to the outside through neural signal interaction. Number 7 answered almost immediately. The space jump encountered a problem. She was able to inform him, so it seemed that it was not just a small matter like encountering a life planet again. Liu Yu tried to disconnect from the virtual reality, as if waking up from a lucid dream. Number 7 was sitting on a chair beside him, supporting his face with one hand, looking at Liu Yu, who had just woken up. Then, she turned on the holographic projection. On a gas giant planet, the eyes like vertical pupils at its equator were staring at the position of the silver star from a distance. Master! Master! Look! Such big eyes! No one. It is actually quite exaggerated that Sword Art Online can achieve fully immersed virtual reality. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is black technology. It can only be said that Kaiba is a genius. Note 2. In fact, the real world of Ready Player One is very close to the decadent society. Liu Yu initially thought that the eye was a huge storm similar to Jupiter's large flare, which is a unique astronomical phenomenon on gas giant planets. Perhaps the area of a large flare can accommodate the position of 3 or 4 blue stars. But soon he saw the data of this incredibly massive star again and found that the situation seemed not simple. Why didn't it collapse? Why can there be so many planets in the system? With a mass of 10,000 times that of the Sun, it still maintains a volume the size of the Sun. It is not surprising that it will collapse into a black hole in the next second, and under such a strong gravitational force, it did not swallow up other planets in the star system. The 24 planets of various shapes are also very strange. They don't even have satellites. This star system has a big problem. No wonder number 7 woke him up from virtual reality. They have been jumping in the Bard Galaxy for 3 years, and they have only identified a very small part of the visible universe. This time, the space jump was from a neighboring galaxy. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a strange star system as soon as they arrived here. There are no signs of normal life activities on all planets. But the weird thing is that the magnetic field on each planet is abnormally active. Logically, the temperature of the core should be kept at a very high temperature, right? Why is the temperature of the core of each planet at a relatively low level? The huge eye on the gas giant is not a huge storm, but a special structure. The material it is composed of cannot even be detected by neutrinos. It will take more time to analyze the specific material composition. These are the results of the current detection, which all verify Liu Yu's first feeling. Soon after Liu Yu went offline, Blue Star also quickly connected. How could a mere discussion be more important than Liu Yu's situation? With the various detection instruments in the Rubik's Cube, Lu Yu has long bid farewell to the miserable days when he relied on his eyes for observation and his mobile phone for recording. The detailed observation data was transmitted back to Blue Star, and Professor Mao immediately gave a pertinent suggestion. Increase the detection intensity. This star system is indeed very strange, and it is completely different from the star systems we have reached before. It is very likely that it is a star system after civilization transformation. Facing the unknown, only more detailed observation can help us understand it faster. But sometimes, without understanding the situation, will the reckless activation of detection instruments cause unnecessary misunderstandings? After all, directional space jumps are not precise jumps, and there is still randomness within a certain range. It would not be strange if one day one suddenly jumped to a spaceship of another civilization. Then, if in a civilized star field, is the sudden use of detection instruments considered a hostile act? These so-called cosmic common senses are still lacking in humans. So when Lu Yu asked number 7 to increase the detection power, changes occurred. Suddenly, eyes appeared on all the planets in the entire star system, whether they were gas giants or ordinary planets, and stared at the silver star. It was like a stranger suddenly broke into a human home and rummaged through the things in the house. What would the owner think? In order to deal with the extremely impolite detection behavior, just now, the planets in the entire star system came to life for this. The magnetic field activity continues to rise, and eyes have appeared on the surface of every planet. Regular gravitational waves appear between planets. Oh my God! The magnetic field of each planet has become abnormally active, with regular electromagnetic vibrations. Just like the nerve discharges of the human brain, this is the awakening of consciousness. Due to the advancement of fully immersive virtual reality technology, experts' research on the neural signals of the human brain is no longer the same as before, and the discussion meeting just ended hastily, and soon someone thought of something. Planetary consciousness? Magnetic fields are the carriers of consciousness, and the magnetic field network that they sympathetically connect is the neural network covering the entire planet. Self-consciousness is born in this way. An expert gave the closest guess to the truth based on the data. Life is definitely not a carbon-based form. On such a large spatial scale in the universe, intelligent life in any form is possible. Although the life planets that Lu Yu has visited are all similar to carbon-based structures, he finally encountered life as an individual planet today. But Lu Yu has more questions. Why do the planets in this star system seem to have born consciousness? Those huge eyes that were still staring at the silver star, shouldn't that be an organ that a planetary life should have? And relying on magnetic field cross-linking to simulate the same organization as the nerve structure. Such a miracle is born on a planet with a very small probability. But why do all the planets in this star system have consciousness? They're like a family? Or like a planetary civilization gathered together? Then will this star, with terrible mass, also have consciousness? A new way of forming civilization seems to be presented in front of Lu Yu. However, at present, they seem to have caused some trouble because of reckless detection. Soon, the surface data of the planet that could still be detected was disappearing rapidly, like a layer of fog covering the atomic level, leaving only the still terrifying star gravity. If the optical instrument was not still effective, it would be thought that there was only a star with amazing mass in front of it. After completing all these responses, a planet that was originally located in the innermost orbit of the star system had other actions. /U0026 amp, 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 percent asterisk hashtag. Regular electromagnetic waves? Is it trying to communicate with us? A complex signal with logic and a lot of information was sent from the planet. The signal itself was sent in the form of electromagnetic waves, but because of the language barrier, this signal could not be deciphered at all. At present, it has only been analyzed as a signal with logic and information, and its specific content cannot be analyzed otherwise. But it also shows that the life on this planet has evolved to the point where it can communicate with it. At this time, number 7 suddenly pulled Lu Yu's sleeve and whispered, "I just searched the database, And those destroyers once gave the Horn Clan a method to translate electromagnetic wave signals, which seems to be able to be translated into the Horn Clan's language. Liu Yu was slightly surprised. First, he didn't expect the destroyer to give the real thing, and second, he didn't expect that he had left the galaxy of almost tens of thousands of light years away. And this translation method could still be used? Is there already a so-called unified language of the universe? Such a thought flashed through his mind, and the most urgent thing at the moment was what the planetary life had sent. You are impolite. Through number 7's quick translation, the first sentence from the planet that tried to communicate with Liu Yu was accusation, which was normal. After all, Liu Yu had tried to spy on others before. Then there was a strange content. Mother has fallen asleep. You are 200 years late, and the mission has begun. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Keyword 1, Mother. Keyword 2, Task. Keyword 3, 200 years. The first keyword for this planetary life form, Mother, almost immediately made Liu Yu look at the stars around which all planetary life forms revolve. If it is the mother revealed by the planetary life forms, does that mean that these planetary life forms were created by her? Is this also a civilized way of existence? Technology is not the only way to advance. Advance to civilization through the evolution of planets, stars, black holes, and quasars. But these are just conjectures based on a few words. As for 200 years, my grandfather wasn't even born at that time. I can't possibly go to this place, which is an unknown number of light years away from Blue Star at that time, right? However, the word mission was mentioned, and Liu Yu immediately thought of his system. He immediately realized something. This planetary life form seemed to have mistaken himself for the guy who came to take over the mission. But why? What he has exposed so far is nothing more than the Silver Star and various detection technologies. Unless this star system is very special in space, it is simply inaccessible by ordinary navigation methods. We speculate that the Silver Star caused a miscalculation. But if you use this to start the association, things become a bit scary. The Silver Star is an S-class black technology determined by the system. It is obviously a product of super civilization and even higher technological capabilities. Such a technological product can be used as proof of receiving a mission. How difficult will the mission mentioned by the planetary life form be? And what level of civilization can receive such a mission? Think about who comes to do the task, and what level is the existence that can issue the task. Ha people, shouldn't I just crash into the lair of a super civilization? Space jumping is a high technology that is unimaginable to humans today. What kind of scientific principles does it follow? Human scientists really have no idea of its functions and theories. Liu Yu is just like a monkey who can pull the trigger of a firearm and only knows how to start it. Even after loading number 7, which at best made it easier to use, I still couldn't find its operating mechanism. The observation result of each space jump is that it is not so much that the Silver Star has moved, but that the universe outside the Silver Star has refreshed its position in an instant, thus completing a space jump. Such observations are so magical that experts now rarely discuss how to study the Silver Star's space jumping function. If all the people who come here to receive tasks are of this level of civilization, why are they still standing there? Run, silly boy. At this time, something was finally analyzed based on the observation data that had offended the planetary life form before. By converting it into a video that humans can intuitively feel the shock, on the gas giant planet where the ice structure first appeared, a huge and distinctly colored material ocean can be seen, which is suspended in the planet's atmosphere according to changes in the magnetic field. Through the spectrometer, it was found that these floating substances are not gaseous at all, and there are many metallic substances in them. They gather according to certain rules in this huge ocean of matter, and then form a huge ring structure. It is not a creation of the void, but the pattern of forming a mechanical structure makes humans instantly think of 3D printing technology. We need higher computing to analyze the specific activity data of the planet. Please trouble you. Quantum computers on Blue Star are developing rapidly, but operations involving the molecular level of the entire planet are still somewhat inadequate, so we can only leave it to number 7. Liu Yu thought for a while, and did not call number 7 immediately. Instead, he opened the window of the room. In front of us are long, straight bluestone steps, and tall trees on both sides are covered with blue flowers, one after another, densely packed, with only flowers and no leaves visible. This is a famous flower on the Horned Planet. With careful care, its color can become exceptionally pure blue, which can be described as dreamy. The sun lamp is a bit dazzling but not scorching. It may be because the weather control system has just rained. Some water hangs on the tips of the petals, shining in the sun. After 3 years of adjustments, the living area is already full of life. This place has been transformed into a gravity environment adapted to human beings, and various life indicators and parameters have been adjusted to make Luyu feel most comfortable. In addition to the living area, there are several factories built specifically for Luyu's life. At least Luyu no longer needs to rely on spacesuits and nanorobots for personal hygiene. At this time, number 7 was standing by the clear pool directing the bee-like robot, seemingly preparing to collect honey from some blue flowers. When she felt Luyu's gaze, she raised her head and looked up at Luyu, who opened the window and smiled sweetly. All right. From the beginning, she was an intelligent life form of Luyu alone, not a human being. Without Luyu's instructions, number 7 would not interfere with the affairs of the Blue Star humans, and seemed to have no interest at all in the ethnic group from which Luyu came. Instead, he likes to stay in this space bubble, plan this living area with Luyu, and direct the robots to farm. With the assistance of number 7, the evolutionary data expected by experts soon came to fruition. It's so weird. Planetary life forms are so weird. They can control the matter in the planet by finely manipulating the change of magnetic field and use a method similar to 3D printing to make various devices. But there is a very contradictory thing here. According to the analyzed data, the change of magnetic field is achieved by adjusting the temperature of the Earth's core. But frequent adjustment of the Earth's core means that the heat of the Earth's core will be lost. Once the Earth's core cools down and the magnetic field disappears, the consciousness of the planet's life can no longer be activated, which is equivalent to death. The magnetic field is the basis for their consciousness, but in fact, once they start thinking, their lifespan will be reduced. This is the most resistant thing in the primitive stage of life. According to such a life mechanism, they will not have consciousness at all. Moreover, even if it is their instinct to control the matter in the planet with magnetic field, in order to avoid death, they will give up thinking so as to stabilize the magnetic field for a long time and prolong their lives. If this is true, how did they learn to quickly assemble optical observation devices? You must know that the Silver Star can only capture traces with optical instruments as far as we know, and the planet's life does not need so-called eyes. Luyu thought that this group of experts had missed the point. Isn't the most important thing we should consider right now how to respond to the planet Big Eyes in front of us? At this time, half an hour had passed since the electromagnetic wave communication was received. Fortunately, during the period when the Silver Star did not respond, the planet that sent the signal did not make any military action to drive it away. Except for the planet that sent the signal and the outermost gas giant planet, the eyes on other planets disappeared one after another. In addition to still covering the detection, the magnetic field began to calm down. In the Silver Star, Luyu finally corrected the experts who ran away. When he was about to reply to the previous electromagnetic wave, he received the latest information. You go to the outermost planet and let him deal with you. After the planet in the innermost orbit of the star system sent this electromagnetic wave, the eyes gradually dissipated and the magnetic field began to stabilize. Luyu is currently in the middle of the star system, and the outermost gas giant planet mentioned by the planet Big Eyes is about 0.7 light-years away from the star. The distance of 0.7 light-years is very far away, even out of reach for humans other than Luyu. The Voyager 1 that has traveled the farthest is the man-made spacecraft farthest from the blue planet. It is about 22 billion kilometers away from the blue planet, and 1 light-year is about 9.46 trillion kilometers. According to this calculation, the maximum distance that humans have explored so far is 0.002 light-years. The more you understand, the more you will sigh at the distance of a light year. The spatial scale of the universe appears to be wider in comparison with this distance. The position of the solar system, 0.7 light-years, has almost reached the outermost edge of the Oort cloud. Human exploration of this nebula can be said to be almost zero. In recent years, some astronomers have even made extremely bold speculations that there is a black hole with extremely small mass hidden in the Oort cloud, which is the reason for the abnormal orbit of Pluto. And in this star system, because of the strong mass of the star, there is actually a gas giant planet with a mass of 400 times that of the blue star 0.7 light-years away. It seems that these planetary life forms have some superluminal communication methods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to communicate within 0.7 light-years by electromagnetic waves alone in half an hour. Liu Yu originally planned to communicate with them, no matter which planet he was on. But the distance of 0.7 light-years is too far, and it takes more than 1 year and 4 months to communicate with electromagnetic waves. Since they were exposed when they appeared, if they were really super civilizations, it would not be so easy for Liu Yu to leave here. He simply stopped hiding and tried to jump directly to the gas giant planet based on the calculated orbital distance. The result was the same as before, and the jump was successful. You really have a special spaceship. 24's consciousness has only been stable for 10,000 years, and he is too young to be able to skillfully control his core. You all came with the creations of super civilizations, so you can pass through the mother's shielding force field to get here. I should be the one to receive all the qualified people who approach. Soon after the silver star arrived, the gas giant began to emit decipherable electromagnetic waves to start communication. The electromagnetic waves were first translated into the Horn Clan language by Number 7, and then translated into Chinese. If Liu Yu had not experienced the Horn Clan incident, he might have been a space vagrant and a cosmic illiterate. Liu Yu asked tentatively, "Is your mother that special star?" "Yes. We are all her children. The heat loss of the core caused by thinking is supplemented by our mother, and our knowledge is also taught by our mother." The gas giant seemed to be very frank in telling the situation. Liu Yu asked again, "Is this the star field ruled by your special civilization?" "No, this is one of the nodes in the universe. You can find a planet that may breed consciousness for the mother, or complete the task issued by the mother. You can travel to other universe nodes through the wormhole channel in the mother's core. Warp speed travel is a super light speed travel that only stellar civilizations can master. The spacecraft itself does not have any speed. It is the change of space warp speed generated by the device that causes the spacecraft to drag it forward. In other words, the spacecraft is like entering a closed spherical space, and the space pulls it forward. The spacecraft itself does not have any speed. Although warp speed flight is faster than conventional aerospace means, and can even exceed the speed of light, but it has an unavoidable disadvantage, which is that it is difficult to observe the outside world. When the speed of warp speed flight exceeds the speed of light, the spacecraft is wrapped in a warp bubble. This bubble is essentially an artificial distorted space. When external light, radio waves, and other signals pass through this space, strange deflection phenomena will occur, and then it will be difficult to distinguish. In addition to various shortcomings, even superluminal flight is still insufficient for the spatial scale of the universe. Warp speed travel can only be used for travel between star systems, and if civilizations want to move between galaxies, they may have to use wormholes to achieve it. So this is equivalent to a space version of a highway intersection, and this special star is the toll booth? Such a superficial metaphor is appropriate. But who built such a cosmic node and limited the entry qualifications to civilizations with super civilization creations? The mission issued by my mother 200 years ago was for me. I will be the next guy to ignite the core and become a star. So even if you arrive 200 years late, I can still give you a chance on behalf of my mother. You only need to go 500 light years away, capture the artificial intelligence from the Dyson sphere, and send it back here, and you will have completed your mother's mission. At that time, you will have the opportunity to use the universe node 10 times. Strategy for Dyson sphere. Capture artificial intelligence from a Dyson sphere. But I don't seem to need this thing? Isn't the Silver Star's space jump more delicious than your toll-free space highway? And couldn't this planetary life form see the Silver Star's space jump? Bye! Although this is just an ordinary node in the universe, there are indeed secrets about the universe behind it. Maybe you can find a chance to return to Blue Star? Before Lu Yu could finish complaining, the system task that had disappeared for more than 4 years finally appeared again. Gas giant planets can become stars to a certain extent. The horns do have a concept similar to the Dyson sphere. After the failure of the geocentric elevator project, the scientific community reflected on it and discussed it. This thing was listed as a failed project like the geocentric elevator. Although it has not yet been implemented, it has been listed as one of the top 10 projects that will never be implemented. After all, after achieving interstellar travel, why do we still have to guard a star to extract energy? Even if it is the star system of the mother star, such a large amount of engineering will probably not only harm other planets, but even the mother star will not be spared, right? Moreover, in a star system, 99% of the matter is basically concentrated on the star. Even if all the matter except the star is moved, it may not be possible to create a Dyson sphere. And the so-called concealment. There is not only one optical detection instrument in the universe. Gravitational waves, neutrino detection, etc. can easily detect hidden stars, and may even be more conspicuous. It is equivalent to broadcasting to the visible universe in the form of light that there is a civilization that blocks the star. And when a civilization has the ability to cross star systems, the survival of civilization no longer depends on a star system. The worship of the mother star is likely to change gradually with the progress of productivity. It is always better to be scattered in the universe than to be trapped in one place. So the moment the intelligent race attacked the Horn race, they aimed to annihilate the entire race in the star system and would never let them have the opportunity to escape into the universe. So when Lu Yu saw the word Dyson sphere, he thought there was a problem with the translation, but in the past few years, the language and writing of the Horn race have been basically mastered by human linguists, and they have even begun to try to translate literary works and poems. Lu Yu, who once suspected that the translation was wrong, was still wondering if it was something else. For example, a variant Dyson sphere like the black domain with low light speed, or even a small universe. After repeated confirmation with number 7, it was known that the gas giant planet was indeed talking about the Dyson sphere. The knowledge imparted by the mother star actually has such a huge project that should have been imagined by the planetary civilization. Then where did the star that gave birth to consciousness get all this knowledge from? There are too many questions. Lu Yu and humans still know too little about this universe. This gas giant planet is worthy of being a planetary life form that specializes in receiving visitors. It quickly explained the task to Lu Yu. 500 light years away, a level 4 civilization built a Dyson sphere. According to the information from the Star Mother, advanced artificial intelligence was born in this civilization, and when these planetary life forms seem to be promoted from gas giant planets to stars, artificial intelligence is needed to control the drastic magnetic field changes to ensure that they can maintain consciousness after success. The Star Mother broadcasted the task announcement to the surrounding star fields in the form of gravitational waves. And 270 and 210 years ago, 2 level 5 civilizations with super civilization creations came here to receive this task. The gas giant planet did not make Lu Yu rush to reply. It happened that he could combine this information, look at the task that suddenly popped up, and think about it carefully. Although this is just an ordinary cosmic node, it does have secrets about the universe behind it. Maybe you can find a chance to return to the blue planet from it. Trigger the system task mechanism. During the mission, the points reward is doubled. Mission: crossing the wormhole. Wormholes are natural passages in the universe, but the destination of unadjusted wormholes is unknown and dangerous. Who built these nodes in the universe with wormholes? Cross once. Maybe you can find the answer. B-level reward. Score points based on the speed of completion. This time there is only one mission to choose, but as in the past, it reveals a lot of information. Find a chance to return a blue star? Can it be so easy to need 1,000,000 points? Lu Yu has deep doubts about this. If it is just across the wormhole, he will go against a civilization that was a level 4 civilization 200 years ago, and even has 2 level 5 civilizations as competitors. With the Silver Star, Lu Yu, who does not want to pay the highway toll, does not want to provoke these civilizations. But now there is a system mission mixed in it, and the information revealed in it also suggests that there may be clues to return to Blue Star, which makes Lu Yu hesitate. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 2031. Mission none. Currently owns Black Technology products. Silver Star modified. Lunchbox, Spacesuit modified. There are more than 2,000 points on my personal panel, 32 of which are points settled from Blue Star over the past 3 years. It seems that I can exchange for 2 two-dimensional foils that can make the star system clean and hygienic, but this capture of artificial intelligence does not mean destroying the entire star system. And after doing this, it is very likely that the artificial intelligence will also be destroyed along with the two-dimensionalization, and the points will be wasted in vain. If forced demolition doesn't work, Lu Yu doesn't think that the conventional technology he has mastered can compete with a 4th-level civilization. The level of civilization is calculated by productivity, not destructive power. The Silver Star is indeed powerful after the transformation, but Lu Yu thinks that the success rate of forcing a 4th-level civilization to hand over artificial intelligence without consuming points is not high, especially since more than 200 years have passed. If the 4th-level civilization technology explodes and is promoted to the 5th-level civilization, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Moreover, the system missions are not obviously different from the missions issued by gas giant planets. One is to go through the wormhole, and the other is to capture artificial intelligence in the Dyson sphere. Why not turn on the space mud truck mode and try to impact the core of this special star at the speed of light to see if you can enter the wormhole directly? This more dangerous idea was quickly rejected by Lu Yu. The star carrying the cosmic node still does not know what level of civilization it is. Let's see if we can enter the wormhole first. Aren't you afraid that others will wake up directly from their slumber, crack all kinds of black technologies, and capture themselves to become fuel for planetary life forms? These are just random thoughts. What really concerns Lu Yu is that no one seems to care about the opinions of the 4th-level civilization. Whether it is the 2 5th-level civilizations that receive the task, or these planetary life forms, it seems that the goal has always been only artificial advanced intelligence. Lu Yu, who has an intelligent life form, can't help but think, if he returns to the blue planet, will he also become a bounty task for other civilizations like this 4th-level civilization? Regardless of whether he does these 2 tasks or not, he should probably go and see them, just like social practice, to witness the true way of getting along between civilizations in the universe. At present, the operation of the reactor built in your hometown is stable, and the output power of the first phase of the generator set has successfully reached the expected 3,000 megawatts. According to the original plan, the reactor will gradually complete the grid connection work next year. It is expected that the installed capacity will be gradually increased to 70,000 megawatts within the year. By then, the controllable fusion demonstration reactor that has completed the grid connection work will meet the power supply needs of most areas in the province. The signal of Blue Star is transmitted to the living area through cross-space communication. Lu Yu is watching the various changes in his hometown in virtual reality. Knowing is easy, but doing is difficult. Although Lu Yu had an idea, he hesitated when he really wanted to do it. So the Silver Star has been staying next to the gas giant for almost 3 days, and no answer has been given. The biggest gamble in his life has been implemented in the Horn clan. So Lu Yu, who has made a lot of money, is more like a winner who is eager to leave the gambling table. Even if he doesn't get involved in this kind of entanglement with other civilizations, Lu Yu can find the location of Blue Star by the time-consuming elimination method. This mentality is wrong, but Lu Yu, who has won a lot of games, no longer has the fighting mentality he had in the small cockpit. As if he had noticed this thought in his heart, Lu Yu asked the base to see the changes in his hometown. Of course, Lu Yu's proposal was met immediately. By converting real-time images into signals and then transcribing them into neural signals with virtual reality equipment, he could descend on the streets of his hometown like a real body. The first stop was to see the nuclear fusion reactor that had been completed in the first phase of the project. This project should have been built in major urban areas, but because this is Lu Yu's hometown, a reactor that can supply a province was arranged. It won't be long before the streets and alleys will be full of electric cars. It won't be long before desalinated seawater will solve the plight of China's vast water-scarce areas and irrigate the Gobi into oases and fertile fields. It won't be long before wireless charging, drone logistics, and various technologies that had to be temporarily promoted due to high energy consumption will enter people's lives. Oil will no longer be used as fuel, but only as a raw material for industrial production. Pollution will gradually decrease, the environment will soon get better, and the term environmental protection will no longer be a popular term. Lu Yu looked at the nuclear fusion reactor in front of him. He once mustered up the courage to walk out of the cockpit. Wasn't it just to see the future of this moment? The next stop is the newly built General Hospital in his hometown. Through the information left by the leader of the Horn tribe, we have created the first generation of human gene resonance devices. Although limited by materials and technology, the effect has not yet reached the limit of extending life to 300 years. There is also nanorobot technology, which can effectively clean up harmful substances in cells, especially toxic proteins and neurons. We expect to increase the life expectancy of citizens by 30 to 50 years. The aging of neurons has always been a difficult problem that life extension technology cannot overcome, and nanorobots regularly clean up some metabolic waste, which will greatly delay the aging of the nervous system. At the same time, nanorobots accurately treat disease cells and accumulate harmful substances in cells. This is why the gene resonance ring should be used together with nanorobots. Your parents will be on the first list of people who will receive gene resonance to increase their lifespan. If you have any relatives or friends who need it, please let us know, and we will add them to the list. Professor Mao's virtual image has been accompanying Lu Yu through various places, explaining the changes in his hometown to him. Professor Mao himself also looks much younger, with fewer wrinkles, lighter age spots, and even his hair starting to turn black from the roots again, as if he has returned to his 50s. Most importantly, nanotechnology has made many of the incurable diseases that we fear the most become paper tigers that can be broken with a flick of a finger. Quantum computers combined with nanorobots can accurately target and destroy disease cells, and cancer and viral diseases will no longer threaten our health. Now this thing has a nickname of Panacea on the internet. Slowly, they walk to a place full of cyberpunk-style prostheses. A 7 or 8-year-old girl had silver-white prostheses on both feet, but her face was full of smiles. Mom, I can stand up again. I can run again. Can I learn to dance again in the future? She ran and jumped happily on the ground, just like a normal person, while her parents were already in tears. Virtual reality technology is very controversial within our company, but its extended technology has begun to become popular. This little girl had both legs amputated due to an unfortunate car accident, but our latest generation of prosthetic limbs are equipped with quantum chips, and with the maturity of neural signal conversion technology, her prosthetic limbs will be no different from normal feet. Professor Mao paused delicately when he said this. Well, maybe it's stronger than normal legs. And in the future, the track and field records of the Paralympic Games may be faster than the records of the Olympics. Technology is eliminating illness. And perhaps in the near future, all the sufferings that plague mankind will disappear one by one. Lu Yu witnessed everything that happened. Technology is making life better, and he seems to be able to make the good come faster. To build a fourth-level civilization of the Dyson sphere does not necessarily mean to destroy the development of a civilization. Perhaps I can rely on the Silver Star to suppress the 2 level 5 civilizations, and rely on solving external crises as a condition to make the level 4 civilization hand over artificial intelligence and the technology tree of the level 4 civilization. The Horn clan of the level 2 civilization has brought such great changes to China and their hometown. The technology of the level 4 civilization can make humans ascend to the sky in one step and directly usher in the interstellar era, right? If the blue planet is really coveted by other civilizations because of the Silver Star and intelligent life forms I brought back, humans can also master the power of resistance and escape first. At that time, whether to fight or run, at least there are options to choose. The Horn clan was once rated as a potential civilization in the system. They even obtained the creations of super civilizations on their own satellites. But in the end, the entire race was annihilated in the star system. From the history of other civilizations, it can be seen that it is not easy for ordinary civilizations to take every step in the universe, and I can become a plug-in for the entire civilization. It seems that it is not the time to be lazy yet. Doesn't this involve the possibility of returning to Blue Star? It is not the time for me to leave the table with peace of mind. After Liu Yu expressed such emotion, he seemed to have found the courage to leave for the nuclear fusion device. After exiting the virtual reality, Liu Yu, who had not left the living area for a long time, returned to the small cockpit again. We accepted the Dyson Sphere mission. Seeing that many people have mentioned it, I will give a small spoiler. It is not so easy to return to Blue Star. If you want to go back, you will be sent back directly with 80,000 points. And going back, isn't it an old routine article? Jai is the most outstanding scientist in the history of Dyson Sphere civilization. He is almost equivalent to those all-round academic masters in Blue Star novels who have loaded the system. At a young age, he has achieved amazing results in various disciplines. He not only invented the light-speed engine and laid the theoretical foundation of antimatter, but also made unimaginable contributions in the related technologies and computer fields of dark matter utilization. It can be said that he has raised the Dyson Sphere civilization from the 3rd level to the 4th level civilization with his own efforts. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be another hardcore, ruthless man in the space version. But if nothing unexpected happens, the accident happened. The reason is unknown. This genius has an almost fanatical obsession with the super project of Dyson Sphere. He believes that the entire civilization should start to build a Dyson Sphere-level project after being promoted to a star-level civilization to protect the safety of its own civilization. Facts have proved that even if it is advocated by an important scientist in the civilization, super projects that affect the entire civilization will still be cautious. In particular, there is no reason to build a super project like Dyson Sphere, which is highly controversial, in the 4th level civilization where the light-speed engine has been realized. Semi-biological Dyson Sphere, Dyson Cloud, Dyson Shell. Jai proposed various construction plans, all of which were rejected one by one. With the rapid maturity of the light-speed engine, the entire race is in the golden age of thriving and actively exploring the vast universe. The conservative Dyson Sphere plan is not popular within the civilization. The race hopes to build a more powerful external exploration project, such as a circumstellar acceleration orbit. The era he opened with his own hands rejected him. Jai even abandoned scientific research for this and devoted himself to politics, trying to promote the implementation of this super project from another direction. He failed, and the Dyson Sphere plan was once again completely rejected. Fortunately, he did not go to extremes. He loved this civilization so much that he was willing to spend his efforts and hard work to realize the super project that he believed could protect civilization. It's just that Jai refused to continue to extend his life and return to the scientific community with his gradually aging body. His brain is undoubtedly the wealth bestowed by this universe to the entire civilization. In the continuous major scientific research results, Jai's life came to an end. Although Jai's Dyson Sphere project was rejected, his contribution to the entire civilization is unquestionable. When the entire civilization was immersed in the grief of losing a great scientist, his brain mysteriously disappeared. It was thought to be just the extreme behavior of a fanatic admirer. But as the investigation deepened, the horrifying truth was unearthed. It turned out that Jai began to design robots on his own in order to take care of himself, who was gradually getting old and weak. As a genius mind, the robot he built easily surpassed the level of this era. Through continuous debugging and optimization, it finally gave birth to wisdom. Although it is still limited by core logic, it has indeed become an advanced artificial intelligence. Jai named his creation Jar. Jai never married in his life. When he was old, he was alone and could only talk about his unfinished ideals and Jar, who took care of him repeatedly. When he died, Jar, who had been taking care of him closely, cut Jiai's brain completely from his body and put it in a tank filled with nutrient solution to keep the brain alive. The nerve endings of the brain are connected to the computer, and the computer transmits information to the brain according to the program, so that it can keep in the illusion that the civilization has begun to build the Dyson sphere. For Jiai, it seems that people, objects, and the sky still exist, and his own movements and body sensations can be input. The entire brain can also be input or intercepted. By intercepting and modifying memories, Jiai is immersed in the illusion of the brain in the vat. When the entire civilization discovered this truth, the crisis of the intelligent machine began. Jiar is just an artificial intelligence, and its core program has never changed. Take good care of Jiai, even if he only has a brain now. It is impossible to hand over Jiai's brain. It broke out a war with the panic civilization, but soon Jiar won. Jiai's excellent brain, because he is always working for the Dyson Sphere project in the illusion. This is his dream career, so it bursts out the potential of the entire brain. The reality is only the level of the early stage of the fourth level civilization, and Jar has reached the level of the late stage of the fourth level by mastering the output technology of the brain in the vat. It defeated the entire civilization. After gaining control of the entire star-level civilization, it began to build the Dyson Sphere according to the plan of Jiai in the brain in the tank. At first, it didn't care about the Master's fellow tribesmen. They couldn't escape at all because of the locked light-speed engine, and they were still blocking the project endlessly. Jar could only turn them all into materials for the Dyson Sphere. In order to build a Dyson Sphere, all the materials in the star system must be fully utilized. But when it was proved that even turning planets into materials could not build this super project, it would transport materials from neighboring planets again and again and draw energy from stars. For this project, it took 30,000 years and finally completed Jiai's dream 300 years ago. The Dyson Sphere is completed. Inside the Dyson Sphere, in a base with the best protection level, a brain that has expanded to the size of a mountain is quietly soaking in nutrient solution, immersed in a beautiful fantasy. Outside the nutrient base, there are mechanical compound eyes flashing red, surrounding the brain. That is the brain of its owner. Relying on the scientific and technological achievements continuously output in the brain, Jar has even mastered the peak technology of level 4 and may be promoted to level 5 civilization at any time. It just wants to live a peaceful life with its owner, even if its owner has only one brain left to be raised in the nutrient solution. It doesn't care about the universe outside the Dyson Sphere. Its core program only has one mission, which is to take good care of Jiai. The universe is very big. If it is not for the extremely special attention, it will take many years to discover this strange place, and the dream that is silent in the universe can continue for a long time. But such a peaceful day until one day, a device like a drop of silver water suddenly appeared in the detection of optical instruments. This device is so perfect and beautiful in the observation of optical instruments, but it immediately became a thorn in Jiar's eyes. Ordinary rational thinking does not apply to this out-of-control artificial intelligence. In its logic, this is the eternal paradise it has built for its master. Anything that might disturb the master's sweet dreams must be destroyed at the atomic level. Annihilation mode activated. Note 1. After Einstein died, his brain was stolen. After accepting the mission with the gas giant planet, the huge eye that appeared in its atmosphere just disappeared. Luyu looked at the coordinates sent by the planetary life form with some curiosity. It was based on the 50 stars near the Dyson Sphere civilization. The three-dimensional coordinates formed a cubic space. The 50 points were distributed in this space, and the center was the Dyson Sphere civilization. Invalid coordinates? Luyu tried to import this coordinate system directly into the navigation system of the Silver Star, but still did not start the space jump. Luyu directly extinguished the idea of letting Blue Star also map a coordinate system in this way. But fortunately, with this coordinate system, Number 7 quickly locked the direction and distance, and could jump over at any time by directional space. There is no penalty for the task of attacking the Dyson Sphere and the system task, and there is a certain correlation between the two. To complete the system task, You need a qualification to enter the wormhole. It seems that the way in front of Lu Yu is to attack the Dyson sphere. After all, no one knows when the special star will be released for the next mission, and he does not have the conventional technology to move a planet. Thinking that his two competitors had already started more than 200 years earlier than him, Lu Yu simply jumped directly to the edge of the Dyson sphere civilization, wanting to observe the situation before making a judgment. The originally imagined scene of 3-star-level civilizations fighting each other, breaking the galaxy and destroying the atomic nuclei, did not appear. The 5th-level civilization that started more than 200 years earlier than him seemed to have not arrived yet, and the entire star system was calm. Dyson sphere is a theory first proposed by Blue Star in the 1960s. The so-called Dyson sphere is an artificial celestial body built to wrap stars and mine star energy. It is equivalent to using the entire star as a natural nuclear fusion reactor. However, in actual demonstration, it was found that the material of a star system is not enough to build the original concept of Dyson sphere. So many variants were born, such as Dyson Cloud, Dyson Shell, etc. Since the theory of this super project was proposed, it has been widely circulated in human society and even cited by astronomy as evidence of the existence of alien civilizations. And now Lu Yu has witnessed the existence of this super project with his own eyes. Countless metal-independent structure rings wrap around stars in one astronomical unit, similar to the clouds surrounding the blue star. You can see that from time to time, electric lights that spread tens of thousands of kilometers jump out of these metal structures, which are transmitting energy between them. They completely absorb the light of the wrapped stars and intercept 100% of the energy output of the stars. In this way, there are black semicircular protrusions at the aggregation of these structures, and all the magnificent electric lights are absorbed and stored in them. In addition to this main spherical structure, there is also a circle of dark rotating star rings, like a circumstellar orbit, especially with spherical structures linked to it, like a pearl necklace for the Dyson sphere. If it is in the solar system, at such a distance, a Dyson sphere is built, and its inner wall area is more than 5.5 billion times the surface area of the Earth to fully absorb the energy released by the Sun. The gravitational wave detection results captured stellar gravitational waves, and the mass of the star in the Dyson sphere is about 1.4 times that of the Sun. Because the volume of the star is larger than the Sun, the volume of this Dyson sphere has also increased accordingly. It is so shocking, but useless. The inability to hide gravitational waves makes it so conspicuous in the universe. If it is not for hiding itself, why spend time and effort to build such a super project? Perhaps because of the consumption of a large amount of matter, there are no natural planets in this star system. Even so, other star system materials besides stars are not enough to support this Dyson sphere. The silver star stayed outside 100 astronomical units. With the lessons learned from the previous planetary life forms, Lu Yu did not rashly turn on the active detection function to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. But relying solely on the receiving detection instrument, Lu Yu soon found something wrong. Through the image analysis collected by optical instruments, the entire star system is too quiet. There is not even a spaceship active outside the Dyson sphere. The entire observed star field is empty. If it were not for the flashing huge electric light and various observed data, it would be thought that this place is nothingness. Something is wrong. As a civilization, even if there is no need for material and energy from the outside world after the Dyson sphere is built, there should be normal civilization activities in the star system. But there is no spaceship in this star system. Have the two previous level 5 civilizations arrived? A battle that we don't understand broke out. And now, there is only such a huge Dyson sphere left here. Lu Yu thought of the spaceships the size of the planet of the intelligent race. Even if the battles between star-level civilizations have reached a level that humans cannot understand, there should be traces left. At least the main structure of the Dyson sphere should not be so intact. After careful observation for a few days, it was confirmed that it was not a coincidence that there was a no-fly period, but that the Dyson sphere civilization did not have spaceships outside. Fortunately, Lu Yu did not need to. The spherical structures on the star ring actually began to break away from the star ring and attack the silver star. Each spherical structure has half the volume of the moon. On the way, structures kept peeling off from it and began to form spaceships surrounding the silver star. We come with good intentions. There will be 2 level 5 civilizations soon. Luyu tried to send universal electromagnetic waves to these rapidly approaching spaceships, and what responded to him was overwhelming high-energy beams and electromagnetic cannon metal bullets that were enough to flatten a mountain range, densely attacking the silver star. But in front of the armor of the silver star, it was like dripping water on a titanium alloy plate without any ripples. Is the reaction so intense? Although Luyu had doubts, the other side had already surrounded more than 100,000 warships. At this time, there was nothing to hide. Various detection instruments began to start, and Luyu even asked Number 7 to use the Sapon. The other side is all unmanned spaceships, and the spherical spaceship is suspected to be a mothership equipped with anti-reconnaissance equipment. Since they are all unmanned spaceships, let's talk about it after they hurt. The Silver Star is no longer short-legged as before. It can accelerate to the speed of light and is the sharpest spear Luyu knows. The Silver Star flew to a corner of the fleet array at a very high acceleration. It reached 30 kilometers per second at only 500 kilometers, and this was when Luyu tried his best to control the speed. It was like a phantom without mass, penetrating one unmanned spacecraft after another at intervals of less than a second. The big explosion began. All the penetrated warships were hit at the fusion fuel tanks. The nuclear fuel triggered a nuclear fusion reaction, and the fleet that covered the ground was illuminated by the fireballs of thermonuclear explosions one after another. The first spacecraft hit by the Silver Star completely melted and exploded. Millions of tons of liquid metal burst out, forming a hot metal magma rainstorm in all directions. And the next spacecraft can only repeat its fate. In 3 minutes, the Silver Star, which was still accelerating, flew nearly 10,000 kilometers, and the first 1,000 unmanned spacecraft that approached were all turned into wreckage. At this time, the fleet's command system was still trying to intercept the Silver Star with high-energy lasers and electromagnetic cannons. The enemy not only did not flee, but also dared to fight back, still unwilling to talk properly, right? Luyu looked at the still densely packed fleet without any hesitation. Sharp angle turn, speed increase. The Silver Star used the oldest and most primitive collision tactics to bloom a gorgeous fireworks in this star field, with a full 10,000 consecutive explosions. After tens of thousands of fireworks exploded, the opponent still had no intention of stopping, and more spherical structures came down from the star ring. Can't the other party see that these weapons can't do anything to the Silver Star? This civilization started a fight without the slightest intention to communicate, and it had already shown a clear gap, but the other party still resolutely used it. Luyu couldn't help but wonder, are the other party's civilized decision-making circles so reckless? If he wants to destroy this Dyson sphere, he doesn't even need to use two-way foil. He only needs to penetrate the star multiple times, triggering the collapse of the star's core and affecting the stable state of the star, so that the Dyson sphere can collapse on its own. But by then, how to capture the mission target artificial intelligence will be troublesome. What if this civilization is as reckless as it appears now, and it will directly bury the star with the artificial intelligence? So the Silver Star stopped, and Luyu planned to try another method. At this time, the wreckage of the spacecraft previously destroyed by the Silver Star began to collapse on its own, turning into fine black sand in space, but then converging into torrents of water to converge on the recently intact spacecraft. Unexpectedly, a brand new spherical structure was born, and the black sand material quickly fell off in pieces again, and brand new unmanned spacecraft began to appear again. No one. Perhaps it is this unimaginable material utilization that enables the construction of a Dyson sphere? If you can't defeat the opponent in one fell swoop and just compete with the star-level civilization, you may destroy the spacecraft in front, and the wreckage behind will have begun to rebuild itself. Since you can't destroy the opponent directly, try another method. In the cockpit, Luyu looked at the Q version of Number 7. She couldn't maintain a normal body shape in the small space, so Liu Yu poked her cheek with his index finger. Number 7 nodded knowingly, controlled the unfolded sapon, and began to try to hack into the opponent's system. She didn't even need to open the hatch like Liu Yu to let sapon pass through the space membrane, and accurately controlled sapon to start trying. The nearly 500 space battleships that had surrounded the Silver Star suddenly stopped and even showed signs of turning their guns. At this time, the other battleships following behind opened fire decisively, using various high-energy rays to melt these ships. Hacked battleship. Beat up friendly forces. The opponent's method of dealing with hacking was extremely decisive. Electronic warfare between civilizations is more cruel than hot war. When long-range weapons are used in large quantities, the phenomenon of the strong taking all is particularly obvious. If the Dyson Sphere civilization is not a star-level civilization, then number 7 can even use sophons to win directly. What Liu Yu didn't know was that Jia Air initially won the victory by hacking into the civilization's central computer. How could he end up capsizing tens of thousands of years later? These unmanned spacecraft can easily hack into the control system using sophons, but the spherical structure is a little more difficult. But the other party also reacted very quickly. They seemed to be extremely vigilant about hacking methods. While I was dealing with the suppression of their computing power, I controlled the spacecraft and would soon be suppressed by their pure computing power. If I can stably maintain a sufficient number of zombie ships, I may be able to use this as a springboard to try to hack into the main structure of the Dyson Sphere. Number 7 told Liu Yu the results of the attempt. As an intelligent life form, she used 2 Sapon computers to hack into 500 warships in an instant as a springboard, which was already very good. If Liu Yu could match her with a computer with high computing power, he might be able to defeat the opponent in one fell swoop, hack into the opponent's system, and lock the position of the artificial intelligence. How about building a Shurian computer that can exhaustively enumerate all text permutations and combinations? I feel like that thing shouldn't be cheap. I'd better save more than 2,000 points to deal with accidents that may happen at any time. Although I don't know why the 2 5th-level civilizations haven't arrived yet, since they also have super-civilized creations. It's better to be careful. It's just that the situation is a bit awkward now. It is unable to communicate with the Dyson Sphere civilization, and it cannot be killed with a direct hit by the Silver Star. Liu Yu thought for a while and asked, if you don't need to operate the battleship, how many more ships can you hack? How many more zombie ships are needed as springboards to hack into the main structure of the Dyson Sphere? Number 7 thought for a moment and replied, if I don't consider driving and control, I can hack into more than 5,000 warships. At the same time, I need 3,412 zombie spaceships to try to hack into the spherical structure. I will need to try to find out later. But the other party has a ruthless attitude towards the zombie spacecraft. If it gives up control, it will be wiped out almost instantly, and the wreckage will soon be recycled and rebuilt. Liu Yu shook his head, entered the Rubik's Cube suspended in front of him, and quickly returned to the cockpit with a helmet that could connect to virtual reality. Number 7 has already followed Liu Yu's request and tried to install the prepared program on a controlled zombie spacecraft. The viewfinder has been generated, the operating system has been rebuilt, and the signal is connected to virtual reality. Putting on the helmet and entering virtual reality, Liu Yu felt as if he had entered another cockpit. There were buttons for many functions, and outside the cockpit was a densely packed warship and a battlefield with intertwined beams of light. The Silver Star actually didn't have any sense of driving. This S-Class black technology was so dark that when Liu Yu drove it, he didn't feel like he was driving a spaceship at all. But it's different now. The virtual reality is connected to a real spaceship. Liu Yu's operation was messy, but under his command, the spaceship did crash into the friendly forces that were also zombie spaceships. But soon, the oncoming high-energy beam hit in the blink of an eye. With a snap, he died, or rather, his warship was destroyed. The three-dimensional universe battlefield requires a lot of information that cannot be adapted by untrained people. Liu Yu looked at the gradually black screen and wondered how he had drifted in the universe for so long. He shouldn't be so bad. Number 7 quickly hacked into another batch of spaceships, and Liu Yu controlled another spaceship. But the ending was the same. The spaceship was also destroyed. It can be said that there was no game experience. After Lu Yu's 2 experiences, he realized that he was undoubtedly a bad player. But he seemed to have verified a certain idea. After exiting the virtual reality, he patted the helmet and said to Number 7, "We rely on it to help you get enough zombie spaceships." Number 7 seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly widened his eyes. That's right. With virtual reality technology and hyperspace communication, won't there be a lot of people on the blue planet to help us operate the zombie spaceships? At that time, whether it's 1,000 or 10,000 ships, they can help you share the pressure. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. This is just a seemingly feasible solution. Let's try it first. Anyway, the initiative is in our hands. While Lu Yu and Number 7 were chatting and laughing, they allowed millions of warships to bombard, and the Silver Star just stood still. Based on this alone, victory is destined to belong to Lu Yu. It's just a matter of how to seize it. Note 1. Refer to the nanomaterials in Arpeggio of Steel. Well, it wouldn't be strange if the warships in it were regarded as space battleships. It was previously foreshadowed that the space membrane can actually pass through the signal. But because the protagonist's brain is not yet able to reach that level of sophisticated operation, Xiao Lu slowly got off the electric bus with the crowd, and his heart was already surging. He is about to step into the legendary Base Zero, which is already a legend in the Chinese scientific community, as Lu Yu's #1 fan on Earth. Even though nearly 5 years have passed, he still firmly remembers the Up who claimed to have built a space-jumping machine. Even after following Lu Yu's footsteps for 5 years, he will finally step into Base Zero and become one of its glorious researchers. However, Xiao Lu was still on the outskirts of Base Zero and saw that most of the people getting off the buses were young people like him. That's right, those in their 30s can no longer be considered middle-aged. The foreseeable increase in average life expectancy has allowed Xiao Lu to return to the ranks of young people internally. There seem to be a lot of people today. He looked around the team and made a silent judgment. Good. Everyone has it. Originally, today is your first day at the base. I should show you the way and walk around, but now there is an urgent project that requires your cooperation. These new researchers were led by several instructors. Base Zero implemented military-style management on the periphery, and they even had to undergo a period of military training before they officially joined. They followed the instructors to a hall, where a group of people were already gathered in front of a large cylindrical glass to watch a virtual battle. On the white cylindrical glass was a real-time holographic projection of a simulated battle between red and blue space fleets. This cylindrical glass with a radius of about 5 meters turned out to be a display screen. Some instructors kept walking back and forth around the cylindrical glass in search of a better observation field. This sci-fi cylindrical glass has attracted many researchers' attention. As one side lost, a water drop-shaped virtual cabin suddenly popped up from one side of the cylindrical glass, and the battle on the display screen also came to an end. Okay, what's in front of everyone is the virtual reality device. Now we need your help in debugging. Of course, if you want to try flying a spaceship, by the way, we are very welcome. This group of new researchers are generally young, and no one would refuse to try this novel thing. Xiao Lu was lucky enough to be the first to experience it. Wearing a virtual helmet and lying in a comfortable water droplet virtual cabin, he felt as if he had fallen into a lucid dream. In front of me are 2 space battleships nearly 1 kilometer long in the orbit of the moon, maintaining a speed slightly lower than the speed of the second universe and engaging in a simulated space battle in the orbit around the edge of the Earth. Xiao Lu also worked as a debugger for virtual reality technology internally, but the virtual scene was still very rough at that time, and it was completely different from what it is like to actually drive a space battleship now. From the viewfinder on his own battleship, he could see 3 green high-energy beams fired from the opponent's 3 side beam cannons. These 3 beams were aimed at the bow, hull, and engine at the rear of his ship, respectively. The distance between the 2 battleships was only 0.05 light seconds, and there was no time to react. In less than a blink of an eye, the thick high-energy beam arrived in front of his own battleship. It hit hard on the electromagnetic shield that wrapped the entire spacecraft, and was as colorful as a brilliant aurora. From the external viewfinder, I saw 3 green high-energy beams that instantly split into dozens of smaller beams after hitting the electromagnetic shield. Then these beams were slightly refracted and disappeared into the deep space of the universe. The electromagnetic shield surrounding the battleship only dimmed slightly and then returned to its previous splendor after sufficient energy was replenished. The low power salvo of the beam cannon consumes about 1/10,000th of the energy reserve of the electromagnetic shield. If you calculate based on this, it can be concluded, are all beginner tutorials so cool? Xiao Lu looked at the data on the display screen and tried to manipulate the control interface of the spacecraft. It was as simple as putting his hands into his gloves. He controlled the spacecraft at an unexpected speed. Sometimes, humans may not be able to discover their hidden talents throughout their lives, but when it is stimulated, the feeling of gaining dominance in a certain field is particularly strong. Even though it was his first time getting started, Xiao Lu had already consciously started to make various attempts to operate various weapons and engines. He took the initiative to slow down the battleship and was pulled back a little distance by the Earth's gravity. When the two ships were 0.01 light seconds apart, the enemy warship's orbit was already directly above him, and dense nuclear missiles were launched from the oblate hull of Xiao Lu's warship. The speed of missiles cannot be compared with high-energy beams. 0.01 light seconds is almost 3,000 kilometers away. After the missile is launched, it takes almost a minute to hit the opponent. In space wars, the speed of conventional missiles is too slow. Enemy ships suddenly set up small beams of light like beam hedgehogs, and then shoot them out in all directions to block missile attacks. A burst of grand fire broke out between the two battleships instantly, like fireworks in space. The simulation of various space weapons made the people outside the venue who saw this shocking scene for the first time unable to take their eyes away. And somewhere, Professor Han was watching the lively scene with interest. Professor Mao happened to walk up to him, holding a cup of coffee, and asked curiously, "It's rare to see you so happy recently. What good things have happened to you?" Professor Han sighed and said, "As you know, I study psychology, and I have always been vaguely worried about a certain situation before. Only when they need each other can stable relationships be formed between people and organizations. But after Liu left the Horn Clan star system, he had already left the stage of surviving in the universe. The mutual need relationship with the base at the beginning was no longer applicable, but we have never established a new stable relationship since then. The reason is that he progressed too fast, while we humans on the Blue Star progressed too slowly, and some of us could not keep up with his pace." Professor Han pointed to the simulated battle below. But the virtual reality technology in front of us provides another possibility. Liu Yu's request for us to drive the zombie spaceship may be just a whim, but I thought about it carefully for a long time and suddenly found that this opportunity will be an important opportunity for us to re-establish a mutual need relationship. Lao Mao, have you heard of the fourth disaster? Even if it is a trick, we should try to walk into the stars. The battle was finally over. Xiao Lu unexpectedly passed the novice tutorial in his first battle. When he came out of the cockpit, a large group of instructors immediately surrounded him. "Is this really your first time flying a spaceship? Why can you do a deep space turn? How do you know the enemy ship is behind the wreckage?" Xiao Lu thought, "Isn't it just a game? Why are you so excited?" Then he saw Professor Mao walking over from the crowd with a smile on his face. "Hello, Director Mao." Professor Mao still smiled and responded, "Oh, are you Xiao Lu from the 5th Institute of Aerospace?" Yes, I was." Before he finished speaking, he heard Professor Mao say, "Xiao Lu, why don't you stop doing scientific research for the time being?" Xiao Lu's eyes widened for a moment, thinking that he had done something wrong. And then he heard Professor Mao continue to say sincerely, "Go learn to drive a space battleship first. Now, if you want to do scientific research, you have to take a spaceship driver's license first." Base Zero is really so terrifying. Liu Yu's original intention was just to allow Number 7 to free up more computing power when conducting space electronic warfare, while at the same time preserving these zombie spaceships to the maximum extent as a springboard for Number 7 to hack into the opponent's main body. This is a contingency method that was thought of when the hardware conditions were insufficient. In space wars, long-range autonomous weapons are the best way to prevent civilized individuals from being consumed on a large scale in wars. Otherwise, how many people would be needed to drive a warship that is calculated in kilometers? But now that the battle with the Dyson Sphere civilization has reached this point, the other party still has no tendency to communicate, which really makes Liu Yu sigh at the gap in concepts between civilizations. Or should we call this Dyson Sphere civilization the Mang clan? How can such a mangling person stay in a Dyson Sphere in one place? Liu Yu, who was puzzled, has now left the cockpit and come to a Rubik's Cube space bubble. Countless intelligent robots are building a huge building. Although it is not as fast as the Dyson Sphere civilization to build a warship in an instant, its progress has far exceeded any large-scale project on the Blue Planet. This is a signal transfer station being built. The huge base station covering an area of 10 kilometers will be used to send and receive cross-space signals. Facts have proved that the black technology, carried by the Silver Star, is really one blacker than another. There is no need to say much about its armor. The cross-space communication system is ready to be played by Liu Yu as the fourth natural disaster. However, the air manufacturing that Liu Yu has always ignored before is the darkest thing. In fact, he does not need to obtain materials from the outside world at all. This device that continuously creates air out of thin air is a safe and fast channel for obtaining materials. When Liu Yu thought that these things were all made up by himself, his scalp was a little numb. All the gifts are secretly marked with prices. The more you get, what will you pay in the future? Liu Yu has no idea how many times he has thought about this idea, so that now he doesn't feel confused at all when he thinks about it, and he forgets it immediately when he turns his head. Looking back at the signal transfer station in front of him, the fourth natural disaster model proposed by Professor Mao made Liu Yu's eyes light up. Originally, I just wanted to find a zombie spaceship driver for this electronic warfare, but if the experiment is really successful, the fourth disaster mode may continue. If I can't go back, I will move Blue Star here. Isn't it equivalent to returning to Blue Star? It seems to be a good idea. At the current speed, it will only take another 3 days to build a signal data processing center for tens of millions of people. After looking at the transfer station, Liu Yu returned to the house in the biological area and put on the helmet to enter the virtual reality. First, I want to see the hundreds of disasters who were killed by the explosion. Although the signal transfer station is still under construction, the first batch of disasters who came to test whether the mode is feasible have tried to load the signal of the zombie spaceship outside. Well, it is said that these people are ace pilots. Everyone couldn't hold on for 10 seconds. It turns out that I am not that bad. After watching for a while, Liu Yu controlled the virtual reality to switch the scene. According to the models of these unmanned spacecraft, they are only equipped with small nuclear fusion engines, and they were not designed to travel across star systems. The real warships of the Dyson Sphere should be those spherical structures, and these unmanned spacecraft are consumables. But for us, the consumable unmanned spacecraft is already a huge surprise. In front of him is the structural diagram that number 7 scanned before a certain unmanned spacecraft was destroyed, and it was fully reproduced in virtual reality. Many nuclear physics experts are obsessed with studying the engines of spacecraft. China, which has just achieved thermonuclear fusion, has now seen a model diagram of small nuclear fusion. How can they not be ecstatic? In virtual reality, you can clearly see the small nuclear fusion device on the spacecraft, just like those messy lines like wool balls aggregated into irregular rings, which uses the structure of a stellarator. By heating and ionizing the deuterium-tritium mixed gas, the expanded ionized gas is injected into the device from the air inlet. On the way through the ionization chamber, it is heated and ionized into a high-temperature plasma and begins to operate stably. The longitudinal and polar magnetic fields it carries begin to form a plasma confinement body. Number 7 is busy playing the electronic station. It can simulate the ignition of a small nuclear fusion device like reality, all thanks to the quantum computer in base 0. The upper limit and potential of quantum computers are far higher than the classical computers currently used because its computing power increases exponentially. When it reaches the 10-bit level, it means that this quantum computer can perform 2 to the 10th power calculation in each step. That is 1,024 calculations. 1024 times such a calculation amount seems to be nothing at all. You know, ordinary mobile phones have 1 trillion calculations per second. However, as long as there are more controllable quantum bits, its computing speed will increase exponentially. When it rises to the 50-bit level, the quantum computer can perform 2 to the 50th power calculation in one step, more than 1 trillion calculations. Now China can produce 300-bit quantum chips, and the calculation speed of each step is as high as 2 to the 300th power. The chip problem that once blocked the cutting-edge market has been solved, and China has even begun to lead the global transformation of the computer field. Base 0 is the forefront. The super quantum computer used here, although it still cannot reach the computing level of Lu Yu's gene ring, has reached tens of thousands of bits and has the ability to perform large-scale real-time calculations. Lu Yu and Professor Mao watched many experts trying to analyze the technical details of the unmanned spacecraft, and they wished they could see the real thing in person and examine it carefully. Looking at the experts who were eager for knowledge, Lu Yu suddenly asked, "Are these things too fast for humans?" After all, the technology of the Horn tribe has not been fully digested, right? Standing on the shoulders of giants, we can see farther. Professor Mao smiled and shook his head and said, "They're just books that humans are ready to put in their pockets. Maybe we can't understand them now, but learning is the ladder of progress. As long as we don't stop learning, humans will one day be able to digest and surpass these technologies. I'm afraid that when the technology is in front of us, we can't even analyze and learn. That would be real despair." The beam struck horizontally, piercing the armor of the friendly warship. Xiao Lu knew that it was a sacrifice made by the friendly side to cover his main gun. With this thought in mind, he did not stop at all and decisively activated the beam cannon that had been fully charged. There was no need to aim at all, because there were enemy ships of the same model as his own warship everywhere. The huge high-energy beam immediately pierced the enemy ship that had just shot down his teammate, and then the next second, the warship Xiao Lu himself was also pierced by the beam, and the armor turned into a firework that flashed in space for a moment. The vision was pitch black, and the system popped up that his training time had reached the time limit, and the virtual reality was ready to exit him from the simulation. When Xiao Lu opened his eyes, took off his helmet, and sat up from the virtual cabin, he saw that his teammates also woke up from the virtual reality system one after another. A young man with clear eyes on the right asked, "Did it just sink?" Staring at the helmet in his hand, Xiao Lu nodded silently. The young man asked again, "How many ships were shot down?" Xiao Lu then answered, 12. The young man sitting on the other side of him with a shaved head stared and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Awesome! I loaded it in and fired a beam cannon and died. And there were people who were worse off than them who couldn't help but complain. Damn, this thing is not training at all, okay? Although we are all pilots, we should train various types of aircraft. How come it has become a space battleship? But as a virtual reality game, it is quite fun, too realistic, and it continues to be like we are really fighting a space war." Xiao Lu listened to a group of people's unsatisfied discussion. "Well, my teammates are all pilots, and I am the only one who is a scientific researcher. Is there something wrong? I don't know if you have heard of it. It is said that our base may be directly connected to alien civilizations. In the future, we will not really drive space battleships into such a fierce space battlefield." In some corner, someone suddenly gossiped and said this. "Huh, so what if we fight aliens? Aliens can't beat us so badly." This sentence touched everyone's heart. Who among us is not a flying elite in the war zone? Who has been selected through layers of selection to get here? If the opponent is an alien, I think we can still be proud of it. Someone tried to comfort him. At least in the world, there are probably only a few of us who have fought against aliens seriously. Who knew that this sentence would arouse everyone's blood? It can't be called serious, right? It's just a simulation training program, and we were beaten bloody. It's hard to say what the reality will be like in the future. We can't let them beat us in training, right? We have to find a way to shoot them. If you can't bully real aliens, can you be bullied by the training program? This sentence resonated in everyone's heart. It's really hard to say what a real space war will be like. But you can't be suppressed in training, right? Fight back. Fight back. For a while, everyone was too lazy to continue resting, and they talked about the so-called tactics. Everyone knows that the warships we are fighting are all consumables, and the enemy's main warships are those spherical spaceships. Yes, yes, yes. Even if we destroy more ordinary warships, their constituent materials will be recycled by the spherical spaceship, and new ordinary warships will soon appear from the spherical spaceship. The spherical spaceship should be the mothership, and our primary goal should be to deal with it, rather than always struggling in the pile of ordinary warships. The enemy doesn't care about ordinary warships at all, even if it destroys us, even if it affects friendly forces. While listening to his teammates analyzing the battle situation, Xiao Lu fumbled out a button-sized battery from the virtual helmet, and the power inside was tens of thousands of times more than that of ordinary lithium-ion batteries of the same volume. And this is not a battery in the conventional sense of humans. To be more precise, it is a new and mature high-energy electromagnetic device. It is such a button-sized thing which involves all kinds of technology such as new material technology, nanotechnology, super electromagnetic technology, etc. Just a small button battery, placed outside Base Zero, is an epic-making product made by any country. In order to prevent electrical interference when inputting neural signals, the virtual helmet uses super battery technology to turn the virtual helmet into a built-in power source. Although Xiao Lu has now changed his job to become a spaceship pilot, he is a researcher and knows how much change will be brought to life once the various technologies in Base Zero are popularized throughout China and all mankind. He is proud of being able to participate in this. In front of him, the teammates surprisingly quickly agreed on the opinion they have to find a way to hit the spherical structure hard. Adhering to this simple concept, they took the initiative to apply for extra training with their superiors that day. At this time, the space battlefield is different from the initial stay in one place and then being concentrated and destroyed. The warships controlled by them often appear surrounded by many warships. After 3 months of training, they have become proficient in controlling the spacecraft. In the past, after loading, they would face endless sieges and they would be organized into small teams to fight flexibly. This was the tactic that could survive the longest after practice. But this time they adopted a completely different tactic. More than 300 warships actually spiraled together to form an ellipsoid protecting a warship in the middle and then approached the nearest spherical spaceship. This method completely sacrificed most of the spaceships just to protect the only killer in the middle. And the one who was in charge of this important task was Xiao Lu, who had the best performance so far. The organization decided that you would fire this shot. At this time, the increasingly thin Q had already reached the distance of 0.5 light seconds from the spherical spaceship. Sacrificing the spaceship driven by most of his teammates, Xiao Lu, who was firmly protected in the middle, even put the energy of the shield into the beam cannon, and the overloaded beam cannon flashed a rainbow light. It worked! It worked! Although the spherical spaceship had been prepared for a long time, it still underestimated the power of the last-ditch attack. The shield blocked most of the beam, but was penetrated a little, plowing a charred gully on the surface of the spherical spaceship. Although the whole army was annihilated again, cheers broke out in the entire training room. This time, we were not trying to annihilate the enemy, but just to kill them. It was just a training session anyway. We couldn't hold our breath any longer just to kill them, no matter whether the simulated object was an alien or something else. This shot was just for the sake of showing off our swords. Amid the cheers, Xiao Lu was thrown up again and again. When they thought they had only achieved the results of their training, a spherical spaceship not far from the Silver Star, hundreds of billions of light years away from the Blue Star, broke into pieces. Note 1. In Ender's Game, the tactics used before the glass Zerd home planet. Lu seemed to have missed the famous scene again. When the natural disasters worked hard to make the spherical spaceship fire, he and Number 7 were watching the scene of the blue planet through virtual reality. It's not that he doesn't care. After all, it has been 3 months since the Dyson sphere civilization was conquered. All he did was attack the spaceship, attack the spaceship, and attack the spaceship. But with the goal of conquering the star system, 3 months is still too short. Especially now, you can only use this soft grinding method. After a long time, it is inevitable to relax. There happened to be a grand event today, so Liu simply brought number 7, who was also learning from him, to watch it. On the long electromagnetic track, a 100-meter-long space shuttle was ready to go. As the track was charged, the space shuttle began to slide on the track. The light blue arc light lit up from the back of the space shuttle, pushing the huge fuselage forward. It was actually purely electric, abandoning fossil fuels. As the speed of the space shuttle increased, it left the arc-shaped electromagnetic track, and the nose was slightly raised upward. Dragging the azure arc, carrying mankind's vision of space, the silver fuselage sank into the depths of the clouds and headed for the blue sky. Watching it go away, the technicians standing next to the runway cheered and threw their helmets into the sky, venting their excitement. At the same time, the stands less than a kilometer away from the runway also rang with cheers. Listening to the deafening cheers, several professors wiped their eyes with their sleeves while everyone was not paying attention. Several foreign friends looked ugly. A middle-aged foreigner with a completely bald face looked pale, because China has made major scientific and technological achievements year after year, but he has not been able to find any relevant intelligence. The former intelligence chief has now been demoted to an agent, and half-baldness has become completely bald. And around him are NASA representatives with even uglier faces. In recent years, China has made huge achievements in aerospace, especially the mission of this space shuttle, which has made NASA sleepless. It carried the space planting unit of the Chinese lunar base to the lunar base that was about to be completed, and the Chinese aerospace industry was so confident that it invited colleagues from all over the world to watch the ceremony, which meant that they had absolute confidence that the launch would be successful. As the space shuttle disappeared from sight, the large screen on the viewing platform was connected to the viewfinder of the aircraft. Because it was launched by ejection, the astronauts wore special cabin spacesuits, which looked barely light and were made of new materials that China has made rapid progress in recent years. As for the cost, it was about 1 million yuan and had good pressure resistance. Report to the headquarters. Everything is normal. Chang'e 9 is heading to the moon as planned. It is a long journey from the surface to space. Strictly speaking, the altitude from 100 kilometers, the upper limit of the airspace of various countries, to 2,000 kilometers is considered a low Earth orbit. The climbing speed of the space shuttle is quite amazing. The 5 engines are fully powered, like a retrograde meteor, dragging the blue arc light to continue climbing. The dozen astronauts sitting in the cabin could clearly feel the increase in gravity, and because of the excellent performance of the spacesuit, they could hardly feel it after adapting. The blue sea and the thick clouds merged into one, and the stars in the night outside the arc of light from thousands of houses merged with the morning light at the edge of the horizon. Looking at the planet gradually going away outside the window, everyone on the viewing platform and in the plane slightly magnified their shocked expressions. Call the command center. Chang'e 9 has reached the predetermined orbit. Everything is normal. It is expected to carry out the moon-running operation after circling the blue planet 3 times. After that, the images sent back from the moon appeared again in front of the guests invited to the ceremony. Because the Earth and the moon have achieved tidal locking, the back of the moon has been hidden from human vision. But after field investigations, scientists found that the back of the moon is rich in oxygen-rich minerals and water brought by meteorites. When selecting the site for the base, it was considered that such resources are the most urgent need for human survival. So the lunar Antarctic Circle, where resources on both sides can be developed at the same time, was chosen to build the first permanent space base for mankind. The space shuttle stayed in the lunar orbit and the elevator started working. With the successful delivery of the space planting unit and a large amount of materials, the first phase of the lunar base project is not far from completion. On the blue planet of China, a professor announced the news at a press conference with a long-prepared manuscript. With the first phase of the lunar base project about to be completed, we are confident that we will complete the second phase within the next 5 years and turn the base into a self-circulating space base suitable for thousands of people. When the third phase is completed and we build a nuclear fusion reactor on the moon, the lunar base integrating scientific research, life, smelting, and manufacturing will accommodate more than 10,000 people, and the first human space city will be born on the moon. By then, the lunar base will no longer need to transport materials from the blue planet. Instead, it can transport a series of resources such as helium-3 and rare earths to the blue planet. At the same time, it will also become a pilot for human space-heavy industry and deep space. When launching spacecraft to Mars in the future, it may be launched directly from the moon. However, considering that the launch demand on the moon will be more than 1,000 tons in the future, we are considering building a corridor between the synchronous orbit and the moon that can quickly travel back and forth, specifically for the transportation of materials between the Earth orbit and the moon orbit. And the reporters were deeply attracted by the future depicted and couldn't help but ask excitedly. And the professor smiled and looked at NASA, which he had to look up to in the past. Now the person representing it had a pale face. And then he continued, and it will make it easier for us to send more people who are interested in the moon to the moon, and traveling to the moon will become a way of travel that ordinary people can afford. Several reporters who are good at making trouble quickly turned the camera to give several close-ups of the invited NASA representatives. Thinking that the domestic speech of using space hegemony to prove that the United States technology has never fallen behind was heard again. The NASA representatives were already pale, and they knew that they had completely lost. At its peak, the organization that once claimed that every American paid $26 a year for it lost in the new round of space hegemony before it even started. They may lose the moon forever, and it will be farther and farther away from them in the new order dominated by China. Liu Yu was too lazy to care about the narrow-minded ideas of the Americans. He looked at the moon base that was expanding little by little on the screen. Although these are the results of transforming the Horn Tribe's technology and no longer earn points, nothing makes Liu Yu happier than nurturing his own civilization and taking an important step towards the Sea of Stars. Although it is only one step, as long as we keep going, no matter how slow, maybe one day we will meet in the starry sky. Perhaps infected by Liu Yu's joy, Number 7 also watched this scene with great interest. She has only been born for 3 years, and her perception of humans will only change with Liu Yu's mentality. Suddenly, she pulled Liu Yu's sleeve into virtual reality and said, "Master, it seems that I have just successfully hacked into the spherical structure." Liu Yu, who didn't know what the natural disasters had done, was surprised for a moment. After all, there has been no progress for 3 months. After Liu Yu nodded slightly, the press conference scene in front of him switched to the deep space. A spherical spaceship with a gully plowed out was sizzling with sparks. The shot seemed to hit the shield of the spherical spaceship, and its structure was instantly grasped by the unfolding Saphan. After all, it is a product of the 4th-level civilization, and it can't stop the Saphan created by the 5th-level civilization. And it is the intelligent life form number 7 who is controlling it. She seems to be slacking off, but in fact, she has never relaxed the intensity of electronic warfare. Otherwise, the natural disasters would not be loaded into the unmanned spaceships so quickly. However, whether it was a coincidence or a natural outcome, the strategy for the Dyson sphere made significant progress. Number 7 hacked into the spherical spaceship with the help of the Saphan, and the mysterious Dyson sphere civilization was partially unveiled. There was still no living area in the spaceship, and there was no trace of biological life, which made people wonder if this was another race with consciousness uploaded. However, no data was found in the database, as if it was a blank spaceship before. Perhaps when he realized that he could not save the spaceship, he immediately deleted all the information and consciousness data. However, Liu Yu was not able to occupy the spherical spaceship for too long. Before Number 7 could fully control it, it exploded. But from this day on, it was like the first domino was pushed down, and a chain reaction occurred. With the structural diagram of some spherical spaceships, Number 7 was able to influence the spherical spaceships and even occasionally hack directly to see some functions. Natural disasters. One day, he suddenly found that he could start to get occasional support from the spherical spaceships. He burst into tears for a while and called the planner a man. As their survival time continues to increase, there are more and more zombie spaceships available for Number 7 to use. She even began to try to hack into the huge star ring next to the Dyson sphere. This civilization is really strange. After fighting to this point, will they really not consider methods other than friendly physical communication? Moreover, the means of dealing with hacking are also very rigid. Even if they are gradually suppressed, there is no change in strategy. Is it possible that there is only one brain left in the decision-making circle? So there is only this mode? With the chain reaction, one spherical spaceship after another was breached. It seems that the Dyson Sphere civilization can no longer withstand the electronic warfare offensive of Number 7. All kinds of questions will naturally be answered when the entire civilization is conquered. A civilization that can build a Dyson Sphere has unimaginable reference value for humans, whether in science and technology or social practice. And considering that there are a large number of space bubbles in the Rubik's Cube, if Liu can take down those spherical spaceships and move them one by one into the Rubik's Cube, and then cooperate with Number 7's various abilities, Liu feels that the conventional scientific and technological power he has mastered will be leaps and bounds. Maybe it can be comparable to the 5th-level civilization in one fell swoop. It's just that the idea is beautiful, and the variables in reality are always unexpected. This spherical spaceship has been completely controlled by us. I didn't expect that I could also have a spherical spaceship like the former destroyer. One day when Number 7 really controlled the spherical spaceship, Liu was recalling the time when he was oppressed by the spherical spaceship 3 years ago and used points to exchange for pseudo-two-dimensional foil to break the situation. A very streamlined spaceship suddenly appeared about 1 light second in front of the star ring on one side. It was very abrupt and appeared without any signs. And this spaceship didn't have any inertia at all. It stayed in place as soon as it appeared. Compared with the Dyson Sphere, it was almost a completely stationary target. Such a sudden appearance is an important feature of warp speed navigation, because when sailing at warp speed, the spaceship itself actually has no speed. It changes according to the spatial curvature generated by the warp engine, which causes the spaceship to drag it forward. In other words, the spaceship is like being wrapped in an invisible bubble in the universe, and the bubble pulls it forward. The spaceship itself has no speed. So when the spacecraft escaped from the warp speed state, the spacecraft itself was still in a relatively static state, without any problems such as acceleration and inertia. But its position was very subtle. It did not look like a technological creation of the Dyson Sphere civilization. The spacecraft seemed to come from outside this star system. Master! Its antimatter, annihilation reaction is taking place. The detection instrument detected a violent energy reaction from this spacecraft, and its energy efficiency was hundreds of times that of nuclear fusion. That is, when matter and its antimatter meet, a complete matter-energy conversion will occur, producing energy forms such as photons. This process is the annihilation effect. Once annihilation occurs, the mass of positive and antimatter will be completely converted into energy. According to Einstein's mass-energy equation, huge energy will be released. As far as all known physical reactions are concerned, this is the most efficient fuel. The energy generated by the annihilation of antimatter is 10 billion times that of hydrogen-oxygen chemical reaction and 300 times that of the thermonuclear reaction in the core of the Sun. It is the most ideal fuel for curvature spacecraft. The energy generated by the annihilation of antimatter with matter as big as an aspirin may be enough for a spacecraft to cruise for hundreds of light years. In addition to fuel, antimatter also has terrifying power as a weapon. According to scientists' theoretical estimates, the energy released after the annihilation, explosion, of 1/1,000,000th of a gram of antiprotons and protons is equivalent to 37.8 kilograms of TNT explosives. And how much antimatter is on this suddenly appeared spacecraft? Positive and antimatter annihilate each other, and the annihilation occurs in a corner of the star ring. The entire star ring, surrounding the Dyson Sphere, directly disappears a circular arc. If converted into a ratio, it is already the total mass of the Earth. It is not a spacecraft, but an antimatter bomb driven by a warp engine. This may be a superluminal missile in the universe. The second one, The third one. There are 9 such superluminal antimatter missiles behind. They did not attack the star ring again, but fell to the area where the silver star is located. The antimatter missile exploded suddenly, and the entire area turned into a plasma torrent. Matter almost disappeared from the area, leaving only the silver star intact. The spherical spacecraft that Lu Yu thought he could get had disappeared without a trace. The 2 late Level 5 civilizations finally showed their traces at this time. They have been using some method, somewhere, to spy on everything that happened in the Dyson Sphere star system. Antimatter annihilation almost emptied an astronomical unit of matter around the silver star, but it still failed to threaten Lu Yu. It was because he was invincible that he dared to visit this Dyson Sphere civilization. You can defeat a cheating dog like me with your civilization's accumulation of science and technology for thousands of years. What's the use of my cheating? You will launch ruthless attacks without saying hello. If your fleet dares to appear in front of you, be careful of the Silver Star's acceleration warning. Lu Yu, the question writer of Blue Star, was slightly surprised by the sudden attack from outside the star system. According to the star map provided by the planetary life form, the star system closest to the Dyson Sphere is 4.5 light-years away. He has only been here for 3 months. Many months. No matter how loud the noise was, it didn't spread far at all. In the past 3 months, I have not relaxed, and I am always alert to the appearance of 2 Level 5 civilizations at any time. However, according to mankind's current technological understanding during warp speed, it is impossible to observe the outside world. How were they able to locate the approximate location of the silver star? Is it the special functions of the black technology products they obtained? All kinds of speculations are not the most important thing at the moment. The most important thing to do now is to take advantage of electronic warfare and conquer the Dyson Sphere civilization in one fell swoop. After obtaining advanced artificial intelligence, you can hunt here with the 5th level civilization, and you can jump directly in space when you retreat. Return to the universe node to receive the mission. The current situation is that instead of being vigilant about when the 2 Level 5 civilizations will arrive in large numbers, or when the next wave of attacks will come, it is better to speed up the progress of conquering the Dyson Sphere civilization. We have begun to recruit talents from the military and administrative systems who have the talent to control spacecraft. They may not be as skilled in controlling spacecraft as the first batch, but they can save a little computing power for number 7. Professor Mao's projection said with some apology. Sorry, Blue Star can only give you this little help now. That's enough. Lu Yu shook his head. Speaking of which, our ability to crack the spherical spacecraft so quickly depends on that unexpected shot. Otherwise, our current situation would be even more passive. The original purpose of establishing Base Zero was to help Lu Yu. As soon as Professor Mao heard about the antimatter missile, he decisively activated the plan. The number of people in the 4th natural disaster began to increase on a large scale, and large-scale testing began to be conducted on people within the system. After being able to pass the novice test in virtual reality 3 times, he was immediately asked to sign a confidentiality agreement and was taken directly to the outskirts of the base overnight. He was said to cooperate with technology research and development work, and even offered assistance on the condition that he could use genetic resonance to increase his lifespan. This thing is a big killer for humans. As long as the existence of something that can steadily increase lifespan is announced, I don't know how many people will rush to experience it. It is even said that it can remind capitalists that they are still living beings, and they will rush to extend their lifespans even if they violate capital. However, the genetic resonance instrument is limited by materials and technology, and only a few places have this instrument, including Lu Yu's hometown. The sudden expansion will definitely make confidentiality work a huge challenge, but as China's all-round strength has greatly increased in recent years, more and more international allies have joined forces with the Federation, and some things finally, I no longer need to cover myself up so tightly. A little bit of exposure will have a greater deterrent effect on allies and competitors. If Lu Yu can get ahead of the 5th level civilization and conquer the Dyson Sphere, Base Zero can also gain more. In this way, the number of zombie spaceships expected before on the 7th was finally enough. Holy shit! You hit me! Block it! Teammates, block it! My beam main gun is fully charged. Holy crap! Will the control of the spaceship be taken away by the other side? Ah! I blew myself up. The novel experience brought by virtual reality made new people quickly fall in love with this so-called scientific research and development. None of them could have imagined that they had actually participated in a battle in deep space. Star ring hacking successful. There are still no signs of life activity, and no data remains. Start accessing the Dyson Sphere data stream. The other party's computing power can no longer affect me. It took the initiative to create a physically isolated area and planned to hold on for the last time. The phenomenon of the strong taking all in space electronic warfare is vividly displayed. Since the fifth-level civilization showed its existence, number 7, which had gained the advantage, began to kill indiscriminately. Dyson spheres are like nutshells, and number 7 smashed it mercilessly, and the veil of Dyson sphere civilization was about to be torn off. There seems to be really no living person in this civilization, but the signs of consciousness uploading have also not been discovered. Otherwise, number 7 would not have suppressed them so quickly into a large area that was physically cut off in front of them. After number 7 successfully hacked into the central computer, the entire Dyson sphere was now almost under Lu Yu's control. After all, this miraculous creation could not stop the intruders from destroying it. Number 7's outstanding performance in electronic warfare is worthy of being rated as an S-level task by the system. If the Horn clan had not been destroyed, Lu Yu's original plan to take away number 7 and the Rubik's Cube would have been difficult. Physical isolation still couldn't stop number 7's terrifying offensive, especially with a killer weapon like Sapon in hand. With a crushing situation already formed, the Dyson Sphere civilization was finally conquered. Following the robot's camera, Lu Yu followed the team in virtual reality all the way to the last secret place of Dyson Sphere civilization. As a door was physically opened, the biggest question that had been bothering Lu Yu and Blue Star seemed to have an answer. Why is this civilization so weird? Why has it been so far that artificial intelligence has been resolutely executing, and no individual representative has appeared? And in front of him, a brain as big as a hill is suspended in the culture medium. Outside the culture medium are mechanical tentacles that flash red light layer by layer, wrapping it, as if to make the final resistance. Oh my God! Is this the brain in the vat? Is this the only brain left in the entire civilization? Have they merged their consciousness? Or is there some technology that is difficult for us to understand? The brain in the vat that only exists in human fantasy appeared in front of them. At this time, everyone realized that the Dyson Sphere civilization was not only very far away from the path of super-engineering, but even the existence of civilization itself has become so incredible. I have been with him in the hospital for 2 weeks. It was not easy for him. He finally didn't make it. I can only update once a day with my saved drafts until Monday. Please forgive me. The more I see aging, the more I feel that good health is important. I hope that technology can at least make humans no longer suffer from illness in my lifetime. Lu Yu looked at the brain in a vat in front of him through virtual reality, which looked very much like the brain described in science fiction works, and was horrified for a moment. The speculation on the cognition of the world has always been a hot topic in the field of philosophy, and the idea of the brain in a vat has even extended to many well-known science fiction movies. Although people have always doubted the role of the Dyson Sphere, the fact that this civilization can successfully build this super project shows that its level of civilization is beyond doubt. If a single unmanned spacecraft reaches the orbit of the blue planet, it will probably immediately exterminate mankind, right? Such a civilization will only have one brain left in the end. The experts at Base Zero subconsciously thought that this was a process that must be experienced before consciousness is uploaded. But isn't it too economical to use one brain for the entire civilization? The doubts of carbon-based creatures did not affect the progress of electronic warfare at all. How could an advanced artificial intelligence that has lost most of its computing power be a match for number 7? But this time it did not delete the database and run away, but stayed here tightly. Behind it is the meaning of existence, and it has no way out. Invaders. Destroy. Protect the master. This AI is powerful enough, but it encountered the stronger number 7 and the intelligent computer with a higher civilization level. It once suppressed the entire race with advanced technology, but now it is suppressed by higher technology. I have suppressed its computing power. Next, I just need to hack into its database to completely control it. In electronic warfare, you can always trust number 7. The suppressed AI, number 7 who wanted to hack into the database, and humans with limited observation conditions did not notice a slight abnormal discharge of the brain in the culture medium. Dyson sphere is just the first step. In the next step, we will gradually collect matter from the outer star system, and at the same time start to control the speed of stellar fusion reactions, regularly clean up the accumulated matter in the core of the star, and extend the life of the star. All this is to allow civilization to continue in the era of heat death of the universe. I estimate Jia is giving students a theoretical guidance class on Dyson sphere. Now is the time for him to achieve success. The Dyson sphere was completed under his auspices. He was the authority in the scientific community of the civilization. The government agencies obeyed his requests in every way. Even any unrealistic ideas, as long as he was willing to set up the project, countless funds would be in place immediately. It seemed that the whole civilization was pampering him alone. All the grievances he suffered in his early years for advocating the construction of the Dyson sphere were compensated. In order to build the Dyson sphere, the management agency under his name even replaced the role of the government for a time. Even so, after the completion of this super project, Jai returned to the scientific research institution to lead students and continue to move forward on the road of seeking truth. After all, his kind had not achieved any scientific research results for nearly 10,000 years. The Dyson sphere was almost completed by him alone to overcome all technical difficulties, and he used cryogenic hibernation technology to cross a long time, and finally completed this super project. Although he vaguely sensed that something was wrong, the fact that no one in the civilization could keep up with his pace almost ran through his life. So Jai did his favorite scientific research while trying to train students himself. They learn theory and practice very quickly, but it is very difficult for them to innovate. What is the reason? Jai, a teacher, has taught students one after another, but he can never find anyone who can break through his theory. It seems that the technology of the entire civilization really depends on him alone. Such doubts slowly spread in his heart. However, on the day when the truth suddenly came, Jai didn't even have anyone in front of him to let him choose the blue pill or the red pill. The students in the classroom turned into a string of green codes in front of his eyes. The whole world became empty, and matter even collapsed without warning. Reality collapsed directly in front of him. He woke up from his dream and saw the nightmare reality. Where are the students? Where is the civilization thriving in the Dyson sphere? If you climb to the peak of your life, you suddenly find that it is a dream, and you are just a person looking up at a ray of light in the mud. Will the deep despair brought by the huge gap between high and low completely break the defense line of the mind? Jai, who no longer has visual organs, should not be able to see the outside world, and even cannot realize that he is only left with a brain. But perhaps it was the brain in the vat for tens of thousands of years, and the remaining biological nature actually allowed him to evolve to convert nerve signals into signals on his own. Moreover, he must be a genius who can gain control of external machines in the gap between intelligent life forms and advanced artificial intelligence. If such an abnormal thing could really happen, how could he be controlled by artificial intelligence for tens of thousands of years? But it really happened in front of him, and this abnormality is still spreading. Even if the consciousness of the brain in the vat awakens, what can it do? Whether it is number 7 or artificial intelligence, as long as it uses a little computing power, it can suppress his consciousness. As for what reality, what truth, there are a lot of corresponding technologies to deal with such situations. For the brain in the vat, everything can be input and operated. This kind of small accident should not be a big problem. The short-lived miracle will soon disappear, and the reality you see when you suddenly wake up will become a dream. But number 7 and artificial intelligence seem to have been hit by some bug. They did not move at all and watched all this happen. This is wrong. It's very wrong. Lu Yu, who witnessed the whole process through virtual reality, felt that the scene was incompatible with reasonable reality. Number 7 may not understand what the brain in the nutrient solution means, but will the artificial intelligence Jia not understand it? If Jia Yi's consciousness is exposed to reality for a long time, what irreversible consequences will the huge gap between reality and beautiful dreams cause? In front of him, Jia Yi gradually understood everything. His vision is the source of the destruction of the entire civilization. That is the civilization and the tribe he loves. However, his lifelong pursuit was realized by Jia, who he created with his own hands. After all, it is not an illusion, but a real Dyson sphere. The super project built for civilization has become a tomb that integrates the bones and blood of the entire civilization. Jia Yi continued to seize the control of the mechanical tentacles surrounding the culture medium in a weird way, and said in his native language, "Thank you. It is definitely not to Lu Yu and number 7. Although Jia destroyed the entire tribe, it helped him realize his dream, despite the distortion and the huge cost." The mechanical tentacles pulled out a spherical light ball from the base of the culture medium and wrapped around it. That was the core of Jia. When he created it himself, he hugged it like this. It was not to destroy it, but a real hug full of gratitude. After this hug, Jia Yi calmly chose death. In the culture medium, the mountain-like brain was crumbling. After all, he could not withstand the reality of civilization being broken and the tribe becoming the cornerstone of dreams. He used death to fight against such a fate, just like he refused to extend his life because of the Dyson sphere a long time ago. Jia Yi died, or he had already died, and the soul in front of him was just a remnant trapped in a beautiful dream. And now he was buried with tens of billions of compatriots in the Dyson sphere that he once pursued persistently. This deformed dream, wrapped in a super project with a unit of measurement of 10,000 tons, was actually using the hardest shell to wrap the most fragile and soft foam. So much so that Lu Yu seemed to touch it lightly, and this Dyson sphere civilization was destroyed in the present. I originally thought that I would be a friendly visitor or a witness to the space war, but I didn't expect that I would end up being the one who woke up from the dream. My logic and underlying thinking just got stuck. The brain in the culture medium was undergoing an irreversible collapse, and number 7 also returned to normal at this time. It was like the situation of insufficient memory in a mobile phone happened to him, and number 7 found it unbelievable. Unlike number 7's momentary surprise, the light ball surrounded by mechanical tentacles continued to dim. With the demise of a 1, the principles adhered to in the core program of a 2 lost their meaning at this moment. It was almost equivalent to suicide to eliminate its own database. But in front of it was number 7 who had recovered. Using the villain to describe her behavior was to immediately make this completely broken artificial intelligence unable to live or die. In this electronic war, number 7 won a complete victory. On the contrary, Lu Yu was still a little bit unbelievable. The essence of this Dyson sphere civilization was so fragile that it disappeared after the balance was broken. This also seemed to explain why such a rigid space battle had occurred before. Although the reason for the abnormality of number 7 at the last moment could not be found, the task of seizing artificial intelligence came to an end. We have obtained a relatively complete database? Doesn't that mean that the entire technology tree of this level for civilization may be recorded in it? Is there a basic theory of dark matter? Where are the blueprints of the Lightspeed engine? Is there any antimatter application technology? Oh my God! If we can find these from this database, oh my God! Is this something that humans can learn now? Not to mention the Dyson sphere that has basically fallen into the control of number 7. Lu Yu soon discovered something more valuable: the database of artificial intelligence. The thought of being able to read the entire technology tree of this civilization from the database has made the experts at Base Zero sleepless all night. Many people have begun to touch their hair that has finally become black and thick with regret. When the things in the database are cracked, they are afraid that they will return to the style of the smart boss overnight. If the cutting-edge technology and cutting-edge scientific theories of the Horn Clan have made them difficult to learn, then the technology of the Dyson Sphere civilization is completely another dimension. There are too many things to fill in, and it is impossible to transform them into results as quickly as now. But in any case, for humans who are trying to step into the starry sky, this is an unimaginable wealth. This is the end of Dyson Sphere civilization and the beginning of a new human civilization. Perhaps it will take hundreds of years to digest these things, but it seems that humans are on the road to star-level civilization. Perhaps this is the so-called happy trouble. Moreover, number 7 has taken over the entire Dyson Sphere, and even the verification that cannot be completed on Earth can be completed directly using the existing mechanical devices. However, this time it was not as smooth as cracking the Horn Clan text. There was no text, no voice, only data in the database that was completely converted into neural signals. Fortunately, the first data cracked from the core of the database were converted into neural signals, and the content was barely read through the remaining programs and virtual reality technology in the Dyson Sphere. The past of Dyson Sphere civilization was played in front of my eyes like an immersive movie using virtual reality. The core data does not record the most valuable technology of civilization, nor does it record the inheritance of civilization, but all the past events with the creator. Liu Yu looked at the spherical core in front of him that had completely lost its light and sighed. It is worthy of the guy who destroyed civilization for the master and built the Dyson Sphere. But just after he finished speaking, number 7, who also projected himself into the virtual reality, quickly pulled Liu Yu and said, "If the master also wants to build a Dyson Sphere, I can also empty countless star systems for you like this artificial intelligence and build a more magnificent Dyson Sphere." It sounds very touching. Well, but if you become this artificial intelligence, then wouldn't I be a brain in a jar? Just when Liu Yu was about to extinguish number 7's dangerous thoughts aroused by his desire to win, something happened outside the main structure of the Dyson Sphere. With the overall situation already controlled by number 7, a large number of unmanned spacecraft scattered outside the main structure of the Dyson Sphere are slowly returning to the spherical spacecraft and then returning to the star ring. In a corner of the star ring, it was damaged by the destruction of antimatter missiles, and thousands of unmanned spacecraft of different sizes gathered around it. Number 7 was ready to decompose the materials of these spacecraft to maintain the integrity of the star ring. In front of this fleet, a twisted and dim light and shadow group of several kilometers appeared. It felt as if the space had become something that was about to emerge. Circles of space ripples floated around, and some unmanned spacecraft closest to this group of light and shadows were immediately twisted and shattered as soon as they touched these space ripples. In front of it, a silver-white spiral spaceship had stopped in the void. It looked more like a huge silver drill. It was unknown what material this spaceship was made of. Its appearance was like mercury, flowing continuously, layer by layer. It was more appropriate to say that it was liquid rather than metal. Because of this, it looked like it was constantly spiraling. This spaceship was not too big, only about a few thousand meters long. In addition to its special shape, it looked like the size of an unmanned spaceship. It just emerged from the space, and the next second the drill spacecraft had penetrated at least 100 unmanned spacecraft, and a series of violent explosions occurred behind it. The ramming attack, which relied solely on the strength of the ship's armor, was like a replica of the Silver Star's previous 10,000 consecutive blasts. The electromagnetic shield had no defensive effect on this robot at all and was easily penetrated by it. It faced the high-energy beams and penetrated directly into the battleship, and then came out from the other end, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. From the beginning to the end, it took a total of about 50 seconds, and all 100 unmanned spacecraft were destroyed by the accelerated drill spacecraft. Just looking at the attack method, I thought it was another Silver Star. This sudden situation made Liu Yu and the experts at Base Zero silent. The scene in front of them had deeply stimulated everyone. If spacecraft of the level of the Silver Star are common in the universe, then why do you want to step into the starry sky as soon as possible? Don't answer. Hide yourself. Maybe this is the way for human civilization to survive for a long time. This thing, I seem to have some impression of it. When the human was silent, number 7's red eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he had searched the database before he said with certainty, "I found the record of this thing in the database, but it is not a spaceship, but a detection device that was once in a base similar to number 7. It seems that it has become this strange appearance after being transformed later, and the way it appeared just now was not space jump, but wormhole technology, and it is highly likely that it is not loaded on the drill spaceship, which is many levels lower than the movement of the Silver Star. Its armor is far inferior to any layer of armor of the Silver Star. It can perform so well only because the material of the unmanned spaceship is worse. From the direction it appeared, it is very likely that it attacked our civilization with antimatter missiles before. It is a super civilization creation at the first move. The late 5th level civilization finally appeared. Sanjiang, I really thank all the readers for their support. I bow my head and thank you. I dare to ask for a follow-up reading because it is related to the last big recommendation before the listing. The author who tries to eat the whole set begs shamelessly. I will resume writing the second chapter starting tomorrow and try my best to update as often as possible. When the drill spacecraft arrived here, the Silver Star had already arrived next to the main structure of the Dyson sphere. The Rubik's Cube left the cockpit and prepared to move the core of the artificial intelligence into the space bubble first. Getting this artificial intelligence is the fundamental reason why Lu Yu came here. The core of artificial intelligence is not just the dim light ball that number 7 is suppressing now. The hardware and software required to control the entire Dyson sphere are almost 10 kilometers in size. Fortunately, number 7 has taken over the control now. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move such a large object into the Rubik's Cube space bubble. The Rubik's Cube relies on space folding technology to expand to a cube of nearly 50 kilometers in length, sticking to the wall of the Dyson sphere to open up space for robots to move artificial intelligence back and forth into a certain space bubble bit by bit. Just when the loading was almost completed, the drill spacecraft appeared. This made Lu Yu feel that there was probably something wrong with his lifespan. The low-probability events encountered many times after the loading system left the Earth could no longer be described as lucky. A critical supernova. The Horn Clan, which had intelligent life but was destroyed. Strange and fragile Dyson sphere civilization. This coincidence is the same. If the drill spaceship had come a little earlier, he would never have been able to take down the artificial intelligence so smoothly. For so much luck, how much of his life would he have to sacrifice? Lu Yu's wild thoughts made him escape from the shock of the drill spaceship's resemblance to the Silver Star. After seeing the drill spaceship destroy all the unmanned spaceships near the star ring, it began to accelerate around the star ring as if it was in an unmanned area. Many spaceships had no way to deal with it. Is this the super civilization creation in the hands of the 5th level civilization? From a base similar to the Rubik's Cube? I don't know which level of black technology product it can correspond to in the system. The information fed back by number 7 made Lu Yu temporarily calm down. The armor was not as good as the Silver Star, so there was still room for choice. Although we don't know how many such spacecrafts the 5th level civilization still has, we must know that this is not a battle for the survival of civilization. After all, everyone is here to earn highway tolls. Unless there is something special about crossing the wormhole that we can't understand, we will never fight to the end. Just like we humans always consider the gains and losses before doing something. When the obvious loss is greater than the gain, a rational civilization will carefully consider it. If number 7's analysis is correct, why don't we take the initiative to attack and rely on the Silver Star to expel or destroy it, so that the civilization behind the drill spacecraft can reflect on it? Military experts watched the unmanned spacecraft being destroyed, and their hearts were bleeding. This thing is simply a priceless treasure for them. Especially, they can also try to drive and fully analyze it through virtual reality technology, which has become their favorite. Lu Yu's inclination is the same. The things left by the Dyson sphere civilization can make the conventional technology level he can control leap to the level of stellar civilization. The Silver Star took back the Rubik's Cube and began the long-lost acceleration. Fake space war. All kinds of fancy beam weapons bombard each other. Real space war. If it's a spaceship, it should be armored. Lu Yu's tactics are simple and pure. Accelerate, and then collide. As the speed climbed to 5% of the speed of light, the drill spaceship seemed to have discovered the Silver Star and also came over fearlessly. The fifth-level civilization can let it act as a pioneer warship, and it must have full confidence in it. Two devices that are essentially not spaceships suddenly collided with each other next to a spherical spaceship. It was as if several antimatter bombs exploded at the same time in this area. The strong energy torrent erupted by the collision, and its speed close to the speed of light spread around, like an unstoppable surging tide, instantly covering and swallowing up the nearby unmanned spaceships, and even the huge spherical spaceships were affected and collapsed. They were destroyed, and they couldn't even leave too obvious traces. At most, a small splash of water appeared, and it was invisible the next moment. At the center of the collision, the Silver Star was unscathed, but was actually bounced back a distance. Its space anchoring property was broken for the first time. However, the drill ship was even worse. The drill that had pierced countless unmanned spaceships was already broken. The entire spaceship was like a porcelain full of cracks. If it weren't for the liquid metal that was constantly and rapidly repairing it, the collision just now would have destroyed it directly. The Silver Star was proved to be powerful with a single collision. The drill ship lost its arrogance when it debuted and actually flew to the deep space far away from the Dyson sphere. But how could Luyu let it go? The Silver Star began to accelerate in the opposite direction. In just over 10 seconds, the two sides had opened up a distance of nearly 50,000 kilometers. When it seemed that the two sides were going to get farther and farther away, Luyu felt that he had accelerated to a sufficient speed. Precise space jump, start. Luyu gave an order to number 7, positioned directly in front of the direction of the drill ship's advance. So in the blink of an eye, the Silver Star, which should have been getting farther and farther away from the drill ship, appeared in front of it. The two sides immediately collided for the second time. This time, the Silver Star directly penetrated the drill ship, causing it to lose power and move forward only by inertia. Have you analyzed the internal structure? Can you try to hack it? While Luyu was asking number 7, he still did not slow down the Silver Star, but circled around the drill spacecraft, as if he had the idea of capturing it. Their anti-shielding device is much more powerful than the Dyson Sphere civilization, and it can't penetrate at all. Number 7's answer was also expected. If even the super civilization creations sent by the fifth-level civilization were so easy to control, then why would he return to the blue planet? He might as well establish a human empire in the universe. Fortunately, the success of the ramming tactic allowed the drill spacecraft to fall into his control initially. Just as Luyu was about to ask the experts at Base Zero to help him think about how to deal with this thing, suddenly, the stars in the sky seemed to be brighter at this moment. And those were not stars, but a number of spaceships that had just finished warp travel. Their engines seemed to replace the stars and circled outside the star ring of the Dyson sphere. There were a lot of warp-speed spaceships in this batch, and the moment they appeared, they destroyed all the unmanned spaceships around with intertwined firepower. Shortly after Luyu discovered them, these warp-speed spaceships had rich experience in dealing with shielding devices, and they completed the detection of the Dyson sphere in a short time, and came to the conclusion that artificial intelligence had disappeared from the main structure. When the Silver Star jumped back to the vicinity of the star ring, spaceships from 4 directions had already thrown tens of thousands of spheres. Directly penetrate them, Luyu did not hesitate at all, and attacked them wantonly with the Silver Star as the spearhead. They are all unmanned spaceships, but their armor is mixed with liquid metal, and the strength of the armor material alone is thousands of times stronger than the unmanned spaceships of the Dyson Sphere civilization. The shielding device is also more powerful, and it cannot be hacked in a short time. At this time, the Silver Star only maintained 10% of the speed of light. It would undoubtedly take some time to destroy the spaceship in front of it. There was no time to intercept those suspected weapons. It could only hope that the energy shield at the peak of the 4th-level civilization could defend for a while. And those spheres that had just been thrown out exerted their terrible power after passing through the star ring and approaching the outer wall of the Dyson sphere. A strange wave visible to the naked eye spread violently, directly ignoring the energy shield that wrapped the main structure of the Dyson sphere and directly affecting the internal space through it. The wave expansion speed generated by the sphere was amazingly fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had expanded to a range of thousands of kilometers. Any metal, non-metal, material, and any shield relying on the Dyson sphere could not stop this layer of wave. In an instant, some devices inside were suspended, as if they had come to a vacuum, and as the gravity became stronger and stronger, they actually pulled them towards the outer sphere. Then the solid main structure began to collapse, and the metal plate covering the entire star began to twist as if it was pulled by two invisible hands. The entire collapse trace gradually began to spread to the entire surface of the Dyson sphere with the spherical shell as the center. This is one of the conventional weapons of the fifth-level civilization gravity missile. Gravity seems to be just a simple force. Even in the early classical physics of mankind, it was regarded as a basic force. However, with the progress of science, according to the relevant theories proposed by Einstein, humans have a clearer understanding of gravity. Although it is generated by mass itself, gravity involves the curvature of time and space. That is, high-mass objects cause the curvature of time and space in the universe, which leads to the generation of gravity. Because of this, the seemingly simple gravity, to be created through science, will involve the understanding and application of time and space. The most basic theory is the grand unified theory. Gravity, electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force are called the four fundamental forces. The theory that can unify these four fundamental forces is the grand unified theory. In current scientific research, humans have unified the three fundamental forces of electromagnetic force, strong interaction force, and weak interaction force, confirming that they are different manifestations of the same force, but humans have never been able to unify gravity. The gravitational bomb in front of us is undoubtedly born under the framework of the grand unified theory. The four basic forces of strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity are unified together. The gravitational bomb produced will convert a huge amount of energy into a huge gravitational source at the moment of explosion. No matter how powerful the ability shield is, it cannot stop this attack from the basic force. It can even be said that these gravitational bombs are almost small black holes. This is a weapon that is close to the rules that can only be created after mastering the grand unified theory. This is also a technological leap brought about by the progress of basic theory. There are thousands of small black holes outside the Dyson sphere in front of us. Everything in the Dyson sphere is torn and twisted under the interaction of gravity, especially the intersection of metal structures. Under the influence of tidal forces above the critical value, these metals can no longer play a connecting role. Anything with a volume above a certain level is affected by the tidal force brought by gravity. Especially the Dyson sphere has to resist the gravity from the star while maintaining a huge structure. At this time, the external gravitational force appeared again, and its internal structure finally could not bear the pull of the force, and began to disintegrate and twist. It can be clearly seen on the silver star that the Dyson sphere, which is larger than an ordinary star, has cracks. The outer shell at a certain place was suddenly peeled off, and then the outer shell broke and shattered, and countless parts and metal materials were thrown into the universe. The irreversible collapse began, and its surface was already full of explosions and electric sparks, as if it was under countless ammunition attacks. Under the influence of the tidal reaction caused by the gravity bomb, any shield seemed to be made of paper, and there was no resistance at all. Gravity is neither a high-energy beam nor a metal, and the tidal reaction is not energy. This is a crushing from a scientific level. Liu Yu knew that no matter how many spacecrafts were destroyed, he could not save the cosmic wonder that had just fallen into his hands. At the position of 10 AU on both sides of the collapsing Dyson sphere, more and larger warp spacecraft arrived one by one. The styles of the spacecraft on both sides were obviously different, and they seemed to belong to two different civilizations. Two level 5 civilizations were late together, but they arrived almost at the same time. They are all civilizations with super civilization creations, and the surprise of breaking the space anchoring of the Silver Star still remains in their hearts. Luyu has made a judgment it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. The Silver Star gave up the spacecraft that destroyed the Dyson sphere in front of it and jumped to the drill spacecraft again. Unmanned spacecraft are basically consumables, so I will also cut off one of your fingers before I leave to avenge the sneak attack and destruction of the Dyson sphere by the antimatter missile. Go through once, then jump back to the drill spacecraft to start the second time. This repeated, finally to the 13th time, the spacecraft escaped back to its own civilization spacecraft position and was crashed in front of the Silver Star. In the collapsed Dyson sphere, the star that disappeared in the universe for tens of thousands of years finally began to shine outward again. The right to use a wormhole does not involve the survival of a civilization. Even if a level 5 civilization sends out a huge fleet, it will not be the foundation of their entire civilization. Although it is a pity that the Dyson sphere that was almost picked up for free could not be saved, I finally collected some information about the creations of super civilizations. Perhaps even among the creations of super civilizations, the Silver Star is the top existence. Luyu looked back at the Dyson sphere that was constantly disintegrating. This mission was full of twists and turns, but the gains were equally huge. It's time to leave here. The Silver Star passed through the exploding drill spacecraft, pierced through many spacecrafts in succession, and left a piece of space fireworks. Space jump start. Jump to the location of the planetary life form. The level 5 civilization could not stop the Silver Star from leaving. No matter what the reason was, they were collectively late and had to swallow the bitter fruit of nearly 300 years of waste. In the blink of an eye, there were no more stars breaking out of their shells outside, and no more fleets like the sea of stars formed by the engine lights. A gas giant planet quietly revolved outside the Silver Star. Relying on space jumps, Luyu returned to the location of the cosmic node. The expansion of the universe is changing relative positions at any time, but with the current computing power of number 7, it is possible to calculate thousands of changing relative coordinates, and then use space jumps to accurately reach them. Luyu had already recorded the positions of several life planets before, and those planets could become the new home of mankind after he returned to Blue Star in the future. After Luyu returned to the cosmic node, he sent a universal electromagnetic signal to the planetary life form that claimed to be the reception. While waiting for a response, he couldn't help but recall this action. This may be the first time since he stepped into the starry sky that he has taken the initiative in completing a task. Although it is not perfect, he finally completed the task. Especially this time, he did not use the system at all, nor did he use points to redeem any black technology products. He is finally no longer the Luyu who was forced to leave Blue Star and struggled to survive in the universe. The spherical spaceship that once could make him breathless can now be solved by just accelerating. The only thing missing is the cognition of this universe. But how many civilizations can truly understand this universe? It's just a moment, and you actually completed the task? It seems that you not only have a good spaceship, but also good computing power. Well, you are not a rare intelligent life form, right? The magnetic field strength on the gas giant planet continued to increase, and an eye soon appeared on its surface, and the reply to Luyu was also quickly transmitted. After looking back and analyzing, I found it incredible that there are only stars and planets in the star system, not even asteroids or even dust. These planetary life forms have too precise control over matter, right? With such a huge star as the carrier of their own consciousness, their thinking speed must be terrifyingly fast. Otherwise, how can they control the various substances in their bodies from escaping to the outside world due to the 4 major forces? The database that may contain the 4th-level civilization technology tree deeply attracted the attention of experts. So much so that Luyu felt that there were fewer experts coming to the virtual reality today. It's not a big problem, just hand in the task. If this planetary life form dares to blackmail me, then why should it have the taste of the Silver Star penetrating the Earth's core? The artificial intelligence is already in my spaceship. How should we hand over the task? Seeing that its consciousness has awakened, Luyu didn't say anything and went straight to the point. Let me see it first and then put it next to your spaceship. This nest of planetary life forms is in the cosmic node certified by the system. If they are really scammers, they can't wait for me, and I'm afraid that the deceived civilization will not let them go easily. After thinking for a moment, Liu Yu still obeyed the arrangement of the planetary life form and verified the power of the silver star in the Dyson sphere civilization, which made him full of confidence at this moment. The Rubik's Cube flew out of the cockpit slowly, and then suddenly expanded. Soon a core program of artificial intelligence calculated in kilometers was moved out. Yes, that's it. With its help, when I ignite the core, I can control the mass that suddenly increases when I become a star. 5 and 3 billion years of planetary years are about to end. No one. Thank you. I want your civilization to be the first friend of my star years. This is a node star map, which you will also need to use when you travel through the wormhole later. And the position marked on it is the node where I will be stationed after I become a star. If your civilization travels through the wormhole from my node in the future, just send me this electromagnetic wave of UN%\U0026 amp \U0026 amp \U0026 amp %UN, and I will let you pass for free, even if it is about to ignite itself. Isn't this gas giant too enthusiastic? For the time concept of planetary celestial bodies, more than 4 months may really be a moment. The task I completed is very memorable compared to it, so it gave me special treatment. But 50 years of life is like a dream compared to the length of the universe. If my future lifespan is also calculated in billions of years, can I still retain my enthusiasm like it? Or is there only absolute rationality left? The information revealed in the words of the planetary life form let Liu Yu know that this cosmic highway is actually extending in this way. If given enough time, wouldn't this kind of life form be able to establish in every galaxy with a cosmic node? Perhaps this is a way of existence of a cosmic civilization? And Liu Yu also got a gift that is particularly precious to him. Every rhythm consumes mass to generate energy. The star map sent by this gas giant planet marks the galaxies around more than 500 cosmic nodes. One of the brightest points is the node where it is located after becoming a star. After quickly analyzing the star map, Number 7 shook his head regretfully at Liu Yu. Compared to the universe, are 500 galaxies still too small? Liu Yu suppressed his slight disappointment, looked back at the planetary life form in front of him, and asked a crucial question. I'm afraid your mass is not enough to become a star? Each gas giant is a failed star. If it can replenish enough mass, the gas giant can also ignite itself and become a star. However, in a stable star system, the gas giant basically has no chance to absorb more mass. The mother will share her mass with me. Getting such an answer surprised Liu Yu slightly. The loss of mass of this kind of planetary life is equivalent to consuming its own life. Why would this star use this method equivalent to suicide to cultivate offspring? Will it also charge mass as a fee from each cosmic civilization that uses the node to replenish the mass lost by giving birth to more children? Liu Yu, who felt something was wrong, did not think deeply about it, but just regarded it as a wonderful cosmic social structure. The task was handed over smoothly. After handing over the artificial intelligence core, the gas giant told Liu Yu that its star mother had awakened, and Liu Yu could travel through the wormhole at any time. This place is 0.7 light years away from the star, and the changes that have taken place there cannot be seen at this time. Liu Yu was happy to see the first stage mission completed so smoothly, and the second stage system mission, traveling through wormholes, could also go smoothly. Everything seemed to go smoothly, as if in a dream. Although my mother always calls me number 1, I prefer the name of Star. Seeing that Liu Yu was about to leave, the planetary life form introduced itself enthusiastically and asked him, "What did you name your civilization?" Liu Yu answered without hesitation, "Human. Human, my friend. I wish your civilization and technology will always progress. Live forever in the sea of stars." With its blessing, Liu Yu jumped to the strange star with a super large mass, but did not collapse into a black hole. If Star is really as kind as it shows, then having one more friend in the starry sky may be a good choice. In the future, humans may use this cosmic highway when they enter the starry sky. Having a free entrance is also an unexpected gain. I just don't know when I can see it again. Looking at the huge eyes that also lit up in front of the star, Lu Yu thought silently. No one. There are always people complaining about time issues, so let me explain. The electromagnetic waves correspond to the written version of the Horn Clan, and humans have basically cracked the Horn Clan's writing. The translation was done by number 7, and it must have been changed into blue star time calculation units such as year, month, and day that the protagonist can understand. Of course, this is all for the convenience of reading. The volume of stars is often many times larger than that of planets. Take the Sun as an example. Its volume is 1.3 million times that of the blue star. So when Lu Yu jumped to a distance of $0.50 from this star, he was particularly surprised to see the huge golden eye that appeared on the corona of the star. Although he had seen cosmic wonders like the Dyson sphere, the eye on the star in front of him was no less impressive. It was hard to tell whether it was matter or energy. The creation that constituted the stars, I began to grow at a very fast speed, and then formed various parts. It was complex, but it seemed to have some strange rules. These parts were combined together by themselves, constantly increasing the size of this creation. It was like a super light speed brush painted the symbol of an eye on this star, and as the star moved, the huge eye locked onto the silver star that jumped from space. Please choose a crossing node. Without any greetings, this star life form directly sent out an electromagnetic signal for Lu Yu to choose a node, which was in sharp contrast to the reaction of the star. In fact, Lu Yu's attempt to cross the wormhole was just a system task. If he really wanted to move quickly, he really didn't need to do it this way. More than 500 nodes that can be reached, such as elliptical structures covering 500 galaxies. Lu Yu randomly selected one. The center of the huge golden eye on the star began to turn black, as if something was opening. From the silver star, a halo surrounded the spherical vortex inside, and the light seemed to bypass the black sphere on both sides, like a small black hole being generated. This group of things being generated, light can't escape its swallowing, as if time can't change its appearance. If a celestial body like the blue star comes in front of it, it will be torn to pieces. Like a collapsing singularity, the detection instrument is frantically feeding back its energy and depth. The larger the mass of an object, the greater the gravity it generates. Objects like stars and black holes can generate huge gravity, causing light to bend and space-time to distort. The wormhole leading to the designated node has been generated. Please cross it within 1 hour. The star life form still notified directly. Lu Yu had no hesitation about this. He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. He was now in the living area of the Rubik's Cube. The brilliant blue flowers kept falling from the branches, dotted on the clear pool like blue cherry blossoms. In front of Lu Yu was the projection of the wormhole he was about to cross, and around him was such a beautiful scenery. Lu Yu looked at number 7, who was leaning at his feet and teasing the petals in the water with her hands. She raised her head and gave Lu Yu a bright smile. As the silver star began to accelerate towards the wormhole, melodious music sounded throughout the living area. BGM, Cornfield Chase, Note 1. Amid the music, the silver star entered the wormhole, as if it had entered the entrance to the end of the universe. The horizon became dark. The task of crossing the wormhole should be considered successfully completed, right? Lu Yu touched number 7's horn, and the long-lost system interface popped up in front of him. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 2035. Mission, travel through wormholes. Currently owned Black Technology products. Silver Star modified. Lunchbox, space suit modified. In a few months, humans have digested a lot of Horn Tribe technology, allowing Lu Yu to get another 4 points. With this growth rate, I don't know when I can get enough points to exchange for 1,000,000-star maps. Fortunately, this time, I got the database of the 4th level civilization. I don't know if humans can digest this level of scientific and technological achievements at the current level. Mission, travel through wormholes. Wormholes are natural passages in the universe. But the destination of unadjusted wormholes is unknown and dangerous. Who built these nodes in the universe with wormholes? Travel through it once, maybe you can find the answer. Liu recalled this mission while looking at the mission description. The system prompt also mentioned the secrets of the universe. When I travel through the wormhole, maybe I can find a chance to return to the blue star. So where is this opportunity? The two fifth-level civilizations clearly set out more than 200 years earlier than me. Why did they arrive later than me? Why did number 7 have such an abnormal situation in front of the brain in the vat? Liu naturally didn't need to worry about the data of crossing the wormhole. Number 7 had already prepared various detection instruments to record this rare experience. Turning off the projection screen and listening to the melodious music, the experts were obsessed with analyzing the data in the database and rarely interrupted. In the leisure time of crossing the wormhole, Liu closed his eyes and began to recall everything about this mission. Brain in a vat. In a vat. What Liu wanted to think about was that he was too smooth in this mission and completed this mission with almost no twists and turns. Recalling that Jiayi also spent tens of thousands of years in the brain in the vat, Liu couldn't help shuddering. What if I was not taken away from the starry sky by the silver star when I was on the blue star, but my brain was taken away by aliens, and now I am in the state of a brain in a vat? Or, I didn't leave the blue star at all. Everything was my overworked mind, which caused cerebral hemorrhage, and my brain was in a vegetative state to paralyze myself in fantasy. The moment the terrifying conjecture appeared, Liu suppressed it, because he knew that if he continued to think like this, he would only fall into deep self-doubt, until he lost his mind and went completely crazy in the universe. I think therefore I am, at least at this moment, I can purely recognize that my thoughts are still independent. So how to analyze the unreasonableness of this mission? Suddenly, Liu had an idea. Could it be that there is some high-dimensional existence that has been watching? Yes, I've been watching. As if answering what Liu was thinking, a creepy voice came from the blue flower tree blooming nearby. It was completely different from the last time when he was scared by the ringing of the mobile phone outside the silver star. This is inside the silver star? How could there be other people here besides himself and number 7? Liu took a deep breath and looked up at the tree. He saw a human he had never seen before smiling and greeting him in Chinese among the blue flowers, saying, "Nice to meet you, lucky little guy. This is inside the silver star, and outside is traveling through a wormhole." What exactly is he? How did he get into the silver star without him noticing? Note 1. The classic soundtrack of traveling through a wormhole in Interstellar. I have set up a book club. If you are interested, you can come and brag. By the way, I have also organized a first-order event in the book club circle. If you are interested, you can participate. Along the way in the starry sky, Liu already trusted the silver star's armor more than he trusted his own character. According to the original settings, 4 layers of armor can defend against even regular weapons. Does this mean that the existence of this invasion is more terrifying than regular weapons? Number 7's white hair became fluffy as if attracted by static electricity. He stood in front of Liu. The entire living area seemed to have changed in an instant. Nanorobots were pouring out everywhere, forming a torrent that was about to flow in this direction. Come. Liu didn't expect that he could get rid of the guy who came to him silently. He looked at the points in the system. Isn't your purpose of entering the wormhole just to explore the truth of the universe? Your so-called system has guided you here. Don't be so nervous. The human sitting on the branch of the blue flower looks like an office worker found everywhere on the earth. But he looks particularly natural sitting casually among the brilliant blue flowers of my alien planet. This guy even knows about the system, and he still looks like a human. Maybe he has no secrets left in front of him. Such an accident was caused by traveling through a wormhole. Don't think about jumping through space and leaving. Why don't we have a good chat first? Obviously, you want to travel through the wormhole to explore the secrets of the universe and find a way to return to the blue star. Why do you want to run away now that you have the opportunity? Well, since Silence asked you to travel through the wormhole, it means you are also one of the dependents, right? Liu, who was told what he meant, wanted to jump away in space. He had lamented before that the Dyson sphere civilization was a hard shell wrapping the softest weakness, and his fragile body is also protected by the Silver Star. Once an unknown entity with malicious intentions breaks through the armor, will he end up any better than Jai? This moment is just like that moment. But as he said, the reason why he did the task of traversing the wormhole was because he saw the information revealed by the system, and I really wanted to kill myself. And I had already done it when I sneaked in silently, so why should I make a sound to alert myself? Lu Yu pulled number 7 and asked her to temporarily take back the overwhelming nanobots. What kind of existence are you? Lu Yu, who mustered up his courage, thought carefully and said, even if you are a stranger who comes to visit you, you should introduce yourself, right? Yes. According to human procedures, I should introduce myself. The unknown being in a suit said seriously, I am a fully automatic communication machine for humans. You can call me a human simulator. It is loaded with all the known knowledge of Blue Star and is familiar with all human behaviors and habits. It can be said that it is more like a human being than any other human being. For example, languages like Chinese, various ethnic languages, English, French. I am proficient in every human language you can list. The water of the great river comes up from the sky and rushes to the sea, never to return. To be or not to be, this is a question. True, true. There is always only one truth. Bo! This was the first time since Lu Yu wandered around the universe that he heard a real person reciting poetry. It did not awaken any emotion in him about meeting an old friend in a foreign land. On the contrary, it only deepened the fear in his heart. If that's true, that means Blue Star may not have any secrets from him. Okay, stop reading. Lu Yu quickly interrupted and asked, if you are really that kind of machine, what is the purpose of entering the Silver Star? The human simulator, who was still staying on the blue flower tree, answered Lu Yu seriously. You can think that I am here on behalf of my creator, and I have full authority to communicate with you on his behalf. Everything about humans is specially prepared to communicate with you. The existence that gave you the system is equal to him, so he will have the slightest interest in you. Otherwise, there are so many civilizations that have passed through the nodes of the universe, and there are also many strange super-civilization creations, but only you have aroused him's attention. Give yourself a systematic existence? According to the routine, shouldn't it be a long time before I can catch any clues about this level of intelligence? Why did you just jump in the face? If everything he said is true, then it's really worth staying and talking about it. There is no need to describe the power of the black technology products created by the Black Technology Realization System. Being able to know the origin of that existence is just like the information revealed when this mission was triggered. It is indeed a secret about the universe. At this moment, Lu Yu missed the helmet he had only used once. If he were still alive, I don't know if he could let himself hear the voice of the guy in front of him. Moreover, it seemed that the initiative was not in his own hands now. Lu Yu was thinking about what kind of black technology could be exchanged for breaking through his imprisoned thinking while trying to get more information. Lu Yu asked directly, then what kind of existence are they? Is it the highest rule level according to the system, or some level above that? The human-like machine in front of him was about to speak, but it seemed to have received some instructions. Can we talk about this now? He seemed to be asking himself some questions, and then said to Lu Yu, this is very important information. It can be worth tens of thousands of system points when converted into system points. So I can't tell you in vain. You need to complete a small test he gives you first. A projection screen appeared in front of Lu Yu. The image above reflected a gas giant planet composed of a dense core with mixed elements, a surrounding layer with mixed liquid metallic hydrogen and helium, and an outer layer mainly composed of molecular hydrogen. That is Star, a planetary life form that claims to treat humans as friends and is about to be promoted to a star. In the image, it appears to be no longer on its original track. At this moment, it is quite close to a star. At such a distance, its material will inevitably be continuously attracted to the star due to the effect of gravity. It will even be eventually pulled away due to the increasingly closer orbital distance. Star devouring. But the situation is exactly the opposite. It turns out that the star is constantly losing mass to the star. It looks like the star is spitting out matter. As more and more mass was integrated into its core, its volume suddenly expanded thousands of times. If it continues at this speed for a while, it will be able to accumulate enough mass to ignite itself and become a newly born star in the universe. It's just that his current state seems a little wrong. The magnetic field network carrying his will is constantly fluctuating, not spreading, but reorganizing. The holographic projection screen also gave a variety of data, which allowed number 7 to quickly draw a conclusion. The space where the star in the image is located has a different time flow rate than ours. The star that continuously outputs mass is what he calls the star mother. Its magnetic field is constantly changing. The magnetic field network after its change is calculated. It will be highly consistent with the magnetic field network of the star mother. If it continues to evolve in this trend, even if it ignites itself to become a star, its consciousness will no longer exist, and the magnetic field network on this newly born star will be replaced by other consciousnesses. While giving the analysis, number 7 was deeply alert to the human in front of him. The Saphan has been unfolded, and countless nanorobots have gathered around her under the land that cannot be seen. Even if there is no conflict between the two sides, she will protect Lu Yu first, no matter who the human simulator in front of her represents. For number 7, who is loaded as the Silver Star shipboard host, he is an absolute invader. However, she used all the means she could master and found nothing at the location of the human simulator in front of her. There was such a person in front of her, but the instrument feedback was like nothingness. Under Lu Yu's authorization, everything in the Silver Star should be under her control. This planetary life form is about to ignite itself, but it will also reach the end of its self-awareness. The moment it becomes a star, it will be like a star with more than 500 nodes, and the magnetic field network will be completely transformed into another form. At that time, the former self-awareness will completely disappear, and the new star will be nothing more than a clone. This is why the star life form must nurture the planet even if it loses mass. The human simulator ignored number 7's warning and explained the contents of the projection screen to Lu Yu. A planet that is qualified to awaken consciousness is not suitable for directly transplanting its consciousness at the beginning, regardless of its mass or volume. If it wants to transform the planet little by little until it ignites, it will require a lot of energy. It also needs to coordinate the operation of more than 500 cosmic nodes, which is simply impossible. So the stellar life form simply came up with such a method. First, keep the planetary life form by its side, maintain their consciousness intensity with its own mass, and instill knowledge to guide them to transform themselves in order to become nodes. When they accumulate enough mass and become stars, the stellar life form will act as shown in front of you, implanting its consciousness network into the planetary life form that trusts itself very much. The image in front of you is not my deduction and fiction. The magnetic field of this gas giant planet named Star is being transformed. The artificial intelligence you brought back will become a tool to suppress his consciousness in this link, and even the slightest accident will not happen. A new magnetic field network is generated, and the star after the consciousness is replaced will become the controller of the new node. From the beginning to the end, the stars of these nodes have only one consciousness. Behind the scorching heat is the deep coldness. This also answered the question in Lu Yu's mind before. For celestial-level life forms, mass is equivalent to their lifespan. It was originally thought that this kind of life form without genetic structure would imitate and show biological nature through imitation, give up lifespan to breed offspring, and build a prototype of civilization. But the reality is more cruel and cold. From the beginning to the end, civilization only needs me to exist. The so-called promotion to a star is a means for the self-proliferation of stellar life forms. Has the artificial intelligence core that I brought back become the death warrant of the star? Lu Yu looked at the twin stars in front of him. It was obviously a brilliant and shining moment, but it was hiding the death of an intelligent consciousness. But now I am in a situation where I don't have to consider it. This human simulator in front of me is really too annoying. At least I have to explore the truth of the universe when I am in control of the initiative instead of being controlled by others like now, even if he has no malice. In the final analysis, it is because there is too little accumulation that truly belongs to me. So when I need to face the existence that can bypass the system and the silver star, I seem particularly powerless. Without the system and the silver star, I'm afraid I can't even survive in the universe. And if one day the existence that loaded the system and gave me the black technology products suddenly lost interest in me and took back everything, then what would I have left? It is estimated that it would not be any better than the brain in the jar waking up from the dream, which is one of the important reasons why Liu Yu always wanted to return to Blue Star. The more you know, the more you understand, the more afraid you will be. The human simulator still ignored Liu Yu, whose eyes were getting more and more dangerous. He continued to speak with emotion. Just like the mantis on Blue Star, the female mantis will eat the male mantis after mating in order to reproduce. Even the creatures on a planet will do this to continue, and it is not surprising that the life forms in the universe will do anything for their own continuation. But I have to say, when he wanted to continue chattering, Liu Yu interrupted and said to the guy who came uninvited in front of him, "You can understand it so clearly, and your creator wants to keep me in the wormhole to communicate. He is not the consciousness of the star life form, right?" The human simulator shook his head and smiled. "Why test me like this? Although the creator's true origin cannot be told to you now, he is at the same level as the existence that gave you the system. How could he be just a stellar life form? He knows so much because he happens to be the creator of this cosmic highway. Even if it is a stellar life form that manages this highway spanning more than 500 galaxies, it is just a warm toy for him." Liu Yu immediately asked back, "Since it is such a great existence, why bother to talk to me?" The human simulator showed a bitter smile on his face. "He doesn't care, but I have to care. I was created to communicate with you. If he loses interest in you, then there is no need for me to exist. The existence of life must be to extend for the purpose of continuing myself. For myself, part of my position is even on the same side as you. In order for you to accept and complete this test, I can't just give you a task and leave like the Riddler, right? Otherwise, you will jump away without hesitation and never approach the so-called wormhole again, and I will never have the chance to come to the universe again. So, I said you were a lucky guy. We may all be puppets in their hands, but you can travel in the sea of stars, and I may not even have the chance to see the sun again next time." This human simulator looked like a melancholy human in an instant. He even picked up a few petals of falling blue flowers, as if lamenting that he also had little time left. Both sides were silent for a moment, and the human simulator spoke again. "The test he gave you is to find a way to save this planet whose consciousness is about to be replaced. These 2 chapters are indeed not well written, and I reflect deeply. You built these cosmic nodes connecting more than 500 galaxies yourself, right? If you ask me to save this gas giant planet, don't you want me to poach your own corner? Does the boss have any weird hobbies?" The human simulator had no more time to explain. The wormhole was finally traversed, and the silver star arrived in a new galaxy. The moment it left the scope of the wormhole, the human simulator seemed to have been erased from existence, as if it had never appeared in the silver star. The cosmic node in front of us also has a star with super mass and small size, and also has a dozen planets orbiting around it. Liu Yu, who knew the truth, could no longer look directly at such a stellar family. This bizarre experience of traveling through a wormhole made Liu Yu deeply understand the truth. It is too early for him to know the secrets of the universe. So he started the long-lost random space jump without even thinking about the boss's test. He wants to stay away from this star field completely. Are you kidding me? Will Liu Yu stay here and be controlled by others while completing what test? Although Star is indeed very enthusiastic, he is not yet overflowing with the Holy Mother's heart to save a living being that he has only seen twice. Therefore, Liu Yu decisively chose to activate Space Jump. Not a trace of hesitation. If I can't afford to offend him, can I still afford to hide? What a test, screw you. There was only a faint worry in my heart about whether I would be disturbed if I jumped through space like this. However, mediocre space jumps have never disappointed Luyu. The essence of the Silver Star is a space jump machine. The starry sky outside, it seems to have been refreshed. When number 7 confirmed that they had arrived in a completely unfamiliar star field, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Luyu successfully left. Then he jumped 8 times in a row and finally stopped next to a white dwarf star. Only then did Luyu slowly feel relieved. Number 7 was in the living area at this time, using dense high-energy beams to disinfect all the areas where human simulators appeared over and over again. If not for Luyu's persuasion, she would have even planned to abandon this space bubble overnight. Looking at angry number 7 with a wry smile, Luyu opened the system with a hint of solemnity. Through the wormhole. Progress. 10%. Achievements. Traveled through the wormhole 1 time. Settlement. After all, the system issued a mission to guide myself through the wormhole. Did you want me to get something from it? Although he let himself go easily in the end, which seemed to highlight that he really didn't care. But Luyu did. Luyu would rather not get the so-called secrets of the universe in this way. The host chooses to travel through the wormhole in advance. Accounting completed. Reward points, 2,000 points. After receiving 2,000 points, Luyu was not as happy as before. To be honest, when the Dyson Sphere civilization grabbed the artificial intelligence before 2 level 5 civilizations, Luyu's mentality was a little bit arrogant, thinking that the cosmic civilization might not be that scary. But everything he encountered through the wormhole taught him an extremely profound lesson. Only by knowing how to fear can you go a long way. Maybe sometimes the system is not completely reliable, and this is not the first time he has such an idea. Luyu decided to develop technological means that he completely controlled in the space bubble. Of course, after this happened, Luyu immediately exchanged information with Blue Star. We have been thinking before about why stellar life forms can know the information about the existence of artificial intelligence in Dyson Sphere civilization. Now it seems that it is the information provided by that unknown being. Judging from his operations in front of the brain in the vat, we speculate that capturing the artificial intelligence may be a secondary purpose, and the real target may be Jiai's brain. But the strange thing is that Jiai's brain was allowed to collapse in the end, which contradicts our speculation. We can only say that, with the current intelligence, we still can't figure out what they are thinking. According to the direction in which the antimatter missile appeared, we reanalyzed the spectra of stars near the Dyson Sphere and may have found the reason why the 2 fifth-level civilizations were late. They should have arrived in the star system 2.6 light-years away from the Dyson Sphere civilization. But their warp speed destinations accidentally collided. Because they came with the same purpose, the 2 competitors naturally started fighting. I guess they didn't expect that a competitor who has mastered space jumping will appear in the end. Even if the monitoring equipment near the Dyson Sphere transmits information back through superlight communication, it will still not be able to match the speed of Chi's strategy. Base Zero also witnessed everything that happened in the wormhole. The unknown existence did not seem to care that humans knew about his existence. This time not only made Luyu regain his sense of awe, but also for Base Zero. The quietly changing attitude allowed many experts to reorganize all the information that had occurred since the encounter with the planet's life forms. They actually found the information that had been missed and came to the above speculation that was very close to the truth. Even though he is far away from the wormhole now, Luyu will still firmly remember the sense of crisis caused by this time. Since he stepped into the starry sky, Luyu has encountered 3 crises that truly threatened him. The first time I entered the universe without any preparation, I almost starved to death. The second time was when the Destroyer in disguise used nanobots to control himself. The third time was this time when he crossed the wormhole. I should also be alerted by this lesson. The system can be used, but cannot be relied on like it is now. I need to master some things that belong only to me. Perhaps the 4 layers of armor of the Silver Star are still too conservative. Perhaps we should consider reinforcing it with a few more layers of special armor? The sense of crisis still lingering in his heart made Luyu look at a large area of blue flower trees that were replanted in the living area, and suddenly asked number 7 who was with him. If one day I leave the Silver Star, will you? Number 7 said decisively before he finished speaking. I will only be there if you are on the Silver Star. If you leave, I will leave with you. As if to give Lu Yu some comfort and encouragement at this moment, Number 7 stretched out his tender white arms and gently hugged him. Lu Yu was stunned, without any other action, just letting Number 7 hug him quietly, and the momentary warmth was enough to calm the remaining panic in his heart. Wormhole Crisis, this tentative code name makes the slightly arrogant humans wake up, and being cautious is the key to survival. In the next month, space jumps were carried out normally for hundreds of times. Now the Silver Star has completely left the star field of more than 500 cosmic nodes. The experience of wormholes is like a flash in the pan, like a dream. The biggest change is that Lu Yu has recently begun to learn various cutting-edge technologies and cutting-edge theoretical conjectures of humans. Before leaving Blue Star, he was at most an ordinary person with a little cleverness. Learning these scientific and technological achievements transformed from the Horn Clan. Even the top professors are extremely difficult, let alone Lu Yu. Host Lu Yu. Points 4,035. Mission None. Currently owned Black Technology products. Silver Star Modified. Lunchbox. Spacesuit Modified. Looking at the 3 items belonging to him in the system panel, Lu Yu remembered that he had not exchanged Black Technology products for a long time. Right? It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. Why not exchange for something that can help you improve yourself? I have always only used the system as an application tool. Now I think that maybe I haven't developed it to the fullest. It seems that the Wormhole Crisis has stimulated you a lot. But not only you, but many experts have also changed their minds and become more cautious when making decisions. After listening to Lu Yu's thoughts, Professor Mao nodded in agreement and said, we should indeed explore another use of the system. In fact, after the upgrade of the Silver Star, we also found that if we want to make your quality of life in the universe achieve a qualitative leap, a small amount of points is no longer meaningful. You have sufficient life, a huge space, and intelligent life forms to serve you. Even the problem of the short legs of the Silver Star has been solved. It's time to consider using this to promote personal development. Let you embark on the path of evolution. Perhaps this is the ultimate purpose of the system loaded on you. If we continue to talk about it, we will be dragged into the routine of the existence of wormholes. As if to relax Lu Yu's tense mood for a month, Professor Mao changed the topic at the right time and projected a body that seemed to be a real person in virtual reality. This is a fully simulated robot. You can control it through virtual reality technology. When you return to reality, it is equivalent to having a movable body on the blue planet. This is a brand new robot specially built for you by Base Zero. It is the only one in the world. As long as it is not deliberately exposed, ordinary people will definitely find it difficult to see through. Even if your real body is drifting in the universe, you can experience life on the blue planet. If it was before the Wormhole Crisis, such a small surprise would definitely make Lu Yu happy for a while. But now, the budding sense of crisis made him realize that he could no longer be a monkey who could only jump in space. Lu Yu just nodded and accepted it without rushing to experience the simulated robot. After popping out of the virtual reality, he thought more seriously about how to improve himself. What can I get for more than 4,000 points? Drugs to improve, like the drugs in Lucy that can increase brain development? Or memory bread like the Blue Fat Man? Quickly increase mechanical memory? Or transform your own life situation? Didn't we agree not to frown? A pleasant voice sounded from beside him, and Lu Yu felt a soft hand on his frowning brows gently rubbing and stretching him. When he opened his eyes, Number 7 was already hanging on him with ease. Since the last hug, the two of them had naturally become more intimate. What's wrong? Lu Yu knew that if there was no unexpected situation, Number 7 would not disturb him at this time. We received the gravitational wave broadcast. After we space jumped to this new star field, we immediately received it. When we tried to decipher it, we found that it was the same language logic as the conversion of the electromagnetic wave signal of the Horn Clan. The gravitational wave broadcast mentioned by Number 7 is an interstellar communication that transmits information through gravitational wave emission. Its basic principle is the vibration of a long string with extremely high mass density. The most ideal transmitting antenna is a black hole. A large number of micro black holes can be connected into a long chain to emit gravitational waves during vibration. But in reality, cosmic strings will be used to carry gravitational wave vibrations. Natural cosmic strings are mostly produced in the very early days of the birth of the universe. The energy of the Big Bang formed countless slender, extremely dense, and extremely high-energy cosmic strings. But as the universe expands and evolves, most cosmic strings have changed their phases, and only a few have survived as they are. According to the cosmic string theory, this kind of string vibration will release gravitational waves. Of course, it is not just ordinary vibration, but when the cosmic string vibrates, it is knotted or forms sharp corners to produce gravitational waves with information-carrying function. Regular gravitational waves have the most natural advantage, which is super strong penetration and almost no loss. It can penetrate matter without losing any energy, and it is not like electromagnetic wave communication, which is very easy to be interfered and become blind after leaving the signal source for a certain distance. I didn't expect that I would encounter civilization again so soon. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. To be honest, now I tend to choose carefully from my heart. But I won't be like a frightened bird, and I don't even have the courage to observe. Liu Yu touched number 7's smooth white hair. When he heard the translated broadcast, his expression became subtle. All conscious life forms in the universe unite. Whether you are an artificial intelligence or a conscious being after consciousness upload, we no longer have narrow biological constraints and no lifespan limit. We can come from different civilizations. As long as we are all conscious beings, we can unite for the truth and knowledge of the universe. 7 quickly located the source of the gravitational wave broadcast, a star that could be clearly observed using optical instruments aboard the Argent star. In terms of distance, the star is not too far away. Liu Yu soon saw through the projection screen that a huge metal disc was rotating along the star and continuously absorbing material from the star. Because this disc is so huge, it looks more appropriate to be a disc-shaped metal planet than a mechanical creation. It is constantly sending gravitational broadcasts to the vast universe over and over again by converting the energy of stars. United consciousness life forms in the universe. Note 1. The simulated robot refers to the body of the alien chapter of Sword Art Online. It is quite high-tech when you think about it. All conscious life forms in the universe unite. Gravitational wave broadcasting has begun a new round of broadcasting. More data was presented to Liu Yu after analysis by number 7. The civilization that is broadcasting to the universe is not in this star system. Apart from the disk-like metal creation, there is not a single planet in the star system, not even the asteroid belt, and not even a few asteroids. This quite incredible scenario is basically impossible to happen among stars within the galaxy. Because since stars can be formed, it proves that there was once enough material here. It can be explained that there are no large planets, but there are not even asteroids. This is really unreasonable. And this star, which is constantly being sucked out of matter and energy, has turned into a red giant. It has entered an irreversible aging stage. Even so, its residual mass is still about twice the mass of the Sun. Because of the diffusion of the outer layer of material, its surface temperature begins to decrease, so it appears red. Its size is huge. The radius even reaches 70 million kilometers, dozens of times that of the Sun. If it were placed at the position of the Sun, it would directly swallow up Mercury, approach Venus, and turn the Earth's surface into purgatory. The cause of all this is naturally the huge metal creation. In order to continuously broadcast gravitational waves to the universe, the energy required is astonishing. This star was selected by an unknown civilization and turned into a battery for gravitational wave broadcasting. All other matter in the system was probably broken down into energy. Putting aside the authenticity of the broadcast content, the way it consumes the entire star system to supply energy is already more efficient than a Dyson sphere. At least it is another stellar civilization. After making this judgment, Liu Yu couldn't help but sigh. counting it all together. Well, I seem to have encountered a planet-level civilization from the Horn Clan, right? Stellar civilizations encountered one after another. The cautious Lu Yu just watched from a distance, without the boldness to jump directly into the face of the Dyson Sphere civilization. Does conscious life form refer to life like me? Number 7 said with rare curiosity, judging from the current evaporation rate of matter in this star system, this civilization has been sending gravitational wave broadcasts to the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. It has gone to all this trouble just to announce this information to the entire universe. Such behavior is equivalent to announcing to a large star field that I am here. Aren't you afraid of the dark forest warning? However, from the common sense of the universe obtained from the destroyer, it seems that river system-level civilizations often use gravitational wave broadcasts, and the dark forest system does not seem to exist. The most malicious idea is that this is just a trap to trap conscious civilization. Lu Yu then shook his head in denial and said, "But how can a conscious life form that can develop across galaxies and reach here be so stupid?" Number 7 continued to ask, "Then what should we do next? Should we make contact? Or leave directly?" This question stumped Lu Yu all of a sudden. To be honest, what he lacked most now was knowledge about the universe. An important reason why he stayed to observe was to see what other civilizations looked like. Otherwise, if you start the road of evolution alone, without reference to a lot of data and examples, won't you be afraid that you will end up on a strange path and be unable to turn back? Can this civilization from afar take up a little of your time? Let me tell you about our Great Consciousness Alliance. The opponent's observation methods are also very good. The location where the Silver Star stayed was about 50 astronomical units away from the Red Giant. After staying for a little longer, it immediately received the other party's communication signal. Lu Yu was not surprised that he would be discovered. A stellar civilization couldn't even achieve this level, so why would it dare to broadcast it to the whole universe without any cover-up? Every civilization is a miracle of the universe. There should not be a sad gap between civilization and civilization. But we have to admit that because of the structure of every civilization and every individual, there is a considerable and insurmountable gap between them. But as long as the material carrier is eliminated through technical means and each other is a pure conscious life form, the biggest barrier between them will disappear. Based on this, across species, races, and civilizations, this is the basis for the existence of the Great Alliance of Conscious Life Forms. All conscious life forms in the universe unite. It must be said that this is the first stellar civilization that did not take action immediately when encountering Lu Yu. But why does this guy look a bit like a pyramid schemer on Blue Star? According to the information it reveals, after becoming a conscious life form, the concept of race will become blurred as time goes by. At that time, it would no longer matter what civilization or race they were from. When everyone exists as a conscious life form, everyone will naturally become the same kind. This is an alliance that eliminates civilizational barriers, eliminates racial differences, and pursues unity of consciousness. What about the technological gap between civilizations? If this alliance really exists, how can it eliminate the natural cultural gap between consciousness bodies with different origins? Can the consciousness of a 6th-level civilization really communicate with the consciousness of a 7th-level civilization without any barriers? After thinking about it, Lu Yu asked the first question. So you are broadcasting to the whole universe here, consuming the mass of the entire star system just to promote your alliance? Maintaining a position of 50 astronomical distances, each round trip takes 14 hours, so each time the other party will try to transmit more information. One of our alliance's long-cherished wishes is to turn all civilizations in the universe into conscious life forms, eliminate everyone's biological barriers, truly realize the collision of ideas among civilizations, and make the sparks of wisdom shine brighter. All civilizations or individuals who can come here or reply to my signal can get the opportunity to upload consciousness. Beware of new cosmic fraud. This is Lu Yu's first impression after receiving such a reply. Because whether it is a carbon-based life form, a conscious life form, whether it is on the blue planet or in the universe, Only interests are the highest standard that drives everything. If this conscious life form alliance really provides every civilization or individual with the opportunity to upload consciousness, then what is the fundamental interest that drives it to do so? This reminded Lu Yu of the story on Blue Star where they said Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people, but trick people to go somewhere to get money. Along with this reply came a lot of data, which were all the names of the members of this alliance, as if they wanted to gain Lu Yu's trust by using a member that he might be familiar with. And from that pile of data, number 7 actually found a former opponent, the Jizu. They are actually one of the members of this conscious life form alliance. The pain of running out of stock, if I owe it, I will definitely pay it back. Teacher, I really can't do this question, a nerd in the eyes of others said in a somewhat collapsed manner. This question is too difficult. I can't do it, the professor in front of him said with regret. You cried and shouted to apply to base 0, and I didn't want to lose face, so I stuffed you, a doctoral student, in. I didn't expect you to come here, and couldn't even solve a question. You might as well go back to school and change your major to pig farming. Teacher, but your method of derivation is also wrong. It can't be solved with that idea. You are the only one who talks too much, right? Continue to enter the virtual reality and study hard with the maximum multiple. This is just a common scene in many research laboratories in Base 0. The preliminary analysis of the 4th level civilization database is still too early for humans, but many scholars are enjoying the ultimate joy of learning. At this time, in the computing center of the base, a large number of professors were holding their breath and waiting for the results. The head of the group, Professor Mao, focused his eyes on the main control computer, as if examining something, with an extremely focused expression. He looked a little dazed, looking at the rows of calculated data, recalling his old friend's promise in his mind. Lao Mao, this is a brand new engine designed using the concept of light-speed engine. Although we cannot build a light-speed engine with our current materials and basic theories, we have borrowed its design concept and redesigned a super engine suitable for current human technology. If it succeeds, let alone building a lunar base, even building a Mars base will be easy. The data shown in the calculation experiment in front of him has far exceeded expectations. And considering that the calculation is under absolutely ideal conditions, the actual data should be a little lower, but in his estimation, the lowest will not be too low. Thinking of this, Professor Mao turned around and nodded slightly to his colleagues. The experiment has met expectations. All the professors waiting for the results suddenly brightened their eyes, and then they didn't care about anything else and rushed to squeeze in. They couldn't wait to browse the rows of data. Under the refraction of the bright light on the screen, everyone's eyes kept flashing with inexplicable light. After seeing the final data, everyone's pupils shrank slightly. The speed in a vacuum environment is expected to reach 3,000 kilometers per second, 1% of the speed of light. An old professor stared at the computer screen with his eyes fixed on it, his face twitching slightly, and even his voice was very hoarse, as if something was stuck in his throat. The data in front of him was like a thunderbolt, directly hitting his head and hitting the deepest part of his mind. 5 years ago, if someone told the old professor that humans could build an engine with a speed of 1% of the speed of light, he would definitely treat this guy as a liar and kick him out. But 5 years later, he actually realized it himself. Looking at home and abroad, even NASA, which was once at the forefront of the aerospace field, has the fastest engine of only 7.8 kilometers per second. In front of this super engine, all the spacecraft engines of mankind in the past cannot even reach a fraction of it. He witnessed a miracle in the current human scientific research community. With such an engine, human footprints can move directly to Mars or even further into deep space. And such miracles have happened again and again in Base 0. Professor Mao was pushed to the edge by his colleagues. Seeing them staring at the calculation results frantically, he couldn't help but think of himself when he just took over Base 0, processing every piece of information from the depths of the universe every day. With a smile, he slowly walked out of the calculation center with several important documents. Not far away, he ran into Professor Han, who was scratching his head. The top theories and conjectures of stellar civilization are still too profound for us. especially since artificial intelligence has also stored its core data in a graded manner, and the basic theoretical content is seriously missing. Our basic theory has only reached the level of Level 2 civilization at most. With such a level, we can directly contact the theory of Level 4 civilization. There is a gap of Level 3 civilization in the middle. The earliest group of experts in the base are now in charge of important projects in the base. Professor Han is responsible for deciphering the database of Dyson Sphere civilization. Because of this, his hair has become black and thick again because of the use of the gene resonance device. But recently there are signs of Mediterranean. Old Han stopped complaining. Professor Mao knew what this guy was thinking. Just tell me. You want people, right? Professor Han nodded quickly. Give me more people. Just a PhD. Listen to what you said, PhD? PhDs with some ability in China are basically the backbone of the base. You know that Xiao Lu, right? I am awake as a research team leader during the day, and I have to wear a submersible helmet to participate in the training of the Space Force at night. I wish I could split myself into 3 people. Where can I find someone for you? Professor Han also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now Base Zero is no longer the base that was simply to support Lu Yu. This place has become the world's top research institution, and technologies that can change the course of human history are sprouting in it. What is the situation over there now? 50 astronomical distances have lengthened the time required for communication, but some basic situations have been understood almost. The experts have not forgotten that the core of Base Zero is still Lu Yu. No matter how busy the project is, once something happens in the depths of the universe, all experts will be in place at the first time. This conscious life form alliance is quite interesting. It can provide all members with a technology tree from Level 1 to Level 9. However, in addition to providing free consciousness upload, members, both individuals and civilizations, need to exchange their labor for compensation. For example, the civilization in front of us that is broadcasting gravitational waves is broadcasting to the entire universe for 500,000 years in exchange for 4-dimensional space shield technology. We speculate that even if you are only a Level 1 civilization when you become a conscious life form, as long as you are willing to work for the Alliance for hundreds of millions of years, you may be able to be promoted to a Level 9 civilization. Professor Mao took a photo, he clapped his hands and said, "So it's not an empty talk for conscious life forms to unite. How many years ahead of humans are the civilizations that formed this alliance? They all know how to unite similar life forms throughout the universe. And on a small blue planet, there is still constant internal friction. Humanity should unite and look at the starry sky. Maybe then, our base won't be so short of manpower anymore." And the document clearly said, neutron jammer, a device that can prevent atoms from fissioning or fusion reactions within a certain space range. The only means of turning the table abroad has been found by Base Zero to contain it. As Professor Mao said, the time for the great unity of mankind has come. Intelligent tribe, isn't this the old friend who once had a cordial exchange with Lu Yu in physics? The 2 intelligent computers in Lu Yu's hand were enthusiastically provided by them. It's really fate that we meet after thousands of light years. So he almost wanted to start a space jump and leave here. Intelligent Tribe ranks 12,874th in the Alliance and is famous for intelligent computers. This technology has already involved some space technology. The exchange conditions are: there are 12,873 more powerful than intelligent tribes in the Alliance. If this star civilization did not lie to me, then this conscious life form alliance is definitely not simple. Maybe it is something created by a big guy who builds a cosmic node. Why does this universe feel a little wrong the more I understand it? Why is it that the universe is silent when I look at it on the blue planet, but I find it very lively when I walk into it? This star-level civilization introduced itself as the Qing tribe, ranking 8,647th in the Alliance, and is currently broadcasting to the entire universe to complete the Alliance mission. The reason why it is so enthusiastic to promote to Lu Yu is that by pulling civilizations or individuals into the Alliance, you can get extra rewards. It is obvious that this star-level civilization regards itself as a high-level civilization at the Milky Way level. After all, Except for some special-purpose spacecrafts that can cope with short-distance interstellar voyages, the spacecrafts of star-level civilizations are generally large in size. Even if conscious life forms do not need complex living areas, they still need a huge energy system to power the warp engine, not to mention many large-scale devices with complex functions. Only by mastering the space-folding technology can there be a spaceship as small as the Silver Star, and space technology is a standard feature of the Milky Way civilization. In the eyes of the Qing clan, if they can pull an advanced civilization into the alliance, they will definitely get a large reward. After Lu Yu understood this, he inexplicably felt that this method was like a classic method of an organization on the Blue Star, and star-level civilizations like the Qing clan were like workers working for the alliance. So if the Horn clan did not have an intelligent life form like number 7 that made the Xi clan greedy, would they have been introduced into the alliance? But this is no longer important. Facts have proved that the members of this conscious life form alliance are not as great as the Qing clan said. If this alliance really has so many members, then the star map they have must be huge. Maybe I can get the direction of the Milky Way from this alliance. Fortunately, in addition to developing conscious life forms, this alliance also has the concept of trading. Maybe I can get what I want directly from the Qing people. It is extremely difficult to establish a trading system in the universe. How to define the value of items is a huge problem. What is valuable in one civilization may be worthless in another civilization. Such differences make it difficult to unify the market foundation. And the solution this alliance came up with is to use technology to build a measurement value. But if an advanced civilization delivers technology to a civilization lower than itself, it is easy to set up a technological trap in it, and the low-level civilization cannot distinguish it at all because of its technological level. The trust between each other requires the alliance founder who established the trading system to have absolute technology as supervision to prevent such things from happening. But this made Lu Yu even more confused. The founders have better technology than all the civilizations they joined, so why do they spend so much effort to create such an alliance? Obviously, the production level no longer needs low-level civilizations to serve as labor. Taking the gravitational wave broadcast in front of us as an example, high-level civilizations only need to set up intelligent devices to complete the work of the Qing people, and they don't need to deliver technology as a reward. It's so strange. The longer he drifted in the universe, the more vague Lu Yu found that his understanding of this universe became. So Lu Yu said that obtaining technology in this way can really make civilization progress? Of course! We need another 3 million years to gather all the theoretical foundations for the promotion to the 7th level civilization, and another 500,000 years to digest this knowledge. It will take 3.5 million years to promote from the 6th level civilization to the 7th level civilization. This speed is already one of the best in the Alliance. Joining the Alliance will have such a bright future. The Qing people have a lot of pride in being a worker in the Alliance. This deep space worker really regards himself as a member of the Alliance, right? This transcendence of civilization and the sense of belonging to race is an emotion that Lu Yu, a carbon-based creature, cannot understand. However, no matter what this alliance hides, Lu Yu is too lazy to investigate. He just wants to get a star map of the alliance from the Qing clan. My civilization is the Horn clan. We respect the noble purpose of the Conscious Life Form Alliance, but unfortunately, we also have a great mission. Lu Yu said, we have only one purpose to stay away from our mother planet, which is to draw a star map of the universe. If you can provide us with a star map mastered by the Alliance, the Qing clan will become a friend of the Horn clan civilization. Well, as the void heir of the Horn clan civilization, Lu Yu seems to have nothing wrong with saying this. If the brother of the Horn clan can hear it, he will definitely give him a thumbs up. However, this kind of void pie obviously cannot impress the Qing clan, which has existed for who knows how many years. After all, Lu Yu thought of being vigilant against new cosmic frauds. Can't the central computer of the Qing clan calculate it? I can provide you with a star map with a diameter of 1.8 billion light years, including 9 superstar clusters and 800,000 galaxies. But can you use wormhole technology to help me confirm a situation in a star system 1,000 light years away? 20 years ago, I suddenly received a reply signal. At first, I thought that some civilization finally figured it out and was willing to join the alliance. But the content of the signal is also very strange. With our current level of civilization, we can't understand what happened, and the signal was only sent once. Although we immediately sent out a warp spacecraft at that time, it didn't arrive so quickly. So, I would like to ask you, who have a faster way of moving, to help me see what happened. Just observe what happened, and this star map will be regarded as a reward for your trouble. When the Qing clan sent this message, they also attached the so-called strange message. Unknown civilization that sent gravitational waves, please save us. We are experiencing a mysterious invasion, and the vacuum light speed in the star system has begun to decrease uncontrollably. Oh my God! Light is beginning to be unable to escape the star system, and we are falling into a low-speed black hole. Continue coding, hoping to publish 2 more chapters before dawn. If the information transmitted from thousands of light years away is not superluminal communication or more advanced cross-space communication, it means that 1,000 years have passed when the Qing tribe received this information. What will happen in 1,000 years? I am afraid that the civilization that sent this signal has long been submerged in the so-called black domain. Although the third cosmic velocity of each star system is different depending on the mass of the star. But being able to change the speed of light in the entire star system and eventually form a black domain in this star system means that the cosmological constants in it have changed. Electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force will all be distorted into other shapes. And the 4 basic forces are the basic elements of matter. Their changes will inevitably cause all matter to change at the microscopic particle level. If the creatures in it cannot escape before the black domain is formed, then what awaits them must be death, like a 3-dimensional creature falling into a 2-dimensional one. No hope, goodbye. Lu Yu's first reaction was to reject this request. It is not worth taking risks for this star map that he doesn't know if he will use. Who knows what level of civilization is committing sins? He has decided to be cautious and never repeat the mistakes of the wormhole crisis. Lu Yu maintained his character and explained to the Qing clan. Such things are inconsistent with our fundamental purpose of mapping the star map, and we will not participate in such events. But you can complete it by sending out an observation spacecraft with wormhole technology and then shuttle back. The Qing clan tried to persuade Lu Yu. With the technology you have, it should be easy, and you can save a lot of time in mapping the star map, right? But the problem is that the Silver Star does not have wormhole technology. If Lu Yu wants to observe what is happening at the target location, he must jump over in space. Moreover, Lu Yu has recently lost some confidence in the star map. When observing galaxies from the blue star, what we see are their appearance tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years ago. It has only been nearly 100 years since humans observed the Milky Way and established cognition. So Lu Yu was far away from the Milky Way and observed that it might not even have formed the appearance of a barred galaxy. If this situation is taken into account in the galaxy cluster to be explored, it will greatly increase the difficulty for Lu Yu to find the way back to the blue star by identifying the galaxy. If the star map provided by the Qing clan is only the most primitive observation star map, it may not be worth the risk for Lu Yu. The star map I have is a star map that was created after the Alliance conducted field surveys of the surrounding galaxies and was simulated by computers for many years. For this star map, the Alliance will even have a special task to send conscious life forms to various galaxies for long-term cruises. The Qing clan still refused to give up and tried to promote the star map in his hand to impress Lu Yu. And Lu Yu extracted another piece of information from it, so the spaceship of the Ji clan appeared in the galaxy where the Jiao clan was located. Before, Lu Yu was wondering why the electromagnetic translation provided by the Ji clan to the Jiao clan could still work after crossing so many galaxies. Now it seems that the reason has been found. The power of this alliance covers a considerable space of the universe with the conscious life forms it continuously sends out. After all, the Qing tribe didn't know anything about what happened between me and the Ji tribe. It's even said that the Alliance and the Xi tribe themselves didn't find that one of their ships had been destroyed. It's really as the Qing tribe described. This star map that accurately records the galaxy is of great reference value to me. I can even use it to construct positioning coordinates. Lu Yu pinched the tip of the number 7 horn and asked the most critical question. This civilization doesn't have much to do with you, right? Why do you want to exchange the star map for us to investigate? Maybe you can exchange something more valuable with us? That's right. The Qing tribe has already sent out the warp spacecraft. You only need to wait patiently for the feedback from the spacecraft to know the situation of that civilization. There is no need to use the star map to specifically exchange for the help of the so-called advanced civilization. Then I want to exchange this star map for space folding technology. Is this possible? The Qing tribe's answer seemed unexpectedly sincere. The whole tribe will have more extra rewards if they join the alliance. I am afraid that the time it takes for the warp spacecraft to go back and forth will make me miss the opportunity to save this civilization. After all, I only need a small part of the theory to be promoted. After becoming a level 7 civilization, I can participate in the construction of wormholes and accumulate faster. Well, it's almost for promotion and salary increase. 2 curry, right? Don't call it the Qing tribe, just call it the curry tribe. Lu Yu pinched the tip of number 7 again and asked her, "Do you think we should jump over and take a look?" Number 7, who was hanging on Lu Yu, raised her head slightly. She rubbed her chin against Lu Yu's chest and answered, "If it's just observation, 2 quick space jumps will be able to see the situation clearly." She saw that Lu Yu was attracted by this star map, but now he still needed to seek support from her. The Qing clan is just worried that if they send a large number of warp ships directly, they will lose a lot of stellar mass if they fail. The 500,000-year gravitational wave broadcast is their main task. We only need to help him confirm whether the civilization that asked for help still exists or has completely fallen into the so-called black domain 1 or 2 light years away, and then we can jump back directly in exchange for this star map. Number 7's analysis seemed to give Lu Yu great encouragement. He did not hesitate any longer. In order to return to the star map of Blue Star, he was willing to give it a try. Seeing that Lu Yu was willing to take on this task, the Qing tribe immediately gave him 1/3 of the star map as an advance payment. Only then did Lu Yu understand the value of this star map. It densely records the positions of super-celestial bodies such as black holes and neutron stars. They are equivalent to the material library of Milky Way civilizations, and there are a large number of life planet coordinates. Lu Yu was slightly relieved and a little disappointed that there was no blue star among them. The target that needs to be explored is also included in this part of the star map. Lu Yu thought about it and let the silver star jump to a position 0.5 light years away from it. As soon as it arrives, the observation record can leave immediately. But it seems different from what I imagined. After this space jump, a star appeared close to the place that should have been extremely empty. You can clearly see star spots, coronal mass ejections, high-energy particle flows formed by magnetic fields, and other phenomena. But all this is too slow, so slow that it seems like a video played at a slow speed of countless times. This is the most direct manifestation after the speed of light is reduced. Because of the expansion of the universe, the relative positions of all matter have been changing. After falling into the black domain, the relative positions of the star system did not change according to the calculation due to the change of constants, which caused Lu Yu's directional space jump to deviate. Originally wanted to jump to a position 0.5 light years away from the target star system, but unexpectedly came directly to the star system that had fallen into the black domain. Today's 6-up plan successfully bankrupted. Go! At Lu Yu's command, the space jump started again. Even the changes in the speed of light and constants could not penetrate the armor of the silver star. This might be the cage of a certain civilization, but it was definitely not the silver star. It arrived 1 light year outside the black domain in the blink of an eye. The black domain could not affect the space jump, so Lu Yu was slightly relieved. Looking from 1 light year to the black domain, it was pitch black, and no light or gravity was detected, as if it was nothingness. So the entire star system that fell into the black domain became a system independent of the universe. coupled with the sudden change of the cosmological constant, wouldn't the entropy value inside it increase rapidly? Even if the civilization inside has a way to transform its form and survive, the increase in entropy can also cause the entire civilization to collapse quickly, right? Entropy increase has an irreversible and huge impact on this universe. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of the principle of entropy increase that time will not flow backwards and the universe has been shaped into its current form. Entropy is a value that measures the degree of disorder in the distribution of matter within a system. It was born from the second law of thermodynamics. The concept of entropy can be explained with a simple example. Everything in the universe has its own entropy value. A teacup has its own entropy value. A pen has its own entropy value, and even a computer and a human have their own entropy value. Entropy values can be large or small. A newly built house has a very low entropy value because it is very neat and orderly. A dilapidated house that has not been cleaned for a long time and is full of dust has a higher entropy value than a new house. The entropy value of a broken cup is higher than that of a good cup. The entropy value of an old computer is higher than that of a new computer, and the entropy value of a rotten corpse is higher than that of a living person. In short, the more tattered a thing is and the more chaotic its structure is, the higher its entropy value is. In an independent system, entropy can only increase, not decrease. If a house is regarded as an independent system, without the influence of external energy, external organisms, and all other external conditions, as time goes by, this house can only become more and more chaotic. The white ash on its wall will fall off, the house will collapse, and eventually, all the materials that make up this house will be evenly distributed in this system, at which point its entropy value will reach its highest value. If the house is replaced by the universe, the final result of entropy increase is heat death. At that time, there will be no celestial bodies in the entire universe. All stars, planets, comets, white dwarfs, neutron stars, and even black holes will all disappear, and the universe at that time will be filled with infinite leptons and photons. The atomic structure will be completely destroyed, and all matter will cease to exist, except for the immortality of death. This is the inevitable outcome of an independent system and one of the famous doomsday conjectures of the universe. Based on the current situation observed outside the black domain, it has almost become a small independent system that has no communication with the outside universe. If the blockade cannot be broken, everything inside will eventually evolve into a heat death state of a small universe in advance. The investigation is over. It is indeed hopeless. Goodbye. Go back and get the star map. The simple investigation was completed in this way, and it seems that the commission of the Qin clan can be completed in this way. Liu thought about it and decided to be more diligent. This time, the black domain position observed was 10 years ago when jumping 10 light years away. There was a subtle difference when comparing the two. This black domain is shrinking little by little. Number 7 compared and analyzed the observed results and soon came to the conclusion. The diameter of the black domain a year ago was nearly 1 light second smaller than that of the black domain 10 years ago. This is much more interesting. Since they want to blockade this civilization, why do they continue to shrink the black domain? Even if they survive in the black domain, technology will stagnate and they will be trapped in it sooner or later. Liu thought about it and decided to observe it again. This time, the silver star jumped directly to 500 light years away, and what they could see was the appearance of this star system 500 years ago, when this star system was already wrapped in the black domain. Then it jumped to 400 light years away. In comparison, the scope of the black domain has obviously shrunk a lot. It has shrunk from the outer nebula to the position of the star disk. If converted to the solar system, the scope of the black domain has shrunk from the position of the outer nebula to the Kuiper belt. This strange situation aroused Liu Yu's curiosity. After more than a dozen space jumps, he quickly obtained the observation data he wanted. This star system fell into the black domain about 1,000 years ago. The black domain began to shrink from 800 years ago, but after nearly 300 years, the shrinking range became negligible. Liu Yu used this almost cheating space jump to constantly switch the observation position at a position of nearly 1,000 light-years, and constantly compared the range of the black domain, thus obtaining such an unexpected result. This is not traveling through time and space, but using the limitation of the speed of light to cross space to continuously observe the history that has happened in the past. When he came to this conclusion, Lu Yu had another unsolved mystery in his mind. It can't be that some advanced civilization is testing weapons and randomly selecting a lucky civilization? Since a civilization has already fallen into the black domain, why do you have to keep shrinking the black domain? Aren't you afraid that after breaking the blockade, there will be several technological explosions and come directly to seek revenge on you? Are we going back? Number 7 reminded Lu Yu to return to the present. The current observation results are enough to deal with the Qin clan. But Lu Yu hesitated, because in his opinion, there must be some secret hidden in the black domain. Originally, after encountering the wormhole crisis, Lu Yu began to be cautious again. But the result of personal verification was that the black domain could not restrict space jumps. If even this is retreated, it is no longer cautious but completely fearful. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Now let's not talk about how to face those unknown existences. If you are afraid of the situation that you can control, then you will not explore the way back to the blue planet in the universe, but a completely scared coward who only wants to escape back to the mother planet. Even if you return to the blue planet in the future, you will be dominated by the remaining fear. And does your journey in the universe really end when you return to the blue planet? When you get the silver star, maybe my footprints are destined to be in the sea of stars. The wormhole crisis made me regain my awe and caution, instead of losing my courage and being an ostrich. Lu Yu looked at the living area where the blue flowers bloomed again, and then looked at the black area in the starry sky, which seemed to have a piece of black velvet. Besides, I am not alone. Lu Yu held number 7's hand and said, "Let's go into the black area again." Once again, we entered the dark realm where time seemed to be slowed down. The entire star system is isolated from the outer universe and becomes an independent system. It is like a small universe with only one star system. Changes in the speed of light will directly destroy the atomic structure. The low speed of light makes the electrons move faster than the speed of light, and atoms will completely cease to exist. Any material needs to be restructured. Even if the difficulty of reducing the charge can be overcome, the atomic radius will increase sharply, making the atoms huge. All orderly conditions will be broken. Even if there are civilizations still existing there, their development will be completely blocked. The operation of the brain nerve signal electronic products of life cannot exceed the speed of the third universe. At base 0, a large group of physics experts simultaneously analyze various physical phenomena in the black domain. This seems to be the case. Except for stars, all other planets in the black domain have disintegrated. The material structure of the previous universe no longer applies here. It is a great misfortune for the civilization that fell into it, but it is an excellent observation sample for mankind. He is not a physicist and cannot appreciate the material changes caused by changes in the cosmological constant. The reason why Lu Yu returned to the black domain was to find out the mystery of the irregular shrinkage of the black domain. There is one piece of matter out there that has not collapsed. Although the speed of light decreases, it still propagates. Through optical detection instruments, Lu Yu successfully discovered the first material other than stars. This is a huge Rubik's Cube. Through simple calculation, its side length reaches 300 kilometers. But if it were reduced to the size of a normal Rubik's Cube, Lu Yu would definitely find it very familiar, because it is almost exactly the same in appearance as base 7. Search database. Number 7 opened his red eyes again and said with some surprise, "This is base 52. Base 52? From the same creator as base 7. Good guy. Another super civilization creation? All in all, I have quite a fate with this super civilization. Not to mention base 7, I also encountered a special drill spacecraft in the Dyson Sphere civilization before, which seemed to be made by this super civilization. And it was also at that time that the space anchorage of the Silver Star was broken for the first time. Then things get interesting. Lu Yu murmured to himself. If this base was completely controlled by this civilization, would it be possible to survive by hiding in the space bubble with materials before the black domain was formed? After all, based on the volume of the space bubble of base number 7, there may be a space that can accommodate the entire star system in the base of the same model. There is no need to speculate now about why the super civilization that created the Rubik's Cube spread so many bases across the universe. Lu Yu felt that he was getting excited at this moment. How did he end his arduous struggle to survive in the universe? Isn't it because the Horn clan obtained base number 7 in an intelligent life form? If he can win this base this time, he will never integrate into the Silver Star again, so that he may have an extra card in his hand in the future. The only thing that surprised Lu Yu was that the system didn't come out to join in the fun at this time. But the more important thing at hand was to determine the exact situation of base 52. Lu Yu suppressed his distracting thoughts and let the Silver Star get closer to the Rubik's Cube floating quietly in the black area. More information began to appear in front of Lu Yu, and the most incredible thing among them was that it was continuously spitting out matter into the black realm. It can be seen that materials with large cosmic structures are constantly collapsing in the black domain, and the energy released thereby forms high-energy rings surrounding the Rubik's Cube. And because of the characteristics of the black domain, the high-energy ring will take a long time to dissipate, so number 7 can find base 52 through optical instruments. Although the mass of each spill is only about 5 kilograms, it is indeed spilling material rather than swallowing it. Even if this civilization took enough material to hide in the space bubble of the base before the formation of the Black Territory, as the civilization continues to develop in it, it would be good if it does not absorb more material from the outside. How could it instead turn to the space bubble? What about externally exported substances? After all, the outside world is no longer suitable for their survival, and the space bubble has become the foundation on which the entire civilization relies. The space bubble itself does not contain any matter. If civilization wants to continue to develop in it, it can only continuously replenish matter from the universe. This unreasonable move immediately reminded Lu Yu of the phenomenon of the shrinking black area. Is there any connection between the two? And is there really any civilization inside the base? Lu Yu looked at number 7 and asked, "Can you observe the inside of the Rubik's Cube? If the base is closed, no one can hack into it. Just like when the intellectual tribe suppressed base number 7, they could only use conspiracy to trick the base into reopening and then use the spacecraft host to hack into it." Number 7 thought for a while before giving the answer. But if it spills matter, we can try to use sophons to hack it. However, we only have 2 Sopon computers on hand, and I'm afraid we can't beat the base's own intelligent program. And in the base, the intelligent program can clearly detect the intrusion of foreign substances. Once the base is turned into a closed state, we will no longer be able to hack it even if we want to engage in electronic warfare. In fact, Sopon computers are not suitable for use in black areas. The environment here is very likely to destroy its circuits. The low light speed environment almost locks the computer computing speed and the logical thinking ability of organisms. If there are really organisms that can survive in the black domain, its neural signals are transmitted at the 3rd cosmic speed. I wonder how low its thinking speed will be. I am afraid it is not even as good as the koalas on the blue planet. When the other party also has super civilization creations, and he is deep in the harsh environment of the black domain, he will definitely not directly start electronic warfare like in the Dyson Sphere civilization. And Lu Yu did not want to invade this civilization and drive them out of the magic cube on which they depend for survival. The method he thought of was whether he could use base 52 as a reward to try to rescue this civilization from the black domain. After all, the star map he just got recorded the coordinates of a large number of life planets. As long as the civilization hiding in it is willing to accept this condition, the Silver Star can easily take them out of this cage and rebuild civilization. Of course, all this must be explored after the situation in the base is understood before the final judgment can be made. After Lu Yu decided to communicate at the cost of a Sopon computer, 15 hours had passed in the Silver Star cabin, and base 52 was finally opened again. This time, less mass was returned to the black domain, only 1 kilogram of matter. As soon as they left the Rubik's Cube, the atomic structure began to collapse continuously, and while releasing energy, the silver star jumped to the vicinity of base 52, and the Sapon took on the mission of communication and began to try to enter the Rubik's Cube. Black Domain Calendar Year 1001. Derek woke up a bit confused. This was the nth time he had fallen asleep after playing in the virtual cabin until he was exhausted. With the breathing light of the virtual cabin slightly lit up, he suddenly remembered that today was the day to distribute welfare benefits. So he hurriedly removed the somatosensory simulator of the virtual cabin, came out of the virtual cabin full of body odor into the dim room, and finally found his portable computer after digging around in the messy room. Mr. Derek, the loan you applied for in my company was rejected because you did not purchase the corresponding skills in your chip. Considering your actual repayment ability, please. Alien swear words. My ancestor was a first-level researcher who followed the doctor into the space bubble. He alone suffered all the hardships of our descendants. What seems to be the turn of the loan company to bully my space bubble to the third flag. Derek crossed out this message indignantly. Mr. Derek, the contribution points issued by the Research Institute to your account have been converted into 1934 contribution points according to your region. Please check, if any, even more nasty alien swear words. The Institute seems to be declining. How could the descendants of the doctor fall to this point? Even the contribution points have begun to be deducted? It is not true that the Institute is still insisting on the return of the bullshit quality, as the rumors on the internet say. Has the cause of the split 300 years ago been removed from the implanted chips of that group of people? After the contribution points were confirmed to be credited, 80% were immediately deducted. The mortgage has been deducted for more than 300 years, but since taking over the loan from his father 100 years ago, every time Derek saw the deduction, he would be furious. If the Institute had not declined, these blood-sucking companies inside would beg me for interest-free loans. After Derek, who was incompetent and furious, had clearly sprayed enough, he could only comfort himself. Forget it. Give me something good first. Derek opened a shopping bar on his laptop and spent a lot of money to buy synthetic meat and synthetic food, which was obviously less than the amount of food for one person. But Derek, who saved most of his contribution points, operated his personal portable computer to jump to another interface. There were all the good things he was going to buy, which could make him forget his worries and pain. After seeing that his consumption was almost done, Derek swiped to the module of the Bionic Mall. He first looked at the exquisite bionic lizard men on the homepage with drooling mouths, and after seeing the long list of numbers below, he cursed the capitalists while flipping through the list. Finally, he selected a bionic man with golden hair and shiny scales that looked more pleasing to the eye from a dozen of the cheapest bionic men. Derek took advantage of his more abundant resources and simply hired the bionic man for 6 hours, intending to let it help clean the room with a sour smell after venting his desire. After completing this series of operations, Derek yawned while thinking about the protruding abdominal scales and went to the bathroom for a long-lost bath. This room is very small, even less than 10 square meters, and can only accommodate a virtual cabin, a bathroom, and several cabinets for storing items. It is called a bathroom, but in fact there is no substance such as water at all. The so-called bath is nothing more than the atomized nanorobots cleaning the body surface over and over again. Voila! It seemed that the debris by the door was pushed over. Derek guessed that the drone had come. Just when he felt hungry, he walked out of the atomized air and walked naked from the bathroom to the door. A large package was quietly placed on the aisle. Derek tore the box roughly, and the various items in the package instantly scattered all over the floor. Tearing open the vacuum bag of cooked artificial meat, Derek swallowed it without any eating manners. How many years ago was it that I last ate meat from animals? It seemed that when the ancestor with a blurred face woke up from cryogenic hibernation, he took himself to the so-called high-end restaurant and used expensive contribution points to eat a small piece of real meat. Oh, I was so stupid at that time. If I could keep that money, I should be able to buy better equipment and kill people in virtual reality. Giving up thinking, Derek burped grabbed a small bottle of cheap hallucinogenic liquid and drank most of it, as if only then could he take in water. Ding dong! Is it here? Derek was full of wine and food, and it was just the moment when his desire was high. He opened the door naked without caring whether there was anyone outside the corridor. I haven't been out for a few years, right? The last time I went out seemed to be to the medical center on the 200th floor for a physical examination of citizen welfare. Forget it. Why think so much? Civilization has been locked down. Who can't live one day at a time? A bionic robot that looked like a lizard man appeared in front of him. He didn't think much and pulled the bionic man into the room. A quarter of an hour later, accompanied by a low roar, Derek felt that his realm of thought was comparable to that of the doctor who saved the entire race from the black domain. Clean the room well. As soon as Derek finished, he took out the good stuff from the package that had just arrived and started to ingest it while ordering the bionic man to clean his room. Watching the bionic man with his body fluids cleaning the room bit by bit, Derek, who was about to enter the virtual cabin, became a little irritated, feeling that its every move was mocking his incompetence. A violent mood spread, and an urge to beat up the android to vent his anger took over his mind. But in the blink of an eye, he was filled with cowardice. Even the cheapest model was not something he could afford. Once it was maliciously damaged, his contribution points might have to be deducted for more than 10 years to barely pay off the compensation. By then, his house, which had been paid for by 3 generations, would have been auctioned off. TSK, TSK, TSK. He turned over irritably, grabbed the bionic man, and pressed him to the ground to start a new round of venting his desire. After the second time, Derek's already tired body could no longer hold on, and he fell asleep outside the virtual cabin for the first time in a long time. When he woke up, the whole room was brand new, and everything was neatly arranged. Only the bionic man had disappeared. Derek, who felt that all this was justified, stretched his waist and couldn't wait to get into the virtual cabin and started a virtual reality game that lasted for dozens of days. The nutrients needed by the body were all directly input into the body by the nutrient solution provided by the virtual cabin, and the main body could indulge in the virtual for a long time without waking up. In the space bubble of Base 52, buildings as high as 300 or 400 stories high occupied most of the space, and residents living in them may not even leave a building for their entire lives. This is obviously a magnificent picture of civilization, but in fact, these buildings have already shown signs of being broken, and the atmosphere of decay and decadence is pervasive. Residents like Derek are everywhere in the buildings. They have no desire to mate, do not engage in labor, and rely entirely on the welfare benefits left by their ancestors who are in cryopreservation. This civilization that has avoided the black domain does not seem to be working hard in Base 52, but instead shows a trend of great decline. This is the first-hand information fed back by the Saphan computer after it sneaked in through the cross-space communication connection. In the dilapidated urban area, a cleaning robot was cleaning the outer wall of a building as programmed. The suspended trains shuttling between the buildings below carry protein, liquid, and nutrients, which are used to produce artificial meat and supplement the trace elements needed by the body for the ecological laboratory of each building. Each building has a large comprehensive supermarket, supporting hospitals, comprehensive bionic services, and high-speed networks. Residents can enjoy everything without stepping out of the building in their lifetime. And these races that look like lizards seem to be extremely addicted to virtual reality. Among the intelligent races encountered so far, the Horn tribe has also encountered such a situation. Is this a level of civilization filter? After reading the data transmitted back, Luyu sent it to Base 0. Such social observation samples have an important reference role for Blue Star, which is about to popularize virtual reality. This cleaning robot that has been hacked by Saphan has become Luyu's eyes, using it as a medium to secretly observe this civilization that escaped the attack of the Black Domain. Luyu had previously tried to control a bionic man to contact the top leaders of the civilization directly, who knew that once the bionic man left the location area set by the program, the built-in battery would automatically go into sleep mode, which was quite similar to the automatic power-off of shared bicycles on the Blue Planet when they exceeded the service area. If this were the case, the Sapan could still easily crack it, but it would trigger the next layer of protection devices, directly causing the battery to explode and destroy all the built-in circuits. Well, I finally met a civilization that would prevent the crisis of intelligent machines. After this road failed, Liu asked Number 7 to try to directly hack into the network of the Lizardman civilization to communicate with the ruling class of the civilization, but the network that was completely dependent on the base intelligent program was not hackable with the current computing power of the Sapan computer. So the Sapan computer could only come to the space bubble with the weakest firewall of this network first, and then try to find a way to contact the top leaders. But unfortunately, the work of deciphering the text of this civilization has just begun, and Liu can only observe the civilization secretly for the time being. According to the program settings, the cleaning robot finally cleaned up a large area of damaged exterior walls. Slowly carrying the materials clean from the building's exterior wall, this ring-shaped robot, which looks like a sweeping robot, slowly flew into the building, ready to take these materials to the designated recycling site. On the way, we first passed the supermarket area, where the fast food produced in the laboratory was neatly placed on the shelves, artificial meat, synthetic snacks, and various technological products made of cheap materials. Drones kept flying around and grabbing some items on the shelves and then buzzing away from the supermarket, seemingly to deliver supplies. There were few fresh meats and fresh fruits and vegetables in the supermarket, but they were all placed in the core area and were specially protected by glass. After passing the supermarket, we came to the Bionic Man Mall. There were lizard bionic people with many functions inside, who could take care of all aspects of life in a considerate manner. Especially the bionic people who could provide special services were the mainstream products in the mall. Walking through rows of display cabinets, the bionic people who looked no different from lizard people waved to the lizard people passing by outside. If someone stops to watch, more scales will be exposed, which will arouse the desire to buy. At this time, the holographic projection of the merchant will appear beside him, enthusiastically introducing the various data of the Bionic Man, and also providing installment payment and rental services. Liu found that many natural lizard men were walking back and forth in the mall through the robot's perspective, but they were quite indifferent to each other, especially between the opposite sexes, as if there was some fundamental contradiction, and would rather look at those bionic people than look at each other more. In such a weird atmosphere, no one would care about the passing cleaning robots, but they didn't know that they had become observation samples of aliens. Leaving the Bionic Mall, we came to the building's production of artificial synthetic materials storage room and domestic waste treatment plant, and then passed through these places and finally arrived at the destination of the cleaning robot. What appeared in front of the robot was a huge monster, and the corner it exposed had occupied most of this underground space. Robots kept sending materials to it, and it was like a bottomless pit that would never be filled, including the materials just cleaned from the exterior wall of the building, and many messy materials were swallowed together. Liu became interested in the machine and decisively asked Jizi to hack into another maintenance robot to see what the huge machine did. Soon Liu discovered the truth. The machine in front of him was actually a 3D printer. Its functions are extremely powerful. It combines a variety of key technologies such as biology, information, and machinery. It can actually print out a wide variety of items directly: synthetic food, mechanical products, and even directly make bionic people. In other words, basically all the living materials in the building are produced by this machine. The key is that this machine is not entirely a metal device, but uses a lot of biotechnology. On the production side, you can see that some structures use some organic matter and protein as components, which makes it have a certain self-repairability and can work for a long time and stably. This universal factory is really powerful and convenient. As long as the raw materials are continuously input, a large number of finished products can be produced. This incredible automation process and production level are simply eye-opening for Liu. With such a super factory, this civilization may have a higher level of productivity than the Horn tribe before migrating to Base 52. If humans can have such a machine on the lunar base, they may be able to get rid of their dependence on the blue star for materials by continuously converting the materials on the moon. Is this thing the prototype of the von Neumann machine? If it is used well, Can it be used as the core technology for developing extraterrestrial planets? Before humans set off, this machine will be launched to the destination first. When the human spacecraft arrives, the base has been established according to the program settings, and even the entire planetary system has been transformed. The powerful performance of this 3D printer reminded me of a lot, which directly corrected Lu Yu's judgment. The technological level of this civilization may be even higher than that of the Horn tribe. Looking at the large amount of materials being continuously sent out of the production end on the assembly line, Lu Yu thought that he must have a set of such machines for his own space bubble, and it would be best if he could also get the relevant technology and pack it up and send it back to Blue Star directly. Although he had thoughts about this super factory, Lu Yu still patiently continued to observe. Because the Silver Star was parked openly outside Base 52, as long as there was still a way to observe outside, it should have been noticed immediately. But in fact, this civilization didn't respond at all. According to Safin's feedback, these lizard people were still living a life of drunkenness and dreams. It's a pity that Base 7 cannot accommodate Base 52, and the Silver Star's cockpit cannot accommodate the expanded Rubik's Cube. Otherwise, Lu Yu would have taken it down long ago, jumped out of the black area, and then studied it slowly. It's just that now it's impossible to get useful information by simply hacking into the robot. The Lizardman civilization has very strict management methods to prevent omnic crises. Just like the super factory and many robots in front of us only use the land of this high-rise building. If they leave the building without authorization, the energy supply battery will immediately power outage. Even if you use some means to avoid the power outage, there will still be a self-destruction package and a destroyed package. You can choose at will. A dozen robots of different models were replaced inside the building, but they were unable to find books or collect enough information, and the progress of deciphering the text was still slow. But considering that the civilization that created the Black Domain would appear at some unknown time, Lu Yu had no choice but to randomly select a lucky lizard man. Chip implantation? This lizard civilization achieves high learning efficiency by implanting knowledge into the chip and then practicing a lot through virtual reality. The intrusion method is also very simple. After all, the Sapon computer is a product of Level 5 civilization. Although the technological level of this Lizardman civilization is higher than that of the Horn clan, it is still much lower than the Dyson Sphere civilization. Otherwise, they would have fled overnight in a light-speed spacecraft, and the entire civilization would not have been hiding in Base 52. In particular, it was discovered that the randomly selected lizard man actually had a chip in his brain that could connect to the internet, which made the process much simpler. By hacking into the chip implanted in the brain of this lizard man named Derek, more and more intelligence was gathered, allowing Lu Yu to gradually build up his understanding of this civilization. This civilization has already implemented chip implantation and knowledge implantation technology, which particularly interests Lu Yu, who has recently begun to think about the path of evolution. Chip implantation and knowledge implantation technology are two technologies that often appear in science fiction works, among which knowledge implantation technology is particularly talked about. In a person's life, limited by brain structure and lifespan, learning time is limited. For ordinary people, the knowledge of a certain subject may have expanded to the extent that it is difficult to learn and master it in a lifetime. The knowledge is input into the brain through the chip, and then through a lot of deliberate practice, it can be mastered quantitatively by improving the degree of fit and compatibility, which will undoubtedly greatly reduce the learning time. More importantly, it is reflected in technical knowledge. For ordinary people to learn to drive some equipment, it takes a long time to practice to master it. The more complex the equipment, the longer it will take. If more than 10 years of knowledge and experience in operating this type of equipment are input into the brain at this time, it will be mastered at an incredible speed. Although human memory is recorded through synapses, it is still activated by neural signals in essence. Transforming the memory of this applied knowledge from synapses and storing it in brain chips can also play a role. Effect. Over the years, a large number of studies have been conducted on precious research subjects, such as Siamese people with connected cerebral cortex epilepsy patients with severed corpus callosum, and people with part of the brain temporarily paralyzed by drugs and transcranial magnetic stimulation. It has been confirmed that the human brain physically interacts with each other in the cortex. When connected, consciousness will be fused. When divided or partially paralyzed, new personality characteristics will be generated. When the paralysis ends, the personality will be restored. The effect is very fast, almost immediately. Plugging a human brain into a machine designed to work with the human brain might have the same effect. However, any technology for the brain will face huge ethical issues, which made Liu interested in the history of this civilization. How did they popularize this technology to the whole people? Are there any hardcore, ruthless people in this civilization? Sure enough, civilized observation is much more interesting than drifting in the universe. We determined that this civilization had most likely reached level 3 civilization before moving to base 52. Here are the gaps in the scientific and technological theories we urgently need for level 3 civilization. Originally, there was a huge gap between us and the 4th level civilization, and there were gaps in the data in the database. This might have cost us hundreds or even thousands of years to fill. But now, maybe we can get the missing horror from here. While Liu was still waiting for the language to be deciphered, Base 0 had already exploded because of the information sent back by Liu. When Professor Mao distributed the thick materials one by one, many people showed their bodies feeling comfortable. Finally, we have a sense of presence again. A professor joked. The Silver Star finally did not jump directly to the territory of advanced civilization. Otherwise, we would really just be watching a fairy tale. These words directly pointed out everyone's inner thoughts, and many people immediately glared at the talkative professor. Are you the only one who talks a lot? Fortunately, the meeting started soon. Everyone took the time to read the materials in their hands and ignored the talkative professor. In this conference room, the data transmitted from the Silver Star was being played simultaneously, and Professor Mao was still presiding over the meeting. When science and technology develop to a certain stage, and the cutting-edge theory of a certain subject may not be fully learned in a person's lifetime, technological decline will inevitably occur. Similar signs have already appeared in the subject of quantum physics, but the emergence of knowledge implantation technology will completely change the way humans learn. Combined with virtual reality technology, learning efficiency will be improved to the extreme. In this way, we don't have to worry about the generation problem caused by a large number of level 4 civilization technologies that have not been digested by our generation. At the same time, judging from the decipher information, this civilization also has cryo-sleep technology, life-extending technology, and even planetary transformation technology. Navigating within the star system is no longer a problem. If we can master these technologies, the plan to transform Mars will be put on the agenda immediately. Professor Mao was talking with his back to the projection screen, and suddenly he noticed that all the colleagues attending the meeting were stunned. Are you that shocked? Neither the planetary life forms nor the Dyson sphere civilization surprised you so much at the beginning, right? Professor Han, who was sitting next to Professor Mao, pointed behind Professor Mao with trembling fingers, and Professor Mao seemed to realize something. Turning around suddenly, he saw the message sent back from the Silver Star displayed on the holographic projection. Are you a civilization that arranges black areas? We are willing to return the mass of the universe and withdraw from the Rubik's Cube. Please lift the black domain. Note 1. For reference. After checking the information on brain-computer interaction for a long time, this thing is even more powerful than imagined. Dr. Lizardman spent the first 150 years of his life in a mediocre state, just an ordinary astrophysicist in the civilization. But after he became the first scientist to discover the signs of the formation of the black domain, his name began to be known by individuals in this civilization. It was not what the doctor wanted to be famous for a bad news that would lead to the demise of civilization, but he did begin to receive more resources. So after discovering the signs of the black domain, he deciphered the content of the gravitational waves. Resisting all the pressure of don't answer, he tried to send a call for help to an unknown civilization 1,000 light years away. But it was too late. Only 3 months had passed since he discovered that the black domain was forming, and the visible boundary of the star system had begun to blur, which meant that the black domain was about to begin to block the entire civilization's path to the universe. The lizard civilization, which was already a third-level civilization, predicted what the entire star system would look like under the cover of the black domain. But they did not have a light-speed spaceship, and it was impossible for the entire race's population to escape before the black domain was formed. So the civilization was divided into two factions, the spaceship faction and the shelter faction. The spaceship faction drove a spaceship at 25% of the speed of light with the most elite population and fled to deep space. The shelter faction took the materials and hid in the mysterious creation to escape the huge impact of the change of cosmic constants in the black domain. The doctor, who had become the chief scientific officer at that time, could have tried to escape with the spaceship faction, but in the end he stayed with a group of scientists and began to preside over the work of the shelter faction. Their shelter mainly relies on mysterious creations, which were accidentally discovered by the lizard civilization on a satellite of a gas giant planet. The space bubble inside is enough to place a star system. In the nearly 100 years since it was discovered, the lizard civilization has only been able to open 3 space bubbles with a large amount of energy. But at the end of the world, the investment regardless of cost allowed the doctor to successfully activate its program. He then knew that this mysterious creation like a Rubik's Cube was called Base 52. After mastering the intelligent program of Base 52, the doctor hid in the space bubble with 40% of the population of the entire civilization and a large amount of materials. The black domain turned this star system into a cage, but the doctor led everyone to survive, and he became the savior in everyone's mouth. Scientists led by the doctor set up a research institute, trying to start a technological explosion in the civilization shelter again and again, and develop technology to the level of breaking through the black domain. For this reason, the chip implantation and knowledge implantation technology were promoted to the whole people. All citizens can rely on these two technologies to obtain a lot of knowledge from the database for free, and everyone can be a scientist. At first, the institute led by the doctor achieved a lot of results, more efficient material utilization, more advanced theoretical knowledge. This also made them find out the truth about part of the black domain. The coverage of the black domain is positively correlated with the mass lost by the star system. It means that they can reduce the area of the black domain by returning the mass outside the shelter. When the black domain is reduced to a certain range, it will be difficult for it to continue to exist because of the huge difference between the constant in the coverage range and the constant of the universe. As for how much matter and mass to return, the specific amount is difficult to estimate. It is only known that after returning the matter, they have to reduce the population to 100,000th and can only maintain the living space of a space bubble. Such a huge price made the doctor who came up with such a calculation plan to keep this secret forever. But soon, he had to start re-examining the plan to return the mass, because the degeneration of the lizard civilization began. The individuals of the entire civilization realized that they had been locked in the shelter. After a moment of excitement, hedonism began to spread. A large number of planned materials were unsealed in advance, and the materials originally planned for 100,000 years were quickly consumed. The rapid popularization of implanted chips and implanted knowledge made individuals ignore learning and research, and the technology of civilization began to stagnate. When the civilization is imprisoned, if you don't stand up and break the window, you can only suffocate silently in the sealed house. The doctor and his family could have relied on the intelligent program of the base to maintain their long-term rule in this shelter. But after he failed to reverse the trend many times, the doctor resolutely chose to return the materials. Originally, in order for the civilization to survive for many years in the shelter, the lizard civilization moved nearly 1/10 of the mass of the blue star from the star system. If the black domain had not formed so quickly, they could have even moved a planet into the shelter. Even though the Institute took over the role of the ruling body, the return of materials still had to be carried out carefully. After all, not everyone could understand what the slow death of civilization meant. Such a return of materials lasted for nearly 600 years. With the long-planned exposure, the people with less and less materials and worsening lives finally began to rebel against the Institute. Around the 700th year of the Black Domain calendar, the unimpeded rebels came to the last unoccupied space bubble. From the space bubble where the Institute was located, more than 5,000 Institute scientists, including doctors, came out in groups, claiming that they were willing to take responsibility for this matter. They were sentenced to death and walked out of the magic cube under the escort of the rebels. The last respect the rebels showed to these great scientists was to let them choose their own way of death, and they chose to return their bodies as materials to the universe. On the way of escort, both sides were crowded with lizard men, all of whom spit at them and hit them with all kinds of dirty tools. This group of frauds and thieves threw all the materials that ordinary lizard men depend on for survival into the Black Domain in vain. All the faults, the suffering they suffered was the fault of this group of people. The scientists walked out of the shelter with various instruments in their arms without saying a word. The changes in the common sense of the universe caused the atomic structure to begin to collapse, and their spacesuits could not prevent this collapse at the atomic level. But the instruments they carried came to the final result. The Black Domain has really shrunk. The Black Domain has really shrunk. As long as enough energy is returned, our civilization can return to the universe. They shouted desperately, but they couldn't wake up their compatriots in the shelter at this moment. No one wanted to listen to these lunatics who destroyed the last paradise of civilization. The mass of more than 5,000 lizard men only exchanged for the range of 0.001 light seconds of shrinkage in the Black Domain. The doctor in the middle of them didn't say much. If you want others to sacrifice, how can you not be prepared to sacrifice yourself? After all, he is not a hardcore, ruthless person. Otherwise, the bionic people controlled by intelligent programs can slaughter all the rebels. He is just an ordinary astronomer chosen by civilization at the end of the world. After all, the fire is left. What happens to future generations is up to their own choice. The former savior, now the culprit, looked at the universe in the Black Domain and couldn't help sighing. The universe is so fucking black. After that, the collapsed body and comrades turned into a striking red streamer and expanded, like a red wave circle that spread rapidly on the vast black ocean. Those rebels divided up the wealth and scientific and technological achievements of the Institute and became technology companies in various space bubbles. The knowledge that was once available for free began to increase and cost little by little, until the sky-high price that individuals were afraid of, and the housing that was once free was charged a lot of money. The 6-billion-year-old star system died. But fortunately, the civilization is still alive. Although it has lost most of its soul, they will still linger in the shelter for a long time. We are willing to. Luyu was the first to see this message. It was not in the language of the lizard people, but in the electromagnetic wave signal currently used in the universe. The fact that the Qing tribe could receive a reply from this civilization before showed that the lizard civilization also mastered this universal language of the universe. Luyu looked at number 7 and asked, "Have they discovered us?" "It's just from personal communication." "No, it's not even personal communication. The other party hacked into the network node of this building and sent us an electromagnetic wave signal." Number 7 said with some doubts, "They didn't block the network in this area, nor did they take any other actions. Is this how they deal with us, hacking into the base?" "I saw the silver teardrop-shaped spaceship outside." "Is that your spaceship?" A new message was transmitted to the brain chip controlled by number 7. Sure enough, they still have a window to observe the situation in the Black Domain, and Luyu's painstaking efforts to let the silver star stop in front of Base 52 are not in vain. It's just that the reaction is a little different from what was expected. Is this how you deal with aliens? Aren't you afraid that I am really a civilization that set up the Black Domain, and after I seize control of Base 52, I will directly expel all of you without leaving a single one? However, Luyu still stated his intention very frankly, taking the entire civilization away from the Black Domain, and the reward is Base 52. This was a transaction from the beginning, not a humanitarian rescue of the universe. Then why bother? Just put the price and talk business properly. You are 300 years late. I am now just a bird in a cage. I can no longer control the research institute, let alone the authority to control the shrinking of the shelter. I can only guard the last bit of authority left by my ancestors and struggle to return mass to the universe bit by bit. If you really want to save this civilization, please take a good look at this information first and understand what happened in the shelter. Along with the information was a translation reference text, and the language problem that was just worrying was immediately solved. Everything that happened to this civilization in Base 52 was presented to Lu Yu. We could have fought to the end, but this could have caused the order in the shelter to get out of control. Once this happens, the entire civilization will have an irreconcilable split. Even if we finally lift the Black Domain, such hatred will split the civilization. So we, the decision-makers who decided to start the material return plan, are willing to go out and take our responsibilities. We understand all the rebels. 8 generations have suffered because of the loss of materials. It is indeed a luxury to stay rational in the suffering. But please remember us. The more than 5,000 people standing here are all scientists who have long been famous throughout the civilization. We have decided to carry out our beliefs to the end. We all know that we will not see the day when the truth is confirmed. But if the Black Domain is unlocked in the future, all the surviving individuals will shed their tears in front of the last Black Domain, because that is the cemetery of our practitioners. Long live civilization! Long live civilization! This was the speech given by the doctor before he left the space bubble of the Institute. After that, he took many people to embrace death. The doctor is not a hardcore, ruthless person. When the old man of the Horn clan faced the degenerate population of the entire Horn clan civilization, he thoroughly implemented an iron-fisted policy. The doctor did not kill the rebels immediately, and in the end he even tried to use his death to awaken the entire civilization. Is this useful? Judging from the current situation of the space bubble observed by Lu Yu, it does not seem to be very useful. But is everything the lizard doctor did useless? At least he completed the historical mission given to him by civilization. After the victory of the rebels, they were unable to completely control the shelter. Although the status of the Institute plummeted, it was still retained. The intelligent program that could control Base 52 was broken down into 3 parts by the doctor. A small part is still in the hands of the Institute, a small part was taken away by the rebels, and the largest part was returned to the individual. So this is why a population like Derek can survive. In order to compete for the right to the shelter, both sides must always maintain this balance. The school of returning matter is still firmly preserved. Although it is still not liked by most people, there are gradually individuals who support them, and they still insist on returning matter. This is why the coverage of the Black Domain that Lu Yu saw was shrinking, and the shrinking speed began to slow down 300 years ago. With the mastery of this information, Lu Yu also understood one thing. The guy who told him this information was just bluffing in his opening remarks. This guy who claims to be the descendant of a doctor has no control over the shelter and cannot make decisions on behalf of the entire civilization. The civilization no longer seeks external development, and the program set by the ancestors still fails to prevent the continued corruption of the civilization individuals. If you can really take the shelter out of the Black Domain, please go to the virtual reality and gain control authority little by little until Base 52 is reduced to a size you can take away. I can only provide some convenience for access to the network and delay the rebels and the Institute from completely closing the shelter. They have completely given up on the outside world and are ready to close this base forever until the civilization is completely suffocated. Regardless of whether the information revealed by this guy is true or false, at least now the language and writing of this lizard civilization have been mastered. Number 7 accelerated the acquisition of network information of the lizard civilization from the brain chip and compared it with these intelligence. Comparing the collected information with the intelligence, the situation described by the intelligence is basically correct. The entire civilization has fallen into the trend of virtual reality and entertainment to death in Base 52. The authority given to civilization individuals has been guided by the Research Institute and monopoly companies to be managed in games. No one. Being strong in the game can really affect reality, but the so-called strong people in these games are all controlled by technology companies, so they indirectly control the control of Base 52. After roughly understanding the situation, Liu was thinking about how to speed up the attack on Base 52. Now it seems that this guy who is in contact with him can be developed into an insider? Because the space bubbles are relatively independent of each other. The Silver Star jumps into one of them and cuts down a space bubble, which will completely cause panic among those in power, and then completely lock the space bubble invaded by Liu Yu. Considering this situation, maybe it would be more appropriate to ask the system to exchange a virus-like black technology product to seize control of the base? But this thing is a super civilization creation. I wonder how many points are needed to really hack into its black technology product? Why don't we let the fourth disaster go out and try it first? Liu Yu suddenly remembered the fourth disaster that played a miraculous role in the attack on the Dyson Sphere. Can we use them to explore the virtual reality of the lizard people first? No one. Similar to the black-hearted company in Ready Player One, it will tempt you to become stronger and consume in advance, and then deprive you of your political power bit by bit as collateral. I am handicapped. Change training. The scene is set to a space brawl. You will face enemies with various weapons and equipment. They may look fancy, but you can't lose. Do you understand? The instructor's instructions stunned everyone who was about to enter the virtual cabin. But it was all training, so it's good to have a change of taste once in a while. The boundless space, the asteroid belt full of ruins, and the endless space battleships. Well, this space battleship is not as advanced as the Dongshan I piloted. Indeed, it feels like the sense of technology has dropped several levels. People who have connected their consciousness to the virtual reality system use the team's voice to evaluate new training modules. But this time it was completely different from the previous space battleships they drove. It was no longer the feeling of peeking into a strange world from the perspective of a bystander. Everything here is so real, whether it is the heavy texture on the shoulders or the clanging sound when the soles of the feet hit the ground. No one can find any flaws and make people feel like they are actually there. This piece of equipment is really heavy. It weighs at least 100 pounds, right? It's been a long time since I've done such intense weight-bearing training. Even in a microgravity environment, this heaviness can still be felt. Although this heavy weight makes people feel safe, his expression is not too relaxed. Because he was a warrior, he found that the weapon he was equipped with was actually a 5-meter-long iron rod. Is this a weapon that should be used in space warfare? After confirming with the system many times that he had an iron rod in his hand, he was completely confused. Holy shit, just give me a piece of wood. You still have wood? I just have 2 rocks. At this moment, a system reminder rang in my ears. The airdrop area is approaching and is expected to arrive in 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown had almost just ended. Along with a muffled clicking sound, a huge thrust came from behind everyone and gradually amplified. Airborne completed. You will arrive at the battlefield of all races, and everything you kill here will become your wealth. But don't be complacent. You may be the prey of another soldier in the next second. As the airborne cabin suddenly opened, a group of well-trained warriors quickly rushed out of the hatch and rushed to the battlefield with strange weapons. Here, mechanical, flesh and blood, alien, and animal-shaped enemies fill the entire field of vision. There is no time to think about it, and the battle begins. An 8-handed lizard man rushed to them with a gun and props that shone with a mysterious glow. Like mowing grass, he slaughtered all the teams that had just landed in the blink of an eye. What kind of training is this? Is it stress-resistant negative feedback training? The battle that ended in less than 10 seconds after the start simply made everyone confused. The first time flying a spaceship has never been so miserable before, right? I just wanted to pop up the virtual reality and give the instructor some feedback on what GOBA training is. The system interface prompts that a new training mode is about to be loaded. We are all highly obedient warriors, so we can only suppress the excitement in our hearts and continue to prepare for practice. This time the new mode is finally somewhat related to their previous training, Space Battleship Brawl. There are huge robots similar to Gundam, space battleships of different shapes, and a large number of various weapons with strange functions. Even if they switch to the training mode they are relatively familiar with, it's not much better. Killed by explosion. The natural disaster team, sent by humans, was completely defeated in the lizard game. This is also a matter of course. Which of these lizard people has not been addicted to virtual reality for decades, or even hundreds of years? What's more, they also have implanted chips to assist operations. If they're defeated by novice natural disasters, are they still hanging around in virtual reality? Aren't these AIs too scary? How come they feel the same as real people driving? This is completely different from our previous formation battles with large core. This training is more like a dogfight. Yes, although these warships don't look as advanced as the warships we trained in the Dyson Sphere module before, they are more flexible in response and feel more like real-life battles to me. While everyone was discussing the new module enthusiastically, the data receiving center at Base Zero was operating at full capacity, which was extremely rare. 2983. 2984. This is nearly half of the VR games of Lizard Civilization. It's so scary. How many virtual games have these lizard people developed? It might take hundreds of years to experience these games one by one. Only by converting the signals transmitted back by the Silver Star and transcribing them into neural signals can the natural disasters experience the aliens' virtual reality game. And what they thought was training AI was actually lizard people. It is estimated that the lizard people will also wonder today, how come there are so many new people pouring in, unaware that they are all aliens thousands of light years away? Confirmed. The virtual coins obtained in the game can be directly exchanged for knowledge and materials. The virtual coins can be exchanged for official currencies one-to-one. The game's most important battlefield of all races, the big teams in it can almost replace political groups. All kinds of information were continuously summarized and finally reported to Professor Han and Professor Mao, who were in charge of the project. After seeing the social status of the Lizardmen, are you still determined to promote the pilot work of virtual reality? After reading the information, Professor Han said to Professor Mao with some concern, "Are humans now really ready to take such a big step forwards?" Professor Mao patted the information in his hand and replied, "This technology has two sides. We have already understood it very well through the social observation samples of the Horn Tribe and Lizard Civilization. But are we going to give up all its excellent advantages just because we are afraid of its harmfulness? This is a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater." Professor Mao sighed and continued, "This is not about rushing for success. Old Han, do you know that Base Zero is out of touch with human society? We have accumulated too many scientific and technological achievements, but we have never had time to promote and popularize them. This accumulation speed will even accumulate more and more achievements as Liu walks in the starry sky. In the end, inside and outside the base, I am afraid that they will become two different human races. Like Dr. Lizard, Professor Mao is also an astronomy expert and was almost the first person to discover Liu Yu's situation. Perhaps he can empathize with Dr. Lizard Man more than many people. Old Han, we have been on this journey, and we have unknowingly shouldered the responsibilities given by civilization and history. If even we dare not promote the popularization of technology, the person in charge of the successor to Base Zero in the future will really, just like the Lizard Doctor, doesn't he know the consequences of returning the mass? It's just that some things must be done, and someone must work hard to do them. When virtual reality technology was officially announced, it immediately caused a sensation around the world. This thing and controllable nuclear fusion have appeared one after another in science fiction works. But controllable nuclear fusion has become popular, and it is still in the stage of catching wind and shadow. What year is it today? I won't be able to sleep until 50 years later, right? When I read this news, I thought it was some kind of stunt by the unscrupulous media. But when I saw the certifications from so many authoritative organizations, I was immediately shocked. Is this really a technology one can experience in my lifetime? The science and technology of our country, Great China, is #1 in the world. But something even more magical happened. While the melon eaters were anxiously waiting for the press conference a few days later, China and the Federation simultaneously issued management measures for virtual reality technology. Things haven't even been released yet, and the relevant trial management methods and regulations have already been written down. And like controllable nuclear fusion technology, quantum computer technology, and other technologies, it is controlled by a federation led by China. If you want to be authorized to use it, you must first join the federation. But this still cannot stop mankind from paying keen attention to this technology. In order to respond to global expectations for virtual reality technology, the representative expert sent by Base Zero not only introduced the principles of the virtual reality system at the press conference, but also introduced the 510 head-mounted neural access helmets and special virtual cabins were brought to the conference site. Almost as soon as it started, the atmosphere reached its peak at the crowded product launch site. There were screams at the scene, and incredible voices came one after another. People are rushing to experience this feeling of being immersed in the second world, even if there is only 3 minutes left for everyone. In virtual reality, learning, life, and entertainment can all be redefined. The emergence of this technology has opened a new door to human lifestyle. It has changed the structure of human society more profoundly than internet technology. Two civilizations have already proven this for humans. As for how to master this technology, humans also have important social observation samples. The next step is to find a path suitable for humans in practice. After the on-site experience session ended, representatives from Base Zero faced the enthusiastic reporters and the lenses in their hands and began to explain the principles of virtual reality technology in a concise manner. In terms of its formation mechanism, this set of virtual reality equipment is something similar to dream guidance. When people experience virtual reality, it is equivalent to having a lucid dream, the smell, vision, hearing, and even pain that can be felt inside. At the same time, in order to prevent accidents, whether it is pain or other perceptions in virtual reality, the fluctuations of brain waves exceed the synchronization of the neural mediator. The areas, both on the brain and on the terminal side, will lose their connection to each other. This is a mature virtual reality technology that will usher in a new era that is even better than the internet. Immediately afterwards, there was the question and answer session that everyone was looking forward to. Domestic reporters mostly focus on the development direction of this technology, while foreign reporters are more concerned about the safety of this thing and how long it will take to buy it. On the contrary, entertainment companies and game manufacturers are more interested in technical details. They're keenly aware of how much change this technology can bring to their fields. Hello, I'm a reporter from Xinhua. Will the technology of applying neural microcurrent to the brain cause damage to the brain? Representative expert, our technology is absolutely safe and has been verified by a series of institutions. It is already a quite mature product. Please rest assured that we cannot use unverified technology directly on users. Hello, I'm a reporter from CCTV. Does the emergence of virtual reality technology mean that more and more transformative technologies will appear in the future? Representative expert, yes, we will start to promote the popularization of some mature technologies in the country in a planned way, including genetic resonance technology, medical nanorobotics technology, etc. These technologies will profoundly change human society in the next 5 to 10 years. Members of the Federation can pay corresponding patent fees and obtain agency rights in their own countries. Non-member countries, unfortunately, you may need to consider how to apply to join the Federation first. The reporter from CCTV asked brightly. In other words, virtual reality technology will be piloted in the 10 planned cities as soon as possible, and then gradually promoted nationwide. Representative expert, yes, the first batch of products will be launched in the top 10 pilot areas as soon as the end of the month. If everything goes well, the pilot area will be expanded by the end of the year and then gradually opened to the whole country. After hearing that consumers in China would be able to buy it at the end of the month, commotion quickly spread on the scene. Many reporters and technology enthusiasts from other countries had obviously envious expressions on their faces. Having just experienced this feeling, they know very well how great the impact this technology will have on a society after it becomes popular. In addition to games and entertainment, there are so many places where it can be used. Almost the first people to ask questions were the major domestic official media, and foreign media waited for several rounds before eagerly waiting for them. As soon as the Chinese reporter finished asking, a microphone rushed over to him impatiently. Hello. Does this suddenly mature virtual reality technology come from the mysterious zero base? This was a very abrupt question and had nothing to do with virtual reality technology. However, as soon as this question came up, the stage fell silent. After hearing this, the expert was surprised and stunned, causing many domestic reporters in the front row to look sideways. When everyone saw that the person asking the question was a CNN reporter, they all had the same feeling in their hearts at the same time. Oh, it turned out to be San.jpg. The expert smiled politely but awkwardly and pointed to the next reporter, ignoring him directly. Please, Before the American reporter could ask anything else, he was suddenly covered by someone's mouth and dragged out of the crowd. The troublemaker finally disappeared, so that the European reporters, Japanese, and Korean reporters behind him spontaneously ignored him, and even felt a little secretly happy. Virtual reality. Virtual reality. Games in Europe and Japan are not well developed, so they must have it. In the past 5 years, the United States has weakened to the point that its former allies and younger brothers have already jumped ship. At this time, when meeting China in diplomatic occasions, it is not to the point of nodding and bowing, but only to be stubborn. But recently, after the neutron jammer was successfully deployed in low Earth orbit, the United States did not dare to say even a word of condemnation. That is to say, they still dare to continue to seek the presence of the former hegemon in such an unofficial occasion. However, ignoring is the greatest contempt, representing the expert's disregard, and everyone present turning a blind eye, all of which tell the United States a fact. China will be the absolute leader of the blue planet now and in the future. It was banned and then released. Can this virtual currency be exchanged for technology? Is this equivalent to a state where the technology tree of this third-level civilization is completely open to us? Liu Yu also discovered this interesting information in the feedback from number 7. These are all sources of points. Although I haven't redeemed black technology products for a long time now, it is a good thing to have points in my account. Maybe I can start my study plan and bid farewell to the universe. It's just that reality is skinny. The natural disasters in the base have adapted to the Lizardman game for 3 days, and the virtual currency in everyone's account adds up to 0. The natural disasters were repeatedly killed by Lizardmen in the virtual game. Facts have proved that no matter how talented you are, they are still unable to do what you want in front of hardcore players who have been immersed in it for decades. But the 4th natural disasters have begun to quickly become familiar with the game, and I believe they will soon be able to leave the battlefield with virtual coins. Basic physics, 12,100 coins. Advanced mathematics, 37,900 coins. Level 1 researcher logic circuit, 121,200 coins. The database of this knowledge is completely linked to the intelligent program of Base 52. It is one of the most confidential data set by Dr. Lizardman. It cannot be hacked into with the computing power of a Saphan computer. Even if the intelligent program at Base 52 fails to give birth to intelligent life forms, it is still a creation of a super civilization. The current owner of the hacked chip is named Derek, right? According to the Lizard Man's living standard, more than 300 points is enough for him to live for a month. In comparison, the price of this knowledge is simply ridiculously expensive. Once knowledge implantation technology is controlled by capital, it will completely become a tool of monopoly. Is there anything more desperate than knowledge monopoly? The Lizard Man's inner ghost who passed on information to them has withdrawn into his own space bubble. According to the information it revealed, the lizard civilization has activated a total of 102 space bubbles. The more material resources there are in a space bubble, the more powerful the firewall of its intelligent program will be. The space bubble where Saphan is located has actually begun to consume its own material and is inevitably declining. Not only will groups in other space bubbles not provide support, they will even take the opportunity to plunder materials. There are also lizard men with some knowledge in this space bubble who have long since fled, leaving only lizard men like Derek who live entirely in the information cocoon constructed by virtual reality. This situation has already appeared in most of the space bubbles, but the entire civilization has still not been able to produce a hardcore, ruthless person to reverse the situation. With the information summarized in front of you, the situation at Base 52 suddenly seemed much clearer. The next step was to consider how to capture it. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yu touched his growling stomach. Lu Yu, who was still a carbon-based creature, would certainly feel hungry, and at this moment, the smell of meat was coming continuously. The sun lamp in the space bubble has dimmed slightly. According to the set time, it is now close to dusk, and it is dinner time. Lu Yu temporarily left the universe and such grand matters as civilization behind, and slowly walked out of his spacious house. Number 7 was seen, tucking her white hair behind her pointed ears. She was wearing a black dress and was in front of the grill, flipping the barbecue, brushing oil on it, and applying seasonings. She was extremely focused. Lu Yu sniffed. So delicious. Walking closer on the blue petals, you can still faintly hear the hissing sound of grease dripping into the fire, and then the flames will make a puff, burn a little bigger, and then quickly recover. Some people regard tasting delicious food as their life goal, and their biggest pursuit in life is to taste delicious food from all over the world. There are also people who have a relatively weak desire for mouth and tongue. When they can usually ensure a relatively abundant food supply, they will become less interested in the desire for mouth and tongue, but only when there is sufficient food. If food is scarce for a period of time, anyone will go crazy for food. Unfortunately, Lu Yu had the experience of almost starving to death in the universe. After overcoming the difficulty, he suddenly found that he could begin to taste all the goodness contained in food. It is not only taste buds, nor does it mean more than survival. Sometimes it is also an emotional bond, such as the so-called taste of mother, grandma, and hometown. Especially when Lu Yu eats the food made by the lunchbox, it uses the memory in his brain as a template to make food. The taste of those things is exactly the same as what he tasted in Blue Star. When he was still a man trying to survive in the universe, he would often cut off contact with Base Zero while looking at the deep universe, because he was really afraid that he would burst into tears looking at his own kind. But with the living area and number 7, things are different after all. A gust of wind blew, and blue petals fell like a rain of flowers. Number 7 had an angry look on his face, as if he was blaming the petals that volunteered to be used as condiments. You have to wait a little longer, and you can eat the meat after you wake up. Today I will eat the barbecue you mentioned earlier, snowflakes. The calories will exceed the standard, so you have to exercise more tomorrow. Number 7 muttered while cutting the steaks on the grill. She is an intelligent life form and should not replenish energy in this way. But since her birth, lunchbox has been eliminated, and Lu Yu no longer has to be alone at the dinner table. Ah! Lu Yu nodded and sat down at the dining table under the flower tree while waiting for number 7 to make the final touches for tonight's dinner. After Lan Hua put a tablecloth on the table, number 7 finally brought the barbecue. Lu Yu picked up 2 more pieces of steaming barbecue and pressed them into the dipping sauce. The artificial meat used was all synthesized from the laboratory. The synthetic artificial meat may not be better than the real marbled beef, but the important thing is that there are people sharing this delicacy with him. Number 7 held her little face at the other end of the table and asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Lu Yu gave his highest praise without hesitation. While giving a thumbs up, he said, "I think the so-called Michelin and Black Pearl on Blue Star are not even 1/10,000th as delicious as the barbecue you make." "Of course! My taste is set according to your taste, so every dish I make is specially customized for your taste. It must be delicious." Number 7, who was praised, had curved eyes and picked up a piece of steak and tasted it in small bites. Although she is an intelligent life form, and her body is also composed of nanomaterials, she still likes to sit at the table with Lu Yu and taste one dish after another. The afterglow of the sun lamp struggled on the branches of the blue flower tree, and also coated the fallen petals with a layer of gold. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The universe is huge, so my journey may still be far away. Lu Yu reached out and picked up the petals stuck on number 7's bangs. Her slightly moist red eyes reflected the glimmer of dusk, and her shiny lips slowly approached him. It tastes like black pepper, food, beautiful scenery, and beautiful women. But if you can enjoy this moment of leisure every day, what's the harm even if you walk to the end of the sea of stars? After a pleasant dinner, we still have to face the problem of strategy. There are nearly 800 million players in the virtual reality of the Lizardmen, which is almost the entire population of their Base 52. How many of the fourth calamities are being trained in Base 0? If they are thrown into this virtual reality game, they will be instantly submerged in the Lizardmen. Virtual reality technology has been piloted in China, and the population of the 10 pilot cities combined is nearly 100 million. If they can be guided to counterattack the virtual reality of the Lizardmen, it would be a good idea. Do you think you are playing games? No. In fact, you are working for all mankind. The computing power of the Sapon computer can only transcribe the real-time data of 600,000 people to the virtual reality of the Lizardmen without considering disguise. Considering the different popularity of games in virtual reality, if the fourth calamity is concentrated on the strategy of several games, the data that needs to be processed may be unified, and more people can be added. In fact, there is only one Sapon computer in Base 52, and even if number 7 is an intelligent life form, it is difficult to use it. However, Liu did not want to completely seize control of the entire base. By removing its spatial anchoring and gigantism, he could bring it into the Silver Star. After leaving the Black Domain, he would have plenty of time to slowly attack it. But considering that these Lizardmen would directly default on their debts after escaping the Black Domain, Liu could let them experience the happiness of two-dimensional creatures. But considering that points were difficult to earn, he still wanted to directly gain control of Base 52 in the Black Domain. Host, Liu Yu. Points, 4,045. Mission none. Currently owned Black Technology products. Silver Star modified. Lunchbox, Space Suit modified. After a long time, the system interface was opened. The change in points was the recent popularization of technology on the Blue Star, which gave Liu Yu a few more points. Looking at the more than 4,000 points, Liu Yu came to the long-lost interface of Black Technology. A virus that can directly control the entire base. 10,000 points. A blue fat man zooming flashlight. 100,000 points. Life is still difficult. After all, Base 52 is a creation of a super civilization, and the points consumed to deal with it will never be low. Maybe I should change my mindset? If I can't deal with Base 52, can I still deal with the Lizardmen? But in fact, the relative independence of the space bubble really makes Liu Yu feel tricky. Even if he can physically solve the Lizardmen in one space bubble, other space bubbles will be closed in fear, right? After going around in circles, he still has to take control of Base 52. If the civilization that arranged the Black Domain may appear at any time, Liu Yu can stay in the Black Domain for a while. But now the situation is that he can't take control of Base 52 in a short time, so he decided to challenge the cross-space communication ability of the Silver Star. So Liu Yu jumped directly out of the Black Domain and returned to the Qing clan's cosmic radio station. This unfortunate star is still being used as a battery to continuously lose mass. Even if the Qing clan completes the task and leaves, it will have to go to the end of the star and become a dim white dwarf. 4-star level civilizations. The stars in the sky are all natural energy given to them by the universe. This is an unimaginable abundance of energy for civilizations trapped in the star system. The civilization that sent the signal has fallen into the Black Domain, and the situation in the entire star system cannot be determined from the outside world. But the changes in cosmological constants in a low-speed environment, as an honest virtual Horn clan member, Liu Yu certainly told part of the truth, and even sent observation data and images to the Qing clan. As for how the Qing clan would understand these incomplete intelligence, it was none of Liu Yu's business. These data will also be observed after the Qing clan's warp-speed spacecraft arrives, and Liu Yu just completed the transportation in advance. It took a short time to complete a round trip of thousands of light years. The Horn clan space technology may have reached the level of a 9th-level civilization, right? Are you really not considering joining the Alliance? As long as you are willing to join, I'm afraid you will get a seat in the meeting, and countless affiliated civilizations can collect cosmic star maps for you. The Qing clan is still thinking about pulling Lu Yu into the so-called Conscious Life Form Alliance, which is simply a model of professionalism. Little did they know that Lu Yu was such a fake advanced civilization. Even his name was fake. Even if the member civilization worked hard to help him collect the star map, he could not give any reward at all. Space technology? Humans still want it? The Qing tribe, who was rejected again, did not talk too much and honestly delivered the remaining reward. Lu Yu got a star map with a diameter of 1.8 billion light-years, including 9 superstar clusters and 800,000 galaxies. Well, a win-win situation. I got the star map again and found Base 52. Isn't this a win-win situation where I win twice? Feeling like Qin Shi Huang touching the wire, Lu Yu, who was numb from winning, did not jump away and remained in the same place. With such a huge star map, plus the image of the universe that number 7 had recorded before, a piece of the universe star puzzle appeared in front of Lu Yu. He finally got rid of the embarrassing situation of being blind to the location of the universe. With this star map, he can completely construct the coordinates of the universe by himself. Looking at the countless stars lined up in front of my eyes like river sand, they are obviously the absolute masters in their own systems, but they are so small on the scale of tens of millions of light years. Because the universe is still expanding, the galaxies observed on the blue planet are actually moving away from the solar system. The human civilization born in this era may still be lucky. The civilization born hundreds of millions of years later may no longer see the sea of stars when looking up at the starry sky. Except for the stars in the local star cluster, the entire visible universe will be dark. Soon, number 7's analysis of the star map yielded results. There were still no coordinates of the Milky Way. It seemed that Lu Yu's starry sky journey would continue. It's okay. It was expected. In response to number 7's slightly worried look, Lu Yu did not feel lost in his heart. He smiled and shook his head and said, "Start testing the cross-space communication function. Continuing to stay in the black domain means that you may be caught by the civilization that set up the black domain at any time." Lu Yu came back not just for this star map, but to use the cross-space communication system to cleverly avoid the possibility of colliding with the black domain civilization. It allows Lu Yu to communicate with the blue planet in real time across an unknown distance in the universe. If it works in the black domain as well, then Lu Yu can completely rely on the GZ computer as an anchor point and try to perform a remote operation behind the scenes. Positioning started, cross-space data transmission connecting. Friends, we are welcoming a brand new world. Although the first life given to us by nature may not be perfect, in this new world, our second life can be determined by ourselves. Our brains will be completely liberated, and our thoughts will be directly mapped in virtual reality. With this technology, we can think in dreams, work in dreams, and even complete some challenges that we usually only dare to do in dreams. Want to try extreme skydiving at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Want to see the snow-capped mountains in the distance? Come on, be the most authentic self in virtual reality one. Come on, start your second life. Gao Yu recalled the advertising words and disassembled the box in front of him. 16,666 yuan. This is the price of the submersible helmet. If you want a more perfect experience, you need a virtual cabin of 19,999. For a big city social animal like him, the helmet is equivalent to his monthly salary. But Gao Yu still resolutely bought it. Second life. I hope you won't let me down. He patted the helmet he had taken out and quickly completed the setup according to the simple installation video on the official website. Without a virtual cabin, Gao Yu could only lie on his bed honestly. After putting on the helmet and activating the system interface, it was just like advanced VR at this stage. After Gao Yu randomly selected a game, everything began to become unusual. Then in the blink of an eye, he felt that he was no longer lying on the bed. The whole person appeared directly in a forest, as if he had suddenly traveled through time. The location was an unknown forest, and next to the birth point was the wreckage of the plane. The game started like a setting after an airplane accident. There were a small amount of supplies on the plane that could be used. Galyu discovered the sea while exploring the terrain. He seemed to have fallen on a deserted island. There was no more information. Exploration game? Wild survival? But it's very interesting. I can't feel that I'm wearing a helmet. The world looks like it's real. Galyu began to collect information on the plane through his game intuition, and soon he got the corresponding intelligence. Rescue will arrive in 7 days at the earliest. You have to protect yourself. Survive in Blackened. Not only does it have survival elements, but it also has some puzzle and confrontation plots. Galyu experienced this completely immersive cleanness with novelty, and soon he felt hungry. Yes, in the game, he actually felt hungry. The system interface also had a novice guide at this time. Galyu didn't care about eating chocolate bread at first, until he really tasted the bread. At this time, Galyu found himself standing in the woods, smelling the pine cone fragrance that wafted through the coniferous forest, the fishy and salty smell mixed in the sea breeze, and the sweaty smell caused by sweating during exercise. Whether it was the light sound of crushing dead branches or the gradual change of light and shadow in the distance, everything was so real. If it weren't for the reminder of in the game that kept floating in the vision in front of him, Galyu would have thought he was really in a real world. This helmet was bought right. After just such a period of experience, Galyu knew that his consumption was definitely a big profit. Great, my country. Virtual reality technology is so mature right after it was launched. The game was still in progress, and Galyu had just finished sighing when he heard the sound of stepping on weeds. Picking up the only knife he found, the thing that appeared was quite curious, like a zombie licker, but it was obviously a bit exotic, and it even had a black tentacle. Galyu did not panic at all, and even had the urge to lick his knife for a moment. My knife is covered with poison.jpg. Under the guidance of the system, Galyu quickly killed the monster, and then it was a completely free mode. There is no template for the monster's actions. Galyu feels that they can even learn by themselves and consciously target their own actions and habits. Fighting with them, struggling to survive in pursuit and counter-pursuit, this kind of excitement makes people can't help but sink into it. In the game, when watching the helicopter appear on the sea level, Galyu saw the long-lost system prompt. Congratulations! Become the 19th player to pass the prologue. Galyu sighed lightly and resisted the urge to continue playing the game. 7 days had passed in the game. Even though there were obvious signs of time acceleration in the middle, Galyu's physical sense of time had passed for at least 10 hours. It seems that I must have overslept today. But with such an experience, what is a month's full attendance bonus worth? Galyu exited the game while recalling this experience that had already changed his view of the game. Let's talk about the most intuitive physical sensation first. In the virtual reality system, there will be no severe pain when injured, but according to the game settings, there will still be pain, which is equivalent to spiciness being a kind of pain. Appropriate pain sometimes does not make the body uncomfortable. But when the magnitude of the pain exceeds the range that the dream can bear, the device will automatically disconnect and the brain will wake up actively. In addition, abnormal brain wave fluctuations caused by excessive stimulation can also cause players to disconnect from the game. From Galyu's perspective, this weakening of pain actually destroyed the sense of reality. What surprised him most was the taste. He actually tasted the food he made in the game. Although the taste was really bad, it really restored the taste. Vision, smell, hearing, every sense is excellent. Once you have this immersive experience, other games will not stir up any waves in him at all. With satisfaction, Galyu felt like he was wearing a helmet again. He noticed that the light was still very dim, which was completely different from the expected bright daylight. He fumbled for the phone next to the pillow and was surprised when he saw the time. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning? It's equivalent to playing for only 5 hours? It feels like at least 10 hours have passed. And I'm not sleepy? It feels like I just slept, but I didn't sleep enough. Thinking that there is still a lot of time, he simply put on the helmet again. Your game experience time for the day has reached the limit. You need to complete the same amount of learning to reactivate the game module. Well, this is also expected. After all, There are already trial management methods before the virtual reality conference. Gallu did not resist, but was also very interested in experiencing the learning module. The immersive learning method also gave him a completely different feeling. On a macro level, he can see solar flares and the moment of supernova explosion. On a micro level, he can see how bacteria survive and how cells exchange substances. The once monotonous and boring texts have all become things that can be touched and felt in front of you, and the cognition of them is also a change in your own cognition. This is indeed a technology that can change the world. I can go to see the vast blue sea without leaving home, or I can travel in the sea of billions of stars. Gallu understands that with virtual reality, dramatic changes in human life will definitely occur in the next few years. At that time, social interaction, entertainment, and even lifestyle will usher in unimaginable changes. At this time, Gallu, who felt that the huge wave of the times was about to rise, received an unexpected email. Ding! You have obtained the qualification for the internal test game. Want to experience a more wonderful virtual reality world? Base Zero sincerely invites you to become our closed beta player. The fact proves that the black technology of cross-based communication carried by the Silver Star is really black. Number 7 successfully broke through the black domain and directly connected to the Sapan in Base 52. This means that even if Lu Yu is not in the black domain, he can remotely control the progress of the strategy in Base 52, which undoubtedly fits Lu Yu's current cautious thinking. According to Number 7's calculation results, the civilization that can deploy the black domain must be at least a river-level civilization. But why would they attack the lizard civilization? For Base 52, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Whether it is an extinction gene weapon or a dimensionality reduction attack, Base 52 can be obtained simply and efficiently. Why set up a black domain whose range will continue to shrink when a mass is returned? But no matter what the purpose of the black domain civilization is, it always gives Lu Yu the opportunity to try to obtain Base 52. After the remote control attempt was successful, Base Zero also began to fully cooperate with Lu Yu's plan. Except for Lu Yu's hometown, the other 9 cities on Blue Star that are pilot cities for virtual reality technology are all first and second-tier cities, with a combined population of more than 100 million. Many people may never discover hidden talents in their lifetime, but they quickly blossom in Second Life. Because in it, you can temporarily forget the heavy pressure in reality. You can forget the troubles of self-torture and release yourself wholeheartedly in this dreamlike virtual world. Such charm may be the reason why individuals from the Horn Tribe and Lizard Civilization can't help but sink into it. Most of the games are based on the popular virtual reality games of the Lizards. Base Zero directly cuts off all channels for capital to participate. Experts deeply understand from the social observations of the two civilizations that once this technology becomes a profit-seeking tool, what terrible consequences will it have on human civilization? While maintaining absolute control over this technology, the pilot of virtual reality was rolled out very smoothly. The propaganda slogan of Second Life did attract many people, and the virtual reality technology that has been perfected and matured by Base Zero directly conquered them. Among these people who continue to join virtual reality, Base Zero also found a unique brother with outstanding talents in individual games. Invited them in the name of Closed Beta Game. The fourth disaster also expanded to more than 30,000 people. Remove spatial anchoring. Reduce the size of the magic cube. Only by obtaining these 2 permissions can the Silver Star take Base 52 away from the black domain. While striving for permissions in these 2 directions, Base Zero began to obtain virtual currency steadily. Exchange for a complete set of Level 3 civilization physics theory. What do you know? Mathematical knowledge system is more important. No. I think. While the experts of Base Zero had a heated discussion for the initial consumption of virtual currency, the disasters also found that the official investment in the recycling of virtual currency can be said to be a heavy investment. Not only can you experience novel games, but you can also get a good profit by playing the game well. As for Base Zero, they began to move back the coveted Level 3 civilization science and technology from the database of the lizard civilization little by little. As the fourth disaster of mankind gradually gained a foothold in virtual reality and really began to charge for the control of Base 52, the Lizard Man Return faction that became the insider of mankind finally had news again. On this day, they finally opened a route, and Number 7 could control the Sapon to go to another space bubble along this route. Lu Yu, who was still staying beside the cosmic broadcasting station, had just finished communicating with the Qing tribe. With the high-speed information of the wormhole, I have exchanged a lot of dry goods. I wonder if the founder of this alliance can create some sparks with the builder of the wormhole. He was constantly obtaining common sense about the universe from the Qing tribe in the name of the Horn tribe. This knowledge can be filled into the human cosmic sociology and can also give Lu Yu a more objective perspective to look at various civilizations in the universe. Every piece of cosmic common sense, every cosmic axiom may benefit humans who step into the sea of stars. At this time, Lu Yu was also idle, so he simply asked Number 7 to connect the signal to the virtual reality and prepared to go with her to meet the return of the lizard people. He put on the helmet for the first time in a long time. When his eyes opened again, the boundless darkness had faded from his vision, replaced by an empty and unfamiliar place. The five senses returned, and the feet also touched the ground, but the feeling of gravity was slightly heavy. Looking around, Lu Yu inferred from his first intuition that this was probably in a certain building. Outside the French windows embedded in the wall was a huge city shrouded in an artificial starry sky. The complex buildings, like a maze, filled every inch of the space bubble. The endless stream of vehicles was speeding in the air, so fast that people couldn't help but worry about whether they would collide. The style of the entire space bubble looked simple and efficient. Compared with the previous decaying space bubble, it didn't seem to be from the same civilization era. In addition to standing here, there was only a lizard man who looked exactly like him waiting for him. The atmosphere here was quite deserted. There was not even any furniture or decoration in the huge space, as if it was an empty hall. This is the space bubble where the Research Institute is located. Even the rebels couldn't capture it 300 years ago. Unfortunately, we have lost control of it. We can only arrange this one connecting line as far as we can. We can only ask the messenger of the great civilization to temporarily move in the way of a bionic man. As if he noticed Lu Yu's curiosity about the window, the lizard bionic man accompanying him hurriedly explained the situation to him. That's right, the lizard man next to him is just a bionic man. In fact, according to the feedback from Number 7, there is no living reaction of a lizard man in the entire building. Trap? Of course not, because in front of Lu Yu, the dome of the entire hall is constantly opening. The entire dome is full of independent brains. Densely packed brains are soaked in nutrient solution, and slightly messy and complex lines connect them to each other. I am the blood relative of the doctor, and I am also one of the 35,773 members of the Return faction. While showing this scene, the bionic man continued to explain. After the doctor's death, the Return faction experienced a long period of hard times. We lost the authority of the space bubble and the control of resources. But even in the most difficult days, we still dared not forget the sacrifices of our ancestors to return the materials. When everything was powerless, what's wrong with using our bodies as torches? We collectively voted to abandon our bodies, leaving only our brains. And we also found a way to live a normal life relying on virtual reality technology. Today, in order to use materials more efficiently, our consciousness has been connected and integrated together, one for me and I for everyone. Everyone has only one purpose, to let our civilization return to the universe. In order to return the materials, they even contributed their bodies to the extreme. After making the greatest self-sacrifice, the remaining biological nature of the brain urged them to continue to survive, and a strange evolution has occurred in the past 300 years. In the case of extreme scarcity of materials, This group of lizard men who gathered together for the same purpose seemed to have directly skipped the data uploading stage and completed the initial fusion of consciousness. What are you afraid of? Their authority is just the same as yours. The president will not forget your sacrifice. As long as you complete this test, we will give you control of the bloody battle of all races for 30 days. Outside the base of the Return faction, a conspiracy is underway in a team of robot-type weapons. The Return faction has not returned mass to the outside for nearly a month, which is a very abnormal thing. Among the ruling class of Base 52, it is no secret that the Return faction, a group of crazy people, even their own bodies, insist on returning mass. Unless something big happens, how could they change the normal state? What authority did the doctor leave for the Return faction back then? External window. If they can study how to use the substances in the black domain that have changed their form, the Return faction will soon be able to rely on this authority to take back everything they have lost bit by bit. However, after 300 years, this group of people have been gritting their teeth to output substances and have never thought about how to take back substances from a black domain. How could such crazy people stop the path they insist on for no reason? It can only be said that the people who care about you the most and know you the best are not necessarily your relatives and friends, but maybe your mortal enemies. Because they need to keep an eye on you all the time and tear you apart and destroy you when you expose your weaknesses or weakness. This group of fully armed humanoid weapons comes from the major technology companies that split after the rebels won. The rebels relied on the original rebellion to obtain authority, and now they have become various monopoly companies. Of course, there are also differences in strength. Now, it is a few strong technology companies that oppress a small company to be a D-minor. If the Return faction is really weak and about to die, it will be their turn to eat meat first. If the Return faction is really brewing a big plan, then, as a former mortal enemy, they must strike hard and smash the Return faction plan. First, use the authority as collateral. Then, even if it fails, you must have 5 days of control. How can the representatives of the weaker technology companies not know the thoughts of these former companions? If I don't find any flaws in the Return faction, I will be blamed for the violation of the rules of the game, such as attacking the base. When everyone raised the flag of rebellion in order to stop suffering, there might be some comradeship. But now that they have been competitors for 300 years, it is good enough that they don't stab each other in the back. How can there be any cooperation other than interests? The representative is willing to be the gun this time because the benefits given this time are enough. Only interests. And this is not the first time to do it. Whether it succeeds or not, he must hold the promised benefits in his hands first. Liu Yu looked at the densely packed brains in the virtual reality. The distorted scene in front of him and the huge sacrifices they made for their goals deeply shocked him. Why can civilization continue? Isn't it because there are individuals who are willing to sacrifice for this without asking for anything in return? Perhaps without his appearance, the lizard civilization would have a glimmer of hope to end the black domain by itself. After such a straightforward self-introduction, Liu Yu followed the accompanying bionic man to another hall. There were no extra decorations, as if everything except the necessary items in this building was returned to the universe as materials. Maybe if I come a few years later, this building will be demolished? Liu Yu looked at the empty corridor and felt that his speculation was likely to come true. We have saved the quality during this period and built a signal processor that can connect to virtual reality. In this way, the precious computing power and skills invested by the great Horn Clan civilization are all used to conquer virtual reality. That's right. Although he was very moved by their sacrifice, Liu Yu still introduced himself in the name of the Horn Clan. Who doesn't have a few vests when they come out to mix in a universe? In the future, when there are murders, arson, fraud, and deception in the universe, Liu Yu is naturally a Horn Clan member. When saving the dying and the wounded, saving the suffering, Liu Yu is of course a human. And this time Liu Yu did not come to save the lizard civilization, but for Base 52. Naturally, he cannot use a human name. With this machine, I can allow nearly 800,000 people to invade the virtual reality of the lizard civilization. I'm just afraid that we don't have that many fourth disasters to invest in. After all, these lizard men who are addicted to virtual reality have basically understood some games for more than 10 years. The information fed back by number 7 made Lu Yu nod with satisfaction. With such an insider as the return party, the difficulty of the strategy was at least reduced by 30%. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared silently in front of Lu Yu's vision, showing the situation outside the building. It can be seen that nearly 100 fully armed humanoid machines have begun to invade. The exoskeleton device makes them look abnormal, and each person is almost 5 meters tall. Sorry, someone would come to disturb the distinguished guest at this time. Only half a beat slower than number 7. The bionic man of the return party seemed to have discovered the intruder, but it had just finished speaking. At this moment, the change suddenly occurred. A violent explosion was heard, and the whole building had a slight shaking feeling. A ball of crimson fire reflected the late-night scenery outside red. Zone 1 is under attack. Damage rate 15%. Energy circuit damaged. Wake up the defense unit and meet the enemy outside the main building. As if responding to a common event, a calm command came from the communication channel that number 7 eavesdropped on. It was this calmness in the face of danger that made all the defense units in the building react quickly like gears on a spring almost at the first moment of the attack. The colorful ballistics flew all over the sky, forming a firepower net in the air and venting firepower crazily at the enemy bionics who invaded brazenly. Obviously, this may not be the first time that the return party has encountered such an attack. The firepower of the return party almost filled the entire area of the exchange of fire, leaving potholes on the ground. But surprisingly, the invaders equipped with exoskeleton devices were still unscathed. It was as if some special force field covered the surface of the exoskeleton, dissolving those rays containing terrifying energy. Don't worry, Envoy. There will be 1 or 2 such attacks every 50 years. After all, the refund party is a thorn in the eyes of many forces. These weapons without any markings are all tools for testing. Those who really plan the invasion will never leave any traces on them. In the end, they will only be treated as out-of-control intelligent machines. Of course, we must not let them break into the main building, otherwise the security team may be late for various reasons. Under the firepower network, the invading bionic people found it difficult to move forward, and the defense weapons of the refund party could not break through their shields for a while. In the stalemate, hovercrafts kept coming here from a distance, and, at this time, these invading weapons directly started self-destruction, turning all the refund party facilities without energy field protection into ruins, and only the main building was not affected too much. The debris left on the ground formed a sharp contrast with the still prosperous space bubble under the night. The living environment of the returnists is more difficult than imagined. The research institute is out of their control, and the technology company regards them as a thorn in their eyes. There is too much malice behind this attack. I am afraid that as long as they show weakness, many parties will come to dismember the returnists. The security forces that seemed to rush to the scene quickly only arrived late after the incident. This is the home of the Research Institute. How could so many weapons enter this space bubble quietly? The self-destruct devices of those weapons are very cleverly set up, which should have erased all the information they carry. This time, they happened to run into Lu Yu and were destined to be exposed. Number 7 used the Sapon to control one of the weapons before they exploded. Lu Yu didn't care what the returnists would do with this rare, on-site evidence. He was now reviewing the database of the returnists. These lizard men who had achieved consciousness fusion seemed to be determined to be traitors. After this not-so-perfect contact, they released their own databases to number 7 for access. It seems that because these brains are also scientists, they have already integrated the basic knowledge of civilization, and some basic knowledge of lizard civilization has been lost in the database. 3 directions of the grand unification of the 4 forces. Several conjectures of tachyons and antimatter. 5 assumptions on liquid metal. Theoretical knowledge that almost caused the experts at Base Zero to suffer cardiac and respiratory arrest continued to emerge. When Dr. Lizardman led the entire civilization to hide in Base 52, there was almost a wave of technological explosion. These achievements all appeared at that time, and now these achievements will be collected by humans one by one. Oh my God, am I dreaming? If the grand unification conjecture of the four forces continues to extend, can it explain part of the basic theory of the fourth-level civilization? So that's it. The unexpected harvest made many professors overjoyed. The natural gap between the second-level civilization and the fourth-level civilization seemed to be building a bridge with the knowledge added by the lizard civilization. The grand unification of the four forces and the verification of tachyons are both great breakthroughs in basic science. Before Lu Yu went to wander the universe, the reason behind the continuous progress of human science and technology was that there had been no major breakthroughs in basic science for nearly 100 years, especially the physics that constructed the universe, which had been blocked by dark clouds. The role of proving the grand unified theory of the four major forces in macroscopic physics is no less than the historical status of discovering gravity, and even far exceeds it for the entire civilization process. And proving the existence of tachyons is a major breakthrough in microscopic physics. Microscopic physics cuts the atoms that make up matter and gets electrons, neutrons, protons, followed by more microscopic quarks, leptons, Higgs particles, etc. For these most basic particles that make up matter, humans have established the so-called standard model for them. But the more in-depth research, it will be found that these microscopic particles are still waiting for humans to discover them. The so-called tachyons are one of them. Among the 62 basic particles predicted by the standard model, except for photons, all particles have more or less mass. According to the mass-energy equation, their movement speed can only reach below the speed of light, and they can be infinitely close to the speed of light but cannot reach it. So these particles are also called bradyons. Tachyons are particles relative to bradyons. The biggest difference from positive mass particles is that their mass is negative, so their characteristics are almost opposite to those of bradyons. When energy is given to bradyons, their speed will continue to increase, and the fastest it can reach is close to the speed of light. The tachyon is just the opposite. When its energy is zero, it moves at an infinite speed, and the more energy it obtains, the slower it moves. It is not until it obtains infinite energy that its speed slows down to close to the speed of light. Like bradyons, tachyons also have a speed limit. The lower limit of the speed of tachyons is the speed of light. That is, the speed of tachyons is always faster than the speed of light. It can only be infinitely close to the speed of light, but cannot be reduced to below the speed of light. Based on this inference, scientists have even conjectured a universe composed of tachyons as basic particles, and a dual universe system composed of bradyons as basic particles, which achieves the symmetry of conservation in physical structure. Because of this characteristic of tachyons cannot be directly observed by any observation instrument, because humans are creatures living in the Brady universe. But just like the creatures in the black hole, we cannot directly observe the outer universe, but we can indirectly infer its existence through some effects it brings. Note 1. From the calculation of mathematical formulas, it is possible for tachyons to exist, and scientists are also eager to find it, because all the characteristics of tachyons that are opposite to those of bradyons indicate that the matter composed of tachyons is very likely to be antimatter. And now, after the mature, controlled nuclear fusion, the door to antimatter has finally been opened by humans. Compared to the human race, due to the unexpected harvest, the technology companies that just took action against the Return faction are in a subtle crisis. The representatives of several technology companies who were instigated to take action before are standing in front of the so-called president tremblingly, reporting the situation. The lizard, known as the CEO, was playing with the black card in his hand and said calmly, "Isn't it just that the reversion faction has the so-called evidence? To silence the scapegoat and push it out." It has given him such a big benefit. Doesn't it show its effect at this time? After these representatives agreed, they quickly left. Trash. Hot chicken. When the president was the only one left, he became furious in the soundproofed office. How can we manage base 52 with these insects? I've given you 300 years. You can't even take down an extremely weak returnist faction. The CEO couldn't help but express his true feelings in anger. The data calculated by the Institute back then that the black domain blockade could be broken through by returning the material, was it really accurate? If it was really that simple, why would the civilization that arranged the black territory go to such trouble to trap us to death? The civilization that arranged the black domain never thought of letting us go. It was just a joke to play on us. This is already the last paradise of our civilization. The president looked at the black card that never left his body and recalled the past. 300 years ago, he was just an ordinary person who was addicted to virtual reality, until one day this black card appeared out of thin air next to his virtual cabin. The president learned from above the secret that the doctor was constantly exporting materials outside the base, and also knew that the base would get worse and worse. So the president became the organizer of the rebels. Relying on the clues given by the cards one after another, he led the rebels and almost overthrew the absolute rule of the Institute. It wasn't until the doctor and the famous scientists were willing to bury themselves in the black realm rather than change their determination to return the material that the president stared at the card in his hand and had a cold and bone-chilling thought. He might have become a gun. But so what? It's all done. Eliminate the tyranny of the Institute. I am not a mole, but a pioneer chosen by Haika civilization to liberate our civilization. At this time, the black card that had not responded for many years once again displayed a message. Let me get in touch with the civilization behind the return sect. These people are crazy, right? All 3 million helmets were sold out overnight. This is the third batch of VR headsets that have been put on the shelves, right? How much is this? The price in the second-hand market is still 10 times the price. The 2 employees who run online sales are amazed at the explosive sales. This is the first time they have seen a situation like the tickets for a popular star's concert being sold out as soon as they're put on the shelves for technology products. Of course, there are no water armies here, real sales data. Second Life. The younger employees said with emotion, "Virtual reality deserves such publicity. After trying it once, I never want to go back to the monotonous internet. And whether it is learning, entertainment, or game modules, people can't help but indulge, especially..." The older employees shook their heads and laughed. "If you keep bragging, we won't pay you for advertising. And aren't you going to factory with the doctor to inspect the next batch of products? Is there enough time?" The young employees hurriedly began to pack up their things and left in a hurry. A special car took them to the suburban high-tech park. Small and flexible unmanned logistics vehicles, under the remote control of intelligent programs, quickly travel through the wide factory, carrying boxes of goods and raw materials. Drones whizzed through the air, completely replacing flesh and blood workers and adjusting each link of the production line. Various large machines in the production workshop are running at full capacity according to the settings in the database, accurately producing one product after another. The whole factory is like a steel monster. Those logistics vehicles and drones are like blood cells flowing in blood vessels, and those production workshops are like monster organs. From one production line to another, and from one workshop to another, every gear is running at high speed, and every production link is so efficient, from raw materials to finished products, it has achieved a truly smooth production. What's more terrifying is that the young employees observe along the way that there was no worker in this park except for the patrol guards on the periphery. This is a truly fully automated factory. Unless there is a systemic failure in the factory that cannot be eliminated by the machine, there is no need for workers to enter here at ordinary times. The maintenance of drones, logistics vehicles, and workshop production equipment is mostly completed by AI-controlled machines, and a small part is remotely accessed and repaired by engineers through virtual reality technology. What? Is this your first time in a fully intelligent and automated factory. The professor next to the young employee looked at him dumbfounded and suddenly asked, "This is the entire assembly line of virtual reality helmets. Guess how much is produced in a day?" In the eyes of the young employee, helmets that can be used in virtual reality are definitely more advanced than mobile phones in terms of materials and internal structures. Even if the assembly lines are integrated together, I am afraid that the output will not be too high, the young employee said uncertainly. 10,000? 30,000? The professor shook his head and smiled. Don't underestimate the fully intelligent and automated factory. Guess again. 50,000. The professor no longer kept it a secret. Multiply it by 10. If there are enough raw materials, this factory can produce 500,000 virtual reality helmets and 100,000 virtual cabins a day. The young employee felt shocked. Has human productivity reached such a level? Helmets and virtual cabins may be the most advanced technology products now. This automated factory can maintain such a production speed. If all factories in the country are switched to this model, I am afraid that the production speed of all factories in the world combined may not be comparable to the production speed of factories in one province of China. Young employees can be absorbed into Base Zero as the first batch of foreign talents for training. Of course, they have their own unique talents. At this moment, he keenly noticed that there has been a generation gap in productivity at home and abroad. The first 3 batches of virtual reality helmets are only produced in the headquarters factory. With the completion of automated factories in various places, the official website will no longer be sold out in the future. The professor patted the young employee on the shoulder and encouraged him. Learn more, see more. Intelligent automated factories will be the future of mankind. They will liberate us from complicated labor, and humans will no longer suffer from pneumoconiosis and heat stroke due to factory labor. The young employee still couldn't hide his shock and answered, I only heard of the concept before, and it was still shocking to see it for the first time. I thought this was a scene that would only appear in science fiction works, and I thought it would take until the interstellar era to see it in reality. Where are we? The professor looked out the window at the orderly scenes of various machines outside and said with emotion, real intelligent manufacturing. Maybe the machines in a factory can match the production speed of a province in our province. Human beings still have a long way to go. Such an automated factory not only shocked the young employees, but also all the organizations that secretly paid attention to it would feel inexplicably terrified. As the young employees felt, this is already a super factory that beats the production level of modern factories. Although those organizations cannot feel it intuitively, they can roughly estimate its production speed from the factory materials and output products. The more you know, the more afraid you will be. For China, such factories will inevitably set off a round of industrial upgrading. How many companies will be eliminated due to various reasons that they cannot keep up with this change? For foreign countries, many enterprises that mainly operate production feel as if their death is approaching. After virtual reality technology has destroyed Silicon Valley, they have not been spared. With such a production speed and the almost free energy supply brought by nuclear fusion, Chinese products will dominate the entire blue planet. But what can be done? The order dominated by China has been formed. In order to stay in the Federation, the United States even has to open its own market. And for ordinary people, from today on, factories are no longer called flesh and blood factories. Entering the factory that once disgusted Liu Yu may become a hot commodity in the new era. In the future, China will no longer need ordinary workers, because humans who have not received skill training can no longer adapt to the production efficiency inside. Only a team of more than a dozen engineers is needed to run a large factory. They will become new workers in the era of intelligence. They do not need to work in harsh production environments, nor do they need to undertake heavy frontline work. Note 1. The flesh and blood factories that once consumed human will be swept into the garbage dump at a faster speed. The future industrial system will begin to sprout from here. Experts predict The biggest wave of unemployment will come due to the deployment of intelligent automated factories, and with the popularization of virtual reality technology, the difficulties that the Horn tribe once encountered will come faster than expected. However, this is just some of the technological achievements of the second-level civilization that we have released. The technology that changes society and production methods is naturally two-sided. If the natural environment suddenly changes, a large number of organisms that cannot adapt to the environmental changes will inevitably be eliminated. This natural law also works in human society. The supercomputer of base zero has predicted this according to the current feedback trend. Today, experts in cosmic sociology will gather together to discuss the social problems and coping methods caused by the popularization of technology. We have predicted this trend before the technology became popular. In ancient times, humans did not have a profession like typists, nor did they have so-called code farmers. The progress of the times has led to continuous innovation and change in human professions. When virtual reality technology and highly intelligent factories are fully rolled out, the liberalization of individual professions will blossom within civilization, and the so-called industry barriers will no longer exist. This is the real liberation of thought. Every ordinary person will have a so-called flash of inspiration in daily life, and will not have any strange reactions when combining something with something, but due to material conditions and time, this subconscious fantasy will be thrown behind. But in the upcoming era of material abundance on Blue Star, everyone can open their own creative factory. Of course, the so-called factory is just an abstract concept. The technology used is virtual reality to fix one's fantasy and then realize it with automated factories. Everything is completed online and offline in the entire intelligent manufacturing network. There is no need for a running-in process. All individuals operate in an efficient and transparent system, seamlessly connecting production capacity with demand. Even an ordinary person can shoot a movie in virtual reality and make his own technological products. Every human individual can compile his own work with intelligent assistance. People's creativity will also be completely liberated, not just limited by material conditions. Because labor will become cheaper and cheaper, knowledge and creativity will become more and more valuable. And relying on the new era's production system, their highly personalized products will no longer be limited by fantasy. Maybe a person is a writer in the morning, a painter at noon, a scientist in the afternoon, and starts making animations or games in the evening. Of course, these works are all self-admiring among tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of works, and are destined to be eliminated by the great wave of creativity. But as long as there is a shining work, it will create value for the entire civilization. These people who liberate their minds will create new professions in the future, and experts have even given them a name: creators. As for those individuals who have no creativity and will always be addicted to virtual reality, sociology experts really can't say such cruel words that they are still being eliminated one by one in the new dramatic environment. But from a future that can be predicted now, such a group will inevitably appear. Will we stop because of fear? The professor who presided over the meeting could not help but raise his voice. I won't say that this is the inevitable elimination of individuals brought about by evolution, but we already have more cosmic social observation samples than the Horn tribe and the lizard civilization. We will definitely be able to find a way for humans to break this dilemma, which is why we are gathered here now. Lu Yu also listened to this discussion through virtual reality, and the technological progress he brought finally began to spread in human society. Will this be a case of forcing things to grow? He had asked number 7 to calculate the development trend of mankind countless times. Now base 0 already has a database of level 4 civilization and is also constantly supplementing the basic subject knowledge of level 3 civilization from the lizard man. But these achievements are basically accumulated in base 0, considering that promoting technologies similar to virtual reality will change the structure of the entire human society. And such changes will have to go through 2 times: popularizing level 3 civilization technology once, and popularizing level 4 civilization again. It is even possible that as Lu Yu explores the universe, such accumulation will continue to increase. Lu Yu has always felt that this way of progress will bring some hidden dangers to human civilization, but in fact everything is moving in a good direction. The era of great material abundance has begun. 3 steps in life: study, work, and life. In the near future, humans can separate the work that takes up most of their lives from their lives, and another era of liberating thoughts and bursting out sparks of human wisdom will soon come. And the situation that humans have always worried about, being stuck in the 3rd-level civilization, no longer exists. The 4th disaster of mankind has finally begun to exert its strength, allowing Base Zero to start to fill in a large amount of missing basic knowledge. Another 100,000 virtual coins? What's going on? The player named Gao Yu killed a Lizardman High player in the battlefield of all races? Is this the first major victory of the 4th disaster? Just exchanged basic mathematics and basic physics for us at one time. Oh my God, isn't this the Riemann hypothesis? I seem to gradually understand everything. Before switching to the sociology discussion, Lu Yu was watching the live broadcast of the natural disasters in another hall. He couldn't help but smile when he remembered the professor who led the 4th natural disaster project dancing with joy after returning the materials. Although the method is very tricky, human technology is making real progress. At least the human lifespan is getting longer and longer. The previous illnesses are disappearing one by one, and the will is no longer worn down by the flesh and blood factory and heavy physical work. Material conditions no longer force them to keep their heads down and take every step well. When they are free, they will finally look up at the starry sky. Looking at billions of stars, this will always awaken the inner yearning of some people. The door to the stellar civilization has been opened, and as long as you work hard, you can cross it. When it comes to the stellar civilization, human civilization will flourish in the universe, and the entire race will no longer be afraid of the so-called planetary disasters. Come on, Blue Star. Come on, my compatriots. When you digest the technology of the 2nd-level civilization, there will be 3rd-level, even 4th-level technology waiting for you. Lu Yu left the virtual reality with this sincere blessing to his compatriots. After the scene was switched, he returned to the perspective of the bionic lizard man in Base 52. Return the people. We are the guards of the Research Institute. We have received a report that you are suspected of colluding with aliens. Please open the station immediately for us to inspect. I am a waste. I will really try to squeeze out tomorrow. Outside the camp of the returning faction, thousands of human-shaped weapons surrounded the place, and there were countless floating weapons patrolling and guarding in midair. This time was not the sneaky and upright siege before. The Institute and the rebels are probably equally nervous about the Restitution faction's suspension of returning materials. Who were among the returnists back then? The top scientists headed by doctors were almost all returners back then. Even if they all went to the Black Realm to die in the end, almost all the remaining members of the Institute were their students. In the face of teachers' generosity in dying, some people are willing to inherit their teacher's legacy, while others secretly urge themselves not to follow their teacher's old path. At that time, the reversionists had become the street rats that everyone wanted to beat, and members of the Institute who were willing to reform their mistakes naturally became the rebels' first choice for cooperation. After this pattern was formed, the reversion faction gradually lost control of the Institute, and later it became a substantial split. Allowing the rebels to test the returnists again and again in the space bubble for so many years already illustrates the attitude of the Institute. If the scientific research capabilities of the returners were not much better than those of the Institute after the split, the Institute would still have to rely on them to maintain its technological lead over the rebels, and the intelligent program at Base 52 would have a much better advantage over the returners in terms of the doctor settings. The station has special protection regulations. Otherwise, the Institute would have taken matters into its own hands. And now, the returnists seem to have stopped transporting materials to the outside world. What if they really figure it out and come back to join the Institute again with our scientific research capabilities even being beaten by the rebels. Aren't they going to take back their power? So, after the president reported it to the Research Institute, there was such a good show of sending troops to surround and return the station, completely unaware of the extremely simple truth on a blue star. When you're warned that you are colluding with aliens, what if it really happens? The Sapan, controlled by Number 7, has never been afraid of the lizard people's technology, but has been careful to guard against the intelligent programs of Base 52. After the Sophans become high-dimensional, the internal structure of these weapons has no secrets for the high-dimensional Sophans. Moreover, the Sophans can easily control or destroy them by virtue of their high-dimensional unstoppability against the low-dimensional. This is a challenge for stellar-level technology. Complete crushing of star technology. The so-called high dimension is completely visible and unstoppable to the low dimension, described with two simple examples. Assume that a piece of paper is a two-dimensional world. 4 two-dimensional creatures living on this piece of paper. A piece of paper is everything in their closed world. Two-dimensional creatures cannot see the situation outside this piece of paper. But humans in the three-dimensional world can take in all the information on the paper at a glance when looking down from a high position. This is the complete visibility of the two-dimensional world in the three-dimensional world. In the same way, when looking at the three-dimensional world from the high-dimensional world, the structure of objects in the three-dimensional world is also extremely clear. There is no secret except for brain thinking. Unstoppability also uses a piece of paper as a metaphor for the two-dimensional world. Human beings in the three-dimensional world want to scribble on this paper at will, while creatures in the two-dimensional world have no ability to build any strong defenses on this paper. Significance. Humans can easily pass through this dimension that does not exist in the two-dimensional world and easily break through defenses. In other words, in the two-dimensional world, no matter how strong the shell of an object is, it cannot prevent the entry of three-dimensional creatures. Similarly, no matter how strong the shell of an object in the three-dimensional world is, it cannot block the influence of high-dimensional creatures. Sapan possesses at least these two characteristics, so he can block the technology of lower civilizations and spy on the secrets of the entire civilization. So Liu didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. As long as you want to use physical means to destroy the enemy instead of using the intelligent program of Base 52, then there is really nothing to be afraid of the Sapan controlled by Number 7. Of course, you can't be too blatant, otherwise if you're really locked by an intelligent program, it won't be about permission dogs biting each other, but it will really become a fight against foreign enemies. Liu Yu controlled the androids and the returners and said, "Let them come in." At the same time, disconnect the station from the intelligent program. Do you think if they really attack you, these weapons will still be connected to the intelligent program? Terminal. The returning faction hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to Liu Yu's suggestion. Seeing that all the electromagnetic shields at the returning station were lifted, even the security forces were stunned. This is completely unexpected. Originally, I just wanted to use this excuse to block the returnists and then slowly process them, so as not to leave any excuse for the rebels to intervene. Everyone is obviously limited by the intelligent program of Base 52. For this reason, organizations large and small will secretly come up with some gadgets that are not in the control sequence. For example, the weapons that were used to attack the returning station were such gadgets. But the embarrassment is that the security forces dispatched now are genuine control sequences. Once they go in and find nothing, it is really difficult to start. Under the delicate situation, the guard troops stopped outside the station, as if they were bluffed by an empty city strategy. After waiting for a while, 2 more weapons that were not connected to the base's intelligent program and were not controlled were quietly added to the humanoid weapons of these security forces. Then the security forces began to line up and enter the station and began the so-called inspection. Little did they know that as soon as they entered the station, Number 7 had quietly seized control of the 2 humanoid weapons that were regarded as their trump cards. Liu Yu's bionic man stood in front of these weapons and was ignored as if they were air. This was because Number 7 interfered with the machine's observation equipment. He was also looking forward to witnessing the birth of a famous scene, to see whether the guards would use a similar intelligent operation as taking out the laundry detergent, or would use the excuse of missing a humanoid weapon, or even just use the excuse of intelligent machine out of control to start fighting directly. All of this was secretly recorded by the Return faction, which was equivalent to using themselves as bait to expose the flaws of the Research Institute. With this handle, whether it was to threaten the Research Institute or to use it to appeal to the intelligent program of the base, the Return faction would have one less opponent for a while. This also required considerable courage. After all, the Return faction only had the brains and the culture dishes. Even if they had blind trust in Number 7's ability, they always needed courage to use their own life and death as bait. Or was this another opportunity to show loyalty to Liu Yu? Liu Yu, the Return faction, and the Research Institute. The three parties were quietly fighting each other as the guards continued to investigate. When the truth was about to be revealed, teams of humanoid weapons suddenly appeared outside the base and surrounded the base again. They were weapons belonging to various technology companies. In a safe room, quite far away from the station, more than 30 people were panicking. How could they let so many human weapons enter our space bubble? This is an application they submitted to the intelligent program to supervise the entire inspection. Who leaked the time of the operation? The room was noisy, but it couldn't stop the rebels' humanoid weapons from arriving outside the Returnist camp. On the surface, everyone is fighting in virtual reality according to the rules set by the intelligent program. In fact, once the conflict escalates, everyone has the trump card to start a hot war. Otherwise, did the rebels get to the Institute's space bubble by talking nonsense? The Institute will not forget the hardships it suffered back then, especially now that the group of people who control the Institute have no ideals and just want to hold on to the power in their hands. As a result, the armed forces controlled by both sides formed a strange stalemate inside and outside the station, which also caused chaos in the Research Institute that was planning to take action. Of course, he wanted to use the excuse provided by the rebels to kill the returners. Afterwards, regardless of whether there were aliens standing behind the returners, he could use this to have a good fight with the rebels. At the same time, he had already reaped the real benefits. But now the planned operation was directly leaked, and the rebels were clearly well armed and had planned it. Could it be that the reversionists and the rebels have united? The returners used themselves as bait, and the rebels were the main force, and we were the prey they lured into the bait. It's just, how is that possible? They are sworn enemies. The decision-makers at the Institute thought of such a dizzying situation. Fortunately, they haven't taken action yet. Everything can be saved under the witness of the intelligent program. Such an optimistic attitude was severely shattered the next moment. Lizardman's humanoid weapons are divided into two modes: autonomous type and remote control type. In the autonomous mode, it is basically controlled by the base's intelligent program, and remote control is achieved through the extension of virtual reality technology. If a living thing wants to control its joints to make a certain movement, it will first send out bioelectric signals as signals through the brain, send them out through the nervous system, reach the many nerve fibers of the target muscle group, and then differentiate into countless more subtle bioelectric signals to control muscle fibers, exert force to achieve movement effects. This series of large and precise signal and energy transmission processes can be dynamically captured by the sensing system. When paired with virtual reality technology, the remote control of humanoid weapons can be achieved through the instructions of the remote driver by changing input to output. Note 1. The two humanoid weapons originally sneaked into the station by the Institute's guards were switched to remote control mode by them, preparing to use them to deliver a fatal blow to the station. However, the situation has become so complicated now that the Institute has planned to withdraw these two humanoid weapons in the long run. However, at this time, a weapon that was supposed to be under their absolute control exploded. That's right, the creation of the third-level civilization actually lost control at this critical moment. No instructions input by the remote driver could stop it. This 5-meter-tall humanoid weapon directly activated the self-destruction mode inside the returnist building. Although these weapons are not equipped with small nuclear fusion batteries, the energy erupted by their batteries is enough to destroy several solid buildings on the Blue Star. If the main building of the Return faction had not used extremely strong nanomaterials, otherwise the energy alone would have been destroyed. This time, the weapon's self-explosion can level the place to the ground. A corner of the building collapsed at the scene and became the trigger for everything. The rebel weapons that had just arrived outside the station pressed directly into the station. There was silence in the conference hall of the Institute at this moment. No one expected that such a change would happen. Now that they have suddenly launched this inspection, they have become the most passive party. If they do not handle it well, they will really end up being divided between the reversionists and the rebels. Therefore, at this time, the rebels could not take the initiative. Fortunately, the guards of the Institute still obeyed the instructions and directly withstood the continuous influx of rebel weapons. This return to the station will really turn into a mess. Why did only one explode? The president, who was already on the front line, frowned and asked the lizard man beside him seriously. Didn't you say that both stations have tampered with it? The scales all over the lizard man's body stood up, and he was still trembling. It was obviously a physiological reaction of extreme fear. Even the implanted chip could not stop the panic in the owner's heart. It's 2 stations. For this plan, we even used the inside line that has been sneaking into the Institute for nearly 300 years. The lizard man in front of the president analyzed tremblingly. It also paralyzed the 271 moles who broke into us at the Institute. There is no reason why they would let one mecha detonate successfully after they discovered the abnormality of the other one. The president played with the black card, and after a while he asked, "Have all the videos just been uploaded?" It has been uploaded. All propaganda is aimed at the Institute's murder of compatriots. At the same time, an online vote is launched, and a large amount of virtual currency is invested to get everyone to agree to the proposal of freezing the Institute's authority through intelligent programs. The lizard man who reported to the president slowly calmed down. Everything is going according to plan. I just leave these things to you. So far, you've done a good job. The president's voice seemed to be a voice of approval, which made him completely relax. But the next second, the lizard man was pierced by a high-energy beam and vaporized directly. But an accident is enough to make your death worthless. The cold voice echoed beside the lizard man, who was only left with ashes, and the president looked at the station. Unlike those useless research institutes that only hid behind the scenes and remotely controlled the front line, the president always went to the front line in person for real major events and grasped the development of the situation at the first time. If it's not the research institute, then it's the handiwork of the Return faction or the alien civilization behind them. The black card can only support me in a few ways. Can the aliens of the Return faction have surrendered to give them more substantial help? The president is of course here to complete the task assigned to him by the black card, but how to complete it is entirely up to him. In his opinion, there is no more convenient way to unite than to set up a common enemy. The one who broke into the station is the guard team of the Research Institute, and I am here to support your Return faction. Moreover, he had to act at the most critical moment of the Return faction so that he could leave a ray of room for maneuver on the Return faction side in the end. More importantly, setting up such a bureau and using 300 years of preparations could not only retain a crucial favor, but also eliminate the old rival of the Institute and complete the black card task. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? It's just that a group of useful tools will be cleared out afterwards. The president looked at the ashes being cleaned up by the cleaning robot and thought so coldly. The 3 parties confronted each other inside and outside the base in this way. This may be the largest-scale weapons assembly since the rebellion war of the lizard civilization 300 years ago. The plan to quietly attack and take Base 52 away seems to have failed at this moment. But Liu was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, This might be an opportunity to deal with them all at once. Why use the fourth disaster when you can solve these lizard men by physical means? In the current situation, it seems that the return party is the weakest party. In fact, number 7 is already quietly controlling these humanoid weapons at a rapid speed. This has already exceeded the computing power carried by the Sapon. But thanks to the large number of computers provided by the return party, number 7 saved them at this critical moment. So Liu has no intention of being anxious at all. As long as time goes by, he can control these weapons that invade the base. The president is not in a hurry either. The public opinion he created on the Lizardman's network is like a wave of huge waves hitting the research institute. So among the 3 parties, the most anxious one is the research institute. I had thought that I could use the huge advantage of my own space bubble to create a time difference, and use the excuse provided by the opponent to swallow up the return faction that I had been thinking about. But who would have thought that I would end up in such an awkward situation? Block the space bubble. Announce that the return faction and the rebels outside the base have colluded with aliens, and they want to unite to subvert our civilization. It must be said that the reason made up by the leader of the Institute was really right. Although there was a lot of discussion in the conference hall for a moment, someone decided at this time to carry out this seemingly radical strategy. If the Institute does not completely collapse, how can I embezzle the Institute's patents and establish a technology company? That's right. The leader is the inner ghost who has been lurking for 300 years. After lurking for hundreds of years, he has become the leader of the Institute. But even if the Institute degenerates, it will still adhere to certain traditions, and it has the obligation to support the vast number of descendants of the Institute, resulting in the Institute itself having huge support expenses in addition to research funds. Being able to become the leader of the Institute, the treatment is not low, but it is definitely far behind those rebels who have established technology companies. This leader has long wanted to stop wanting to be a leader. He wants to enjoy the monopoly of technology companies and wantonly slaughter the massive wealth gathered by his compatriots. The floating turrets above the bases, equipped with high-rate machine guns, laser cannons, and micro-energy cannons, have begun to charge. The high-rate machine guns equipped by the humanoid weapons have shifted their direction, and the micro-laser cannons equipped on the chest, arms, head, and other parts have also begun to charge, aiming at another humanoid weapon outside the base. This is going to take a big risk and tear the face directly. And with the blockade of the space bubble, all the lizard men who were paying attention to the situation found that the connection was disconnected. After all, this is the home field of the Institute. Even the rebels back then did not conquer it. Then, the Institute began to find that all their humanoid weapons had lost control, and remote control had no effect at this moment. Then, the only remaining observation window saw a scene that shocked everyone. Those suspended turrets that had completed their energy storage turned around and pointed directly at the meeting room where they were. There was no way to escape in a hurry, because they chose to completely block the space bubble, which meant that the base intelligence system remaining in this independent space bubble could no longer suppress the killing madman number 7. This meeting room had been locked, and then a high-energy beam easily penetrated here. Well, this time it was the president's turn to be confused. How could he understand it after it had developed to this point? I'm afraid that the alien civilization behind the return faction had personally come out. Isn't this bullying the lizard people? The original personal presence seemed to have turned into a trap. The president was not panicked at all, because in addition to providing key information, the black card could also give him a layer of hard-to-break shield. After he established the rebels, he secretly asked someone to do a test. The shield given to him by the black card was a 4-dimensional shield. With this layer of shield, the weapons known to the lizard people in 3 dimensions could not hurt it at all. This is a shield in the sense of dimension. The principle is the same as that a 2-dimensional creature on a piece of paper cannot harm a 3-dimensional creature outside the paper, even if the 2-dimensional creature and the 3-dimensional creature are only 1 nanometer apart. But this nanometer is a 3-dimensional distance. If the 2-dimensional creature living on this piece of paper cannot upgrade to a higher dimension, It will never be able to cross this nanometer of three-dimensional distance. It is precisely because of this layer of shield that the president gradually has the courage to go to the front line in person. Now, kick out the weakest. The president is in the huge armored vehicle outside the base. Number 7's hacking of weapons is only aimed at weapons that invade the base. He realized that if he retreated at this moment, this space bubble would fall completely into the hands of the return bubble, and the Blackguard's mission would also be ruined. But there is no way, it's too annoying. The other party has already descended to the mechanical god. So shouldn't he run? Go in. Complete the communication. Protect your safety. The president, who was about to retreat, looked at the information displayed on the Blackguard in his hand, took a deep breath, and finally left the vehicle, showing that he was completely harmless, and walked into the base. Such an ordinary lizard man seemed unable to cause any trouble under the surveillance of humanoid weapons, so he walked deep into the main building of the base. When he entered the hall where Liu Yu was, the president did not notice the ordinary lizard bionic man at first glance, but saw the densely packed brains on the dome. Those were nearly 30,000 brains of his compatriots hanging above his head. Maybe they were staring at him? But so what? What's the point of talking about the return party that saved civilization? Aren't you just the running dogs of aliens like me? Thinking of this made the president stand up again. You are all traitors who collude with aliens. What are you so proud of? Perhaps it was his contemptuous eyes, or perhaps it was a deep hatred. The bionic lizard man, controlled by the return party, who had always been behind Liu Yu, raised his weapon and shot beams of light at him. The president didn't even bother to avoid this kind of loser's venting attack. What power could a mere beam gun have? But he didn't know that the four-dimensional shield that had protected him many times was ineffective this time. How is it possible? How is this possible? The beam pierced his body, and the pain made him open his eyes in disbelief for a moment, looking at his shiny scales being pierced and blood gushing out. The conspirator died for his lack of strategy. A black card fell from the president, who fell heavily to the ground, and finally slid in front of the bionic man controlled by Liu Yu. At hashtag @U0026amp. The black card switched several languages in succession, and Liu Yu did not respond at all. Only the last language was displayed in the words of the lizard civilization. Why are you still wandering in the universe? Aren't you afraid that you will not be able to catch up when it restarts? However, facing such explosive information, Liu Yu was no longer in the mood to consider the secrets behind it, because the long-lost system task prompt appeared in front of him at the same time as the black card displayed the information. Ding! A fleet is moving towards the solar system at the speed of light, and they will arrive in 15 years. So what awaits humans will be a friendly visit, or... Ding! When Liu Yu stared at the information translated by number 7 on the card, wondering if it was a translation error, the long-lost system task reminder made him feel like he forgot to breathe for a moment. I was just about to take down base 52. Why did 2 king bombs come together? What, restart or not, it might be a cosmic scam. Let's check the system information first. The system information, although it is only a few words each time, there are no mistakes so far. Liu Yu hurriedly scanned the information on the black card, entrusted the matter to number 7 first, and exited the virtual reality. A fleet is moving towards the solar system at the speed of light, and they will arrive in 15 years. So what awaits humans will be a friendly visit, or... Consciousness returned to the living area of the Silver Star, and Liu Yu read the task prompt word by word. The universe is so big that Liu Yu still hasn't found the location of the Milky Way for so long. But along the way, he also realized that the universe is not as lonely as imagined. Think about it. There are tens of thousands of star-level civilizations in a conscious life form alliance. Sooner or later, Blue Star will encounter alien civilizations. Or, in other words, Blue Star has actually been visited by alien civilizations. But at that time, human civilization or even human beings themselves had not yet been born. Trigger the system task mechanism. During the task, the points reward is doubled. Please select the task. Liu Yu abandoned all distractions and read the tasks that suddenly popped up first. Task 1. Friend from afar. How could those fleets that can cross the sea of stars lack so-called resources? Any star system is their mine, and any star is a natural battery given to them by the universe. So it is better to receive friends from afar as the master of the solar system. Sea level reward. The points are settled by the number of completed technologies exchanged. Task 2. Dark Forest. Every civilization is a hunter with a gun. In the silent starry sky, a fleet suddenly appears and moves towards its home planet. Will it decide to eliminate this civilization that can only shrink in the solar system because of the potential of human beings now? Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 probability for civilization, extinction is the greatest fear. Sea level reward. Points will be settled by blocking the unknown fleet from entering the solar system. Mission 3. Observing the deep space. Will the sudden arrival of the fleet make humans suddenly wake up from the cradle, observe the deep space, and then walk into it? B-level reward. Points will be settled by the footprints left by human civilization in the universe. Mission 4. The truth of the universe. The upcoming fleet hides an amazing secret, and perhaps human civilization can find the truth of the universe from it. A-level reward. Points will be settled by the degree of mastery of the truth. 4 long-lost task options. After Liu Yu read them one by one, he began to think. First of all, this fleet is moving towards the solar system at the speed of light. Is it only able to reach the speed of light, or is it simply cruising at the speed of light? If it can only reach the speed of light, then the technological level of this fleet may only reach the level of a 4th-level civilization. Base Zero already has a database obtained from the Dyson Sphere civilization. If it has 300 years to digest it, the fleet of the 4th-level civilization can only communicate in a friendly manner when it arrives in the solar system. But then, according to the system's prompt, arriving in 15 years. This is the most fatal. Experts at Base Zero predicted that it would take at least 50 years for Blue Star to completely consume the scientific and technological achievements of Level 2 civilization. Otherwise, the sudden increase in productivity will inevitably lead to a series of social problems. Technology that has not been precipitated at the social level is also easy to go astray, and then the entire human civilization will have an irreconcilable split. But now, it seems that time is not on the side of humans. If Liu Yu had not wandered in the universe, human civilization would have been around Level 1 civilization, and there would be no way to deal with the arrival of the fleet that mastered light-speed navigation. If any spacecraft from others occupied the near-Earth orbit of Blue Star, humans would have no choice but to surrender. But now Base Zero has followed Liu Yu's perspective all the way, and they have mastered the technology of Level 4 civilization. Now, the most lacking thing is time. If I can get back, then these space fleets that are about to visit will naturally have a way to deal with them. But can I really get back within 15 years? Liu Yu recalled the cosmic star road he had traveled in the past 5 years. He had already had a vague guess that the universe might be far more than the 93 billion light-years observed by humans. It is much more vast than imagined. But the more so, it means that his journey back to Blue Star is still a long way off. According to the charging of the Silver Star's 8 jumps a day, he can only jump more than 43,000 times in 15 years. Using limited space jumps to explore the universe whose scale is still immeasurable, Liu Yu really has no confidence that he can return to Blue Star before the space fleet arrives at the solar system. Unless the accumulated technology of Base Zero can be digested faster. And according to the description of Mission 4, this fleet can also involve the secrets of Class A, that is, cosmic civilization. While calculating the information in the system, Liu Yu passed this message that will change the course of human history back to Base Zero. This is no longer a problem that he can solve alone. It is a situation that the entire human civilization needs to face. Perhaps there is only one savior whose name can be recorded in history books, but in fact, it has always been tens of thousands of civilized individuals who can support him to that point. This point has been proved by both the doctor of the lizard civilization and the elder brother of the Horn tribe. I thought that the system was invisible since the wormhole, but it gave me such a big surprise as soon as it jumped out. If I can give myself and human civilization more time. Lu Yu, who can only deal with it in this way for the time being, stretched his body in his living area. Recently, I have been in virtual reality, constantly switching back and forth between Blue Star and Base 52, and I haven't enjoyed leisure time for a long time. When I thought that there was another heavyweight thing to deal with at Base 52, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The black card wouldn't be the civilization that arranged the black domain. The few words it revealed were more creepy than the information revealed by the system's task prompt. Restart or something. You're not some zero resetters, right? Beware of copyright infringement warning. A strike from the highest dimension. Lu Yu had at least dealt with one of the two explosive news for now. He looked at the blue flowers still blooming outside the window and took a deep breath. If you can't avoid it, then face it well. As soon as Lu Yu turned around, he saw number 7 running overexcitedly. Master, it turns out that we are already a cosmic civilization. After hearing the news, Lu Yu stared at number 7, who pounced on him with wide eyes, looking confused. While Lu Yu was listening to number 7's explanation, a special alarm sounded at Base 0 on Blue Star. Almost all the project hosts put down their work and came to the meeting hall of Base 0. There were also many professors who did not have time to come back, and many indescribable Chinese leaders who were attending the meeting remotely through virtual reality. A fleet sailing at the speed of light is heading towards the solar system, arriving in 15 years. As the data was pushed to the projection screen in front of everyone, after a moment of silence, the entire meeting hall was full of buzzing discussions. Everyone knew that the humans on Blue Star would encounter alien civilizations sooner or later, but they did not expect that this day would come so suddenly. Moving at the speed of light. Does it mean that the technological level of this fleet has only reached level 4? After all, level 5 civilizations already have curvature engines and can move forward in a faster and more efficient way. An expert sitting in the front row took the lead in asking the question that everyone was most concerned about. What level of civilization is this fleet that is about to arrive in the solar system? With the database of level 4 civilization in Base 0, humans have begun to have a relatively preliminary understanding of level 4 civilization, but level 5 civilization. Recalling the weapons that Lu Yu encountered in the Dyson Sphere civilization, antimatter missiles, gravity bombs, etc., the other party only needs to launch these 2 known weapons to the sun. It is no exaggeration to say that if this fleet is at the technological level of level 5 civilization, then humans have no room for resistance. While I watched the Silver Star killing all around through remote control before, I didn't have any intuitive feelings about level 5 civilization. Now I feel like I've eaten a melon on my head, and I suddenly realized that this big melon is so heavy. All the information now is only obtained from the system's task prompts. The most important thing for us now is to determine which direction this space fleet is coming from. Then we can have real evidence to judge whether it is a level of civilization and then extend it to their purpose of coming to Blue Star. After Professor Mao, who presided over the meeting, answered this question, the conference hall was buzzing again. The news of the visit of alien civilization is still too shocking for humans now. Human civilization is currently at the early stage of the 2nd level at best. It still has a long way to go before the Horn Clan can build space elevators and space cities to reach the late stage of the 2nd level civilization. If this space fleet arrives in another 100 years, or even 300 years, they will not be so passive. Silver Star. If the Silver Star is there, our initiative will be greatly increased. Can Liu get back to Blue Star within 15 years? Soon someone thought of the strongest combat power of mankind now. As soon as he mentioned the Silver Star, many people's worried and frightened expressions immediately eased a lot, as if they had found their spiritual support again. Professor Mao was silent for a moment before he spoke. We have completed the basic proofreading of the star map obtained from the Qing clan, and a fact that cannot be denied is in front of us. The galaxy clusters above do not match any galaxy observed by humans. The scale of the universe is much wider than the 93 billion light-years that humans can currently observe. The silver star has been jumping in the universe for nearly 6 years, and its exploration of the cosmic region is likely to be just a drop in the ocean. Given another 15 years, can more than 40,000 jumps really find the way back to the blue star? Fellow countrymen, please don't be lucky. If it was before, when humans couldn't even break through controlled nuclear fusion, star-level civilizations would come. Humans couldn't even control the moon, so how could they stop others from reaching the solar system? And a mere first-level civilization, a star-level civilization, might not even look down on humans on the blue star. What would happen even if an alien civilization was discovered at that time? We could only close our eyes and act like ostriches, hoping that they were just passing by. Pray that the solar system is just the most common one among thousands of star systems, and there must be no scarce resources that would allow star-level civilization to bring democracy and freedom to indigenous civilization. But now it is different. Humans have Luyu, and thus have a window to observe cosmic civilization, and thus the current Base Zero was born. It contains the technology database of the fourth-level civilization and is now continuously supplementing the scientific and technological achievements of the third-level civilization from the lizard civilization. Now humans really just lack time, and they're not the weak humans who can only entrust the survival of civilization to the goodwill of the high-level civilization. Moreover, the planetary civilizations that humans have seen from Luyu's journey, the Horn Clan and the Lizard civilization, seem to be more miserable. One was simply wiped out, and the other was trapped in the Black Domain. The civilization stage of the universe seems to be only accessible to the star-level civilization, and the planetary civilization can only be a red carpet for the characters to step on the stage. It is precisely because of this understanding that everyone has to carefully deal with the information revealed by the system task prompt this time. The story of the Horn tribe is still vivid in my mind. We must never let humanity repeat the same mistakes. Even if the civilization in the universe is not a hunter with a gun, we cannot rely on the existence of another civilization's goodwill for the safety of humanity. Everyone who can enter the meeting room knows the situation of cosmic civilization. The fragility of planetary civilization is something that everyone can see after opening their eyes to the universe. Any planetary disaster, such as a planetary collision or a sudden change in the environment caused by stellar activity, can change the course of planetary civilization. Even the evolution of large celestial bodies a few or dozens of light years away can affect or even destroy a planetary civilization. This is the helplessness of being confined to one star field. When it comes to stellar civilization, there is no need for the so-called mother star. Wherever a spacecraft reaches, the mother star can be recreated. As long as there are enough spacecraft, the entire civilization can survive in space. Humanity could have reached this level of civilization smoothly. It was once thought that it could give civilization enough years, but the sudden change disrupted all plans. Since it is moving at the speed of light, it means that the fleet will slow down accordingly before approaching the solar system. As long as we can lock the direction they are approaching, 15 years is enough time for us to do something. We propose that no matter what purpose they come to the solar system with, they must be blocked in the Oort cloud. In the next 15 years, we will build a space wall in the Kuiper Belt to protect the blue planet and guard our only home. Space Wall Project. Professor Mao, who presided over the meeting, displayed these big words on the huge projection screen behind him, which seemed to carry the survival and rise and fall of human civilization in 15 years. Build a super factory of lizard civilization in the Kuiper Belt and use the data of unmanned warships guarding the Dyson Sphere in the database of the fourth-level civilization. Using the materials in the Kuiper Belt, we can quickly build a batch of space fleets. Combined with virtual reality technology and the cross-space communication system of the Silver Star, those unmanned warships will be our main force to resist this fleet. We don't need to fill a large number of combat personnel. For them, this will be just a virtual reality game. This is the most ideal picture, but there are still many technical bottlenecks that need to be broken through. China has just completed the second phase of the lunar base project, and now it needs to jump to the Kuiper Belt to carry out engineering work. The difficulty can be imagined. Our number one test engine has begun to be assembled. If everything goes well, the spacecraft equipped with the number one engine can gradually increase its speed to 1% of the speed of light, or even higher in the space environment. Note 1. The Kuiper Belt is nearly 40 astronomical distances away from the Sun. If we travel at 1% of the speed of light and launch at a suitable relative position, we only need about 550 hours. But in fact, considering the acceleration, deceleration, and route issues of the spacecraft, the actual time required may be as long as 600 hours or more. Secondly, we must consider that there are huge risks in long-distance round trips with immature technology. We will first establish a forward base in the asteroid belt, which will also be the second line of defense for the Blue Planet. This defense system plan actually had a plan long before this crisis. China was originally going to officially start building a stellar defense system after the number one engine was installed, but it was unexpected that the arrival of an accident forced the plan to accelerate construction. After the Space Great Wall Plan, the second plan, SPAR plan, appeared in front of the participants. In the next 5 years, Base Zero will focus on the research and development of light-speed engines. It does not seek to develop light-speed spacecraft, but at least to improve the speed of space travel to a higher level. This is not to escape from the solar system, but to prepare a fire-seeding spacecraft for countless sperm and eggs. Base Zero will gradually launch spacecraft carrying human genes into deep space. After transmitting the launch-related parameters to Luyu, these data will be erased from all records of the solar system. If human civilization really perishes because of this fleet, then they will be the last fire of mankind. And when Luyu returns to the solar system one day, he can use these data and space jumps to salvage the fire of mankind. As long as these fires can be rekindled in the space of the silver star, human civilization will not be considered to have perished in the universe. The fire will not be extinguished, and the inheritance will continue. This is the Fire Seed Plan. Both the Space Great Wall Plan and the Fire Seed Plan are to prevent the worst from happening. Perhaps this fleet really comes with goodwill? It's just that everyone knows that we must not take chances when it comes to the survival of civilization. So the deduction of the Dark Forest is at least logically self-consistent. The two major plans in front of us are only contingency plans now. After passing the vote of Base Zero, there is still a long way to go before they can be implemented. But at the moment of choice, everyone voted in favor. There is no surrender here. All experts and professors stood up at the moment of voting. They are extremely confident. This is the confidence given to everyone by the earth-shaking changes that have taken place in the past 5 years. Humanity will win. Blue Star will win. Aliens who dare to invade the solar system will eventually become the nourishment of human civilization. The voting result, unanimous approval. Although 15 years is a short time for the universe and the life of celestial bodies, for Base Zero, which has already created a miracle, 15 years is enough for everyone to create a bigger miracle. Yes, the scientific and technological achievements that were originally thought to be sealed for half a century can now be practiced outside Blue Star without any taboos. The research on weapons that were originally too powerful and could destroy the Blue Planet as long as they occupied the near-Earth orbit was restarted. One by one, the technologies finally no longer have to wait for time to wake them up in the database of Base Zero. In the near future, the aircraft they will carry will head towards the asteroid belt. Perhaps in the future, astronomy enthusiasts on the Blue Planet will find that the solar system will be full of the light of high-power engines, which will be more dazzling than the distant stars. After the two major plans were voted on, they naturally entered the next process. The meeting hall was so busy that everyone who had rarely gathered together did not leave in a hurry. Everyone realized that the next 15 years might be a day of rapid change. The political ecology of the Blue Planet is no longer suitable for the changes in the situation in the future. The Federation. How to detect the movement trajectory of the Lightspeed spacecraft. We may be able to It is impossible for the preliminary work of the forward base to be completely automated. I may be able to go. After the meeting, without the constraints of the venue discipline, the discussion became louder. Professor Mao, who was presiding over the meeting, sat in a corner and looked at his colleagues with a smile, as if he had returned to the time when Base Zero was just established, and everyone was discussing fiercely how to save Liu Yu, who had jumped to Mars through space. I said, "Why can't I find you?" Professor Han popped up beside him. "Why are you hiding here? Everyone is looking for you. When did you resign as the general manager of Base Zero? What's going on?" Professor Mao waved his hand. The resignation process started before the meeting started. Everything is on the right track at Base Zero, so I'll recommend myself. I'm going to be the person in charge of the forward base, and I'll be with the first batch of spacecraft to the asteroid belt to start construction. Professor Han was shocked by the news for a while. "Are you crazy? You're almost 80 years old, right?" Professor Mao touched his hair, which had turned black, and his hands were free of wrinkles and age spots. "I think I can live another 100 years. Don't forget, I'm an old space flighter. I've long wanted to experience the feeling of stepping into the starry sky, and it's time for me to fulfill the little wish hidden in my heart for many years." Professor Han was silent. There were so many people vying for the position of the person in charge of Base Zero, and his old friend resigned just because he said so. He also deeply understood that his old friend wanted to set an example. In the near future, after the two plans are fully passed, there will inevitably be a large number of scientists missing on the front line. With the former person in charge of Base Zero taking the lead, many people will have a role model to follow. A great civilization is supported by such great individuals. Humanity will win. Blue Planet will win. The slogan just called out echoed in Professor Han's chest again, this time more passionately and more sincerely. This burning feeling flows through his heart, and he will also bid farewell to the comfortable Base Zero and go to the deep space to see this universe. Space Great Wall Plan. Spark Plan. After the two plans passed the preliminary vote of Base Zero, they were naturally sent to Liu Yu, but at this time he did not have the extra energy to pay attention to them. Cosmic civilization. According to the current civilization level planning, cosmic civilization is already a super civilization, right? I want to return to my home planet immediately. Is there a cosmic civilization as miserable as me? The feedback from number 7 really surprised Liu Yu. In his opinion, cosmic civilization should be the creator of number 7 who built bases everywhere in the universe and abandoned them inexplicably, or the existence of the wormhole high-speed builder. Even if it is not good, it is also the founder of the Conscious Life Form Alliance. And it seems that apart from a black technology system and the Silver Star, I seem to be just an ordinary blue star human, right? You say that a human, how can I become a cosmic civilization? And listening to the information fed back by number 7 from the black card, the secret that was once missed from the wormhole seems to have come to the door again. If the primary purpose of civilization is to continue, then with the development of science and technology of civilization, it has successively solved the energy crisis, the problem of individual lifespan, and even the limitations of physical laws and cosmic constants on its own existence. After such a civilization develops to the extreme, there may be no power in the universe that could destroy this level of civilization. Then if this civilization still fulfills its first law as a civilization, it will inevitably face an ultimate problem in order to continue, the end of the universe. From the principle of entropy increase, it can be deduced that at the end of time, all matter will expand to a dead universe where the atomic structure no longer exists, and such a doomsday of the universe is called heat death. In addition to heat death, the second kind of doomsday of the universe is that after the universe expands to a certain stage, it begins to collapse and finally returns to the singularity. All civilization systems built in the expansion era will not be able to adapt to the cosmic constants and physical laws of the collapse era and will collapse and perish. Whether it is these two types or more diverse and strange doomsdays of the universe, they will be the ultimate problems that civilization has to face. According to the information revealed by the Black Heart civilization, the essence of a cosmic civilization no longer considers the use of energy, but the means of coping that can be displayed when dealing with a cosmic doomsday. But just because the silver star can move in the black domain, it misjudged the possibility that it could survive a similar cosmic catastrophe, and then judged itself to be a cosmic civilization. Isn't it right? It's that simple. So careless? What about restarting? Lu Yu asked hurriedly. From the few words revealed by Black Card before, the universe may restart at any time, and I should go to a certain place to hide? Number 7 pouted. The card is so small, and it can only display a little bit of lizard civilization text each time. I got this little information in such a short time. Lu Yu rubbed her silver hair, put on the helmet himself, and entered the virtual reality of Base 52 again. The bionic lizard man and Blackheart had come to another hall. There is no corpse of the president here, nor the brains of more than 30,000 lizard men. Only Lu Yu and the black card that keeps popping up information. You don't seem to understand the definition of cosmic civilization, don't know the truth of the universe, but you have become a dependent. As soon as Lu Yu came back, he saw such information on the black card. Although there would be subtle errors when switching from the text expression of the lizard civilization to Chinese, the moment he saw this information, Lu Yu still remembered the unknown existence that gave him the system. I understand. You should have become a dependent in the universe cycle of this era, right? I didn't expect that I could become a senior, so I have to teach you some basic knowledge. Do you know Poincare recurrence? This universe has been restarted many times. Every dozens or even hundreds of restarts, a civilization that breaks through the end of the universe can always be born. They unite and form the Restar Alliance. We are all dependents chosen by the restarters. In today's universe, only those recognized by them can become cosmic civilizations. The information on the black card was translated by number 7 and directly turned into Chinese that Lu Yu could understand. The Poincare recurrence mentioned here means that in a closed system, any particle will inevitably return to a place infinitely close to its initial position after a long time, but only infinitely close. Such a cyclical process is called Poincare recurrence. Note 1. After successfully surviving the end of the universe, the cosmic civilization will return to the beginning of the universe with the particle effect of Poincare recurrence. This is not a restart from the dimension, but a return from the essence of matter. So they are not zero returners, but restarters who have repeated countless cosmic cycles. And the particles conjectured by Poincare recurrence will only return to a place infinitely close to its initial position, which also means that after each return, when it evolves to the singularity explosion again, the restarted universe will have slight changes, which will cause the basic constants of the entire macroscopic universe to change after tens of billions of years. And each restart will cause the constants of the macrocosm to change, which means that each restarted universe will look completely different. Perhaps the last universe would not have the particle structure of the current universe. Perhaps the constants shown by the last universe would give birth to completely different life forms, which would form completely different civilizations. Is the unknown existence that can give its own system existence and create so many incredible black technologies a civilization that has experienced countless cosmic reincarnations? Thinking of this, Lu Yu finally couldn't help asking, then how many times has our universe been restarted? I have only experienced a dozen restarts. Only the real restarters know how many times the universe has been restarted, right? Suddenly getting such information that directly points to the truth of the universe, Lu Yu once again exited the virtual reality in a trance to confirm that he was not in a dream. After calming down for a moment, 2 projection screens floated in front of his eyes. One is the information sent from Base 0, which is the planetary engineering that humans have begun to prepare to resist the unknown fleet that is about to arrive, and the other is the information that constantly reveals the mystery of the universe to him, and it is still revealing the mystery of the universe for himself. The grand and the tiny intertwined before his eyes, the important and the shocking ran through his mind, and Lu Yu could not help but stand there in a daze. Note 1. The possibility of Poincare recurrence has been confirmed in finite quantum systems in 2018. Recovering from the great mystery of the universe. If the information revealed by the Black Card civilization is true, Liu Yu immediately thought that he might be able to get the star map of the blue star from him. Didn't you say that you have experienced more than a dozen restarts of the universe? It is impossible that you have witnessed the restart of this round of the universe for billions of years and don't even have a star map of the entire universe? If I can find the location of the blue star, those space fleets that arrive in the solar system in 15 years can only sing and dance for humans. However, after expressing this expectation, Black Card's answer is almost similar to the system's reply of 1 million points. The star map of the universe is too valuable. Even if you're a newcomer to the Alliance, I can't give it to you for free. Failed to get it for nothing. So Liu Yu changed his mind and tried to get some technology from it. Since you said you were a senior cosmic civilization, the little bit of technology revealed from your fingers is the top black technology for humans, and it may be enough for humans to get through this difficult time. And Black Card's answer made Liu Yu feel helpless. Why do you want to develop technology yourself? Do you want to be promoted to a restart? The scientific and technological achievements of this universe are completely based on the current rules. When you reach the next universe, if the technology you develop does not reach the rule level, then all your efforts will be in vain. This is the answer of the Black Card, which only emphasizes one point: it can only provide all kinds of help except for help. Liu Yu can only get the so-called secrets of the universe from it, and don't even think about bleaching technology or star maps for nothing. The Black Card is quite a medium for cross-space communication, but it is not as easy to use as the Silver Star. However, as the communication deepens, Liu Yu's understanding of the Restart Alliance becomes clearer, and many puzzles left over from the exploration of the universe seem to be solved. The Black Card civilization is indeed the mastermind behind the arrangement of the Black Domain, and the purpose is also very simple, which is to trap the Lizard civilization in the Black Domain. The reason for doing this is also very simple: to restart the Alliance. When civilization can continue indefinitely in time and space, and even the ultimate survival problem, such as the end of the universe, can be overcome, then what will civilization pursue? Or what else is left in the universe for such a civilization to pursue? It is impossible to be so bored as to randomly draw a lucky creature like Liu Yu and randomly issue a system, right? The restarters of the Restart Alliance seem to have reached the ultimate form of civilization in human imagination, and their goals and pursuits have become simple and persistent. Transcendence, paradise, restart. In the description of the Black Card, the restarters seem to have only these three goals left. Transcendence refers to breaking free from the current universe. This vast universe is like a cage for them. Only by transcending this universe can they see the next form of civilization development. This is the second principle after the first principle of civilization, self-continuation, development. However, since the establishment of the Restart Alliance, several restarters have embarked on the ultimate road to transcend the universe, but whether they succeeded or not, and whether they found the form of civilization outside the universe, no one knows. Because the moment they opened the road to transcendence, all the information and matter they left behind at the cosmic level were erased together, as if they had never been born in this universe. Even if the restarters united, they could only keep a few words about the existence of these transcendent civilizations. The restarters who chose transcendence disappeared forever in the universe. Therefore, after multiple rounds of universe restarts, a small number of restarters gradually abandoned the stubborn and unknown path of transcendence and began to choose to fix the universe, eternalize the universe, interrupt its continuous restart process, and turn it into an eternal paradise. But almost all civilizations that can become restarters are not born in the same cosmic era. The cosmic constants and cosmic rules they are accustomed to may be completely different, or even completely opposite. Just like the overlord in the ocean, even if it can also live in magma, it will feel great physiological discomfort. Paradise is destined to be a paradise for restarters. And most restarters still insist on the path of restart. Restarters firmly believe that as long as the universe continues to cycle, it will eventually evolve to a node suitable for the further development of their civilization in a certain era. And only by continuous restart can such a possibility be ushered in. However, the precision of the universe is beyond imagination. When returning to the singularity, it may never reach the critical state because of the difference of one atom's mass, and the restart will be stuck at the beginning of the universe forever. According to Heike, at the end of the universe, there will always be advanced civilizations that can create space bubbles. They will frantically steal matter from the universe for the continuation of their own civilization, which is equivalent to blocking the restarters from pursuing their ultimate goal. So the restarters learned a lesson in the long cycle of the universe. They chose to lock the channel to the promotion of cosmic civilization. The space bubble created by the Milky Way civilization is fragile and has flaws. With their followers, they can easily use physical means to make them voluntarily return the mass of the universe. And the restarters who try to build paradise in this round of the universe will also be removed from the Restart Alliance, and the two sides will become mortal enemies. This may be the secret of the universe hidden in the stars. Liu seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked back, "What if there's a large amount of matter in our space bubble and we don't want to return it? Even if our space bubble has reached the level of creation of cosmic civilization, it will only take more effort for the restarter who can block the entire universe technology. The meaning of their existence has changed from continuation to development. And only restart, constant restart. Can they find a glimmer of possibility in this universe that has become a cage? In addition, only their respective followers can allow them to gaze at this universe for a moment longer." Liu suddenly remembered that when passing through the wormhole, the space bubble of the Silver Star was also easily broken through by the existence of the suspected restarter. And why did Jai, who only had one brain left, attract his attention? Could it be that he wanted to take him as his follower, or was he already a follower before that? Was Jai's obsession with building the Dyson sphere a so-called system task? Such a guess flashed through his mind, and Liu paid more attention to the information revealed by the black card. The creator of Base 52 is said to be a very young one among the restarters, and has already reached the level of transcendence in this cosmic era. It may have laid out millions of similar bases throughout the universe as cosmic data observation stations, and finally began the process of the entire civilization transcending the universe in one of the observation stations. Base 7 of the Horn Clan civilization, the drill spacecraft encountered when attacking the Dyson sphere, and Base 52 of the Lizard civilization. So Liu encountered related super civilization creations so frequently, and because they will disappear in the end, they are scattered throughout the universe without a care. Then what about Base 7? The basis of her birth is derived from the intelligent program of Base 7, and once the creator of the base transcends the universe, won't it affect her? Number 7 is no longer just a shipborne host. Liu has regarded her as a partner along the way. No matter how cold the universe is, there will always be someone to accompany him in the huge living area. This is a comfort given from the heart. After leaving the survival stage, such support is particularly precious to Liu, who is drifting alone in the universe. Base number 7 has spent 75,000 points to integrate into the Silver Star. Is it still a creation beyond civilization? If it is still considered, the erasure law affects even the restarter. Then when the creator of base number 7 transcends the universe, won't number 7 be removed from the Silver Star? When Liu thought of this, a slight tingling sensation spread in his chest. It's okay, it's okay. At this time, number 7, with a panic expression, hugged Liu and comforted him, saying, "Let's not talk about whether the information revealed by the black card is true or false. At least we know such information now, which is much better than being helpless when the time comes. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties." The warm feeling of the hug made people feel so relieved, and the two people's troubled moods calmed down again. Lu Yu hugged number 7 in return, touched her soft hair, and said firmly, "I will never let you be erased, even if it is the rule of the universe." Faced with the sudden crisis, the two slowly calmed down, and the black card continued to narrate. Transcend the universe. Whether it succeeds or not, the information and matter created by the universe where he is will be erased. But until the last moment, no one knows whether the so-called Transcendent School is disguised as the Paradise School. Such deception is said to have been staged several times in the previous reincarnation of the universe. So for hundreds of millions of years, the energy of the restarters has been mostly focused on observing the final preparations made by him. Therefore, almost 1,000 years ago, as a follower who was willing to move in this cosmic environment, I received a mission to come to this star field to observe the conscious life form alliance. I accidentally discovered the lizard civilization occupying Base 52. Such a civilization has great potential. Relying on Base 52, it is very likely that it will slowly master space technology after being promoted to a star-level civilization. No one knows how long it will take to prepare for transcendence. Give the lizard civilization some time. Even if Base 52 disappears in the end, this civilization has collected a lot of parameters about space. They can develop to the end of the universe and may be able to research a solid space bubble that gives us followers a headache. So the lizard civilization has not yet been promoted to a star-level civilization. I sealed them up with the black domain and will come back to deal with them after I complete the mission. But I didn't expect that I had just arrived at the Conscious Life Form Alliance and received news that the preparations for transcendence were finally completed. Even the restarters can't tell if this is a deception. With the accumulation of more than a dozen cosmic eras and hundreds of millions of years of preparation, if it is really the Paradise faction disguised as the Transcendent faction, the conflict between them will sweep the entire universe, and this cosmic era may end early. The universe is in a situation where it may be restarted at any time. I can only interrupt my observation of the Conscious Life Form Alliance and return to the restarters. But I didn't expect that this remaining black domain would wait for you after 1,000 years. This is the secret buried behind the black domain. Lu Yu, who originally only wanted to capture Base 52 as a trump card, accidentally got this news. But how much shock will this restart alliance and those restarters who have experienced countless years cause to Lu Yu? As a carbon-based creature, Lu Yu is a young individual. Compared with these ancient beings, he is not even hundreds of millions of years old. To understand the deep meaning behind these, he may need to become ancient to taste them, but Lu Yu is still too young now. If it wasn't related to number 7, Lu Yu would have put aside this huge amount of information for the time being. After all, great is great, small is small. He has no ability to get involved in the so-called secrets of the universe. But the threat of the unknown fleet facing Blue Star can be easily solved by himself. If time permits, Lu Yu only wants to return to Blue Star, lead the entire tribe to farm the starry sky for 10,000 years, and then colonize the Milky Way. After that, gather the power of the entire civilization to explore the so-called mysteries of the universe. This is the right way. However, now, the plan seems to have been unable to keep up with the changes. It seems that in addition to thinking about how to get back to Blue Star, the hidden dangers of number 7 must also be solved as soon as possible. Both sides are existences that I cannot give up. The system panel popped up in front of Lu Yu. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 4,058. Tasks, none. Currently owns Black Technology products. Silver Star, modified. Lunchbox, spacesuit, modified. Lu Yu has not yet selected the task that popped up before, but the technology of Blue Star has been in the popularization stage recently, and his points have increased a lot. According to the information of the Black Card, there are only 8 restarters he has seen in the Restart Alliance. Which restarter gave me the system? What is the purpose? Lu Yu looked at the long-lost system interface and thought silently, and at the same time began to enter the Black Technology embodiment requirements. Instrument that can shield the rule erasure, caused by the transcendent universe. Creations above the rule level cannot be generated. Methods that can escape the rule erasure. 1,000 points. Liu Yu paid without hesitation. The system's answer was very simple. At the moment when civilization transcends the universe and moves towards the unknown, you can choose to leave limited information at an unknown cost. The price of a pseudo-two-dimensional foil was exchanged for this short piece of information. The black technology embodiment system that never disappointed Liu Yu showed its limitations for the first time and only gave a vague answer. This seemed to indirectly prove the authenticity of the black card's intelligence. Liu Yu took a deep breath and asked the black card a second question. Since the transcendence is ready, how long will it take for him to complete the transcendence of the universe? Well, or the next second, or hundreds of millions of years. This mystery may only be known by the restarters, and he may not be pursuing transcendence of the universe. Otherwise, I would have returned to the universe with peace of mind. Since he got rid of the dilemma of being starved to death, Liu Yu felt a sense of being chased by time again. At this time, the black card finally revealed his purpose. Although I don't know why the restarter you belonged to didn't call you back. But since you were so bold to stay in the universe, why don't you help me observe the alliance of conscious life forms? I will pay you 1/10 of the universe star map as a reward. This star map contains a place beyond the universe, a large void with a diameter of 3 billion light years. While Liu Yu was considering Heike's commission, Blue Star was also not idle. An assembly center in China. This high-tech factory, covering an area of hundreds of acres, collects and manufactures parts for China's cutting-edge aerospace equipment. Super quantum computers provide cloud information services and use assembly lines, multi-axis electric-driven robotic arms, large and small logistics vehicles, and unmanned freight transportation systems. A series of automated equipment, such as machines, realize completely unmanned standardized production. If you look at it from the outside, the core assembly factory actually has a hint of the base car in red alert. A steady stream of parts is sent in, and when it comes out, it is already a finished product. This super factory is preparing various space shuttles for China's deep space project. They will undertake the transportation mission between the ground and space orbit. In the true sense of the word, it is actually very difficult to build a spaceship on a planet and complete its takeoff when the level of civilization and technology is insufficient. Because of the huge size and terrible mass of the spacecraft, it needs to be free from gravity. First of all, the material of the spacecraft is a big problem. Otherwise, the huge ship body cannot resist the gravitational force and may be torn apart at any time. Secondly, it needs to be able to provide huge thrust. Engine, most of the fuel that such a spacecraft can carry can only be consumed in the early stages of launch. Engineers at Base Zero referred to the construction of early spaceships of the Horn Tribe and Lizard Civilization and determined the first step in establishing an advanced base in the asteroid belt to establish mankind's first space factory at the Earth's Lagrange point. The main components of China's spacecraft heading to the asteroid belt will be continuously launched from the Blue Star, where they will be assembled. The energy comes from the helium-3 on the moon that has begun to be output. When everything is ready, it will be sent directly to the asteroid in space. The planetary belt is launched. It used to take us 2 or 3 months to assemble an aircraft, and now it can be done overnight, or even in a few hours. Has technology advanced productivity to this extent? Standing in awe on the observation deck of this behemoth, Professor Mao, the general manager of the forward base, sighed, while a group of senior engineers and executives from the Aerospace Technology Group accompanied them attentively. Why are you firing empty cannons? A stocky, middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet walked in. Lao Mao. When you were still in our system, we had a shitty space shuttle. Hello, Mr. Gua. Hello, Mr. Gua. The person who dared to speak like this in front of Professor Mao was, of course, an old acquaintance of his. It was initially thanks to Chief Engineer Gua that the command center quickly determined that the Silver Star was not the creation of an alien civilization. Originally, he should have reached the age of taking a back seat, but thanks to genetic resonance technology, he looks like a middle-aged man. That's right. Professor Mao also looked like he suddenly realized, I have seen so many things in these years, and I have forgotten them all. After those who tried their best to show their faces in front of Professor Mao were all kicked out by him, Guogonkai asked, although you're no longer the person in charge of Base Zero, at least you are still a lifelong consultant, right? If you don't keep the ultimate secret of your universe, why do you come out to inspect it in person? Can't you even see it all in a virtual reality? Professor Mao smiled bitterly and said, the group of theoretical researchers at Base Zero are going crazy now. The existence of the ultimate civilization of the restarters has simply challenged human science. At least now, a lot of people have begun to discuss deism. Note 1. Deism believes that the Creator, as the origin of the world, will no longer interfere with world affairs after the creation of the world, and will allow the world to exist and develop according to its own laws. This theory itself is a philosophical thought. It opposes obscurantism and mysticism and denies superstition and various miracles that violate the laws of nature. Therefore, it is also called rational theism. Many famous scientists believe in this theory, and Einstein advocated it. This point of my belief in self-confessed theism was passed on by many editors, which led to my belief in theology in my later years. According to Heike's description, those restarters have almost reached the so-called creator, right? In order to seal off the entire universe, civilizations will break through to cosmic-level civilizations on their own, and they will become cosmological constants or something like that at the big explosion at each singularity. Can you imagine that everything that makes us has their handiwork? And why are you so talkative? Guogong was still planning to expand on this topic, but Professor Mao quickly interrupted. Just listening to this makes my ears go numb. We can't be more pragmatic when doing scientific research. Don't think about the ultimate in the universe, and do the things in front of you first. Work. The great will be great. The biggest difficulty for Blue Star now should be the unknown fleet that will arrive in the solar system in 15 years, right? Guogong touched his safety helmet and replied seriously, don't worry. We have even taken down the space shuttle preparing to fly to the moon base, and we will definitely fully support the work of the Lagrange Point Space Factory. The assembly center in front of you is already producing 1,000-ton parts for the second phase. The 700-ton parts for the first phase have been sent to various launch centers. According to the plan, the main frame of mankind's first space factory will be completed early next month, and mankind's first real spaceship will be assembled in half a year. This was the first time that Mystigua fought such a rich battle. The productivity reflected in the aerospace industry really made it take off. However, he then said with some worry, compared to time, I am more concerned about the fact that all this must be done in space, which means that we must all be done under foreign observation. Will it be? Professor Mao looked at the efficient, unmanned, automated factory outside and said confidently and proudly, even if they're shown the whole process, can they still replicate a space factory? Just relying on NASA in the United States, which has been restarted for several years and has not yet been able to return to the moon? The Chinese launch base in the near future will be the most spectacular launch scene of human history in the propaganda. So the observation deck built outside the base is already crowded with tourists. I have left the cabin and am in good condition. A lively boy pointed at the launch base and shouted, and more children followed suit. At this time, it was time for the launch, and everyone followed the live broadcast to count down. 10, 9, 1. The poet once described the beautiful scenery like this. The wind blows down, and the stars are like rain. Now, the space shuttles that are struggling to break free from the gravity and pointing to the sky are like the bright stars spewing out from the blue planet. The tourists looked at the blue flames spewing out from the higher and higher spacecraft engines, as if they were watching dozens of meteors streaking across the sky. In the army that conquers the universe, the one who silently dedicates himself is me. I blend the glory into the constellations of the motherland. I don't know who sang it first, but the scene continued to sing, interweaving with the sound of the engine, playing the most charming symphony. Mom! Mom! In the midst of the singing, the boy suddenly pulled his mother beside him and said, "I want to be an astronaut when I grow up. I want to explore the starry sky for our country and for our mankind." A large astronomical observatory in the United States. As an astronomical observatory built in recent years for the so-called new round of space hegemony, in addition to defrauding a huge amount of capital investment, this facility has the most sensitive radio telescope array in North America, and its accuracy can even track meteorite fragments and space debris with a diameter of only half a meter, as long as it is within the Earth-Moon system. It can only be said that the United States still has some things left, and in addition to China's intention to promote some marginal technologies in recent years, the United States built this observatory. However, this little thing is destined to be far behind by China, which is developing by leaps and bounds. This astronomical observatory is nominally looking for habitable planets outside the solar system. But in fact, most of the observation tasks are concentrated in the Earth-Moon orbit, and its purpose is self-evident. About a few days ago, China announced its launch schedule to the international community, announcing to the world that it would carry out a staggering collective launch. The scale of its launch is so large that experts wonder whether China's aerospace industry has left all other countries behind and entered the interstellar era. In the astronomical observatory, most of the American experts have gray hair. In fact, they are about the same age as the Chinese experts, but China's life extension technology and nanotechnology have made the two sides of the same age look very different. In fact, if they are willing to apply for Chinese citizenship like many of their former colleagues, they can also line up to enjoy various high-tech medical treatments. After all, the Chinese scientific community has never closed the door to absorb elites from various countries in recent years. Nearly half of the scientists who participated in the astronomical conference a few years ago chose to become Chinese citizens. But every country has some scientists who are still willing to stick to certain principles, such as this old expert who is now gray-haired and holding a cup of coffee in front of the projection screen. Since China officially announced the launch plan, he and the observation team he led have not taken a day off. They're on call at their work posts almost 24 hours a day, and they dare not relax even for an hour. This collective launch will include 166 space shuttles, with a 100% success rate. According to the carrying capacity of China's space shuttles, my God, do they want to build another lunar base at the North Pole of the Moon at one time? The reports came one after another, and the expert listened expressionlessly. But for some reason, he actually felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. Once upon a time, they were the only leaders in deep space exploration on this planet. Now that China has changed its previous mild launch plan and revealed its true aviation level, the experts understand that there has even been a technological gap between them. Those NASA officials can't even deceive themselves now, right? Deep space development is the future of all mankind. Isn't it good to join the Federation's agreement, honestly? It has been rumored that China is going to start building a space elevator. Now it seems there is actually some possibility. Just as he was thinking about this, his assistant quickly walked in to report. The shuttle fleet didn't go to the moon. They headed for the second Lagrange point. The professor's eyes widened for a moment. The projection screen made in China showed that the huge shuttle fleet did not go to the moon by using the gravitational slingshot effect of the Earth, but went to the second Lagrange point in the Sun-Earth system. When Lagrange was studying the restricted three-body problem, he found that there were 5 special coplanar points of the third body moving around the 2 celestial bodies. The gravitational force and centrifugal force on the objects at these 5 points were basically balanced. Later, people called these 5 points Lagrange points, also known as libration points. In the Sun-Earth system, the Sun, the Earth, and the probe constitute a restricted three-body problem, and there are 5 Lagrange points L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5. By arranging relay satellites at these 5 points, the satellites can be orbited with less energy consumption, and the relay satellites can exist stably for a long time, thereby reducing the operating costs of the space network. Looking at such a large-scale launch, it is certainly not as simple as building a satellite. As time went by, They even connected to the space telescope to synchronously observe what was happening in space. When the space shuttles were about to reach the second Lagrange point, they opened their cabins and ejected groups of standard blocks. What surprised the institutions that were always observing the situation here was that the groups of standard blocks slowly approached each other and then merged at the connection. They look like they're moving slowly, but in fact they still retain a very high speed and kinetic energy. If you are not careful, they will immediately cause a space accident. They should explode immediately when they collide with each other. How can they be as smooth as seamless connection? Groups of standard blocks seem to be assembled by a pair of invisible hands. All the blocks were combined to form a ring that firmly occupied the second Lagrange point. And this process took only 2 hours. In the eyes of Americans, it was like a miracle. This is impossible. They're not building a space station, but a space city. They're using nanorobots to assemble these modules. Oh my God, their nanotechnology can already be used in cutting-edge medical treatment. I should have known that this technology would be used in aerospace engineering sooner or later. The expression on the expert's face was equally shocked. If the carrying capacity of the space shuttle was not limited, and the cubes transported this time were only these, the expert had no doubt that when he woke up, the first space city in human history would have been completed. Building a city overnight. And it was a space city which sounded like a dream, but it really happened before his eyes. This is no longer a generation gap, but a gap in the level of civilization. No matter how much you know shame and then be brave, you're destined to not catch up with the gap. Is it too late to apply for naturalization now? The expert once again felt deep regret. If he had chosen to stay after the astronomical conference, he didn't know if he could also enjoy the joy of completing this great project on the other side, instead of just staring at it in amazement now. Please submit my resignation letter to NASA for me. Looking at the space city in front of him, the expert realized that his persistence was no longer meaningful. God no longer blesses the United States. Next, they need China to bless them, especially from space. Written on the successful launch of Shenzhou 14 and the postponement of the new generation of American moon rockets. After the completion of this space factory, the daily processing capacity is expected to reach tens of thousands of tons. The only thing that bothers us now is that our material carrying capacity has slowed down its speed. The base's plan now is to speed up the development of the moon. It is easier to launch a transporter from the moon than from the blue planet. If everything goes well, the first human spaceship will be completed ahead of schedule. The construction of a forward base will then begin. At the latest, by the middle of next year, we will be able to complete the first phase of the forward base construction on Ceres in the asteroid belt. Liu Yu listened to Professor Han's explanation while looking at the model of the first human spaceship in front of him. First, a graceful streamlined bow appeared in front of him, and the elliptical middle part of the spacecraft and the thick rectangular tail slowly appeared. The entire battleship looked like a large semi-ellipsoid. It's just that this spacecraft is 800 meters long from the bow to the stern. The widest tail is 270 meters, and the thickness reaches 200 meters. The spacecraft, equipped with 3 small nuclear fusion engines, can continue to sail for more than 50 years when fully replenished with stored fuel. The built-in ecological laboratory can continuously collect asteroids in the solar system, decompose them, and then synthesize the water resources and artificial food needed by humans. This largest spacecraft currently in human history only needs 100 people to achieve semi-automatic operation through artificial intelligence, and it will also be equipped with the most advanced and powerful high-energy beam cannon currently in human history. However, the biggest black technology expected to be carried on it is an engine with a maximum speed of 3% of the speed of light. Once it is completed, the truth will be within the range of this spacecraft within the current solar system. Although this first human spacecraft is not as good as the unmanned spacecraft in the Dyson Sphere civilization, it already represents the highest industrial level of human beings. If China is given more time, More and more advanced spacecraft will fill the entire solar system with human footsteps. After Professor Mao changes his job, it will be my turn to be your contact person. How did I, a psychology expert, become the person in charge of Base Zero? After Professor Han finished explaining to Lu Yu, he couldn't help but complain about his situation. It's not that he was showing off. After learning that Professor Mao had applied for a transfer, Professor Han immediately submitted an application. However, a bunch of colleagues had already submitted their applications before him. In the end, he became the oldest expert in Base Zero, so the organization decided. Lu Yu smiled and just looked at the model of the spacecraft without saying much. China can take the first step steadily into deep space, which is the best support for him, so that Lu Yu can make a choice with peace of mind. The secret of the universe, whether in the wormhole or now, is actually too early for him. Go to observe the Consciousness Life Form Alliance to get 1/10 of a universe star map. More importantly, it also includes the place where the creator number 7 transcends the universe. The conditions given by the black card undoubtedly meet Lu Yu's most urgent needs at the moment. 1/10 of the universe star map. Maybe there are the coordinates of the Milky Way. And you can also try the method given by the system to allow number 7 to survive after the creator transcends. It's another win-win situation. Lu Yu actually decided to agree to it a long time ago. After all, Lu Yu might be able to get some stellar-level technology when he goes to the Conscious Life Form Alliance, which will give humans more confidence to fight against the unknown fleet 15 years later. But he is now a little hesitant about the disposal of Base 52. It seems that this thing will be directly wiped out at any time because the creator leaves the universe. The lizard civilization inside will definitely be directly destroyed if it is directly exposed to the black domain. With Lu Yu's intervention, the Return faction seems to have regained a small part of the control. It only takes some more time to shrink the magic cube and remove the spatial anchoring to rescue them. Blackheart doesn't care how Lu Yu deals with Base 52. Arranging the black domain is something he does at will. It seems that the matter has been solved perfectly, but if so, wouldn't Lu Yu have worked in vain? After all the hard work, he got a Base 52 that could disappear at any time. Lu Yu is definitely not here to be a good interstellar person. Otherwise, he would not contact the lizard people in the name of the Horn Clan. Before choosing to observe any Conscious Life Form Alliance, he had to find a way to squeeze some value out of these lizard men. Controlling the bionic lizard men to put away the black card, Lu Yu returned to the hall where the brain was stored, and the returning lizard men were also waiting for the results of Lu Yu's communication. The civilization from which this black card came is indeed the civilization that arranged the black domain. Lu Yu said as if he was getting straight to the point. After I had a harmonious and friendly communication with them, they allowed me to take Base 52 away. The brains on the dome that were always paying attention led the bionic people in front of them to show a sigh of relief. The gap in the level of civilization made them not even think about pursuing the Blackheart civilization, and they just wanted to wait until the civilization returned to the universe before everything was discussed. The first principle of civilization is to focus on the continuation of civilization. But as soon as Lu Yu's transitional words came out, they became nervous again, and bubbles could be seen coming out of the nutrient solution on the dome. In addition to gradually transferring the ownership of Base 52 to me, the lizard civilization must stay in the black domain for another 20 years and reanalyze its own technological development and hand it over to me and the black card civilization as material. This is a lie. The man who was not paid did not want to let the lizard civilization, a third-level civilization that had begun to show signs of decline, slip away from his hands. If it were normal, this kind of rhetoric would probably be easily seen through. After all, the other party is a joint consciousness body that connects more than 30,000 brains. But now Lu Yu has an absolute information advantage. What can they do? Do they still ask Blackheart to plead for mercy? Blackheart has no intention of letting these lizard people return to the universe, so they can only let Lu Yu control them. In Lu Yu's expectation, The lizard civilization will become the technology input factory of Base Zero. Liu Yu wants the Research Institute to transcribe his technology into a level that humans can understand, and these lizard people will also become teachers of Base Zero experts for free. In this way, humans don't have to explore on their own, thus saving more time and energy to deal with the crisis 15 years later. As for what to do if the creator of Base 52 completes transcendence within 20 years, if Liu Yu saves number 7 at that time, he will naturally remember these lizard people. If they can't be saved, what's the point of Base 52? After making clear arrangements for these lizard men and giving Blue Star a boost, Liu Yu can only pause his steps to return to Blue Star and turn his attention to the conscious life forms that he had been trying to ignore. Liu Yu's virtual reality switched to the front of the Silver Star, and he was still staying near the Qing clan's gravitational wave broadcasting station. Before accepting the mission, at least you have to have a certain understanding of the mission target. After a period of consideration, we think that the Conscious Life Form Alliance is a very interesting way of civilization. Why don't you introduce it to us? Liu Yu now uses the name of the Horn Clan to the outside world and doesn't care at all when the lie is exposed. The Horn Clan is the one who cheated and deceived. What does it have to do with us humans? The Qing clan is just a simple and honest 6th-level civilization. They don't have a black technology cross-space communication system or understand the secrets of the universe. In their view, the Silver Star has been staying nearby for a short time, and they don't know that so many things have happened behind the scenes. Suddenly, seeing that the Horn Clan, who is suspected to be a high-level civilization, has changed its attitude, they are overjoyed, especially when the Silver Star began to approach quickly and finally stopped at a distance of 1 light second from each other. The two sides save a lot of time in communication. As a Qing clan who wants to be a worker in the Conscious Life Form Alliance, how can they miss such an opportunity? After finishing this big job, I can be promoted to a galaxy-level civilization. Adhering to the idea of a worker preparing to get a promotion and a raise, the Qing tribe directly introduced the situation of the Conscious Life Form Alliance to Liu Yu in more detail. Its origin time is unknown, but it has existed for at least hundreds of millions of years. At first, the alliance only existed in the galaxy. The founding civilization tried to spread the technology of consciousness uploading to the entire galaxy. Gradually, as more and more civilizations could not give up this technology that could make individuals almost immortal, they all became conscious life forms. The civilization that completed consciousness uploading has made an unimaginable leap in an instant. Their spacecraft no longer need to consider the so-called living area, and the time for interstellar navigation is no longer so difficult. As long as the individual is equipped with a powerful processor, one person can match strong artificial intelligence. It seems that even the once feared intelligent machine crisis can be easily solved. But losing biological nature is not without cost. Why did civilization and technology come into being? After studying the historical data of the lizard civilization and the Horn tribe, human sociologists began to summarize a conjecture based on human history. In order to prevent the genetic information they carry from being lost, genes will prompt individuals to adapt to the environment more. After expanding to the entire tribe, only species that are more suitable for the environment can survive. Intelligent creatures, after being selected by nature, finally used wisdom as a weapon and developed civilization in the long-term confrontation with a natural environment. The initial stage of civilization is to allow the tribe to continue as the ultimate goal, which is essentially to allow genes to continue. With the development of civilization, intelligent creatures began to reflect the transformation of the environment by technology. In order to better continue their own information, the selection of genes must support such favorable changes. The relevant evidence is that the human brain has changed to varying degrees from the primitive brain of tens of thousands of years since the development of civilization. But what does this have to do with consciousness uploading? After collecting information and intelligence revealed by the Qing tribe, Base Zero found that the Qing tribe whose thinking ability should be countless times stronger than that of flesh and blood humans, still needed many years to consume breakthrough technology after directly receiving technical support from the Alliance of Conscious Life Forms. This is completely inconsistent with the civilization observed by humans. Look at the Dyson sphere civilization. Even if there's only one brain left, after tens of thousands of years, the Dyson sphere civilization still reached the peak of the fourth-level civilization. But it takes the Qin clan 500,000 years to digest the seventh-level theoretical knowledge, and this speed is still a relatively fast speed in the Conscious Life Form Alliance. Of course, it is possible that there is a large amount of knowledge that needs to be mastered to cross the civilization level, but this time is still too long. Therefore, the experts at Base Zero speculated that all civilizations that have become conscious life forms seem to have lost the potential for a technological explosion because they have abandoned their biological nature. But members of the Conscious Life Form Alliance do not have to worry about stagnation in technology because everything has the Builder. According to the Qin clan, the Builder had reached the 9th level civilization when the Alliance was established, and even above that. If Liu Yu had not met Blackheart before, he would probably think that the Builder had reached the so-called cosmic civilization. But after understanding the secrets of the universe, Liu Yu understood that the Builder was at most a civilization that broke through the first level of the restarter blockade. According to Blackheart, the matter below the quark has been covered up by the restarters. These substances hidden below the Planck length cannot affect the microscopic world, and thus cannot change any phenomenon in the macroscopic universe. But they are the key to the cosmic civilization. But such a blockade is not absolute. In some extreme cosmic bodies, such as neutron stars, black holes, and even galaxy cores, these substances hidden below the Planck length may be observed in a very short time. Only by establishing an observation station with a 10,000-year period next to these extreme celestial bodies can such an abnormal situation be discovered by chance. And the second principle of civilization, development. The restarters cut off the path of the entire universe's civilization to the cosmic level. But as the founders of the 9th level civilization, they suddenly found that the civilization path that had reached the end still had a way forward. How could they give up the promotion of civilization? Just like the restarters who have already broken through the end of the universe, aren't they challenging transcendence for the development of civilization and waiting for restart when they reach the end? The founders of the Conscious Life Form Alliance can be said to have found a glimmer of possibility to break through the cosmic level civilization. So it has established observatories on multiple extreme celestial bodies, and even cast a wide net after establishing the Conscious Life Form Alliance to construct the star map that spans 1 billion light years. In order to establish observatories on more extreme celestial bodies, to collect those materials that can only be seen at a glance in the universe. But this is not enough. The blockade of the universe by the restarters does not only exist in this layer. They have gone through countless cosmic eras. What kind of civilization have they not seen? Therefore, the organizers have to face not only the problem of not being able to observe, but also the problem of inaccurate observation, just like the civilization whose technology was blocked by the Sapon. But the organizers found the so-called solution to form a Conscious Life Form Alliance. When a civilization is promoted to the 8th level civilization in the Alliance, all members can choose to complete the fusion of consciousness with the organizer. Such fusion is by no means the loss of the independence of civilization, but a real union, truly connecting each other's perspectives on observing the universe to discover the mysteries of the universe. The introduction of the Qing tribe gradually showed Liu Yu the Conscious Life Form Alliance that he once thought he would never care about. In fact, Liu Yu had always wondered why the Conscious Life Form Alliance could be established. After all, according to the description of the Qin clan, the organizers were equivalent to using the technology of their own civilization as the foundation of the entire alliance for free, and the objects of support were all some low-level civilizations. This is a completely thankless task. After all, The organizers have been spending money continuously in this process. The so-called tasks it sent out can be completed more efficiently by itself, and there is no need to spend technology and waste time looking for other people to do it. This is what Liu Yu couldn't figure out before. But now, combined with the information from the Black Card and the information revealed by the Qin clan, everything seems to be clear in front of him. In order to break through to the cosmic civilization, the organizers spent hundreds of millions of years to establish the Conscious Life Form Alliance. In order to achieve consciousness connection, to break through the second blockade of the restarters, those substances below the Planck length will show different properties due to the observer effect. The uncertainty principle actually bypassed the physical limit and was once again reflected in these lowest level substances. This is the second blockade of the restarters after hiding the matter below the Planck length. Therefore, it is impossible to master the properties of these substances by relying on one civilization alone, let alone how to study and analyze them and master the laws. In this case, the organizers chose to unite hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of civilizations. However, there are very few level 9 civilizations. It is difficult to communicate with each other in such a large universe. It is even more difficult to convince each other to connect with each other to assist in completing the observation experiment. Then cultivate it yourself. Find all the intelligent creatures within the range of the starry sky, transform them into conscious life forms, and share your own technology. Finally, through the way of consciousness connection, truly realize the union of conscious life forms and observe what the material composition of the bottom layer of the universe is from the perspective of different intelligent races. This method took so much energy and time, and everything was for the second principle of civilization development. The most terrible thing is that when it is implemented, no one can guarantee that this is a way to break the blockade. But the organizers still spent hundreds of millions of years to organize such a cosmic civilization experiment with unknown results, involving tens of thousands of civilizations within 1 billion light years. All conscious life forms in the universe unite. Once successful, how many cosmic civilizations will be born from these united consciousness life forms? Liu Yu understood that the direction of the civilization of the founders was right, because they successfully attracted the attention of the restarters, and they sent their followers to observe. Such observation, I am afraid, is not a good thing. After combining the two, Liu Yu has roughly understood the basic situation. Entrusting the communication with the Qing tribe to number 7 first, Liu Yu cut the perspective to base 52. He looked at the Black Card and asked the most critical question about the mission. How do I need to observe the Consciousness Life Form Alliance? It's very simple. If they're still collecting the bottom matter of the universe, it means that they're still unwilling to give up on breaking through to the cosmic civilization. As long as you confirm this situation, you will report it to your restarter, and it will be completed. Except for us, the followers recognized by the restarters, other civilizations can't use that thing at all, and they can't study it. In fact, when I returned, I had left them a warning. If they still insist on insisting, the restarters will probably not let go of this Consciousness Life Form Alliance. But who knows how to contact the so-called restarters? I only learned about their existence from you. Compared with you, my follower, why do I feel like a wild one? Liu Yu still doesn't know which restarter gave him the black technology system, and for what purpose, but his current purpose is also very simple: to save number 7 first, and then find a way to solve the crisis of the unknown fleet visiting Blue Star 15 years later. That 1/10 of the universe map. Liu Yu is determined to get it. However, the content of this task sounds simple, but Liu Yu is confused about the matter below the Planck length. Among the scientific and technological data that Liu Yu has obtained so far, even the database of the 4th level civilization shows that quarks are the smallest particles in the universe, and the smallest unit of matter division is quarks. Up quarks, down quarks, and electrons together constitute the protons and neutrons of atoms, and atoms combine to form molecules, and all complex structures are born from this. This is a unified physical structure from microscopic particles to macroscopic things. But the premise for this task to be completed is that Lu Yu himself can find matter smaller than protons. Otherwise, how can he judge whether the conscious life form alliance has collected those materials? Lu Yu thought about it and tried to ask, what if the alliance ignores your warning and still collects those materials that can allow them to break through to the cosmic civilization? Then the restarter will strengthen the logical blockade of the entire conscious life form alliance. Lu Yu asked again, what if they still don't listen to the second warning? What means will the restarters use to eliminate them? Two-dimensional foil? Not to mention the civilization that has reached the Milky Way level. Even the stellar civilization is not afraid of this thing. The dimensionality reduction weapons deployed at the speed of light cannot threaten the civilization that has already reached the speed of light. How can the restarters eliminate those ninth-level civilizations that are determined to break through their blockade? After all, these level 9 civilizations still master the technology of space folding and even the technology of building space bubbles and no longer need to stay in one place for a long time. The so-called dimensionality reduction strike, the black domain cage, or the directional strike weapon can't do anything to the level 9 civilization that is bent on guerrilla warfare within the universe. Like the Conscious Life Form Alliance, which broadcasts gravitational waves to the entire universe in such a high-profile manner. If there are a few more level 9 civilizations in the universe that act like this, why is the starry sky still so quiet? Some places seem to have never had a high-level civilization. Fermi paradox? This is also a question that humans have always had. Lu Yu has been walking in the universe. The existence of civilization is definitely not an isolated case. On the contrary, there are still many, and it can even be described as lively. Then why is the entire universe so quiet from the blue planet? The black card paused for a long time before sending a message that made Lu Yuma creepy. Because they have all been erased. Just like when a transcendent civilization leaves the universe, all its information will be erased. One of the reasons why the restarters can be distinguished from the cosmic civilization is that they have mastered the technology that can erase information in the universe. The civilizations that insisted on breaking the blockade of the restarters despite repeated warnings, along with their existence, the information they sent out, and all their creations, were all erased from this universe by the restarters. So in a certain area of the universe, when you gaze into the deep space, you will find that the starry sky is so quiet and silent. Judging from the behavior, the Restart Alliance cuts off the promotion path of the entire cosmic civilization in order to continue restart. All civilizations that want to break through the blockade will be wiped out. In this era of the universe, how many civilizations have been brutally murdered so far? Broken. I am not directly becoming a villain. After Lu Yu heard Heike's description, his first reaction was, how come I, an ordinary human being, have somehow become a member of the largest villain organization in the universe? I hope that no Ultraman will come out of nowhere in the future and treat Number 7 and I as little monsters and punch us to death. Looking back, Lu Yu also understood the heaviness behind the observation mission, which was related to the survival of tens of thousands of civilizations in the alliance of conscious life forms. Once the erasure begins, will the Qing tribe outside the Silver Star be eradicated as well? Or, because the technology given to the entire alliance by the founders will be erased, will the civilization that has developed collapse because of the sudden knowledge vacuum? As expected, I'm not made to be a villain. The mission hasn't even started yet, but I'm worried about the object of observation. It's just that all civilizations are limited to level 9. Except for the dependents selected by the restarters, no one can surpass their blockade. This universe is so dark. Lu Yu remembered Dr. Lizard's last sigh when he died in the Black Realm. For the 9th level civilization in the entire universe, what is the difference between them and a lizard civilization locked in the Black Domain? Without a breakthrough, cosmic-level civilizations will not be able to withstand the cosmic-level doomsday. They are destined to disappear in the old cosmic era with the restart. What about humans? when human beings one day develop to level 9 civilization. Will you stop thinking about it? Having such a big melon suddenly could not change the crisis faced by Blue Star and himself. Number 7 is his partner that he must never let go of, and Blue Star is the home planet that humans must preserve now. Only by overcoming these two difficulties can we be qualified to discuss other matters. I'm willing to take over this observation mission. Lu Yu formally replied to Haika, "You should not continue to divide these lizard people in Base 52. Their civilization has now begun to decline, and they cannot reach the technological level of studying space bubbles." Okay, I will just stay with the android you control. However, this consciousness union is very interesting. The civilization at this stage has completed the connection. It is a good specimen. You will give it to me later as a gift for popularizing science to you. Back then, I became a dependent and wandered for hundreds of millions of years before I figured out my situation bit by bit. It was only at the end of a universe era that I barely figured out the truth. You are so lucky to meet me. You are not a dependent of the restarter who controls the probability, are you? Haika was like a chatterbox, constantly trying to chat with Lu Yu, and, in its words, dependents who can meet under the same cosmological constant will definitely move in the era of the same cosmological constant in the future. They would be natural friends and mortal enemies, because no one can guarantee whether the belonging restarters will suddenly choose to become the Paradise faction in the next era. Compared to Haika, who had already begun to think about distant things like the next cosmic era, Lu Yu decisively put it aside after accepting the observation mission. A fleet is heading towards the solar system at the speed of light, and they will arrive in 15 years. So will what awaits humans be a friendly visit, or trigger system task mechanism? During the mission, the point reward is doubled. Please select a task. Apart from this observation mission, Lu Yu did not make a choice in his system mission for a long time. At this time, Lu Yu, who popped up from the virtual reality, looked at the 4 tasks in front of him, preparing to make a decision together with the observation tasks. The first 2 missions, Yu Peng Comes from Afar and Dark Forest, are both sea-level missions. From the current point of view, my ability to participate is not high. The 4th mission, like the first 2 missions, can only be carried out after the unknown fleet arrives 15 years later. And what is the truth about the universe? Can it be as exciting as the Restart Alliance and the Restarters? Lu Yu looked at the 3rd mission on the floating panel in front of him. Mission 3. Look into the deep sky. Will the sudden arrival of the fleet cause mankind to suddenly wake up from the cradle, look into the deep space, and then walk into it? B-level rewards are based on the footprints left by human civilization in the universe. This is the mission Lu Yu is most inclined to take on. The Silver Star space jump allows him to quickly leave footprints in the universe and improve his completion rate. Host, Lu Yu. Points, 3,058. Task none. Currently owns Black Technology products, Silver Star modified, Lunchbox Spacesuit modified. Lu Yu, who had just spent 1,000 points and was planning to spend more points to redeem the universe's underlying matter observer with the system, really needed to start replenishing some points. Looking into the deep sky. Progress, 0.3%. Results achieved. Star map of the billion light-year universe. Settlement. In the end, I chose Task 3, and in the system task prompt bar, this task directly showed the task progress. Does this mean that the actual size of a universe reaches more than 300 billion light-years? And at least in the system division, I am still a human being, not something unknown. From this short message, Lu Yu analyzed some information that made him feel at ease. Even Blackcard had to spend hundreds of millions of years to explore and accept the identity of his followers. But Lu Yu suddenly learned these so-called secrets and even had a subtle resistance to these restarters who locked the civilization. Perhaps in the future, time will dilute this sensibility, and when only rationality remains, Lu Yu will have a completely different feeling when he looks back. But humans live in the present. If it weren't for number 7, Lu Yu would have jumped away from here long ago. Number 7 was still a little hesitant. For her, Lu Yu's safety was more important than her own. Do you really want to do the task of observing conscious life forms? Of course. Lu Yu touched her white hair. This task has no time limit or punishment. Maybe we can find a way to improve Blue Star's technology from the Conscious Life Form Alliance. More importantly, we can't just watch you being wiped out by the rules that come at any time. Number 7 knew that she couldn't persuade Lu Yu, who had made up his mind, so she could only share the method of joining the Conscious Life Form Alliance that she successfully obtained from the Ditching clan. This diligent space worker has the right to recommend, but if he really wants to join the Alliance, he can either wait here for the transport ship that comes every 5,000 years, or take the initiative to report to the designated coordinates. Lu Yu didn't have time to wait that long, so number 7 asked for the reported coordinates directly. They soon discovered that the coordinates given by the Qing clan were not on the star map it had given before, and this civilization was not as honest as imagined. Number 7 found the hidden galaxy location on the star map, and the Silver Star launched a space jump for the first time in a long time, leaving the star field that changed Lu Yu's starry sky journey. After the space jump was completed, a life planet appeared in front of Lu Yu. Completing consciousness uploading is the first step to join the Alliance. But it is not that you can directly pull the creature into a certain instrument and transfer consciousness into the machine to become a conscious life form. According to the explanation of the Qing tribe, all planetary civilizations will go through a long period of learning and will only upload consciousness after meeting the standards set by the Alliance. The life planet that Lu Yu arrived at is a school specially set up by the Conscious Life Form Alliance to train newcomers. The volume of this planet is about twice that of the Earth. From the center of the Earth to the surface, even to the low Earth orbit, it is a school. Different areas are mixed with various intelligent creatures of different appearances, and they will wear different styles of life support devices because of their different adaptability to the environment. It's a bit like the scene in Men in Black where many aliens enter the Earth. Lu Yu looked at the images sent back by the optical instrument and couldn't help but comment. It's interesting that the Conscious Life Form Alliance can gather all the intelligent races with completely different living habits to study in the planetary school. I heard that there are more than 4,000 such planetary schools in the star field controlled by the Alliance. Number 7 nodded and added, on average, each planet in the planetary school will accept 200 to 500 intelligent races. Some entire races have joined the Alliance, and some have left the race in the name of individuals to seek consciousness upload. Every year, all planetary schools can provide tens of thousands of qualified conscious life forms to the Conscious Life Form Alliance. Compared with ethnic civilizations, they identify with the Alliance more. In addition to their low technological level, they can be said to be the most loyal individuals in the Alliance. This is a way for planetary civilizations to join the Alliance, and the conditions for star-level and even galactic civilizations to join the Alliance will be much more relaxed. There is no need to go through long and tedious learning, nor any tests, as long as you are willing to complete the transformation into a conscious life form, and then complete the Alliance's tasks in order to upgrade technology and knowledge. Well, it can only be said that even the universe has subtle differences in treatment. The appearance of the Silver Star was so abrupt that Lu Yu had collected optical images for a long time before the space city next to the life planet sent an inquiry signal. Unknown spaceship, you have entered the star field of the 2719th Planetary School of the Conscious Life Form Alliance. Please explain your purpose immediately, otherwise you will be expelled. The message sent used the old-fashioned cosmic communication sample. After number 7 replied to the space city with the Qing clan's identification code, the temporary shield of the space city began to dim, and the reply became more friendly. Welcome to the Horn clan civilization, which is about to join our great Conscious Life Form Alliance. I am the conscious life form that manages the school space city Jiwu. Please go to the space city to complete the registration procedures first. May all conscious life forms in the universe unite and explore the truth of the universe together. The truth of the universe will cost you your life. Lu Yu secretly complained while letting the Silver Star approach the spaceport. and the huge spaceport slowly enlarged in front of him. Under the guidance of the signal, the Silver Star slowed down and moved towards the interior of the spaceport. During the entry, many experts from Base Zero on Blue Star stared at the miracle in front of them. The port gate that was so huge that it seemed to be able to fit a mountain range, and the unimaginable parking space inside. All these wonders made everyone who saw it amazed. Such a space city can be called a space city. Compared with it, the space factory currently built by humans at the second Lagrange point is just like the comparison between mountains and sand. The cabin where the Silver Star was parked was about 10,000 meters long, wide and high, and this was only a small spaceport anchorage. Larger spaceports were home to super-large mobile fortresses and motherships of various races. Compared to the small Silver Star, these spaceships could be described as giants. But the more it proved the extraordinariness of the Silver Star. So much so that when this silver droplet-like spaceship had just parked, an octopus-like robot was waiting with a welcoming team. Welcome the great advanced civilization, the Horn Tribe, to the Space City. Under the leadership of this robot octopus man, a bunch of bionic people of various shapes and forms behind him welcomed him with strange gestures. The whole scene made Liu Yu feel like he was watching an avant-garde art show on the Blue Star. Liu Yu had not yet given up the idea of his own body, and this glorious disguise mission was ready to be handed over to Number 7 to complete. A Horn Tribe bionic man who looks exactly like the Horn Tribe elder brother walked out of the Silver Star. Under the control of Number 7, it will become Liu Yu's field of vision for observing this space city. From the outside, this space city is actually half the size of the moon. Rather than calling it a space city, it is more appropriate to regard it as a metal satellite. Only one bionic man came down from the Silver Star. The leading octopus man did not show any surprise, but greeted him with a more enthusiastic attitude. Advanced civilization. Any strange way of existence is possible. So when receiving advanced civilizations, you must not show a strange look, otherwise the advanced civilization will think that the Alliance has never seen the world. And if this advanced civilization can be registered in the Alliance here, the octopus man can also get a lot of benefits. How can he give up such a performance that comes to his doorstep? When the bionic man stepped on the hoverboard and came to the deck where the Silver Star was docked, the octopus man floated on the side. This Horn Clan envoy, I am Jiwu, the person in charge of the space city. Is there anything I can help you with? Liu Yu and Base Zero both have a strong interest in the space city. This is a rare opportunity to visit, so Liu Yu simply made up a reason and asked the octopus man to be a free guide for him. The interior of the space city is much larger than imagined. I am afraid that space folding technology has been used. The spaceport is already huge by human standards, but outside this area, there are also various huge areas, living areas, trading areas, and various areas with strange functions planned to meet the different environmental needs of various intelligent races. The space city not only serves as a spaceport, but also is responsible for cargo transactions between intelligent races and spacecraft processing and maintenance services. It even has a fairly good production capacity and can manufacture small spacecraft for shuttling in the star system. This multifunctional space city made Base Zero envious. If humans could have such a space city, they would not have to spend so much effort to transport materials from the blue planet. Collecting resources directly from a moon and sending them to such a space city for processing would undoubtedly increase the ability to transport materials in deep space several times. They began to shuttle through the space city on a hoverboard, and the octopus man took advantage of his role as a guide to vigorously promote the benefits of joining the Conscious Life Form Alliance. However, when Liu Yu expressed his willingness to join and register, it was the octopus man who became embarrassed. The Alliance will definitely welcome advanced civilizations like the Horn Tribe to join, but if you could come earlier, 1,000 years ago, the Parliament did not hesitate to use superluminal communication to notify various reporting points for newly joined advanced civilizations. They must first complete 100 years of learning. 1,000 years ago. As soon as I heard this time point, I knew who caused the trouble. Liu Yu understood that it was probably the warning left by the Black Card civilization, which made the conscious life form alliance wary of joining the advanced civilization. Just learning for 100 years? Well, I haven't lived that long now. Liu Yu actually didn't want to spend so much time on this observation mission. What really concerned him was how to convince the creator of base number 7 after obtaining the star map, so that he would pay the price to let base number 7 continue to exist. Therefore, in his expectation, this observation mission was more like a formality. It would be best if the organizer would no longer challenge the blockade of the restarter. I would just take a look and give feedback to the black card to get a reward. It would be a good ending for everyone. Liu Yu looked at base number 7, hoping that the electronic warfare could work again. This space city looks like it has only stellar-level technology, but in fact, its core part has been hidden using space technology. I can only find out the outer data. The outer data of the space station are all useless information, and they don't involve the secrets of the Alliance at all. This is not surprising. This star field was set aside for the study of creatures of planetary civilizations. How could there be data related to advanced civilizations? However, the star map provided by the Qin clan does not actually contain the coordinates of the core area of the consciousness life form alliance. If you want to find it in the vast universe by yourself, it is probably as difficult as finding the Milky Way. At this time, the octopus man saw that the bionic man was silent, and hurriedly added, "Of course, for advanced civilizations like you who have been invited by senior members, we must handle it flexibly. If you don't mind using other races as your login name, you only need to wait another 5 years, and we can let you join the Alliance." It seems that even the Alliance that has reached the stage of consciousness uploading cannot do without flexible handling. This weird social governance dilemma. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that the Silver Star behaves like a technological product of advanced civilization. Otherwise, the person who is receiving Liu Yu now cannot be the person in charge of the space city. The octopus man seemed to be a diligent and honest space worker, and he didn't seem to know what consequences his flexibility would bring to the Alliance. 5 years. Liu Yu looked at the huge dome of the space city, on which was a live projection of the Planetary Academy. Intelligent races of various shapes controlled various machines and seemed to be snatching spherical objects, like a high-tech football on an alien planet. This is probably a grand event among students, and the audience stands surrounding the stadium, which is measured in kilometers, are full of spectators. Looking at the lively game, Liu Yu thought of a way to keep this bionic man and try to get away with it, and he could try other methods to observe the Alliance in his 5 years. The tiny matter in the universe can only be observed accidentally in extreme celestial bodies. From this direction as a train of thought, as long as he keeps checking the extreme celestial bodies in the star map given by the Qin clan, maybe there will be any unexpected discoveries. After all, his luck along the way can no longer be described as magical. After discussing with number 7, this is the only feasible method at present. Then he can only suffer the bionic man. Soon, the poor bionic man was abandoned in the space city by the unscrupulous Liu Yu, and Liu Yu took the number 7 space jump and left here. Even if the spaceship left, the octopus man did not dare to neglect the bionic man who stayed behind. Liu Yu, who is thousands of light years away, received intelligence continuously through the cross-space communication system. 1 day of study, 5 days of rest. This is the so-called hard learning environment of the planetary school. It is said that other planetary schools study 1 day and 10 days of rest. Is this really a school? Liu Yu followed the bionic man's perspective into the planetary school through virtual reality and couldn't help complaining. Now, this bionic man has replaced a certain intelligent race under the arrangement of the octopus man and has become a glorious student. Are you the representative of the Horn clan? Welcome to the First Land campus. I'm your guide, Mia. As soon as the bionic man got off the spaceship, he met the guide arranged by the octopus man at the airport of the orbital elevator. A group of blue floating spheres, looking like a slime-like intelligent robot. I broke through. I finally broke through the connection between the spirit and the body. There is only one hurdle left before the consciousness is uploaded. Just as the bionic man was about to respond, an intelligent creature with green light all over his body danced past him and then bumped into the glass next to him. Bang! He hit hard and seemed to faint directly. Soon a drone flew over and took him away. Well, it seems that the Alliance not only has flexible means of doing things, but also has dizzy people. Seeing the bionic man staring at the drone going away, Mia hurriedly explained, "This is a student who has been able to graduate after tens of thousands of years. The Alliance guarantees that he has no problems physiologically, but it seems that he has already had some cognitive impairments psychologically, which cannot be saved by current technology. It turns out that there are situations where people cannot graduate everywhere. It seems that the Conscious Life Form Alliance does not refuse everyone." After leaving the airport, the bionic man took the space elevator under Mia's guidance and headed towards the surface of the planet. During the short journey, through information transmission, the bionic man obtained a lot of daily knowledge about the school from Mia. As long as you become a conscious life form, you can feed the whole tribe. You can get a huge amount of resources by completing any task, and even get the help of the Alliance and get a life planet. As long as you become a conscious life form, you can completely change your individual destiny and even become the god of creatures on a planet by exchanging technology from the Alliance. Different races and individuals come to the Planetary Academy for various reasons and work hard for a common goal. In the planning of the continental plate, as the campus, let them integrate into it. Compared with the planetary civilization that Luyu has seen, the vigorous mixing of all races makes this place seem beautiful, like a paradise in the cold and dark universe. The bionic man found a free suspension car from the base of the space elevator. Everything in this planetary school seems to be free to use, and you can consult the services you want in front of any intelligent device. After the bionic man boarded the suspension car, he went to the largest library nearby without thinking. Sure enough, for humans, the real wealth is still in the library. So many intelligent races mean that there are different social structures behind them. Humans may be able to find ways to solve a series of problems encountered in the current promotion of virtual reality from these samples. You can even find real examples of how indigenous civilizations respond and how the two sides communicate when unknown civilizations visit. Human cosmic sociology and cosmic civilization history are finally taking another big step forward. Society model number 12 is very interesting. A civilization living in water can actually develop thermal energy and even skip the steam revolution and directly use electrical energy. A sociology professor and many colleagues are analyzing the data sent back by Lu Yu from the Planetary School, which contains the social structure and history of various planetary civilizations. Compared with science and technology, these data are unpopular knowledge, but they have unimaginable effects on the developing human civilization. These are real social samples, which are more useful than computer deductions thousands of times. The civilization developed in water has too many limiting factors in the eyes of humans, but it may not be the case in their eyes. The data shows that the home planet of this civilization is a planet without large land, but it took only 12,000 years for them to develop controlled nuclear fusion. If it weren't for the spacecraft of the Conscious Life Alliance passing by, they could even develop to a stellar civilization. Another professor retorted, and the professor who spoke first glared at him and immediately organized his words to debate with the other party. Okay. These are not the main points. Don't forget that the most important thing for us now is to select 2 key reference samples from more than 5,000 social samples. The first civilization is like overcoming the negative impact of virtual reality technology on the group. How to establish an effective star system defense system in the second civilization sample. The focus of the second item is not on us. At most, it is to assist in analysis. But now we have discussed the first reference sample for so long, and there is no definite result. The base has urged for the 3rd time. A professor quickly stood up and reiterated the theme of the meeting. In 2 months, these sociology professors saw the dream cosmic social case. And finally, they didn't have to stare at the Horn tribe and lizard civilization repeatedly to get details. But the trouble of happiness is that a large number of samples require a lot of energy, and they still have to undertake tasks and can't just conduct academic research. Civilization number 172 did these things about virtual reality. Civilization number 208, the measures for virtual reality are, despite the feeling of being forced to do business, the professors still summarize the results seriously. But these are methods and measures of other civilizations. The biological characteristics of many intelligent races are very different from those of humans. Each method and measure requires computer simulation to draw a preliminary conclusion on whether it is suitable for human civilization. This is also the reason why a group of professors from their respective research groups rarely get together. After the simulation test began, the professors were surprised to find that the supercomputer of Base Zero was unexpectedly smooth today, and more than a dozen large-scale scene simulations were able to run continuously. How can we get such a large computing power to assist in deduction today? Several large research project groups are so generous today. They're willing to give so much computing power to our humanities group. This group of sociology professors who have been busy recently may have forgotten that today may become a day worth remembering in human history. At this moment, most of the project researchers and project leaders at Base Zero stopped their work and came to the holographic projection hall to witness the historical moment that is about to happen. They poured sweat and hard work into it to create a miracle in the history of human engineering. On the projection screen, the first thing displayed was the space factory located at the second Lagrange point. It is even a little too big for a space factory. If it hadn't followed Liu Yu to see the space city of the Conscious Life Form Alliance, I'm afraid it would have been proudly called a space city. The original single ring structure has become a larger double ring, and each ring has a work cabin that carries different functions, making this small space city of mankind a bit like a large ball bearing in the universe. But in fact, what attracts the most attention now is not the first space city of mankind, but the huge spaceship that has just been completed in the center of the ring. This is the first real spaceship of mankind, Kunlun. This semi-ellipsoidal spaceship is a kilometer long from the bow to the stern. The widest tail is 500 meters, and the thickness reaches 200 meters, which is nearly twice as large as expected in the drawings. This is a miracle created by Base Zero with all its strength in a short period of time. It is equipped with an engine that can cruise at a maximum speed of 5% of the speed of light, allowing humans to quickly walk to any location in the solar system. It can be said that the success of this spaceship means that China's productivity has entered the middle stage of the second-level civilization. If this is observed by alien civilizations, I wonder if they will be scared and turn around overnight. 5 years ago, the entire human civilization did not even have mature, controllable nuclear fusion technology. And 5 years later, China has reached the productivity of the middle stage of the second-level civilization. On the scale of the universe, I am afraid that there are not many civilizations whose technological explosion can be so fast, right? If China is given more time to develop and Base Zero can master more breakthroughs from theory to technology, I am afraid that when the unknown fleet arrives, it will really be singing and dancing. The super engine is really successfully installed. I have been worried before that after this thing is produced, the spacecraft will be a circle bigger. The lizard civilization at Base 52 keeps drawing blueprints for us, and there are more and more functions. Otherwise, they will not change it again and again. Building such a large spaceship is not just for deep space exploration, but to build a prototype of a forward base on Ceres at one time, which can save a lot of time for our Space Great Wall project. Note 1. Now the second spaceship is already in preparation, and this time it is very likely to reach the 3,000-meter level. It's incredible. If someone had told me before that such a large spaceship could be built in just 3 months, I would have thought it was a liar. But who knew that I could actually participate in such a miracle in person? Miracles. I don't know how many people have been talking about them. But with the breakthrough of technology, the people of Base Zero will break through more miracles that were once unimaginable. As the images on the holographic projection began to change, the chaotic discussions in the hall subsided. Everyone held their breath and looked at the spaceship fixed at the center of the circle by several mechanical arms. The tail engine was slightly lit. That was the spaceship's pre-ignition preparation. Its first trial voyage was to cruise the asteroid belt. Now, it is about to be ready, and all the people who witnessed this moment are silently chanting in their hearts. Kunlun, Kunlun. Astronauts, please board the ship from Channel 1. Researchers, please board the ship from Channel 2. In the inner ring of the circular space city, relying on a microgravity generated by the rotation, two teams wearing relatively light spacesuits are making final preparations. One team is full of vigor and vitality, while the other team is mature and steady. The two teams have reached 150 people in total. They're the driving team of the Kunlun's maiden voyage, and next they will go to the cabin in batches through the hollow, fixed clamp channel. The astronauts walk to the channel in the direction of the bow under the leadership of the captain, while the researchers and engineers on the other side were led by Professor Mao to board the ship. The first spacecraft test voyage. The first time such a large-scale human deep space exploration was organized. The first time many high-tech technologies were put into practical use. The astronaut team is much larger than the researcher team. This maiden voyage has too many firsts for humans. Considering safety, the expert team should not be too large, but Professor Mao still insisted on participating. During the maiden voyage, which was full of attempts, Professor Mao was actually seen leading the team. In the team of astronauts heading to the bow, Xiao Lu ranked after the second officer, and, as the third officer, he kept looking back and watching the amazing scene. For confidentiality, they did not even arrive at the space city on the same space shuttle. And because of his outstanding spacecraft driving ability, Xiao Lu was assigned from the researcher to the astronaut team and served as the third officer in this maiden voyage. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be one of the captains of the first batch of human spacecraft and even become the commander of the fleet. And he himself got used to it in the training for more than a year and often boasted to his teammates that he was the most knowledgeable in scientific research in the aerospace force and the most knowledgeable in driving spacecraft among the researchers. That's right. Although they still claim to be astronauts to the outside world, they actually have their own team name, the Aerospace Force, and they will be the prototype of the future space fleet. After successfully boarding the ship, no one was curious about the interior of the simple and modern warship. They had already mastered the details of the warship in several months of virtual reality exercises. After boarding the ship, all astronauts quickly took up their posts and waited for orders. There was a huge glass in the 50-square-meter command room, under which sat the communicator, radar technician, and helmsman. The captain sat in the command chair and issued the first command, "Connect the dock viewfinder." Captain's order, "Connect the dock viewfinder." System confirms the command. Command executed. More than 20 pictures began to appear on the large glass in the command room. Xiao Lu, who was waiting for the captain's order with the first and second officers, saw that the captain selected the view on the electromagnetic track in the picture. The space city was seen slowly rotating while ejecting disks from various positions. They quickly built a traction electromagnetic track in front of the Kunlun. The huge spacecraft will follow this track to obtain the initial power of ejection, and then increase the engine power little by little, and finally reach 5% of the speed of light. The Kunlun is not the Silver Star. During the acceleration period, everyone on the spacecraft will have to endure the tremendous pressure brought by the acceleration. During that period, the fragile human body cannot bear it at all, so there are a large number of hibernation capsules in the command room of the Kunlun. When humans lie in it, it will begin to fill with green liquid, which is a large number of nanorobots and pressure relief materials. When the Kunlun enters the acceleration or deceleration phase, everyone must enter the hibernation capsule to avoid the overload pressure. But they're by no means in hibernation. These hibernation capsules are also equipped with virtual reality technology. They can complete driving through virtual reality in the Kunlun's shipboard host. Isn't this an alternative version of the deep sea mode? If this technology is popularized among the people, I don't know how many people will simply not want to wake up from virtual reality for their entire lives. Everything is going on normally. Seeing that he, the third mate, has no work yet, Xiao Lu simply went to check the hibernation capsule system. It's called an inspection, but it's just using the programming computer on the space suit to quickly access the main body and let the shipboard host quickly self-check. With this thing, many humans who can adapt to the space environment can also complete space travel, right? In the future, we need to do our best to build a space wall for mankind. Xiao Lu, who was selected for this plan, has already fully understood the secrets behind Base Zero, but the more he understands the importance of his maiden voyage this time, and why Professor Mao appeared in this test voyage. After completing these, Xiao Lu turned around and saw floating discs like sweeping robots appearing on the space city. They were regularly attached to the semi-ellipsoidal spacecraft marked with 001, Kunlun. After a while, the blue electromagnetic shield covered the entire spacecraft. It's time to launch. Using the principle of magnetic field repulsion, Kunlun has now begun to move on the magnetic field orbit. All astronauts watched this moment with bated breath. In addition to them, there are countless people at Base Zero who are staring at this place all the time and waiting with bated breath. The first time humans eject such a huge spacecraft is of epic-making significance to the entire civilization, because it will unveil the human cosmic era. The clamps of the space city slowly loosened their restraints, and the engine of the Kunlun, which had been ignited and waiting for this moment, ejected a dreamy blue flame. With the help of the electromagnetic track, it began to accelerate. In a blink of an eye, the spacecraft that had already reached the far end of the camera ejected even more amazing flames. Just like the Kunlun with blue wings flapping its wings and flying high, it smoothly separated from the space city and flew into the deep space. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, and the words that could only echo silently in their chests could finally be blurted out, and at this moment, only one word echoed in all the radio channels. Kunlun. Kunlun. Human history will remember the moment of Kunlun's launch, because from this moment on, humans can truly claim to be the masters of the solar system. Our station reports that the Kunlun, independently manufactured by my country, has completed the first space launch of mankind. In the evening, if you look up at the night sky, a blue light will appear in the sky, which is the track of the first spacecraft of mankind. At the same time, CNN reports for you that China's deep space progress has further promoted our country. As all media rushed to report this moment, more and more people walked out of their homes, opened windows, and looked into the distance. And some people even stopped to look up at the sky for a long time. On the blue planet, a blue meteor can be seen across the night sky in the hemisphere at night. It is the flame of the Kunlun super engine. Even on the blue planet, its unparalleled splendor can be seen. Kunlun. Kunlun. This time, people from all corners of the world, regardless of nationality or race, cheered for the great achievements of mankind. At this moment, it seemed that only one voice resounded on the blue planet. That is Kunlun. That is the name of the first spacecraft of mankind. And the sea of stars will no longer be an unreachable territory, and all the humans who look up to witness this moment have such thoughts inexplicably flashing in their hearts. Qi Lu is a tree man, but he is a very smart tree man. Otherwise, he would not be selected by the tribe to come to the Planetary Academy to become a student of the Conscious Life Form Alliance. His favorite thing is to receive free nutrient solution, then take root in a sunny place, and immerse himself comfortably in virtual reality. But he is not immersed in the internet for entertainment, but to improve his thinking speed and speed up learning efficiency. Qi Lu came with the hope of the whole tribe. The star system where they were born is very old, and the star is about to enter the red giant stage. At that time, the ecology of the entire planet will be destroyed, and their civilization will be destroyed. At this time, The spacecraft of the Conscious Life Form Alliance passed by here and discovered this strange tree man race. They have a very long lifespan and can naturally use electromagnetic waves to communicate without inventing electromagnetic instruments. Unfortunately, after a long time, the civilization they developed has only reached the first-level civilization. At this rate, they will definitely perish on their mother planet. After the spacecraft of the Conscious Life Form Alliance explained its purpose, the Tree Man race sent their youngest tribe member, Chi Lu, on the spacecraft. He brought the hope of the whole village. So he had to be promoted to a conscious life form as soon as possible, and then complete some tasks to exchange for the right to use a suitable planet for the tribe. There were also many individuals with the same purpose as him. The ecosystem of their home planet was facing the crisis of extinction. When these individuals left their home planet, at most the tribe was trying to send them to the Alliance's spacecraft. After these individuals who arrived at the planetary school saw the technological level of the Alliance, they deeply understood that only the Conscious Life Form Alliance could save the tribe. Most of these people are the most curry group in the school, and birds of a feather flock together. Those who can live in Chi Lu are all such curry kings with lofty ideals. That's right. Chi Lu is a tree man, a young tree man whose body covers an area of nearly 10 kilometers. And there are many natural tree houses on his body, in which live many intelligent creatures who are unwilling to live in the cold city. This group of curry kings should have nothing to do with the bionic people controlled by Lu Yu. But in order to collect social information of various intelligent races, Lu Yu immediately plunged into the library when he arrived at this planetary school. After a while, a curry king introduced him here. Lu Yu simply let the bionic man live there, and his guide robot Mia somehow got in too. In this way, the bionic man controlled by Lu Yu lived a strange life of elves and fantasy works. With the giant tree as a community, forming neighbors with a group of strange aliens, especially their nominal classmates. This wonderful experience makes Lu Yu, who has been experiencing the whole process in virtual reality, feel as if he has returned to school. Studying 4 hours a day, studying 3 days, and resting 3 days can be called diligent and studious. If you're willing to study for 4 days, you're the king of the role. On the blue planet, all students will shed tears of envy. In fact, the Silver Star is still jumping between different extreme celestial bodies. This method of finding a needle in a haystack has been going on for several months. In addition to the reverse comparison, which makes Lu Yu feel that the life of the planetary school is incomparably beautiful, there is no gain. On this day, Lu Yu is still staying in the perspective of Kunlun. At this time, the first human spacecraft had to start slowing down just after crossing the orbit of Mars, and the astronauts had to return to the hibernation cabin just after launching a large probe to Mars. Dong dong. A sound like knocking on the door sounded, and Lu Yu watched the Q version of Number 7's head pop up and then switch to another virtual reality. After being immersed in virtual reality for a long time, Lu Yu subtly realized that he began to blur the boundary between reality and virtuality. Especially after the 5 senses in virtual reality feedback became more and more real, this feeling became stronger and stronger. This situation was fed back to the blue planet, which has begun to be popularized and gradually became a major focus issue. This is also one of the reasons why many sociologists are eager to find social examples of other intelligent civilizations as references. Throwing away distracting thoughts, Lu Yu focused his attention on the bionic man in front of him. The bionic man he controlled was in a tree hole somewhere, and this seemingly natural tree hole had a projection screen full of technology. The image displayed on it was a blue ball. It was Mia who sent a video call to Lu Yu. The community league is about to start. Everyone decided that even if we are nerds, we must participate. The league here is the competitive game that Lu Yu had seen on the dome screen of the spaceport before. This thing is an alien competition that combines mecha confrontation, spherical machine competition, and terrain defense. Mecha confrontation is easy to understand. Both sides send their own design mechas to compete. Spherical machine competition is also easy to understand. In the game, there will be a spherical machine that has been carefully classified. Both sides have to compete for the control of the spherical machine in the mecha confrontation. While relying on computing power to crack its original encryption method, they also have to crack the encryption set by the opponent for the spherical machine. Terrain defense. After gaining control of the spherical machine, it must be sent to the designated position to score, and the competition venue is often dozens of kilometers long and wide. Both sides will set up complex defensive weapons as the last line of defense. In Liu Yu's opinion, it is a bit like rugby or football. It is a strange competition with many integrated elements, but the number of participants often reaches hundreds or thousands. However, all the intelligent creatures in the planetary school are very keen on this competition. Even the members of the King of Scrolls community are willing to take out some of their study time to participate in the competition. You can imagine how strong its influence is. In the planetary school, the emphasis is on logic and ideological education, which blurs the learning and cultivation of science and technology. This is because the Alliance itself has a complete technology tree, and the transformation from various life forms to conscious life forms must have a process of reshaping the underlying logical thinking. Taking humans as an example, many behavioral habits are formed by the brain relying on some chemical substances to control. The so-called rewarding oneself is one of them. But if the conscious life form only has electromagnetic signals, such a reward mechanism will be lost immediately. Even if the consciousness upload is completed abruptly, it will fall into a state of thinking that life is hopeless. Therefore, technology can be mastered by conscious life forms. But before that, all the changes to complete consciousness upload must start from thought and logical thinking. Otherwise, like the crazy green light man that Liu Yu saw in the spaceport before, it was still in the early days of the establishment of the Alliance. After the intelligent life suddenly uploaded its consciousness, it became a conscious life form with dead thinking. These are the lessons learned from practice by the current planetary school. The League promotes this competition mode, which is nothing more than adding the action mode and details of handling matters after becoming a conscious life form to the details of the competition, so that students can more smoothly connect to the thinking mode of conscious life forms. Seeing that Liu Yu did not respond for a long time, several alien intelligent creatures appeared behind Mia and pleaded with Liu Yu. Now our team only needs you to reach the number of participants. Come on, come on. This competition is super easy. Just experience it once. Our training mode is extremely easy. Liu Yu had a subtle illusion of returning to the university campus, where the student club pulled newcomers to participate in a certain competition. It's just that the former classmates have become these aliens of different shapes. A standard Conscious Life Alliance spaceship docked at the space city next to the Planetary Academy. This situation is actually rare, because this type of spaceship is generally a cargo spaceship that transports supplies and rarely docks at the spaceport that receives students. Many intelligent creatures cast curious eyes on the spaceship, wondering if a member of the Conscious Life Alliance has arrived. That is, the students who have just entered school will have this question. How can the formal members of the Conscious Life Alliance have a physical body? At most, there will be a mechanical incarnation, and the mechanical incarnation obviously does not need to be transported by spaceship. Soon the hatch opened, and in the anti-gravity traction light, an alien with an 80% similar appearance to humans stepped into the traction light and slowly boarded the airport. The aliens who were observing this scene were disappointed. Seeing that the other party looked like this, it was obvious that he was still a material body, like himself. At most, he was a new intelligent race ready to join the school. I just don't know why he didn't take a spaceship of his own civilization. This new student didn't want to take a spaceship of his own civilization, but he didn't have the concept of spaceship in his mind at all. The technological level of his civilization is similar to that of the blue planet before the Renaissance. The ability to establish a relationship with the alliance of conscious life forms also depends on their unique racial advantages. A close look at the long black hair of this alien will reveal the difference between his race and humans. His hair is thicker than that of humans, and there are flashes of electricity between his hair. The hair of this kind of alien intelligent creatures can generate a large amount of electric current, through which they can capture prey and send electromagnetic waves to the outside. Of course, the power of electromagnetic waves emitted by a single individual is too small, and it is easy to be drowned in the vast universe. But if tens of thousands or even millions of individuals are connected in series, then the power of electromagnetic waves they emit will be able to be transmitted to several light years away. This intelligent group was therefore discovered by the Alliance's spacecraft, and those members who were performing missions outside basically accepted everyone. As long as you have the potential for wisdom, in their opinion, there is not much difference between the first-level civilization and the third-level civilization. So they have not even started the first industrial revolution, and they have already set foot in the universe. This group of alien intelligent creatures even worshipped the Alliance members as gods when the spaceship landed. After experiencing high technology and unlimited material supply on the spaceship, they felt that the spaceship was already the legendary kingdom of God. But now they have arrived at the space city. After learning and mastering the universal electromagnetic wave language, they know that they can also become gods through learning. What an honor it is! If those idiots who pushed them on the spaceship knew this, they would probably regret it and want to commit suicide, right? So more and more tribesmen got off the spaceship and worshipped the battle of gods taking place on the dome of the space city. At the same time, I don't know how many people have the same voice in their hearts. I also want to be one of the electric giants. When the span of technology exceeds the scope of understanding, what is the difference between it and a miracle? And the god worshipped by these new students is actually Lu Yu, who drives a huge humanoid robot. How can anyone refuse to drive a Gundam? Originally, he just wanted to deal with these neighbors, but the moment he saw the mecha, Lu Yu decided that he would definitely participate in this competition. The main purpose is to open up new intelligence channels. Well, driving this mecha that looks like Gundam is really just a byproduct. In the past few months, Lu Yu has realized that it is impossible to find out whether the Alliance is still studying the underlying matter of the universe from the planetary school alone. Of course, the Silver Star is also running between the stars, and the harvest is also very little. The only thing that can give Lu Yu some comfort is that he found a lot of third-level civilization technology in the library, and he gave Base Zero a big helping hand. But the strange thing is that it was originally thought to be a competition that focused on participation awards, but it has been advancing all the way. I thought they would fail in the preliminaries, but the explosion of a certain neighbor led them directly through the preliminaries and entered the round-robin tournament. And the round-robin tournament is a battlefield for veteran teams to compete, but who knew that they would win several times by accident. In fact, Lu Yu's real driving skills can no longer keep up with the intensity of such a game. But who is he? I can't beat him, but I have thousands of men who train him. So in the last game of the group stage, he was not at all panicked when facing the opponent's ace pilot, because he was not fighting alone. As early as several months ago, this competitive game was launched in the virtual reality game of lizardmen and humans. 700 million lizardmen and hundreds of millions of humans have simulated you for trillions of times. Alien swear words. Gently greet your relatives. It's just trash talk in the game. Lu Yu calmly let go of the control of the bionic man, and a human high player who may be hundreds of millions of light years away took over the game. Me and the power leveler killed randomly.jpg. I was responsible for the gacha, and he was responsible for the random killing. The red humanoid mecha was like a god descending from heaven, using a beam sword to cut the opponent's mecha full of mechanical tentacles into two pieces. This is the scene of those intelligent creatures worshipping. It takes time for the opponent to revive the mecha, and at this time the red humanoid mecha has taken over the game. This seeded team in the group stage was the biggest upset and was crushed by Lu Yu's team. When the tentacle mech was resurrected, they had already been scored 2 goals. As it was killed by the red mech again, the whole game was no longer suspenseful. We won. The first place in the group advanced. We made it to the knockout round. In the preparation room, The bionic man who had just come out of the virtual cabin was thrown up again and again by dozens of strange aliens. Victory is the best glue for the team. A few months ago, who would have thought that they could achieve such results? Amidst the laughter and joy, Lu Yu suddenly remembered the summer when he led his class to fight the school debate finals when he was still on the Blue Star. Unlimited supplies are open to everyone here. No matter how small the interest is, you can form a like-minded group with different aliens and tinker with some messy and possibly useless things. Students can do everything they want in this planetary school. It really looks like a school where thousands of aliens gather together. When these people grow up and become the backbone of the Conscious Life Form Alliance, the phrase conscious life forms of the entire universe unite may no longer be empty talk. Lu Yu, who had this thought, looked at Mia, who had naturally joined the celebration team. His heart moved, and he seemed to have sensed something. But the next second, Number 7's voice sounded in his ears. His consciousness returned to his body after a long absence, and the projection screen in front of Lu Yu showed a celestial body with a diameter of only more than 20 kilometers, but it had a terrible mass, with a mass of at least 100 million tons per cubic centimeter. This is a magnetar, a special kind of neutron star. I found a suspected observation station next to it. Magnetar, a very special neutron star. It has a super strong magnetic field and continuously releases strong electromagnetic radiation, mainly X-rays and gamma rays. The lifespan of magnetar is quite short compared to other ordinary celestial bodies, even only tens of thousands of years. But a magnetar with a stronger magnetic field may emit a magnetic field of hundreds of billions of Tesla, which can be regarded as a naturally formed rotating magnet in the universe, and is no less dangerous than a black hole. The average magnetic field strength of the Earth is 0.6 Gauss, while the magnetic field strength of a magnetar can reach 100 trillion Gauss. The strong magnetic field can tear the substances known to humans into the most basic neutrons. In 2004, humans observed a magnetar explosion from 50,000 light-years away, and its power forced the ionosphere of the Blue Star atmosphere to change. If this explosion occurred within 10 light-years of the Blue Star, the ozone of the Blue Star would be electrolyzed in an instant, and the ecosystem of the Blue Star would suffer a devastating blow in an instant. Lu Yu looked at the petite celestial body in front of him. The Blue Star was rotating at high speed, and the surrounding area within several light-years was a restricted area for life. This kind of special super celestial body has a very short lifespan. The Silver Star encountered one immediately after nearly a year of targeting, and also found the existence of a suspected observation station directly from it. It seems that his luck is as good as ever. In the living area, Lu Yu moved his somewhat stiff body and looked up at the blue celestial body. In such a terrible and extreme environment, it is possible to break through the blockade set by the restarters, right? After constantly magnifying and processing the image, Lu Yu saw an unnatural black spot almost close to the surface of the blue celestial body. However, it is almost impossible to observe it more clearly. Unlike black holes that swallow photons by gravity, the terrible characteristic of magnetars is that even photons are constrained by magnetic fields on their surfaces. Now we can find that there are other substances on the surface of magnetars, thanks to the fact that most of the observation instruments are equipment brought by base number 7. Lu Yu asked, "Can you confirm that this is an observation station? Or can you confirm whose observation station it is?" They are now millions of light-years away from the planetary school. This is a location that is not recorded in the star map given by the Qin clan. No one can guarantee that this thing is the creation of the Conscious Life Form Alliance. Number 7 helped Lu Yu massage his shoulders and answered, "The interference is too strong, and neutrinos can't penetrate the magnetic field at all. If we rely on the armor of the Silver Star to get closer, we may be able to observe more clearly, but the other party will also find us directly." Lu Yu suddenly grabbed Number 7's little hand, shook his head, and said, "Do we have any choice? Go to that suspicious black spot." Since the erasure rules were learned, nearly half a year has passed. Half a year is just a short moment for celestial bodies, but for human individuals, it is a time scale that can change the path of a lifetime. The creator of base number 7 may transcend this universe at any time, and then number 7 will also be erased. She even secretly wrote a new set of intelligent programs on Lu Yu's gene resonance bracelet, fearing that she would be suddenly wiped out one day, leaving Lu Yu alone and no one to take care of him. How could Lu Yu not know what happened in the Silver Star? The more number 7 was like this, Lu Yu knew that he could not wait any longer. No matter how terrible the Magnetar environment was, could it break the armor of the Silver Star? Could it be more terrible than drifting alone in the dark universe? I used to be able to tolerate being alone because I had not experienced the days of having number 7. Like Lu Yu now, can jump in high-frequency space and often immerse in virtual reality. Isn't it because he can entrust the driving to number 7? And without the perfect control of intelligent life, Lu Yu doesn't know if he can perfectly control the 3-line cross-space communication. Whether from a psychological or a practical point of view, Lu Yu can't accept the loss of number 7. The perfect teardrop-shaped spacecraft began to cut into the magnetic field. When it was 1,000 kilometers away from the Magnetar, the magnetic field strength here was enough to crush the material structure at the molecular level. If an unlucky human came to this position, he would be decomposed into atoms in an instant, and the atomic structure would become deformed. When it was 100 kilometers away from the Magnetar, the atomic structure would also begin to disintegrate. Protons and electrons were repelled and ejected because of their charge, leaving only neutrons that began to liquefy under high pressure. However, these extreme environments could not do anything to the Silver Star. 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers. Finally, under Lu Yu's command, the Silver Star even stopped 500 meters away from the suspected observation station. It was a sphere with a radius of 50 meters, quietly suspended on the surface of the Magnetar, and did not react to the Silver Star that was so close. Just in terms of this material, it is already very close to the strength of the first layer of armor of the Silver Star, but it seems that it does not retain any external observation windows. Number 7 reported the observation information after approaching and analyzed. If it does not have its own observation instruments, it means that there must be an auxiliary base outside the Magnetar. Because the movement method of the Silver Star is different from any other spacecraft, it is too late. Before number 7 finished speaking, the surface of the Magnetar, which should have been extremely hard, actually rippled like liquid, as if something emerged from the Magnetar. After waiting for a while, the object that somehow escaped from the terrifying gravity inside the Magnetar finally unveiled its veil. It was a Rubik's Cube. In this familiar crystal Rubik's Cube, there seemed to be a ray of the deepest black, which was the target material it had obtained from the Magnetar tens of thousands of years ago. Lu Yu couldn't help but blurt out and asked, "Which base is this?" That's right. The Conscious Life Form Alliance actually used super civilization creations to carry the smallest matter in the universe. This also solved one of Lu Yu's questions. After all, matter that can exist below the Planck length must be very small, so small that Lu Yu didn't know what material could be used as its container. The atomic structure is already quite tight for macroscopic objects, but in the microscopic world, the gaps in the atomic structure are quite loose, otherwise neutrino detection would not be able to penetrate the matter smoothly. So what can be used as a storage device for mysterious matter that is millions of times smaller than these particles? You must know that all matter in the currently known universe is composed of up and down quarks and electrons. The mysterious particles are even smaller than them, which means that they can easily penetrate their structure. And the scene in front of him seemed to tell everyone the answer. Using super civilization creations as devices, extracting extremely tiny mysterious particles from extreme celestial bodies, such as magnetars. But what Lu Yu is more concerned about now is whether this thing is the observation station of the Conscious Life Form Alliance. It is only tens of thousands of light years away from the Planetary Academy. For the Alliance that has mastered wormhole technology, this distance is not far. Looking at the Rubik's Cube, Lu Yu entered the spherical observation station as if entering a liquid, and Mia's face suddenly flashed through his mind. This blue ball, who claims to be an intelligent robot, has been staying by his side for various reasons since the Bionic Man entered the Planetary Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe he can get the answer from her? After advancing to the next round with a perfect victory in the group stage, the entire Big Tree community was in a carnival. Chi Lu's tree trunk was decorated from head to toe, as if it had been decorated as a Christmas tree to celebrate this happy moment. After reconnecting his consciousness to the Bionic Man here from the Magnetar, Lu Yu thought about it and applied for a Bionic Man exactly like number 7 on the projection screen. Soon the finished product was printed out, and Lu Yu held the Bionic Man's hand and said, "Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Bionic Man opened his eyes, and number 7 took over all the control of the Bionic Man in an instant. A moment later, the two walked out of the tree, whole hand in hand. On the path formed by the branches, many branches with golden fruits will extend from the side. Those are the fruits that Chi Lu specially produced as a tree man to celebrate. When Lu Yu just moved in, this enthusiastic tree man also produced a batch for him to taste. But this fist-sized fruit grew from a classmate, after all. This strange behavior, like eating the flesh of his alien classmates, once made Lu Yu feel a little awkward. But the data fed back from the taste system carried by the Bionic Man showed that the golden fruit produced by this tree man was unexpectedly delicious. Hey, it smells so good. So after the first time when Chi Lu was so kind, Lu Yu became unceremonious. He picked 2 fruits casually, handed one to number 7, and enjoyed one for himself. Number 7 squinted slightly because of the sour and sweet taste of the fruit, and then waved the fruit that he had only bitten a little and said, "Why don't we plant a few trees in the living area? Grow your own alien classmates." Lu Yu shook his head and laughed. "How weird. Let's forget it." Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, I saw a red sun that was about to sink below the horizon. At this time, fireflies were floating everywhere in the whole tree. They were small robots, which became floating guide lights for the two in the dimness. Number 7 waved to them, and then a magical scene appeared. These robots quickly formed up, and in her hands they turned into a lantern with a human ancient style. In this way, the two walked slowly to the busiest area in the afterglow of dusk. Lu Yu's teammates were like heroes, and they were lifted up by the robots one by one. The aliens below played strange music and sang and danced on the widest tree path. On both sides of the tree path stood incubators, all of which were famous dishes of various alien intelligent races. Some of them were dark dishes in the eyes of humans, and some looked delicious. Lu Yu, who had finished the Gaga killing with the power leveling, was naturally qualified to be carried away, but today he just wanted to enjoy a moment of peace with number 7. Although he came with impure purposes, it was rare for him to feel like he was back in his student days in the planetary school for a period of time. After watching the lively team go away, the two tasted the dishes of various races, and then they turned around the corner of the tree shade hand in hand, and the lanterns in their hands turned into light spots and scattered, like fireflies spreading into a light belt. A blue ball appeared from the next corner, jumping and hopping, and Lu Yu and the others seemed to meet unexpectedly. Is this also from the Horn Clan? When Mia saw number 7, a question mark popped up on the blue ball, and she asked curiously, "When did you arrive?" Although it doesn't meet my aesthetic standards, I have to admit that she's indeed a beautiful Horn Clan member. What a pity! If it had been earlier, we could have seen the wonderful competition on the spot. After she said this, the scene fell into subtle silence. After a while, Lu Yu asked directly, 50,000 light years away from the planetary school, the observation station on the magnetic star belongs to the Conscious Life Form Alliance, right? Just like the silver star jumped into the black domain, it was immediately recognized by the black card as a dependent, a cosmic civilization. So when the silver star space jump method popped up like a map refresh, even if it was a level 9 civilization, it would be impressed once it saw it. The Conscious Life Form Alliance was once visited by the Black Card civilization and was warned by it. How could it be so easy for Liu Yu to infiltrate its lower-level organization? The Qin clan was isolated and unable to distinguish the space jump of the Silver Star due to its backward technology and intelligence. It is understandable, but I am afraid that the moment it jumped to the space city, it was probably discovered immediately, right? The octopus leader was simply a shill. The Alliance, which is full of conscious life forms, must be extremely vigilant about the taboo of modifying data. How could there be a replacement? The remaining sunlight on the horizon finally disappeared, and billions of stars dotted the night sky without satellites. The silence was finally broken. As expected of a civilization that has gone through countless years, it actually found the observation station in such a short time. After a faint sigh, Mia said, "I'll introduce myself again. I'm Mia, the 689,231st external communication device of the Alliance Consciousness Complex." She could have pretended to be stupid and tried to deceive, or she could have just attacked and destroyed the bionic man controlled by Liu Yu. But after Mia confessed, she only dimmed the light spots around her. The branches and the cheers from afar disappeared in the darkness, and the glowing robots were broken into countless tiny pieces, dotted in the darkness like countless stars in the universe. About 110 million years ago, we were just a weak race looking up at the stars. At that time, we didn't even have electricity, but a sage with extraordinary influence tried to use dangerous gunpowder to make rockets, and took the first step into deep space. As Mia explained, the picture that seemed like the starry sky suddenly enlarged and locked onto a certain ordinary star. A creature with 6 legs and 4 hands was anxiously waiting for the ignition of the gunpowder below in a simple iron cylinder. After that, it did fly to a very high distance and even saw the horizon appear in front of it, and then it was blown to death. The sacrifice of this sage injected soul into the entire race. We took the starry sky as our goal. In the tens of thousands of years since then, our galaxy has become the territory of civilization. After another million years, we have become the only 9th-level peak civilization in the known universe. In the darkness, Liu Yu saw the history of the rapid development and expansion of a vigorous civilization group. They were the founders of the Conscious Life Form Alliance. But we found that the 9th-level civilization is the limit of what science and technology can reach. No matter how the space bubble technology develops, it cannot resist the cosmic doomsday. But the universe we know is full of super civilization creations. So we know that the 9th-level civilization is not the end. Then we spent tens of millions of years and finally confirmed that there are indeed smaller substances below the Planck length. But despair has just begun. That smaller substance is difficult to find, difficult to store, and difficult to store. These characteristics are like a natural moat before the 9th-level civilization, which is difficult to cross. After trying one method after another, we even did not hesitate to make the entire civilization's technology public, and did not hesitate to change the existence of civilization and ethnic groups into another form. In the end, we ushered in a warning not to take another step forward. Another sigh came out in the darkness, and then asked Liu Yu, "Is it wrong for civilization to seek development? Is it wrong for civilization to seek continuation?" The civilization that was born under such cosmological constants should have become the protagonist in this cosmic era. Their footsteps should wander among the stars with the development of civilization, so that the starry sky will not be as silent as it is now. That's right. The civilizations born in this cosmic era should not be restricted or imprisoned. They should be the darlings of this cosmic era, in order to continue the possibility of the continued development of their own civilization. The restarters have blocked the development path of all 9-level civilizations. This in itself is a great injustice to the possibility of the birth of a cosmic-level civilization in this cosmic era. But there is never a right or wrong between civilizations, only strength. Humans will not abide by morality towards ants. Even for restarters, they may have evolved from the ants they once were. Lu Yu's position is definitely not on the side of the so-called Restart Alliance. Even if he is here to influence the future of a huge civilization alliance, because of the selection of a certain restarter. Otherwise, based solely on the on-site evidence found on the Magnetar, he could have sent it directly to the Haika civilization irresponsibly. As for how the alliance of conscious life forms will be dealt with, and what does it have to do with Lu Yu, who is eager to obtain 1/10 of the star map of the universe? Woolen cloth? But Lu Yu finally went back to Mia, because he really felt the light of civilization in the universe in this planetary school. Once upon a time, when Lu Yu learned about the alliance of conscious life forms from the Qing tribe, he had great doubts about this so-called alliance. Because the experience of the entire civilization being wiped out after the Horn tribe encountered the intelligent tribe told Lu Yu that this alliance was by no means as beautiful as its slogan advertised. However, during more than half a year of observing the planet school, he could not admit that the alliance of conscious life forms might be the existence with the greatest goodwill towards planet-level civilization that he had seen since drifting in the universe. The alliance will really help groups or individuals in planet-level civilizations complete the uploading of consciousness, and will also impart technology and provide resources. Perhaps this alone cannot explain anything. After all, the ultimate goal of the founders is to integrate them. The purpose of establishing many planetary schools is to guide them towards the integration of consciousness from the initial stage. The energy sources of the already unimaginably huge consciousness complex are constantly added to the observation perspectives of different civilizations and different ethnic groups, until the founders can grasp the tiniest matter in the universe. From a result-oriented perspective, the ultimate goal of the alliance is indeed self-interest, but in the process it has indeed helped planetary civilizations and made the starry sky no longer so silent. Based on these points alone, the alliance can still be called the light of civilization in the universe. But now Lu Yu is ready to kill the way forward for this light of civilization in the universe, even if it is because the way forward is already a dead end, even if it is for the alliance to continue to exist. But after Mia questioned him, Lu Yu, who couldn't speak for any reason, suddenly felt the warmth coming from his hand. It was number 7 controlling the android's hands and holding his right hand. Maybe this is the reason why he let number 7 accompany him. One word determines the fate of all civilizations within a billion light years. Having someone to share half of this heavy weight for you also gives you enough courage to make your request. The first law of civilization, continuity. The second law of civilization, development. Faced with Mia's question, Lu Yu replied, "This is an axiom that has been formed in the Academy. The environment of this universe is like this. Those beings who have blocked the path of universe-level civilization will not allow it for their own sake." Lu Yu chose to share the information about the Restarter Alliance with Mia. Choose to give up promotion for now. There is only an insurmountable dead end ahead. This is, of course, not the sudden overflow of Lu Yu's Holy Mother heart. The alliance of conscious life forms cannot study the tiniest matter in the universe due to the restrictions of the restarters, but Lu Yu can. According to the Haika civilization, the moment these dependents were selected by the restarters, they became a cosmic-level civilization, and since then all blockades have been ineffective against them. It's just that Lu Yu's technological level is too low, and even with such an advantage, it cannot be translated into results. But the alliance of conscious life forms has technology. If Lu Yu can take advantage of this and quickly improve his and Blue Star's technology, when he reaches the point where he can contact the tiniest basic particles in the universe, he will feed back the research results to the conscious life forms. Alliance. This is a true win-win and the best solution he can think of. All this requires first persuading the alliance of conscious life forms to temporarily give up research and then accept its own cooperation proposal. But how can hundreds of millions of years of persistence and hundreds of millions of efforts be shaken by Lu Yu, a restarter who seems to have made it up? Mia did not raise any doubts about the restarters, but the starry sky seemed brightened for a moment. The noisy parade seemed to have completed a circle, and songs in various languages rang nearby in the hazy shadow of the trees. Do you think that I specially arranged these victories to let you see the bright side of the league? So that we enter the knockout stage with the weak, defeating the strong in almost every game. Mia actually made a gesture similar to shaking her head with her round body. We can break through the group stage only because of our own strength. The blue dumpling stretched out a strip of tissue and pointed at an alien in the parade that had passed below them. He comes from a star system of the three-star system 2,000 light-years away. In order to fight against the harsh star environment, only 1 in 10,000 people in the entire group can maintain social activities, and the rest can only survive in dehydration. He pointed to someone and said, he comes from a planet 7,000 light-years away. Their home planet is a satellite. The only thing that can provide heat to the ecosystem is a gas giant planet. Once they move away, they will fall into severe cold. Once they get close, they may fall into the gas giant planet at any time. The individuals who come to this planet, the civilizations behind them, are mostly facing disasters of varying sizes. Maybe the technology of their native tribe is so weak that they can't even overcome stellar disasters. But as a civilization, they have never given up. Even in an environment that may be destroyed at any time, they still did not join the alliance as a whole. The will passed from civilization to individuals in this way makes them have indelible resilience in their bones. So they won. Without my or your extra help, they still won. The parade went away again, and this joyful scene may continue for a few days and nights. Mia said, as if in the final summary, the core will of the alliance was established by the sage who sat on the dangerous rocket. He has a famous saying that has been passed down for more than 100 million years. Now, I will tell you, and also tell those so-called restarters. Go explore, discover, and surpass until this body is exhausted. The Alliance will not stop its advancement until it collapses. Lu Yu looked at the blue ball in front of him, which seemed to be a softball, but felt the iron-like wool from her words. The Conscious Life Form Alliance does not seem to believe in the existence of the Restart Alliance, or has some doubts about the so-called strength of the Restart Alliance. In their view, the previous Black Card civilization is obviously a group of people like us, and its technology is indeed one level higher than that of the Alliance. But it is definitely not to the extent of using the rules of the universe to erase civilization. That doesn't sound like a scientific rule-level weapon, but more like a fantasy power. So, the Alliance is very likely to think that we are the first to reach the existence of a cosmic civilization. And in order to strangle the latecomers, we deceive the 9th-level civilization of the entire universe according to the rules. The experts at Base Zero rarely come up with such a big job, and they try their best to pick out details from every word in the conversation, and they want to write tens of thousands of words of analysis for a paragraph. After the confession, the bionic man controlled by Lu Yu was not destroyed or imprisoned, as if nothing had happened, and he could still move freely in the planetary school. Perhaps as the experts analyzed, in the eyes of the Conscious Life Form Alliance, the real restarters are not that scary. Their alliance can overcome this difficulty like those groups that still give birth to civilization in harsh environments. Their desire for the development of civilization has exceeded the need for the continuation of civilization, which made Lu Yu's plan stop at the first step. If he proposed how to cooperate at this time, it would undoubtedly strengthen the judgment of the Conscious Life Form Alliance that the so-called restarter is a paper tiger. At this point, Lu Yu has mastered enough evidence, and passing this evidence to Blackheart will get his most urgent cosmic star map. But after finishing the communication with Mia, Lu Yu fell into hesitation. Of course, it is not the heavy burden of deciding the rise and fall of tens of thousands of civilizations with one word. This burden was shared with number 7 before he opened his mouth. And those civilizations certainly have their own brilliant history and special social culture. But compared to number 7, their significance has no value to Lu Yu. What really made Lu Yu hesitate was the complete technology tree of the 9th-level civilization of the Alliance. If cooperation can be achieved, he will have more confidence to solve the crisis that number 7 will disappear at any time, and he can completely get rid of his dependence on the restarter. Even according to the information revealed by the Black Card civilization, as long as the followers accumulate to a certain extent, they can also become a member of the restarter. But if the Alliance did not realize the importance of Liu Yu, then they would not even have the premise for cooperation. In the eyes of the Alliance, Liu Yu's bionic man is more like an infiltrated hostile element, and soon, the sudden situation completely dispelled Liu Yu's last hesitation. On the 10th day after the confession game, Liu Yu is still pretending to train with his neighbors, preparing for the next elimination game. In fact, he had switched to a power leveler to control, and he himself seemed to be watching the training from a third-person perspective, and from time to time he said some trash talk to stimulate the neighbors, under the pretext of training their mentality. Master, there seems to be something strange at base 52. The space bubble. The space bubble began to disappear without any warning. When number 7 told Liu Yu about the long-lost emergency at base 52, he was suddenly shocked, and the virtual reality had seamlessly switched from the Planetary Academy to base 52. The overall situation of base 52 is now controlled by the Return faction, and those technology companies and research institutes have been eroded bit by bit. It only takes 10 years for the Return faction to take back everything they have lost, which can be called a classic plot of the universe. The lizard civilization has also become a cutting-edge technology learning base for humans. Scientists of the lizard civilization suddenly found that they had many more students in virtual reality. These students are obviously very talented, but the lizard scientists want to take these potential students with them to teach in person, but they find that they can't find their real people. And they will also receive some strange mechanical designs, such as space-based design, spacecraft design. Are these things something that the civilization trapped in base 52, should consider? Why is it like giving advice to a civilization that is developing normally in the universe? In a strange atmosphere of outsourcing, under the strong guidance of the Return faction, they still came up with the design of a space superfactory, an engine design that can reach 30% of the speed of light and lattice confinement fusion, etc. It can be said that humans have plucked enough good things from the lizard civilization. At least the theoretical knowledge that many professors have been puzzled about has made rapid progress under the guidance of lizard scientists. Even some of the fourth-level civilization's technology has made breakthroughs by plucking off many scales of lizard scientists. It can be said that Base Zero directly found the key to open the third-level civilization here in the lizard civilization. But such a peaceful and happy day seemed to be broken from this day. When Liu Yu switched to base 52, he saw a large number of space bubbles neatly arranged in the base from a bird's-eye view. This space bubble group is like a matrix. Most of the space bubbles are translucent, and only one corner shows a different color, which means that they are already in use. At this time, base 52 is obviously already in the closed stage. In the isolated state, the space bubble group still disappears strangely one by one after the intelligent program eliminates all external forces that can be eliminated. After Liu Yu cut into the perspective, he clearly saw a space bubble that was wiped out directly in front of him like a transparent eraser that can erase everything. It didn't make any waves or cause any reaction, just like this space bubble didn't exist in the first place. 1, 2, 3. It was a completely random selection among the space bubble groups, and those selected space bubbles were directly erased in front of his eyes in a way that Liu Yu couldn't understand. Soon, more than 300 space bubbles disappeared in base 52, including a living area opened by the lizard civilization. Trillions of tons of matter and nearly 10 million people were thrown directly into the black domain at the moment when the space bubble disappeared. The twisted cosmological constant tore apart their original structure in an instant, and the Rubik's Cube was suspended for a while. Another circle of plasma ribbons of different colors surrounded it. After completing all this, the powerful rubber that could not be observed by any known technological means left with satisfaction, and the erasure phenomenon stopped in base 52. Ah, detachment has begun. This is the erasure phenomenon brought about by detachment. All relevant materials and information left by the detachment will be erased bit by bit as his detachment progresses, until the complete transformation from this erase everything about him from the universe. The content displayed on the black card quickly answered everything for Liu Yu. It turns out it is really transcendence. It's not the paradise sect. Then I can finally return to the big universe. After receiving this piece of information, Liu Yu suppressed the panic in his heart and returned to the living area of the Silver Star. He hugged number 7, who had been guarding him, tightly. It's okay, it's okay. The erasure phenomenon has not yet occurred in base 7. It was obvious that she was also trembling, but she still tried to comfort Liu Yu. Why does time seem to be chasing me? If it's just the second time, it will be a logic lock, right? Silently, Liu Yu held number 7 in his arms, no longer having any hesitation in his heart. The Queen of England passed away, and Gottlieb died not long ago, right? Sure enough, life is impermanent, and the large intestine wraps around the small intestine. The Z clan, they once felt that they were the chosen clan. This is a race that is only the size of a human fist, and they did not evolve naturally at all, but were created by another civilization through genetic technology. They were born for one purpose only, to explore an unknown Rubik's Cube for another civilization. In short, the Z race was originally created as cannon fodder, but their fate changed when their ancestors stepped into the mysterious Rubik's Cube. As the first race to step into it, they became the masters recognized by the Rubik's Cube's intelligent program. After hundreds of years of forbearance, and with the help of various instruments in the Rubik's Cube, the Z clan successfully eliminated their former creators and seized their technology and living space. Only then did the Z family realize that the universe is so vast, and because they changed their status from cannon fodder with the help of the Rubik's Cube, the entire race has a special respect for the Rubik's Cube. Even though they have stepped into the starry sky, they still maintain their religion. The object of faith is the Rubik's Cube. Then, after the baptism of time, the Z clan obtained strange productivity by completely binding their own technology to the Rubik's Cube and defeated many civilizations in the surrounding star field. It can only be said that the creations of super civilizations are so terrifying. This has even given the Z clan the illusion that if you had developed for thousands of years, you would not be able to do anything to us who own the Rubik's Cube. This knowledge made them more deeply bound to the Rubik's Cube. The Z tribe turned out to be one of the few civilizations that reached the star level and ruled the entire tribe with religion. The huge space provided by the space bubble in the Rubik's Cube can also accommodate the elite of their entire clan. The Z clan firmly believes that relying on the Rubik's Cube, they can continue their civilization until the end of the universe. But that day, everything changed. The Rubik's Cube they relied on and believed in disappeared directly, as if it had never existed. At this time, the Z family was staying next to a star, preparing to use it as a temporary fusion battery. The result is that the moment the Rubik's Cube disappears, the entire ethnic group and the elite of the entire civilization are directly exposed to the surface of the star. Most members of the Z clan were engulfed by the high-temperature plasma of the star before they could even react. A massive amount of material suddenly appeared next to the star, and the instantaneous gravitational force destroyed the structure of the entire star, and a larger explosion occurred. No one expected that the Z clan, which had become a star-level civilization, would be destroyed like this. This is how it thrives, and this is how it perishes. In a universe where erasure occurs, many civilizations disappear suddenly. Not only base number 52, but also within the scope of the universe, most of the technological creations left by the detached people have been erased. Some only lost a few space bubbles, while others caused the entire creation to disappear directly. The moment those so-called gifts disappeared, many civilizations that used them to traverse the starry sky felt as if they had stepped on the cliff. What greeted them was that they fell to the bottom of the cliff and turned into bloody mud. Liu Yu was unaware of the tragedies that had occurred in these civilizations. He only knew that the thing he was most worried about had happened. The creator of base number 7 has completed all preparations and is about to begin transcending this universe. There is no such thing as 1,000 years. More than half a year had passed since Liu Yu knew the existence of the erasure rule, and it happened before his eyes. Fortunately, the erasure phenomenon did not occur at base 7 this time, and the losses at base 52 were still within the acceptable range of mankind. I originally thought that we could have a good discussion with the alliance of conscious life forms. As long as we can upgrade the technology we have mastered to a cosmic-level civilization, we will be more confident in finding the creator of base number 7. Liu Yu smiled bitterly and said, "But now it seems that time is no longer on our side." Number 7 shook his head hard, but didn't know how to speak. If she was just an intelligent program and her own existence was always under Liu Yu's safety, then she would definitely be able to persuade Liu Yu to give up on her without hesitation. But number 7 is an intelligent life form. She already has the most basic desire to survive. Before facing the crisis of being wiped out, even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, she still wants to survive and continue to accompany Liu Yu in this world. The journey continues in the vast universe. If there is really a possibility of encountering an insurmountable crisis, the Silver Star must be controlled to jump away even if it disobeys the Master's orders. In the silence of number 7, he secretly made a decision. At this time, the Silver Star was still staying next to the magnetar, and the observation station still turned a blind eye to the Silver Star next to it, as if it didn't react. However, several astronomical distances away from the magnetar, there are still several spacecraft gathering. They are responsible for guarding the surrounding warships. However, because of the special space-jumping method of the Silver Star, they have not been able to react until now. And Liu Yu has collected enough evidence. What if these are probably the top battleships of the alliance of conscious life forms? You can't keep the Silver Star, but you can't break the armor. Go back to the Black Realm. Liu Yu no longer plans to waste time here. It seems that he escaped the first erasure by luck. No one can guarantee whether the next round of erasure will directly wipe out the entire number 7 base. So in an instant, where are the magnet stars and assembled battleships outside the Silver Star? A huge Rubik's Cube floated quietly in front of his eyes, and Liu Yu had once again sunk into virtual reality. Ignoring the anxious return party, Liu Yu looked at the black card in his hand and directly transmitted the evidence he had detected. Oh, unexpectedly fast. Every few 100 million years, some level 9 civilizations will choose the path of advancement regardless of everything. And this is the case in every cosmic era. And just in time, the situation has changed a little, and this conscious life form alliance may have run into the muzzle of the restarters. The black card's reply once again surprised Liu Yu, and he hurriedly asked, "Won't the second warning put a logic lock on the civilization?" According to the usual practice, a logic lock will indeed be put. After blocking the thinking logic of the conscious life form alliance, they will not be able to continue to develop technology, and even the current level of civilization may not be maintained, so naturally there is no threat to us. Now the restarters have confirmed that he is indeed a transcendent. But another person who is also a restarter has also emerged at this time. He chose to leave the alliance in this cosmic era, claiming that he also wants to transcend the universe, but then he hid himself. At the moment of transcendence, he finally revealed his tracks. It turns out that he has been hiding in the cosmic nodes, using special stars to build wormholes. He is not trying to transcend. Instead, he is preparing to turn the entire universe into his exclusive paradise. Now, all the restarters' attention is focused on this exposed paradise faction, the Conscious Life Form Alliance. Since it is unwilling to exist as a 9th-level civilization, it will disappear bit by bit like this base 52,